Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 1. Blood Meridians Reborn. The sky was aglow with the setting sun. On the emerald cloud summit outside of Fiery Wind City, there was a stone table and a stone bench, where a young couple were nestled together. The youth had a slim build. He was pale in complexion, but had good looks. Meanwhile, the maiden donned a pure white dress. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her looks were stunningly beautiful. The maiden's head was resting on the shoulders of the youth, bathed in the light of the setting sun. They looked like perfect lovers. "Yaoer, how I wish we could continue on like this forever," said the youth gently, the smile on his face revealing his happiness. "Brother Ming, of course we can. We said that we would be together for all our lives." A happy smile formed on the maiden's face. The youth's name was Lu Ming, whereas the girl was called Lu Yao. Looking at the smile on Lu Yao's face, Lu Ming's gaze turned even more tender as he held her delicate hand and said, "Yaoer, although I currently can't gather my essential qi due to my blocked meridians, if I can awaken my blood meridian, the Elder Council will buy me some elixirs and mediate my meridians for me. Then, I'll be able to cultivate. I'll definitely become a powerhouse, and protect you for the rest of your life." "Thank you, Brother Ming." Lu Yao's eyes had a touched look as she said, "Brother Ming, did a meridian tester really find out that you inherited your father's blood meridians?" "That's right, Yaoer. That's why in the future, your men will be a powerhouse." A confident smile formed on Lu Ming's face. Lu Yao tenderly smiled as she lifted a cup on the stone table. The cup was filled with well-known blood orchid wine, which was emitting a faint fragrance. She swiftly kissed Lu Ming on the cheeks and blushed as she raised the cup. "Come, Brother Ming, this one is on Yaoer." Lu Ming took the cup and said, "Yaoer, you've treated me to a glass of blood orchid wine every day. I'm really grateful to have you by my side." As he finished his sentence, he raised the cup and finished it in one go. The fragrance of the wine lingered on his tongue, and Lu Ming's heart felt as sweet as the wine tasted. But at the very next moment, he felt that the world was spinning. "Yaoer, why do I feel so faint?" "Your wine." Lu Ming held onto the stone table as he looked towards Lu Yao. But then, he noticed that her expression seemed a little cold. "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, Yaoer only accompanied you for 3 years in order to cultivate your meridians. Now that we're at this stage, isn't it high time that you contribute with your blood meridians?" At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from a corner. It was Lu Yao's father. Rumble. The sound rang in Lu Ming's mind, as if it was a bolt from the blue. "Yaoer." Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao incredulously, but all that was in her eyes was cold indifference. "Why? I love you so much." Lu Yao's cold gaze was like a sharp knife, plunging into Lu Ming's heart. He let out a loud howl and pounced in the direction of Lu Yao. Sadly, all it took was for Lu Yao to take a small step back, and he landed on the floor. Duan Mulan from the Mystical Sword School started his cultivation at the age of 6. He opened up 2 divine meridians and stepped into Warrior Realm in half a year, and then Master Realm at the age of 9. He's 16 now, and one of the 4 great talents of the Mystical Sword School. What about you? A frail body with blocked meridians. 2. Be blunt with you, you're just trash. Even if you awaken your blood meridians, you'll still be trash. Can you even be compared with Duan Mulan? Only a genius like him would be befitting of me. If I want to be married to him, I need to awaken a stronger blood meridian. Since you love me so much, why don't you fulfill my wish and offer up your blood meridian to help me awaken a stronger one?" A cold voice came from Lu Yao's lips. Bam. At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped on Lu Ming's back with a sharp knife gripped on his hands. He shouted, "Lu Ming, give us your blood meridian." Ah! Excruciating pain on Lu Ming's spine swallowed him whole. He let out a piercing howl, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. Slowly, Lu Ming fell into boundless darkness. "Lu Yao, I treated you like my beloved, why did you harm me?" Lu Ming shouted, and sat up from his bed so abruptly that the bed made of Phoebe Jinnan made a crunching noise. His head was matted with sweat. It was just a dream. No, it was not a dream. How could it have been a dream? It was something that happened 3 days ago. Lu Ming was the main successor of the Lu family in Fiery Wind City. His father was the lord of the Lu family, while Lu Yao was the daughter of the first branch elder of the Lu family. The two of them were from different branches of the same family. Growing up with each other, they were childhood friends. One could say that they were inseparable, and they even made a pledge of their love in private, choosing each other to be their significant other. Lu Ming had not expected that Lu Yao and the first branch elder would make a move against him and snatch his blood meridians. Power. All of this is because I don't have enough power. If I was extraordinarily gifted and powerful, would they dare to treat me like that? Lu Ming clenched his fists. His whole body was shaking, and his eyes were bloodshot. Trash. This was what Lu Yao called him. Her words from 3 days ago still rang in his ear. Squeak. At that moment, his door was pushed open, and a delicate middle-aged woman walked in. Looking at Lu Ming on his bed, she asked concernedly, "Minger, did you have a nightmare again?" This beautiful lady was Lu Ming's mother, Li Ping. 3 days ago, it was Li Ping who had gone to search for Lu Ming out of concern for his safety and rescued him. He would be dead if not for that. Ever since word of Lu Ming's father being killed during his travels 6 years ago, Lu Ming and his mother had depended on each other. Lu Ming gazed at Li Ping, his eyes turning tender. "Mother, I'm fine, it was just a dream," he said. Gazing at Lu Ming's pale face, Li Ping sat down next to his bed. Touching Lu Ming's forehead, she broken-heartedly said, "It's been 3 days. You've shouted that Lu Yao harmed you every day. Minger, just what exactly happened? Could it be that Lu Yao is the reason behind your injuries?" "Mother, it's nothing, you misheard me," said Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping that it was Lu Yao and the first branch elder who did it, as Li Ping did not cultivate martial arts. Telling her would only cause harm to her. Li Ping hesitated for a moment before she said, "Minger, you can't address Lu Yao by her name in front of other people anymore. 2 days ago, she awakened 5th-level blood meridians, and even opened up a divine meridian. She's already gotten approval from the Elder Council. At the house meeting 2 months from now, she'll become the Lord of Lu family, taking control of the family. People might call you disrespectful if you address the family's lord by her name." "What? Lu Yao wants control of the Lu family? She could whistle for it." Lu Ming let out a low angry howl. Blood rushed into his eyes, he grinded his jaw so hard that it was creaking. His teeth were cracking from the pressure as fresh blood started bleeding out. After word spread about Lu Ming's father being killed, the Lu family had been placed under the leadership of the first branch elder. For 6 years, no new lord had been appointed. Seeing Lu Ming like that frightened Li Ping out of her wits. She embraced Lu Ming's head, tears flowing out non-stop. "Minger, please don't scare me like that. I've already lost your father, I can't lose you too," she said. "Father, where are you? Minger believes that you won't die. Now, I'm powerless to the point where I can't even secure the position of the family's lord." Lu Ming was tightly gripping a pendant on his neck. As he used too much strength, his nails dug into his flesh and caused blood to seep out without stop. The pendant, which was the size of a broad bean, was made out of bronze. Before his passing, Lu Ming's father entrusted someone with delivering the pendant to Lu Ming. In these 6 years, Lu Ming had always kept it with him. The blood seeping from his palms flowed onto the bronze pendant. Buzz. Suddenly, the bronze pendant started vibrating and became scalding hot. Before Lu Ming was able to react, the bronze pendant turned into powder after vibrating. The powder went for the palm of his hand, disappearing as it entered his palm. Then, Lu Ming felt a scalding burst of energy traveling from the palm of his hands to his arms, constantly moving up. After a while, it stopped at his glabella. The 9th dragon never dies, the blood meridian shall be reborn. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang in Lu Ming's mind, shaking his head until it was buzzing. The continuous roaring constantly rang in Lu Ming's head. Soon after, a scorching heat shot off from his glabella to his spine. At the very next moment, the roaring stopped. But an itchy sensation started to spread from his spine as his body started to heat up. What's happening? Lu Ming could not understand what was happening. At that moment, the itchiness on his spine increased in intensity. It was as if there was something slowly growing. "Minger, are you okay? Please don't scare me." Sensing the abnormality on Lu Meng's body, Li Ping felt even more terrified and helpless. The blood meridian shall be reborn. Can my blood meridians really be reborn? Lu Meng felt puzzled. There were records in ancient books stating that, for some reason, a small number of people whose blood meridians had been stripped or damaged were able to have their blood meridian reborn, growing a new blood meridian. However, most blood meridians that were regrown were of low levels, which meant that they were not very useful. But there was an even scarcer amount of people who would be able to rebuild themselves and awaken the ultimate blood meridians, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. However, the chance of this happening was close to zero. Based on early records, there were only a few cases of this happening since ancient times. Lu Meng never even considered breaking through his past and awakening the ultimate blood meridian. After all, the chances of that happening was too slim. As long as he could awaken a blood meridian, he would be ecstatic. With a blood meridian, he would be able to cultivate martial arts and change his own fate. At that moment, the abnormality on his body slowly faded away. "Mother, I'm fine." Lu Meng smiled. "What are you doing? This is the Lord's residence, you can't just barge in." Suddenly, a delicate voice could be heard shouting from the outside. Lu Meng could identify that it was the voice of Li Ping's servant, Chiu Yu. Slap. Scram. There was an unfriendly shout, followed by the sound of slapping. A gloomy-looking youth promptly entered the room. "My lady, young master." A girl around the age of 16 entered the room as well. Her face was flushed and swollen, with a palm print in top. She was Chiu Yu. "It's you. Lu Chuan. What do you want?" Lu Ming rose as he shouted coolly. The visitor was called Lu Chuan, Lu Yao's elder brother. He was 16, a year older than his sister. A flash of astonishment darted across Lu Chuan's eyes when he saw Lu Ming, as if he was surprised that Lu Ming was unexpectedly still alive. He then sneered, "Great timing, Lu Ming. My sister, Lu Yao, will be leading the Lu family and moving into the Lord's residence. So, you guys are no longer entitled to live here anymore. Hurry and move." Li Peng's face paled. Although she knew that this day would eventually come, she did not expect it to happen so soon. "Lu Chuan, Ming'er is injured. We'll move out after 2 days, when Ming'er recovers," Li Peng smiled sadly. "After 2 days? You'll have to move out today. Do you think I don't know you're trying to drag out your stay here?" Lu Chuan sneered. "Today? But Ming'er is injured. It's already so late into the day, let Ming'er rest for a night before moving." Li Peng pleaded. "Rest? He can't even awaken a blood meridian. What good will resting do for trash with blocked meridians? He might as well just die." "Anyways, you guys have to leave today," said Lu Chuan indifferently. Chapter 2. The True War Dragon Technique. Lu Chuan crossed his arms behind his back with an indifferent expression. He looked at Lu Ming, showing open disdain. "But, Ming'er." Li Ping was about to say something again, but was interrupted by Lu Ming. "Mother, we don't need to beg him. If we have to move, so be it," said Lu Ming. "But Ming'er, your injuries have yet to recover. It's already night time, what if you catch a cold?" said Li Ping concernedly. Lu Ming stubbornly shook his head. "Mother, I'll be fine, let's move out. But, there'll eventually be a day when we return. The Lord's residence is where you and Father got married, nobody can take it away." "All right then," Li Ping sighed, and asked Chiu Yu to pack up their belongings. Lu Chuan folded his arms behind his back, sneering. He was scanning the surroundings when his eyes suddenly sparkled. "One moment, you're not allowed to take that sword with you." Lu Chuan walked towards Li Ping, who was holding a sword in her hands. Li Ping's face turned white as she unconsciously tightened her grip on the sword. "This sword is the only keepsake left by Ming'er's father. It's for Ming'er to use in the future, you can't take it away. If it's something that the previous lord left behind, that's all the more reason that you can't take it with you. It is the public property of the Lu family and must be confiscated. Moreover, Lu Ming can't even cultivate his essential qi, what's the point of keeping the sword? To waste it." Lu Chuan spoke coolly with a fervent look in his eyes. He could tell that the sword was nothing ordinary, that it was a spiritual weapon. "You can't, Lu Chuan. I'm begging you." Li Ping hugged the sword, unwilling to let go of it. Lu Chuan's eyes turned cold. "You just have to do things the hard way," he shouted. "Lu Chuan." There was a loud roar. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists clenched. "Lu Chuan. You can take the sword. But remember this, one day, I will personally reclaim what belongs to me, and by then it'll be tenfold, or even hundredfold." Lu Ming's eyes were cooler than ice, his gaze locked onto Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's felt cold from Lu Ming's gaze, but he mockingly laughed. "Lu Ming, just you, some trash that can't even awaken a blood meridian. You want me to repay you by tenfold, or even hundredfold? Haha, I'll wait for you." Every day for the past 3 years, Lu Yao had spiked Lu Ming's drink with Yama's pollen, which could suppress blood meridians. 3 days ago, Lu Ming had failed to awaken a blood meridian in front of the eyes of the public. It was after his failure that Lu Yao and the first branch elder took the opportunity to make a move. "Mother, give it to him," said Lu Ming. As if swayed by the firm look in Lu Ming's eyes, Li Ping reluctantly handed the sword over to Lu Chuan. After their belongings were packed, Li Ping supported Lu Ming as they walked out of the gates to the lord's residence of the Lu family. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced at the residence. "One day, I'll be back." There was a small compound in the east residence which was supposed to be the living quarters for servants. The compound housed 3 rooms and a small courtyard. Currently, Lu Ming's trio had moved into the compound. It was the dead of night, cold enough to chill bones. Lu Ming was sitting in the courtyard, his fists clenched tightly. Power. In this world, power dictates everything. It's because I don't have power that Lu Yao and the first branch elder could strip me of my blood meridians. It's also because of my lack of power that I couldn't even hold onto the Lord's residence, and the sword that my father left. In this world, you can only be humiliated without any way to resist if you don't have power. Now, I can feel my blood meridians slowly growing back. Even if the regrown blood meridians are of the lowest grade, as long as I put in 10 times the effort of other people, or even 100 times, I believe that I won't pale in comparison. One day, I will truly be able to control my own fate, and defend my own people. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Li Ping was holding a robe, which she helped Lu Ming slip into. "Minger, it's cold outside. The room has been tidied, you should come inside and get some rest." "Mother, you should rest early too," Lu Ming smiled. He returned to his room and sat on the bed. Lu Ming still found it hard to sleep. When will my blood meridians finally be reborn and grow? Lu Ming pondered, and shifted his mind to his spine. He wanted to understand the situation of his blood meridians which had yet to grow. At that moment, there was an itchy sensation on his spine. There was a sudden flash of hazy red. In that red light, there was a silhouette of something resembling a worm, around the size of a finger. However, it looked elusive, he could not get a clear view of it. "My blood meridian has yet to fully grow, but it can already be manifested." Lu Ming was surprised. Normally, only a fully awakened blood meridian could be manifested. Since it can be manifested, then let's see if it can be cultivated like a normal blood meridian. At the thought of that, Lu Ming started to circulate the qi condensation art, which was a basic art that was common knowledge in the Lu family. The spirit energy in the air immediately gravitated towards the direction of Lu Ming's body. This rate of absorbing spirit energy can already be compared to a second-level blood meridian. Feeling the density of the spirit energy gathered around him, there were sparks of joy in Lu Ming's heart. In this land, martial artists were divided into ordinary martial artists and blood meridian martial artists. However, the 2 types of martial artists could not be compared. Blood meridians martial artists had awakened blood meridians. Not only did their power level spike, but their rate of cultivation was also incomparable to normal martial artists. Despite that, blood meridians martial artists were few in number. There was a possibility of nobody awakening a blood meridian in a group of dozens. And now, Lu Ming's blood meridian, which had not completely finished growing, was able to absorb spirit energy at a rate akin to a second-level blood meridian. What would happen if it finished growing? What effects would there be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it very much. The spirit energy was continuously condensed and absorbed by Lu Ming, seeping into his body. 2 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. After 2 hours of cultivating, he felt that his injuries had recovered slightly. His weak and frail body had also improved a little. At this rate, it'll only take a few days for my injuries to fully recover. My body will also improve, and when that happens, my rate of cultivation will also increase. As Lu Ming pondered, his hands involuntarily touched his neck. The bronze pendant had disappeared, leaving only a silk thread on his neck. That bronze pendant should have something to do with my ability to regrow my blood meridian. Now that it's gone into my glabella, I wonder if there are any effects. As he was thinking, he shifted his mind to his glabella and tried to sense the pendant. When his mind shifted to his glabella, a halo dispersed from the area which turned into a vortex. The vortex was increasing in size, surrounding Lu Ming's entire body. In the next moment, the land shifted in space, and Lu Ming found himself in another place. Startled, Lu Ming promptly sized up his surroundings. At that moment, he was standing on a flat stone platform. The platform was 10 meters wide and long, surrounded by a field of chaos on 3 sides. There was only one side with stone steps leading up, with a total of 99 steps. After the 99 steps, there was another platform. In front of the platform was another set of stone steps. Level after level, it was unknown how many levels there were, and on the very top of all the platforms and stairs, there was a palace. As the distance was too far, Lu Ming was unable to get a clear look. He could only barely make out the open doors of the palace. In the haze, there seemed to be a silhouette sitting cross-legged. The sounds of chanting could be heard coming from the palace. As the sound of chanting entered his ears, Lu Ming felt refreshed, as if all his worries had dissipated into the air. As if his mind and body fell into a void, his head had never been so clear. What's happening? Why am I here? Where is this? There's a stone tablet there, and a black steel chest. On the side of the platform he was on, there was a stone tablet and a chest. There were 2 words written on the stone tablet. Supreme Shrine. There was nothing else apart from those 2 words. Then, Lu Ming shifted his gaze onto the black steel chest. The chest was not large. It was not even half a meter wide, nor a meter long. Lu Ming opened the chest and found 3 books inside, along with a jade bottle. 3 words were written on the jade bottle. Marrow cleansing pill. Marrow cleansing pills. These are actually marrow cleansing pills. Lu Ming was ecstatic, and quickly popped the lid of the jade bottle. Suddenly, a strong fragrance of herbs invaded his nose. There was a fiery red pill in the jade bottle, its size no bigger than the tip of a finger, and its body clear as crystal. Legends told that the marrow cleansing pill was able to cleanse the spirit and renew one's marrow, allowing someone to be reborn anew, and massively strengthening the body of a martial artist. It was a spiritual pill that not even money could buy. In the Fiery Wind City, it had only appeared a few times in the last 1,000 years. In the history of 1,000 years in the Fiery Wind City, it had only appeared a few times. With the marrow cleansing pull, the problems from my frail and weak body, as well as my blocked meridians, will see a huge improvement. Lu Ming felt extremely fervent and excited. He took a deep breath and shut the jade bottle. He carefully placed it aside and grabbed the 3 books to take a look. They were 3 books about martial arts techniques. The True War Dragon Technique, the Flame Dragon Fist, and the Dragon Serpent Steps. Lu Ming flipped open the True War Dragon Technique first. The True War Dragon Technique was a divine-level martial arts technique. Cultivating it to the highest level would grant you the might of a war dragon, allowing you to be unparalleled and dominate the land. Divine-level technique. Lu Ming's eyes widened as his breathing stiffened. Martial arts techniques were usually categorized in 5 levels: celestial, land, mystical, yellow, and unqualified. And for every level, there were also inferior and superior qualities. The celestial level was the highest level. The unqualified level, as the name suggested, was the lowest level. But there was actually another level above the celestial level, the divine level. But the divine level was merely a legend. Lu Ming had never heard of anyone who possessed a divine-level martial arts technique. To his knowledge, the highest level of technique that the Lu family owned was only of superior yellow level. Now, with a book containing a divine-level cultivation method in front of Lu Ming, how could he not be surprised? How could he not be excited? However, It was a pity that the True War Dragon technique only had the first stage of the cultivation method, which would only allow him to get to the state of opening his meridian. The next realm of cultivation would require the second stage of the cultivation method. The second stage of the cultivation method was on the second platform, past the 99 steps. There was also another chest there. Lu Ming flipped through the pages. On the final page, he noticed a row of words. If one wishes to cultivate the second stage of the True War Dragon technique, one must open up 3 divine meridians. Forcibly cultivating the second stage without doing so will unquestionably result in death by meridian explosion. Lu Ming took a sharp breath. Weren't the requirements for this cultivation a little too high? Martial artists' cultivation were categorized into Novice Realm, Warrior Realm, Master Realm, Grandmaster Realm, Leader Realm, and King Realm. Novice Realm was the basics of cultivation for martial artists. It was also the easiest. The human body had 9 meridians and 81 acupuncture points. The first 3 meridians were called the Men Meridians, the next 3 meridians were called the Land Meridians, while the last 3 meridians were called the Sky Meridians. When a martial artist opens up all 9 meridians of the Men, Sky, and Land Meridians, they would be able to step into the next realm, Warrior Realm, and become a true martial artist. But there were another 3 meridians above the 9 meridians, called the Divine Meridians. The number of people who could manage to open up all divine meridians was ridiculously low. Lu Yao, who had only opened up 1 divine meridian, had shaken the entire Fiery Wind City. The Elder Council immediately approved her to be the lord of the Lu family. This was evidence enough. I must open up all 3 divine meridians for the divine level cultivation technique. Lu Ming clenched his fists for a moment, and started to go through the other 2 manuals. For the other 2 books, one of them was a fist art, which was of inferior yellow level. The other book was a body art, which was also of inferior yellow level. Although they were just inferior yellow level martial arts techniques, it would still be hard to find something similar, even for the Lu family. Setting the manuals down, Lu Ming picked up the marrow cleansing pills again. He popped the lid open, and swallowed the marrow cleansing pill in one go. The strong effects of the medicine dissolved in his body and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles, skeleton, and organs. It started to slowly improve Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming could hear even the slight vibrations emitting from his skeleton, as well as the squirming of his muscles. His body was heating up as black strands of impurities were expelled from his body. His body continuously grew stronger. His meridians that were once blocked and withered were now active and lively. Chapter 3. The Condensation and Refining of Essential Qi. It was almost noon of the second day by the time all medicinal properties of the marrow cleansing pill were thoroughly refined. Lu Ming did not sleep a wink the entire night, but he was not sleepy at all. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and full of strength. One marrow cleansing pill completely transformed him. Lu Ming's body was stronger than an ordinary young man, his meridians were also no longer blocked and was full of flexibility and vitality. It was just that there were layers of thick, sticky grime on his body from the impurities that were purged out of him, and it was very uncomfortable. A thought came to mind and Lu Ming was back in his room. He carefully opened the door and walked out to find Li Ping and Qiu Yu gone, probably out to buy food. Lu Ming went towards the well in the yard, stood by it, and drew water to rinse the grime off his body. After a change of clean clothes, he immediately felt pleasantly refreshed in both body and mind. Soon after, Li Ping and Qiu Yu came back. They saw Lu Ming and stared at him in surprise. At that moment, Lu Ming looked robust, which was far from his usual sickly and feeble look. No wonder they were surprised. "Ming'er, are your injuries better?" Li Ping asked as she carefully inspected Lu Ming. "Yeah, young lord, you look a little different than usual," Qiu Yu remarked while she innocently blinked. "Mother, I don't know why but after being injured this time, I was able to cultivate a bit of essential qi out of the blue after practicing the qi condensation art last night. I'm feeling a little better as a result of that." Lu Ming chuckled. "What? You were able to cultivate essential qi, Ming'er?" Upon hearing what Lu Ming had to say, Li Ping was ecstatic. Her eyes brimmed with happy tears, Lu Ming did not tell Li Ping anything about the Supreme Shrine since there were divine-level martial arts techniques in it, and if word got out, all 3 of them would be in big trouble. Changes happened to his body after he devoured the marrow cleansing pill. If there was no explanation, Li Ping and Qiuyu would definitely notice something amiss, so he revealed a small part of it: he managed to cultivate essential qi. Ming'er, that's great, that's great. Tears of excitement welled up in Li Ping's eyes. Although it was just merely cultivating essential qi and was a far cry from competing against a blood meridian martial artist or even being associated with an ordinary martial artist, she was still so glad for Lu Ming. Young master, you're going to have to protect my lady and me next time then. Qiuyu chirped while beaming with joy. Li Ping and Qiuyu got to cooking, and in no time, delicious aromas filled the air around them. The three of them sat down together gleefully for a simple meal of a meat dish with 2 vegetable dishes. Ming'er, you're still not well. Have more meat to help repair your body, Li Ping said as she vigorously filled Lu Ming's bowl with meat. Mother, Qiuyu, you two eat too, Lu Ming replied. Ever since news went out 6 years ago about Lu Ming's father, Lu Yuntian's murder, both Li Ping and Lu Ming's living conditions deteriorated over the years. Since the allowances given by the Lu tribe decreased over time, it was a rarity to have a meat dish. Even so, Li Ping and Qiuyu would give up their portions for Lu Ming, especially Qiuyu, who was going through puberty without sufficient nutrients, resulting in her looking more frail than she would have been. For martial artists to practice their art, they would require a large amount of strength and energy and therefore would be more particular with what they ate. Lu family's martial artists with awakened blood meridians were not just eating the meat of the ordinary beasts, instead, they ate the meat of demonic beasts. Other than that, the highly talented ones consumed a daily dosage of dragon tiger pills, a type of pill refined from adding the blood and powdered bones of demonic beasts to countless valuable herbs. The dragon tiger pill contained a tremendous amount of refined qi that could strengthen not only martial artists' muscles, bones, meridians and organs, but also be converted to essential qi to aid and improve one's cultivation. Nutrients obtained from the way Lu Ming was eating was far from sufficient. Ming'er, you've already cultivated essential qi, and these dishes are far from enough. I have 8 dragon tiger pills here with me, take them with you, use them for your cultivation. Li Ping took out a bottle meticulously and handed it to Lu Ming. Dumbfounded, Lu Ming did not expect Li Ping to possess 8 dragon tiger pills. Mother, dragon tiger pills cost 100 silver taels each, where did you get so much money? Lu Ming asked doubtfully. I have my ways, of course. Initially, I bought it for you to improve your health and physique. It came at just the right time, since you're able to cultivate essential qi now. Li Ping smiled. Young lord, my lady sold her dragon and phoenix bangles for 8 of these dragon tiger pills, Qiuyu added, as if she could not take it any longer. Qiuyu. Li Ping chided, as though to rebuke Qiuyu for revealing too much. Ming'er, she continued, don't worry about it, go ahead with your cultivation. As long as you can cultivate essential qi, and be strong and healthy, what is a pair of dragon and phoenix bangles compared to that? Mother. Lu Ming felt a lump in his throat as he clenched the bottle of dragon tiger pills tightly in his hands. The dragon and phoenix bangles were a token of love from Lu Yuntian to Li Ping all those years ago. Lu Ming knew how much those bangles meant to Li Ping, and she sold it for the sake of his health. Mother, take my word for it, I'll be a powerhouse, and I'll protect you with my strength. I won't let anyone upset you. Lu Ming silently vowed in his heart, his gaze determined and unwavering. After the meal, Lu Ming went back to his room with the dragon tiger pills clutched in his hand, and headed toward the Supreme Shrine. Upon entering the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming fixed his eyes on the second platform beyond the 99 steps, and there was a dark bronze box, similar to the one he saw on the first platform. If the first black steel box held the first stage of the true war dragon technique, the flame dragon fist, the dragon serpent steps and the marrow cleansing pill, what could be in the second box? Fueled by immense curiosity, Lu Ming made his way towards the stairs. As he was about to ascend to the second platform from the 99th step, he realized he could not, no matter how much he tried to. There was an invisible force preventing him from doing so. Could it be from my lack of a certain level of cultivation? Lu Ming retreated dejectedly. He sat in a lotus position, took out a dragon tiger pill, popped it into his mouth, and started cultivating. As he swallowed the dragon tiger pill, he felt a burning sensation along his spine which swiftly became a vortex, absorbing the medicinal properties of the dragon tiger pill as a whole. Then, he felt waves after waves of pure energy coming from his spine. So fast. Lu Ming was first astonished, but euphoria quickly came after. It usually took a day or two for ordinary people to completely refine the medicinal properties of a dragon tiger pill, but he refined it completely almost instantly. All thanks to that growing blood meridian. What a phenomenal sight! This growing blood meridian not only had a second-level blood meridian-like rate of absorbing spiritual energy, but it could also refine pills at an alarmingly fast rate. Alright, let's start the opening up of meridians. Right away, Lu Ming calmed his state of mind and started operating the True War Dragon technique toward opening up the first of 3 main meridians. Surges of energy controlled by Lu Ming hammered towards the first meridian. Boom. Boom. It sounded like deafening roars were emitting from within his body, and one by one, the acupuncture points opened up. When he needed more energy, Lu Ming would swallow another dragon tiger pill. Just like that, he managed to refine all 8 of the dragon tiger pills completely when evening came, and from it, he opened up all 3 main meridians. The opening up of one's meridians was separated into different parts, beginner, mid and top. Opening up the first 3 main meridians were known as the beginner-novice realm, the next 3 land meridians were mid-novice realm. The state of open meridians were known as the foundation of martial artists, and it was also the easiest. Undoubtedly, the level of difficulty was different for everyone. For a normal blood meridian martial artist, it could take up from a month to a year for all 9 meridians to be opened up for sure. However, it was not the same for ordinary martial artists. Some took a lifetime to open all 9 meridians, some probably died knowing they could never achieve it. For the likes of Lu Ming who opened up 3 meridians within an afternoon were few and far between. If news got out, it would certainly blow their minds away. This, True War Dragon technique and the growing blood meridian with phenomenal characteristics were tightly entwined. The True War Dragon technique, a divine-level martial arts technique partnered with the growing blood meridian that could refine pills instantly contributed to such a miracle. Lu Ming felt the True War Dragon chi coursing in all 3 meridians, and he was filled with delight and enthusiasm. After dinner, Lu Ming quickly entered the Supreme Shrine again and started his cultivation. He was currently cultivating Flame Dragon Fist. A martial arts technique was an attacking technique derived from the combination of essential chi flowing in and through one's muscles and bones. Different martial arts techniques required a different flow of essential chi in and through one's muscles and bones, hence why different martial art techniques had different effects, ways of forming, and wielded drastically different power. All these required one to have an intense level of control over the usage of essential chi in one's body that could not be achieved in a short span of time. Without years and years of practice and honing such techniques, it was nearly impossible to perfect any type of martial art technique. As the martial art technique and the powers it wielded increased in levels, it demanded a higher control of one's body and the essential chi in it. Lu Ming positioned himself and began cultivating. There was chanting coming from the palace above him, and it cleared his mind immensely. Some insights for Flame Dragon Fist flashed continually across his mind. He willed the flow of essential chi towards his feet, and allowed it to control the muscles and bones of his feet. Ha! Lu Ming emitted a soft cry and stepped forward. Strength surged from his feet into his lower back and spine, with a twist of the spine, like a humongous dragon, a bigger surge of strength gushed from his waist towards his hands. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the amount of energy that exploded shook the air around with its roar. First glance of the pathway. Exhilaration flashed before Lu Ming's eyes. The cultivation of martial art techniques, depending on its level of comprehension and practice, was divided into 6 stages. First glance of the pathway, modest achievement, outstanding dexterity, mastery of technique, perfect divine-like usage, and one with the martial art. 6 different stages that were necessary to take one step at a time, and it was almost impossible to accomplish in just a mere stroke. The higher the grade of the martial art technique, the harder it was to go up to another stage. Lu Ming never would have thought that he could achieve first stage, first glance of the pathway, in his first time cultivating the Flame Dragon Fist. This was an inferior yellow-level martial arts technique, and for the ordinary, it would take at least a few months to grasp its basic concepts and principles. The chanting from the palace was a huge aid in my cultivation of martial arts technique, Lu Ming thought as he looked at the palace that was beyond all those steps. He deduced that the most important factor of his exponential speed in cultivation was the chanting and his power of understanding, which he did not think was weak. Now that there were such amazing results, Lu Ming naturally worked harder in his cultivation. His process of opening up meridians slowed down drastically without the Dragon Tiger pill. Lu Ming was still able to open up the fourth meridian, entering into mid-novice realm. He was also able to unlock the second stage of comprehension and cultivation of the Flame Dragon Fist technique, modest achievement. However, the blood meridian had yet to be fully grown. It was still in an almost stagnant growth phase. Lu Ming retreated from the Supreme Shrine and walked out his front door with a smile, only to see a red-eyed Qiuyu coming back from the outside. "Young lord, could you ask my lady to come back, please? She's been kneeling at the lees for a few hours now," Qiuyu pleaded, almost in tears. "What? What's going on? Let's go." Lu Ming and Qiuyu rushed out the door. On their way, Qiuyu filled Lu Ming in on what happened. Ever since Li Ping knew that Lu Ming could cultivate essential qi, she was very happy. To cultivate and learn martial arts, its methods and cultivation techniques were needed, so Li Ping thought of borrowing a few types of martial arts cultivation techniques from the Lu family library for Lu Ming, but the guardian of the Lu family library was the first branch eldersman, and shunned Li Ping with a mere "Lu Ming is trash." With no way around it, Li Ping paid Lu Chuan and the first branch elder a visit, and kneeled to beg them, but to no avail. They did not even spare Li Ping a martial arts technique of unqualified level. Out of wits, Li Ping went back to the Li family, hoping to obtain a martial arts technique from them. The Li family, a small tribe in Fiery Wind City, Li Ping's maiden home, which was under the leadership of Li Ping's eldest brother, Lu Ming's uncle. Lu Ming's uncle denied Li Ping's request with the excuse of Lu Ming being a Lu family descendant, therefore it was not appropriate for the Li family to lend an outsider their martial arts technique. Li Ping did not know what to do next, but to kneel pleading at the main hall of the Li family home in hopes of getting just one martial arts technique. Damn it! Lu Ming roared in his heart as the flames of anger engulfed him. Chapter 4. Mountain of Beasts. In Fiery Wind City, the Lu family was true to its reputation of being a leviathan amongst families. No other family was able to come close. The Li family was originally a small unknown family. Soon after, as Li Ping was married to Lu Yuntian, the Lu family's lord at the time, the Li family took advantage of the Lu family's influence to rise to the top, their power ever increasing. Lu Ming remembered that back then, the Li family had treated Li Ping and him benevolently. But after the incident involving Lu Yuntian, the Li family's attitude towards the mother and her son changed, especially after Lu Ming's grandfather passed away. His uncle was now the lord of the family, who further estranged the duo, to the point where they turned a blind eye on them. Such was the fickleness of human nature, and the reality of the world. In the main courtyard of the Li family, Li Ping was kneeling on the floor, her body shivering ever so slightly. There were many juniors from the Li family gesturing, surrounding her on all sides. Above the courtyard, a pot-bellied middle-aged man said as he coolly gazed at Li Ping, "Little sister, how long do you plan on kneeling? Aren't you embarrassed?" He was Li Ping's brother, Li Fu. "I'm begging you, brother. It was not easy for Minger to cultivate essential qi. He's your blood-related nephew, please give him a few martial art manuals." Li Ping was pleading with tears swirling in her eyes. "Little sister, allow me to say something that you might dislike. Lu Ming has had a frail and weak body ever since he was born. He's also unable to awaken a blood meridian. Even if he's lucky enough to cultivate a strand of essential qi, what use is there? He won't be making any significant accomplishments in the future, why not just let him peacefully live out his life as a normal person? Furthermore, let me tell you that the Lu family's first branch elder has already talked to me and put me in my place. Little sister, it's hard on me too. Helping you means that I'll offend the first branch elder." Li Fu murmured. "I'm begging you, brother. I don't hope that Minger will have any great achievements. I'm content as long as he can become a martial artist and have a strong, healthy body. Brother, I swear this is my last request to you, I'll never make things difficult for you again in the future," Li Ping continued pleading. Li Fu furrowed his brows and pondered for a moment. He took a book out and tossed it before Li Ping. "For the sake of our relationship as siblings for so many years, take this 3-sword slash. Although it's unqualified level, it's enough for Lu Ming. Never come back to trouble me again," he said. "Mother." At that moment, Lu Ming and Qiuyu made it to the scene. Lu Ming lifted Li Ping from the ground. He could feel that her body was vibrating, clearly because she had been kneeling for so long. "Minger, aren't you going to say thank you to your uncle?" Li Ping told Lu Ming as she gazed at Li Fu. Thank him. We don't need their handouts. Mother, let's go back. Lu Ming was filled with anger. Lu Ming did not even glance at the martial arts manual. He carried his mother and left the Li family residence. So ungrateful. He was only lucky enough to cultivate the slightest bit of essential qi, but he thinks himself a genius. He's just trash. The Li family's juniors did not stop sneering. Lu Ming did not pay attention to them. He was powerless, there was nothing for him to say. If he said too much, it would instead earn him their disdain. However, Lu Ming swore that he would one day shut everyone's mouths with facts. After leaving the Li family residence, Li Ping sighed. Minger, you're too impulsive. That was a martial arts manual. As long as you're able to become a martial artist, it would be worth it for me to suffer through any amount of grievance. Lu Ming stood up straight like a sword. He said with firm conviction in his eyes, Mother, even without handouts from the Li family, I'll still be able to become a martial artist, and a powerhouse at that. After returning to their residence, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and placed even more effort into cultivating. He finished cultivating the Flame Dragon Fist first, then continued cultivating the Dragon Serpent Step. The Dragon Serpent Step was a mysterious body art. After cultivating it, his movements were similar to dragons and serpents, nimble and as fast as lightning. With the help of the chanting from the palace, Lu Ming was progressing with astounding speed. He could already get a taste of its power after cultivating it twice. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's twisting movements were like dragons and serpents. With a twist of his hips and a single step, he had traveled over 3 meters. The distance of 3 meters was equal to 1 foot. Reaching the first stage of the Dragon Serpent Step, I can get a taste of its power. I can travel 1 foot in a single step. On the second stage, I will be able to reach 2 feet in 1 step. And on every new stage after that, I'll be able to add another foot to the distance traveled. I still have far to go, I must continue. Then, under Lu Ming's ascetic training, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, Lu Ming opened up 2 meridians successively, placing him on the peak of mid-novice realm. His greatest acquisitions were the martial skills. He had fully comprehended the Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Serpent Steps, and had cultivated them both to the 3rd stage. The cultivation of essential qi is still too slow. At this rate, it'll be a long time before I can open up 3 divine meridians. Lu Ming started to ponder. If he wanted to speedily open up his meridians and proceed to step into warrior realm through condensing a qi cyclone, he would require a large amount of dragon tiger pills. However, a single dragon tiger pill would cost 100 taels of silver, and one could say that Lu Ming had nothing to his name. I'm now at the peak of mid-novice realm. I've also fully comprehended 2 martial skills through cultivation. I've gained some means of defending myself, so it's time for me to head to the Mountain of Beasts to test my luck. The Mountain of Beasts was a massive mountain range that was 25 kilometers away from Fiery Wind City. Its boundary expanded over 50 kilometers, with ancient trees growing as tall as the skies. There were a multitude of spiritual herbs growing in the mountain range, attracting a large number of martial artists from Fiery Wind City to enter the mountain in search of herbs. Of course, with opportunity came risks. There were many beasts in the mountain, even demonic beasts that were much stronger than the usual beasts. Every year, many martial artists would die at the jaws of these demonic beasts. Lu Ming was not thinking of exploring the depths of the Mountain of Beasts. He only wanted to test his luck on the outskirts of the mountain, while honing on his martial skills at the same time. He came up with an excuse, and bid Li Ping goodbye, heading for the Mountain of Beasts. 2 hours later, Lu Ming reached the foot of the Mountain of Beasts. The Mountain of Beasts was, itself, like a giant beast. It gave off a powerful oppressive force to any who looked at it. Lu Ming rushed into the Mountain of Beasts without hesitation. Roar! It was only a few kilometers into the area when a beast charged towards Lu Ming. It was a white-fronted tiger. It was a meter tall and over 3 meters long. Even before it arrived, a fierce aura was already surging towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Swaying to one side, he flashed to a corner. Then, he circulated essential qi starting from his legs all the way to his spine, and threw a punch with his entire body's strength behind it. Flame Dragon Punch. The punch landed solidly on the tiger's neck. Its power was explosive. The tiger was struck aside. The tiger was in pain, making it even more ferocious. It roared and pounced towards Lu Ming again. Lu Ming used Dragon Serpent Step and evaded the tiger's pounce by twisting his body. He followed up with a Flame Dragon Fist, landing the punch on the tiger's waist, causing it to be flung away once more. Lu Ming was cultivating the divine-level technique, the true war dragon technique. The essential chi that he cultivated was swimming in his meridians like an actual dragon, with an extreme explosive force. Although Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the peak of mid-novice realm, his explosive force was not something that someone from the same level could match. Together with the Flame Dragon Fist, Lu Ming's fists packed at least 500 kilograms behind them. The tiger had already sustained heavy injuries after suffering 2 successive hits from Lu Ming. Blood was dripping out of its mouth. At that moment, it roared and attempted to turn and escape. Lu Ming did not let up and followed closely. A few minutes later, the tiger fled into a hole in the mountain. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, and followed in pursuit. Entering the cave, he found that the tiger was lying on the floor. It was already on its last breath, its blood constantly spilling from its jaws. Eh? That's a silver bellflower, an inferior first-level spiritual herb. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. In between the cracks of rocks in the cave, he noticed a stump of spiritual grass. There were 9 leaves, and each leaf was shaped like a bell. Spiritual grass was categorized into 9 levels, and there was inferior, mediocre, and superior for each level. An inferior first-level silver bellflower harbored a massive amount of spiritual energy inside it. It was worth 300 taels of silver, comparable to 3 dragon tiger pills. Lu Ming did not expect that he would be able to reap such rewards after entering the Mountain of Beasts for such a short amount of time. This trip was definitely worth it. He finished off the tiger with his next punch, and took out a rucksack which he had prepared earlier. After harvesting the silver bellflowers, he kept them in the rucksack. "Brother Feng, do you really know a side route that leads into the Samophis pirates' den?" At that moment, a voice came from outside the cave. Chapter 5. Decisive Kill. Lu Ming was instantly alert. He held his breath and listened carefully. Haha, of course. I spent an exorbitant amount of effort to convince one of the mistresses of the Samophis pirates' leader. Then, I found out about this side route through the SL*T. If I weren't on such good terms with you, I wouldn't even bring you here. Another voice rang out. Lu Ming could tell that they were 2 young men. I knew it. Brother Feng is so handsome and suave, which lady in this world could possibly resist your charms? A slew of bootlicking words came from the first voice. Haha. Brother Feng seemed to be satisfied. There's a cave here, let's go in and take a break. We'll wait for the Lord to go against the Samophis pirates later, and take the opportunity to sneak ourselves into their den. Their leader's treasure will be ripe for us to reap, he said. With that said, 2 youths around the ages of 17 and 18 entered the cave. They spotted Lu Ming the moment they walked into the cave. Lu Ming, is that you? What are you doing here? One of the youths with a mole on his face exclaimed. People from the Li family. Lu Ming was stunned too. He recognized these 2 youths from Li Ping's old home. They were juniors from the Li family. One of them was Li Feng, who wore handsome features. The one with the black mole was called Li Fei. Lu Ming, our conversation just now, you heard it. Li Feng's face dimmed as he glared at Lu Ming. I guess you could say so, said Lu Ming. Lu Ming, since you heard it, then you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Killing intent flashed across Li Feng's eyes. You want to kill me? Lu Ming's face dimmed. Lu Ming, remember to be smarter in your next life. Trash like you shouldn't be running around, or it'll be easy to find yourself on death's door. Li Feng's voice was as cool as ice, his disdain visibly present in his tone. Brother Feng, there's no need for you to make a move. I'll kill him. Li Fei took a step forward, seemingly looking down on Lu Ming. Although the 2 of them saw the tiger's corpse in the cave, they did not think that it was Lu Ming that killed it, but rather other beasts, or even a demonic beast. Did they not know what standard Lu Ming was at? Make it quick. Deal with this trash, and we'll take a quick break, Li Feng nodded. Brother Feng, rest assured, it'll be over in a flash." Li Fei smiled savagely as his hand formed a claw that was aiming for Lu Ming's throat. Li Fei was in mid-novice realm and had opened up 5 meridians. His claw had at least 250 kilograms behind it. If it hits the mark, even if he did not die, Lu Ming would sustain heavy injuries. "Since you want to kill me, I'll have to kill you first," Lu Ming murmured, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. His body moved and a fist came flying out. Flame Dragon Fist. He waited for the opportunity to throw a punch, and it landed directly on Li Fei's chest. Li Fei flew up like a cloth sack. He hit the walls of the cave hard, spurting blood out of his mouth before he stopped breathing. Li Fei was killed by Lu Ming in one hit. "You killed Li Fei? How is that possible?" From the sides, Li Feng was wide-eyed. "Aren't you supposed to be trash?" "But you managed to kill Li Fei," he yelled incredulously. "Trash? Hee hee, then please allow this trash to send you to your death." Lu Ming sneered. "Send me to my death? Hilarious. I've already opened up 8 meridians, you think you can kill me? Do you think that I'm Li Fei? It's time to die." Li Fei quickly calmed down. He unsheathed his sword and swung it at Lu Ming. However, Li Feng was just a normal martial artist. His martial skills were inferior, and his level of attainment was even worse. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? Using the Dragon Serpent Step, Li Feng's sword was dodged with a single step. A fist flew out and landed on Li Feng's stomach. Li Feng cried out in pain as he was lifted off the ground. He fell onto the floor as blood spewed from his mouth. However, Li Feng had a higher cultivation. Instead of dying, he merely sustained heavy injuries. "You're so bad, but you're still calling me trash." Lu Ming walked towards Li Feng, his terrifying killing intent emanating from him. "No, don't kill me," Li Feng shouted, scared out of his wits. He would have never expected that Lu Ming had grown so strong. "How do I get to the side route to the Samophis pirate's den?" "Spit it out," Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming was actually able to kill Li Feng in a single hit. The Samophis pirate's den was the reason why he had not done so. The Samophis pirates were a band of robbers that were active around the vicinity of the Mountain of Beasts. They robbed and killed, committing all sorts of heinous acts. As a result of the complicated terrain in the mountain forest, they were never wiped out. Over the years, the Samophis pirates had plundered countless swords and treasures. If Lu Ming could get his hands on them, then he would have the money to acquire dragon tiger pills. "I can tell you where the side route to the Samophis pirate's den is, but you'll have to let me off," Li Feng said with a glint in his eyes. At the same time, he was furiously yelling in his mind. Once this was over, he would be sure to exact revenge on Lu Ming. Not only him, but his mother as well, she would have to suffer too. "You're in no position to ask for conditions now. I'll immediately kill you if you don't tell me." Lu Ming's eyes were like ice, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Li Feng. Li Feng's heart turned cold. "All right. I'll speak." At that moment, Li Feng revealed the side route to the Samophis pirate's den. "I can go now, right?" Li Feng asked as he finished speaking. "Go. Let you go so that you can seek revenge on me." Lu Ming sneered. After saying that, he struck Li Feng's chest with his fist, killing him. Over the highs and lows of these recent years, Lu Ming had learned to understand the world. In the world of martial arts, the strong preyed on the weak. Sometimes, even if you spared someone's life, they would still take yours. As such, Lu Ming could not be soft-hearted when facing his enemies. The moment he did that, the person who would die would be him. After then, Lu Ming started searching through Li Feng and Li Fei's bodies. These two guys were really poor. Their totaled money didn't add up to 50 taels. But a martial arts manual was found on Li Feng's body. The single-stroke lightning sword was an unqualified level sword technique. Although its grade was not high, it was suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no other methods of attack apart from the flame dragon fist. It just so happened that he could learn a sword art. Lu Ming placed the martial arts manual, money, and silver bellflowers into the supreme shrine. Then, he exited the cave and followed Li Feng's directions to the Samophis pirate's den. The Samophis pirate's den was on the peak of a mountain that was 15 kilometers away. The peak was surrounded by sheer cliffs on three sides, even demon apes would have a hard time crossing. There was only a narrow path in one direction that ascended the mountain. Lu Ming spent up to 2 hours before he got close to the peak. On the way there were a few times when he was close to encountering demonic beasts. It was a precarious journey. Demonic beasts were strong and ruthless. They were categorized into 9 levels, with each level being divided into 9 grades. As for martial artists, each realm was also divided into 9 grades, starting from warrior realm. Even if a demonic beast was the lowest grade of the lowest level, it would still be at the same level as a first-grade warrior realm martial artist. It was something that Lu Ming could not handle right now. Lu Ming was waiting nearby. From what Li Feng said, the Li family's lord, Li Fu, would lead the Li family's masters to eliminate the Samophis pirates today. Of course, it was natural that Li Fu was not so kind-hearted as to eliminate dangers for the people. His goal was the loot plundered by the Samophis pirates over the years. As expected, over 100 silhouettes appeared in the mountain forest, charging towards the Samophis pirates' den at a rapid speed. Enemy attack! A loud yell rang from the peak of the mountain. What followed was the intense shouts of conflict. It's time. Lu Ming started to move. He traversed through the mountain forest using the dragon serpent steps. He swiftly arrived at the rear end of the Samophic pirates' den. There was a hidden route that allowed him to ascend to the peak of the mountain. It was the escape route that the Samophic pirates left for themselves. If there was ever a day that they could not halt their enemy's advance, they could retreat from there. Chapter 6. Jackpot. Lu Ming carefully scanned the area and found the road to the peak as expected. Although the path was steep, Lu Ming's cultivation was enough for him to ascend. Lu Ming followed the path and climbed towards the top with joy. After 10 minutes or so, Lu Ming reached the mountain peak. It seemed as if the Samophis pirates did not expect anyone to know of this route, so they were at ease. There was nobody guarding the area. It was quiet on the mountain peak. Everyone had probably gone to stop the Li family. Following Li Feng's description, Lu Ming headed towards the chambers of the Samophis pirates' leader. According to Li Feng, the leader hid all the loot he had gathered over the years under the bed in his chambers. If it were not because the Samophis pirates' leader's mistress needed to pretend to be a normal person to purchase goods in Fiery Wind City, which resulted in her being charmed by Li Feng, there would actually be nobody who knew where the leader hid his treasure. After some time, Lu Ming reached the Samophis pirates' leader's chambers. As expected, he found 2 large chests and a smaller one after removing the floorboards under the bed. The large chests were filled with shining silver, while the smaller chest was filled with silver notes. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There was no time for him to count, so he gathered all the loot into the Supreme Shrine and dashed away, retracing the route he had taken. Lu Ming did not stop after descending the mountain, he continued on and returned to Fiery Wind City. It did not matter whether the Li family won or lost this time, it was already fated to be a vain attempt. A few hours later, Lu Ming returned to the Lu family. The moment he returned, he briskly greeted Li Ping and returned to his room. He entered the Supreme Shrine and frantically started counting. The total amount shocked Lu Ming. There were 100,000 taels worth of silver notes in the small chest, and 30,000 taels worth of silver in the large chests combined. It was a total of 130,000 taels. Evidently, the Samophis pirates had stolen a lot of treasure from all their years of plundering. It all belonged to Lu Ming now. With all this silver, I'll be able to purchase large amounts of dragon tiger pills for cultivation. Lu Yao, don't you even think about gaining control of the Lu family during the house meeting that is a month from now. Also, I'll be retaking what belongs to me. Lu Ming clenched his fists together, his eyes were filled with unyielding determination. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and headed for Fiery Wind City's market. Fiery Wind City's market was the busiest part of the city. There were various types of shops there. Examples of such were medicine shops, weapon shops, material shops, and more. Merchants from different lands came and went, there was an endless stream of people. On the way, Lu Ming purchased a black robe as well as a black bamboo hat. He wrapped himself in the robe and hat. He was looking to purchase a large amount of dragon tiger pills. He could not let anyone discover his identity. The Elixir Hall was the Fiery Wind City's largest shop for trading medicine pills. It was comfortably wide as it spanned nearly 7,000 square meters and was 4 stories high. Apparently, the elixir hall had a strong background, as the mystical sword sectal was backing them up. The moment he stepped into the elixir hall, he was immediately approached by a young lady. "Dear esteemed guest, is there something that you're looking for?" She had seen many weird customers before, so she did not find Lu Ming's black robe and hat weird. More than that, transactions were usually bigger when it came from weird customers like him. "I want to buy dragon tiger pills. What's the price over here?" Lu Ming purposely lowered his pitch so that it would sound deeper, making him seem like a middle-aged man around the age of 30. "Esteemed guest, an inferior first-level dragon tiger pill costs 100 silver taels for each pill. A mediocre first-level dragon tiger pill costs 300 silver taels for each pill. A superior first-level dragon tiger pill costs 1,000 silver taels for each pill. May I know what grade you're purchasing, and how much of it?" the female assistant asked. Medicine pills were also categorized into 9 levels, with 3 different qualities for each level. 30 inferior first levels, and 30 mediocre first levels, Lu Ming said. That many?" The female assistant was shocked, followed by a surge of happiness. Her attitude became more respectful. "Esteemed guest, the price of your purchase is over 10,000 silver taels. I can't make the decision on this, so the hall master will have to take over. Please wait a moment as I report this to the hall master." After saying that, the female assistant ran into the back room. After a moment, the female assistant returned. "Esteemed guest, our hall master has invited you to the back room for a talk," she said. Lu Ming nodded and followed the girl into the back room. The female assistant poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming and left. The back room was elegantly decorated. Lu Ming took a few casual glances as he lifted his cup to take a few sips. At that moment, a fragrant scent drifted in. A maiden around the age of 20 walked in. The maiden was wearing a red dress. She had a slender figure and looked extremely beautiful. "Dear esteemed guest, I am the hall owner of the elixir hall, Mulan. I heard that you wish to purchase 30 inferior first-level dragon tiger pills, and 30 mediocre first-level dragon tiger pills." Her voice was pleasant to the ears. Lu Ming took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "That's right. We usually give a 10% discount to customers who spend more than 10,000 taels in a single transaction. The total for your pills is 12,000 silver taels. After the discount, it would be 10,800 taels." Mulan said in a delicate voice as her stunning eyes scanned Lu Ming's body. "Then thank you, Hall Master Mu," Lu Ming said with clasped hands. After that, Mulan clapped her hands. A young girl who seemed like a maid entered the room with 2 boxes. There were 30 dragon tiger pills in each box. Lu Ming took out 10,800 silver notes, and passed it to Mulan. "Hall Master Mu, I shall be taking my leave now." Lu Ming received the dragon tiger pills and bid Mulan goodbye. "Dear esteemed guest, if you still need to purchase medicine pills, do come to Elixir Hall, everything will be discounted by 10%. Mulan smiled as she approached Lu Ming. She was stunningly beautiful. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He frantically clasped his hands and hurriedly left, as if he was escaping. Gazing in the direction that Lu Ming was heading, the edges of Mulan's lips raised ever so slightly. "Interesting," she said. "My lady, from how I see it, although he was wearing a bamboo hat, he seemed pretty normal." "What's so interesting?" a maid asked curiously. "Xiao Yi, can't you tell?" He deliberately lowered his pitch to pretend to be a middle-aged man. He was merely a youth, and in Fiery Wind City, there aren't many youths who can produce 10,000 silver taels so easily, Mulan smiled. "Furthermore, my blood meridian gifted me with extraordinary perception. I could feel that his blood meridian was rather peculiar. It seemed like it possesses formidable power, but is incomplete, as if it was still growing. Is that not interesting?" "My lady, from what you said, it really does seem quite interesting," the maid blinked. "Xiao Yi, if this person returns, you must tell me." Mulan's eyes glinted with curiosity. Chapter 7. Exponential Growth. After returning home from the market, Lu Ming could not wait to enter the Supreme Shrine, and opened one of the sandalwood boxes. 30 dragon tiger pills lay neatly inside it. These were the inferior first-level dragon tiger pills. Inferior first-level dragon tiger pills were enough to open up the 7th to 9th meridians. As for the mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills, Lu Ming intended to use them to open up the 3 divine meridians. He took a Dragon Tiger pill and swallowed it. As he swallowed the Dragon Tiger pill, a faint red light flashed out. He felt a burning sensation along his spine which swiftly became a vortex, completely absorbing the Dragon Tiger pill. Then, he felt continuous waves of pure energy coming from his spine. What's with my blood meridians? It can refine pills at such a frightening speed. Using his mind, Lu Ming controlled the energy pulsing within him, guiding it along his opened-up meridians. He formed it into streams of dragon-like essential qi and gushed it towards the 7th meridian. The dragon-like essential qi were acutely edged and extremely strong. Instantly, a big acupuncture point on the 7th meridian was unlocked. One by one, the unimpeded force unlocked the big acupuncture points. When his essential qi ran low, Lu Ming would swallow a Dragon Tiger pill, convert its energy to essential qi, and continue the unlocking. The 7th to the 9th meridians were known as the Sky Meridians, and unlocking them was certainly not as easy as the meridians before them. In the next 2 days, it took Lu Ming's continuous refining of 24 more Dragon Tiger pills to finally open up all 3 Sky Meridians. It immediately brought Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of top novice realm. At this stage, the gathering and cowling of qi in the dantian was common practice for breaking through the novice realm. Lu Ming most certainly would not do so, yet. He aimed to unlock all 3 divine meridians, then he would break through the novice realm. The divine meridians were not easy to unlock after all, it could also be said to be nearly impossible. Lu Ming did not rush the opening up of the divine meridians, but consumed the remaining 6 Dragon Tiger pills and converted them into essential qi. As the essential qi within Lu Ming condensed and thickened after a day, Lu Ming initiated the unlocking of his divine meridians. Lu Ming popped a mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pill into his mouth, and in the same manner as the previous pills, it was absorbed and refined by the blood meridians near the spine. A gush of energy a few times stronger than the inferior first-level Dragon Tiger pills poured into Lu Ming's body. The mediocre first-level pill lived up to its name. Lu Ming set the true War Dragon technique in motion, stimulating essential qi to begin the opening up of the first divine meridian. Lu Ming felt his entire body rattle, his senses numbed with shock, but the first big acupuncture point in the first divine meridian did not budge at all. Not giving up, Lu Ming gathered his energy to continue his quest. Boom. Boom. After 7 tries, the first acupuncture point in the first divine meridian was finally unlocked, a swell of essential qi gushed in. One at a time, light spots began to appear on Lu Ming's body until there were 81 light spots. These were his unlocked acupuncture points. Right after, the 82nd light spot was illuminated, shining brighter than the rest. Only one big acupuncture point unlocked, but the essential qi within me is significantly more abundant. Let's continue. Lu Ming carried on with his unlocking. However, divine meridians were divine meridians. The energy they demanded was extremely high. It took 3 consecutive days for 9 big acupuncture points in the first divine meridian to be unlocked, and it used up all 36 mediocre first-level Dragon Tiger pills. Such enormous strength, the power I possess from using my essential qi alone should pack at least 750 kilograms, I suppose. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Formerly, when his cultivation was only at the peak of mid-novice realm, he merely packed 500 kilograms in his punch if he included the power that came from the flame dragon fist. Without it, the power he possessed from using essential qi alone should only be around 300 or 400 kilograms. It had doubled in amount. For an ordinary martial artist who was at the peak of top novice realm, the explosive power from their essential qi alone should be around 500 kilograms. If they gathered and coiled their essential qi and broke through novice realm, the explosive power from their essential qi would have increased to 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms could be likened to the strength of a bull. The current way to calculate power did not include the martial arts techniques and the blood meridians. Should they be included, it would total up to a larger amount. I've finished up all the Dragon Tiger pills, but I don't think I'll rush to buy more for now. I've been leveling up my cultivation too quickly these past few days. I think I need time to strengthen and consolidate it while I practice my martial arts techniques. The cultivation of martial arts was not to be rushed. If the level up happened too quickly, it would result in a shaky foundation with a tainted essential qi base, and that was why Lu Ming decided to first spend some time to reinforce his foundation and all that he had built, instead of getting more Dragon Tiger pills to continue unlocking the remaining 2 divine meridians. Lu Ming proceeded to cultivate the Flame Dragon Fist and the Dragon Serpent Steps. In the blink of an eye, 7 days have passed. Today, Lu Ming took the chance to cultivate the Flame Dragon Fist in the yard while Li Ping and Qiu Yu were not around. Whoosh! Whoosh! The force of the punches howled like the wind. Lu Ming's body writhed like a gigantic dragon, and with every punch, its roars exploded in the air. Ha! To conclude, Lu Ming punched a skull-sized rock in the yard as he exhaled and emitted a yell. Bam! The rock burst into several pieces. The cultivation of the martial art technique's 4th stage, mastery of technique. Lu Ming completed his stance with joy etched on his face. After practicing and cultivating for 7 consecutive days, he was finally at the 4th stage of the martial arts technique cultivation for the Flame Dragon Fist. Why, young lord, why you've gotten so strong? A crisp, clear voice rang unannounced from the door in disbelief. Qiu Yu. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect his rare occasion of cultivating martial arts techniques in his yard to be witnessed by Qiu Yu. At the same time, Qiu Yu looked at the rock splintered by Lu Ming and turned her gaze towards Lu Ming. With tears in her eyes she rushed to Lu Ming's side, clutched his hand tightly, and exclaimed, "That was amazing, young lord, you've become so strong, you're finally a powerhouse in the martial arts. If my lady knew about this, I can't imagine how happy she'd be." Tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. Even though Qiu Yu was frail, she was still a beauty, a weeping beauty at this moment if that was the case. Lu Ming's heart couldn't help but soften as he reached out to wipe the tears away from Qiu Yu's face and said, "Qiu Yu, my cultivation paid off, shouldn't you be happy? Why are you crying?" "Young lord, I am happy for you." Qiu Yu feigned anger, only to realize how both her hands were still holding tightly onto Lu Ming's hand. She felt the warmth emitted from the palm of his hand as her heart skipped a beat. She immediately hopped a few steps back with a blush on her face, much like a frightened deer caught in the headlights. Seeing Qiu Yu's blushing, bashful face with her eyes still sparkling with tears, Lu Ming blurted, "Qiu Yu, you're so beautiful." Upon hearing it, the blush on Qiu Yu's face deepened into a bright, apple-like red. With her head held down, she murmured, What is this you're saying, young lord?" "Haha, Qiu Yu, you know, I've had some supernatural encounters recently, and that's how I've gotten these skills, but I can't exactly tell you what happened yet." Lu Ming coughed dryly and changed the topic. Qiu Yu blinked her tearful doe eyes, cast a deep glance towards Lu Ming, and asked, "Young lord, can we tell my lady about this then?" "Not for now," replied Lu Ming. "All right then, you have my word." As Qiu Yu finished, she pondered for a while and seemed to have decided on something. "Young lord, I want to ask you a favor of you," she said. "What is it?" asked Lu Ming. Qiu Yu bit her lip and uttered, "Young lord, can you teach Qiu Yu how to cultivate martial arts?" Shocked, Lu Ming confirmed, "Qiu Yu, you want to cultivate martial arts?" "Yes, young lord. Qiu Yu wants to learn to cultivate martial arts, so I can repay father and mother's kindness, and also, Qiu Yu wishes to assist young lord and her lady however she can," answered Qiu Yu. Lu Ming nodded. He was quite informed of Qiu Yu's background. Qiu Yu's parents adopted her even when they lived poorly on the outskirts of Fiery Wind City. Due to poverty, Qiu Yu was sold to the Lu family when she was 8 and became Li Ping's maidservant. Qiu Yu, being a year older, grew up together with Lu Ming and they were as close as siblings. "Okay then, Qiu Yu, but your body is too weak, so you will need health replenishing pills to restore your health, then I'll give awakening your meridians a try," Lu Ming promised Qiu Yu with a smile. "You've agreed, young lord." "Great." Qiu Yu was elated, and while she nearly jumped for joy right into Lu Ming's arms, she held it in with a blush on her face. "Qiu Yu, I was about to head out to buy some things. Let's head out together so we can get you some health replenishing pills too." Lu Ming chuckled. Chapter 8. This is too low grade. The Celestial Army Pavilion, a place in Fiery Wind City Market where weapons were sold. They had both weapons for ordinary citizens and spiritual weapons for martial artists. Spiritual weapons, forged from precious materials, were as sharp as razors, so strong they could easily slice through metal like mud. They were the perfect weapons for martial artists since they could also enhance their wielders' fighting abilities. Spiritual weapons just like Lu Ming's father's sword, the same one that had been taken by Lu Chuan. Spiritual weapons were categorized into 9 different levels, and within each level, they were broken down into inferior, mediocre, and superior quality. This round, Lu Ming intended to purchase a spiritual weapon to practice his sword technique with. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu entered the Celestial Army Pavilion together. They were greeted by the sight of lovely young maidens in 2 rows, salesgirls tasked to serve guests. However, when Lu Ming and Qiu Yu entered the store, these salesgirls frowned. No one would step out to serve them. Lu Ming and Qiu Yu were not dressed expensively. Lu Ming wore simple, coarse-clothed clothes while Qiu Yu donned maidservant clothes. As experienced as these salesgirls were, they could already tell that the 2 that just walked in were not wealthy. No one wanted to serve these 2. Lu Ming frowned slightly, then went on to check out the items sold, unaffected. Most of the items sold at the Celestial Army Pavilion were ordinary weapons. First-level spiritual weapons sold were scarce, and they were mostly of the inferior quality. There were only a few mediocre quality ones. After looking through the entire shop, Lu Ming only found 3 mediocre quality spiritual weapons. Lu Ming did not fancy any of them. If he were to make a purchase, he wanted something a little better. "How may I help you, young lord? I could recommend something for you." A timid voice rang. Lu Ming turned to see a young, round-faced, rosy-cheeked but slightly flustered salesgirl facing him. She was new to her job as a salesgirl at the store. She was timid by nature and had a poor sales performance. She had mustered her courage to step up since she saw that no one wanted to serve Lu Ming. The girls had no sales this month. To be serving these types of people, she must be desperate. From my years of experience, it would be a surprise if that lad can even afford a metal sword worth 10 taels of silver. Isn't that so? I'd rather stand and rest here than serve country bumpkins like him. Not too far away, a few salesgirls looked in Lu Ming's direction and whispered amongst themselves. It was not very loud, but it did not escape Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's ears. "Young lord," Qiu Yu tugged Lu Ming's sleeves. "It's fine," Lu Ming flashed Qiu Yu a smile. These were just ordinary people and he did not want to stoop to their level. As he was about to ask the round-faced salesgirl if there were any higher quality spiritual weapons, he was interrupted by an unharmonious voice. Yo, isn't that Lu Ming, eldest young Lord Lu? What in the world brings you here?" The voice was followed by a guy and a girl as they walked in. The guy had a pockmarked face, was not very tall in height, but sported a glamorous silver robe. The girl looked above average but had an air of arrogance around her as she walked in with her nostrils in the air. Lu Bing, Lu Mei. Lu Ming's expressions changed. The Lu family consisted of 8 branches, which were the main branch and the 7 other sub-branches. Lu Ming knew these 2 people. One of them was the son of the 5th sub-branch, and the other was the daughter of the 6th sub-branch. The one that spoke was Lu Bing. Lu Bing sized up Lu Ming and said with disdain, "Why, Lu Ming, I heard that you failed to awaken your blood meridian and you can't even cultivate essential qi, but here you are wanting to buy a weapon like the others. Are you looking for a kitchen knife to slaughter some chickens with? Ha ha ha. Move aside, pockmarked Lu, you're blocking the way." Lu Ming replied indifferently. What did you say, Lu Ming? Being called pockmarked was Lu Bing's biggest pet peeve, and being addressed by Lu Ming in such a way in front of so many young and beautiful maidens, especially in front of Lu Mei, had immediately enraged him. "Pockmarked face, I said move aside." Lu Ming exclaimed coldly. "You looking to die, Lu Ming? Do you still think that you're the young lord of the main branch? Once the house meeting is over, Miss Yaoer would be the lord of the family. You are nothing, you understand me? You dare offend me? Come on, suck up to me right now, kowtow and apologize. I might still bestow upon you a bowl of rice then." Lu Bing barked like a distressed wild dog. Lu Ming stared at him coldly, as if he was looking at an idiot. "Just you wait, Lu Ming." Lu Bing's eyes flashed with sinister cold rage. He took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down. "Right after, Lu Ming, I was right about you wanting to buy a kitchen knife to slaughter chickens, wasn't I? If that's true, what quality items can someone like you afford?" Lu Bing sneered. "Young Master Lu Bing, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Please let me be of assistance for absolutely anything at all." Lu Bing was already surrounded by several salesgirls, cajoling smiles on all their faces. Hee hee. Looking at the only round-faced salesgirl by Lu Ming's side, Lu Bing scoffed proudly and said in an intentionally loud voice, "Today is my sister Lu Mei's birthday, and I'd like to buy her a spiritual weapon as a gift. Tell me, what spiritual weapons do you have to recommend?" He placed extra emphasis on the words, spiritual weapon. Young Master Lu Bing wants to buy spiritual weapons. Instantly, the eyes of the salesgirls sparkled and pitched their recommendations to Lu Bing with all that they could. "Young Master Lu Bing, what do you think of this pine sword? An inferior first-level spiritual weapon with pine marks inside. This silver ice sword is fairly well made too." Upon looking at these spiritual weapons, Lu Mei shook her head in distaste, indicating that she did not fancy any of them. Lu Bing gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Don't hoodwink me with these inferior first-level spiritual weapons, bring out your mediocre first-level spiritual weapons." Young Master Lu Bing wants to purchase mediocre first-level spiritual weapons. The salesgirls shook with excitement and their eyes shone as brightly as the sun. They circled Lu Bing and promoted crazily, as if their lives depended on it. A mediocre quality spiritual weapon was worth at least 800 taels of silver, and the commission would not be small. How could they not be excited? On Lu Ming's side, the round-faced salesgirl looked over enviously. She was naturally timid and shy, she could never compete with those salesgirls. After rounds of intense promotion, Lu Bing chose the light breeze sword, a mediocre first-level spiritual weapon that was worth 1,000 taels of silver. Lu Bing waved 2 silver notes of 500 taels in the air intentionally as he glanced at Lu Ming with a look of disdain on his face, and paid the amount in full with a dull ache in his heart. "Why? Aren't you picking the weapons you want to buy yet, Lu Ming? Or are these weapons too low grade for you?" "Ha ha ha," laughed Lu Bing haughtily. "Of course, brother Lu Bing, he's the young lord of the main branch, how could mediocre first-level spiritual weapons be to his liking?" giggled Lu Mei as she inspected her light breeze sword with immense fondness. "How did you two know?" "I'd sincerely thought that the weapons here are too low grade," said Lu Ming out of the blue, feigning surprise. He turned to the round-faced salesgirl and said, "Miss, do you have any superior first-level spiritual weapons? Let me have a look at them." "What?" Pin-drop silence swept across the store. Everyone, including the round-faced salesgirl, Chiu Yu, the other salesgirls, Lu Bing, and Lu Mei gawked at Lu Ming. "What? Lu Ming, you want to buy a superior first-level spiritual weapon? Don't you know how much it costs? Don't just talk empty, can you afford it?" Lu Bing's eyes flashed as he yelled at Lu Ming. A superior first-level spiritual weapon was easily worth a few times the amount of a mediocre first-level spiritual weapon. He refused to believe, even if his life depended on it, that Lu Ming could afford such a thing. "Young lord, did you say that you want to buy a superior first-level spiritual weapon?" asked the round-faced salesgirl incredulously. "Why, don't you have any superior first-level spiritual weapons here? Or are you afraid that I haven't got enough money?" Lu Ming grinned and took out a stack of silver notes, each silver note worth 500 taels, and there were at least 10 or more silver notes. Where did you get so much money?" Staring at the stack of silver notes in Lu Ming's hand, Lu Bing's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Lu Mei and the few other salesgirls too almost had their eyes popped out of their sockets. Chiu Yu gaped and gawked at Lu Ming. It seems like young master did have a supernatural encounter, thought Chiu Yu. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Mulan once again. The round-faced salesgirl flushed in excitement as she stuttered, "Why yes, we have superior first-level spiritual weapons. Please give me a moment and I will retrieve them for you." The round-faced salesgirl dashed off to the back of the store right after she finished her sentence. She returned after a while with a few burly men bringing with them 4 to 5 spiritual weapons. "Young lord, these are the superior first-level spiritual weapons. Please take a look, this one is the Aqua Fall sword." The round-faced salesgirl took a long sword and unsheathed it. The length of the sword was 1.5 meters, a fairly thin blade, with its body like a clear spring, emitting continuous puffs of water vapor. "Good sword." Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Should there be a comparison between the Aqua Fall sword and Lu Mei's light breeze sword, the latter would have felt like trash. Despite that, Lu Ming shook his head since the properties of this sword did not fit his martial art techniques, and went on looking. He browsed through a few more. Clang. The last one was named the Onyx Blade Sword. The body of the sword was a gleaming black, like it was made out of black jade, and there was a glimmer on both sides of the sword indicating its sharpness. This is it. There was a gleam in Lu Ming's eyes as he asked, "Shopkeeper, how much for this?" "You have a good eye, young lord. This onyx blade sword is a gem even within this collection of superior first-level spiritual weapons, so I won't give you an unreasonable price, just 3,000 taels will do," answered the round-faced salesgirl. "Deal." Lu Ming took out 6 silver notes worth 500 taels each without hesitating and passed it to the round-faced salesgirl. It was the money taken from the Samophic pirates anyway, so Lu Ming did not mind at all. At the side, Lu Bing's face darkened. Lu Mei looked at the light breeze sword she held in her hand, then glanced enviously at Lu Ming's onyx blade sword. The round-faced salesgirl flushed with excitement. A deal worth 3,000 taels of silver, how much commission would she earn? The other salesgirls eyed the round-faced salesgirl wishfully with extreme regret in their hearts. If only they knew how loaded Lu Ming was, the round-faced salesgirl would have never stood a chance. Wishful thinking remained wishful since it was too late. All they could do was to note to themselves to never judge a book by its cover again. Lu Ming took his onyx blade sword in one hand, and grabbed Chiu Yu's hand in another. As he was passing by Lu Bing, Lu Ming looked at Lu Mei's light breeze sword and uttered, "This kind of trash is to your liking." When he was done, he walked out the door, guffawing as he went. Lu Ming. Lu Bing gritted his teeth so tightly his complexion became extremely distorted. "Young master, that was so satisfying. Lu Bing and that Lu Mei have always looked down on us and now they have a taste of their own medicine." Outside of Celestial Army Pavilion, Chiu Yu chirped with excitement, waving her little fists in the air. Lu Ming smiled. Truth to be told, he did not care about Lu Bing at all, his target was Lu Yao. Walking along in the market, Chiu Yu took it all in with her eyes wide open. Things sold in the market were on the expensive side, and since, throughout the years, Chiu Yu had not visited it often, it was only natural that she was very intrigued. Lu Ming accompanied Chiu Yu for a while, then he passed Chiu Yu 200 taels worth of silver notes saying, "Chiu Yu, use these to get some groceries and necessities. I have something I've got to do, so wait for me here when you're done." "Young master, what do I say if my lady asks me where I got the money from?" asked Chiu Yu. Just tell mother that I found some spiritual grass outside the perimeters of the Mountain of Beasts and sold it for some money," replied Lu Ming after giving it some thought. Chiu Yu nodded and said, "All right then, young master, I'll be on my way." Chiu Yu held on to the money and ran off joyfully to do some shopping. Right after, Lu Ming found a secluded spot, changed into the black robe and bamboo hat, and went once more to the elixir hall. He wanted to buy another batch of dragon tiger pills, and some health-replenishing pills for Chiu Yu. The one to serve him was, again, Mulan. "Esteemed guest, you're here again," said Mulan as she chuckled coyly upon the sight of Lu Ming. "How did you know it was me?" "I haven't even spoken yet," said Lu Ming with his voice intentionally lowered. Giggling, Mulan sashayed over toward Lu Ming and teased, "That's because of your scent, I can always tell it was you by your scent." As she spoke, her delicate button nose sniffed the air around Lu Ming. Heart-pounding, Lu Ming was barely able to remain calm as he replied, "Hall Master Mu, I'm here today to buy dragon tiger pills." Mulan gave Lu Ming a side eye and said, "Esteemed guest, what's the rush, or don't you want to see me?" "No, you've misunderstood, Hall Master Mu, I have something else I have to attend to." Lu Ming hastily waved his hands. He really wanted to get out of here as soon as he could, since he cannot handle people like Mulan. "Heh, all right then, how much are you looking to buy?" Mulan asked as she smiled alluringly. 120 mediocre first-level dragon tiger pills and 30 health-replenishing pills, answered Lu Ming. "What? That many?" This time, both Mulan and her maidservant had the shock of their lives. "Why? Hall Master Mu, does Elixir Hall not have that many?" Lu Ming frowned. He needed to get more for the remaining 2 divine meridians, which were gonna be a lot harder to unlock. Mulan cast a deep glance at Lu Ming, her smile reappeared and said, "We do, of course, we do. Xiao Yi, prepare the pills." Xiao Yi nodded and went out, and in a moment, she came back with a few boxes with her. 120 mediocre first-level dragon tiger pills and 30 health replenishing pills. Esteemed guest, 120 mediocre first-level dragon tiger pills will cost 32,400 taels after a 10% discount. We'll just take 32,000 then. Additionally, the 30 health replenishing pills are on the house. Take them as a gift from me, said Mulan. Thank you, Hall Master Mu. Lu Ming took the pills, paid, and after a cupped fist as a sign of courtesy and gratefulness, left Elixir Hall in a rush. My lady, this person is so interesting. It's only been a little more than 10 days, and he's already done with the dragon tiger pills he bought the previous time. Or did he buy it for many people to use them together? After Lu Ming left, maidservant Xiao Yi asked curiously. I can't say for sure, but I feel like his aura has gotten a lot stronger since the last time he came here. Very interesting indeed. You stay here, I want to find out for myself which of Fiery City's family's handsome young lads that was. After the arrangement, Mulan whooshed out and was gone like the wind. A distance from Elixir Hall, Lu Ming took off his black hat and robes in a secluded place, and kept it together with the dragon tiger pills within the supreme shrine. He then headed to the place where he had agreed with Qiu Yu, found her, and went back together with her. Unfortunately, they were stopped by Lu Bing and his two men in an empty alley. Li Bing's face was dark with emotions. He stared at Lu Ming and snarled, You finally decided to return, Lu Ming. I've been waiting for you. What do you want? Qiu Yu subconsciously hid Lu Ming behind her. Lu Ming, you trash, sneered Lu Bing, you dare humiliate me in front of so many people. You obviously don't know what's good for you. I'll give you a chance. Give me all the money you have on you, kneel in front of the Lu family gate, and scream, I am trash, 3 times and I'll let you go. Lu Ming with a faint smile, agreed with him, you are a piece of trash. What did you just say? You dare insult me? I will change my name if I let you go without destroying your mouth, roared Lu Bing. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, Unlocking 2 Divine Meridians. In the face of Lu Bing's threats, Lu Ming calmly ordered, Piss off, a good dog doesn't block the way. You have a death wish. Shatter his mouth. Lu Bing howled furiously. Yes, young Master Bing. The 2 men behind Lu Bing were young and fit, around 16 years of age, and like Lu Bing, were from the 5th branch. As they draw nearer to Lu Ming, one of them jeered, Lu Ming, do you still think that you're the heir of the blood meridian of the Lu family? The young master of the Lus. You're nothing but a piece of trash, trash that's not even fit enough to be considered a servant. We'll help wake you up so you can see yourself clearly. You cannot afford to bark up the wrong tree. Young master. Qiu Yu's petite face whitened with fear, holding Lu Ming's sleeves tightly in her hands. Fear not, nothing but 2 dogs and you think your young master wouldn't be able to handle it, answered Lu Ming with a smile as he nuzzled Qiu Yu's head. Without a doubt, the 2 young men heard these words too. There and then. Trash. You want to die. The 2 of them roared and leaped towards Lu Ming, with their punches aimed towards Lu Ming's face with such force it carried a whistle like the wind. They may be ordinary martial artists, but one of them had unlocked 7 meridians, and the other, 8. As they joined forces, it was enough to be a force to be reckoned with. The 2 men, along with Lu Bing, had a smirk on their faces, as though they could already see Lu Ming's face bruised and swollen like a pig's head. Piss back to where you came from. Right before the punches landed, Lu Ming bellowed and he delivered a slap. That slap was as fast as lightning, and before they knew it, "Paw!" 2 cries were heard as 2 silhouettes, along with a bunch of teeth and blood, flew a distance and crashed heavily on the ground. My face, my teeth. The 2 men wailed as they were on the ground, with cheeks that swelled as high as a building, teeth from their mouth half missing, and blood flowing out non-stop. Lu Bing was stunned and looked at Lu Ming, flabbergasted. Lu Ming, that trash, defeated his mighty men with a slap. How was that possible? Lu Bing, you would not stop calling me trash, and you threatened to destroy my mouth. Now, 2 of your dogs are done with their mouth redecoration, you're up next, said Lu Ming icily as he stared at Li Bing. Lu Ming, I don't know what type of blind luck you have in obtaining some treasures and gifts, enabling you to cultivate with such progress. But surely you don't think that since you've defeated these 2 pieces of trash, you'll have a chance against me. How naive, I am a blood meridian martial artist. Lu Bing took a deep breath to calm himself down. So what if Lu Ming was able to cultivate? Lu Ming was nothing but an ordinary martial artist who cannot awaken their blood meridians, while he was a blood meridian martial artist with an awakened second-level blood meridian. Lu Ming, now I shall show you what it means to be a blood meridian martial artist. Lu Bing let out a roar, and behind him, red lights flashed, and instantly a majestic, gigantic wolf as red as fire appeared above his head. Flaming Wolf Fist. Lu Bing took a step forward as he howled, and pounced towards Lu Ming like a wolf. Peak of top novice realm, second-level blood meridian. I'd like to see how strong it is. Lu Ming's eyes flashed brightly. On his toes, Lu Ming twisted his torso and used the flaming dragon fist. Bam! Lu Ming's and Lu Bing's fists collided. Snap! After the commotion, the sound of bones snapping could be heard clearly. Right after, Lu Bing flew backward at a speed faster than he came and fell heavily to the ground, clutching his right arm and yelling in pain. Is this all a blood meridian martial artist is capable of? Lu Ming smirked in disdain, and inched towards Lu Bing with an icy gaze. Lu Bing was horrified. As he was squirming backward, he yelled, "What do you want, Lu Ming? Don't fool around, I warn you. Nothing much, just robbing you. Now, give me all the valuable things you have on you." Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said it. "Don't even think about it," howled Lu Bing. "Oh, if that's the case, I have no choice but to ruin your mouth then," taunted Lu Ming as he raised his foot, about to stomp on Lu Bing's face. Seeing how Lu Ming was not joking, Lu Bing was finally afraid. He yelled, "Wait, I'll give you all my valuables." Honestly, Lu Bing had quite a lot of money on him. He totaled up about 3,000 taels and painfully gave it up to Lu Ming. "That's it." Lu Ming sulked and kept the money with a look of distaste. Lu Bing nearly vomited blood upon hearing it. 3,000 taels, and Lu Ming thought it was little. As a descendant of the Lu family, it was quite an achievement to have 3,000 taels with him. "I'll let you go this time, but if there's a next time, it's not something a few taels of silver can settle." Lu Ming glared coldly and left Lu Bing with those words, bringing a stunned Qiuyu with him. Lu Bing was, after all, the son of the 5th branch leader, and if Lu Ming truly did something to him, the 5th branch leader would not let it go. Lu Ming was unafraid, but he could not help but to think of Li Ping and Qiuyu. Damn it, young Master Bing, that little Lu Ming was so arrogant. Let's go back and tell the branch leader, and ask him to give Lu Ming a lesson. One of the young men, who was missing a few teeth, hobbled to Lu Bing's side and heatedly suggested. "You idiot, isn't this humiliating enough? If anyone else were to know that I was defeated by Lu Ming the trash, would I still have my reputation? I warn you too, what happened here today stays here," chided Lu Bing. Yes, young Master Bing, we won't say a word." The two men nodded furiously. Huff. Lu Bing huffed indifferently and said, "The house meeting is in exactly 1 month. Now that the little Lu Ming can cultivate, he will, without a doubt, go up against Lu Yao for a fight. Then, First Elder and his men will simply take action against Lu Ming. Why do we need to dirty our hands?" "Great idea, young Master Bing," flattered the two sidekicks. Right then, they left the scene quietly. Just as they left, an attractively slender body appeared suddenly in the alley. If it was not Mulan, who else could it be? Hey, interesting, now I know it's the Lu family's infamous young Lord Trash. Looks like you've deceived everyone. A hushed voice rang, and in a blip, Mulan disappeared without a trace. Back at home, after giving Qiuyu the health-replenishing pills, Lu Ming went back to his room and entered the Supreme Shrine. Immediately, Lu Ming started swallowing dragon tiger pills and began his unlocking of the second divine meridian. It was way more difficult to unlock the second divine meridian than the first. This time, it took Lu Ming 45 mediocre first-level dragon tiger pills and a total of 5 days to unlock the second divine meridian. Once the second divine meridian was unlocked, the essential qi within Lu Ming swelled up another notch. I should now pack a bull's strength with the explosion of my essential qi alone, I guess. At first-grade warrior realm, ordinary martial artists will achieve up to a bull's strength of power with the explosion of their essential qi, and the power of essential qi explosion that Lu Ming now wielded was no less than that of a first-grade warrior realm martial artist. Now, to continue. Lu Ming went on to unlock the third divine meridian. The third divine meridian was also the hardest. It took Lu Ming a whole 10 days, and he consumed 70 dragon tiger pill to finally unlock the third divine meridian. When the third divine meridian was opened up, the light spots on Lu Ming's body lit up one by one, and when all 108 acupuncture points were lit up, it was like the stars in the sky, shining and shimmering brightly. 108 big acupuncture points and the 12 meridians formed a perfect loop. Continuous waves of thickened, elevated essential qi soared within Lu Ming's meridians. So powerful, 3 unlocked divine meridian is so much more powerful when compared to 2 unlocked divine meridians. Analyzing the energy coursing within him, Lu Ming was delighted. 3 unlocked divine meridians and 2 unlocked divine meridians, even if it was just 1 meridian apart, the vast difference between the two was as different as heaven and earth. 3 divine meridians represented perfection, 2 divine meridians would still be flawed. Lu Ming felt that he could currently gather an essential qi whirl in his dantian and leap into the warrior's realm at any given time. Not yet, I've not gotten the second stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming forcefully suppressed his desire to leap into warrior realm, set his gaze upon the second platform beyond the 99 steps. This time, I should be able to go up now, right? Lu Ming got up and walked towards the second platform. Instantaneously, he was on the 99th step. He was hindered here the last time. This time, there was no hindrance at all. In a step, Lu Ming ascended onto the second platform. Chapter 11. Chapter 11, Completed Meridian. There was also a chest on the second platform, although it was made of bronze instead. Lu Ming opened the box. There were 2 manuals and a jade box inside. One of the manuals was made of something suspiciously similar to gold instead of paper. It was probably over 100 pages long, but it seemed like it was weightless when held in hand, as if he was holding a cloud. There were 4 words written on top. True War Dragon Technique. Lu Ming frantically flipped its pages to read it in detail. So it seems that this isn't the just second stage of the True War Dragon Technique, it's the entire technique. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. As he continued flipping through the pages, his smile grew wider and wider. Based on what was recorded, the True War Dragon technique on the first platform was not technically a first stage, but rather the introduction of the technique. It was mainly utilized to build a foundation, and open up the 3 divine meridians more easily. From here on out was the real start of the True War Dragon technique. The technique was layered into 9 stages. The dragon-shaped essential qi condensed from the True War Dragon technique was more viscous compared to the essential qi from normal cultivation. From what the record said, as long as the first stage of the technique was achieved, the essential qi that was condensed would be twice as viscous as normal qi. Achieving the second stage would produce 3 times the viscosity. Based on that logic, if the 9th stage was achieved, the viscosity of the condensed qi would be 10 times that of normal qi. Lu Ming was ecstatic. 10 times. What was this concept? It was comparing steel with dead wood. A single strike of steel would shatter the deadwood into million pieces. It was horrifying. Truly, a divine-level technique. But the difficulties of cultivating it successfully could not be slighted as well. Putting the 9th stage aside, the conditions of achieving the first stage was to open up the 3 divine meridians, or successfully cultivating it would be impossible. It was no wonder that the introduction to the True War Dragon technique on the first platform stated that the 3 divine meridians had to be open for the user to cultivate the technique that followed. That was merely the first stage. A plethora of materials were required to assist in the cultivation of the second stage. They were all extremely rare materials, some which Lu Ming had never even heard of. I'll deal with that when I get to it. To be able to cultivate the first stage and achieve essential qi with twice the viscosity of normal qi would be a terrifying feat in itself. Excitement sparked in Lu Ming's eyes. He carefully read the True War Dragon technique once and picked up the other book. The lustrous sword technique was a superior yellow-level sword technique. If successfully cultivated, a sword would seem like a never-ending stream of light that was as swift as lightning. This was actually a superior yellow-level martial technique. Even the most precious martial technique of the Lu family only was of superior yellow level. There was also a jade box, with the words, Spirit Soul Pill, written on it. The Spirit Soul Pill was a 3rd-level medicine pill that was worth at least tens of thousands of silver taels. There was a demand for it, but no supply, as it could rapidly advance one's cultivation, making it extremely useful for people in the Master Realm, let alone the Warrior Realm. First, it was the Marrow Cleansing Pill, and now it's the Spirit Soul Pill. They're all useful for me. Lu Ming suppressed the joy in his head as his expression changed into one of contemplation. He had a feeling that this was arranged by someone. How else could he explain how everything was useful to him? How peculiar. When he could not come to a conclusion, he shook his head. There was no point in thinking over it if he could not figure it out. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the third platform. If the first and second platforms carried such treasures, what would he discover on the third platform? There were still 99 steps to the third platform. As expected, there was a force blocking Lu Ming's way when he reached the 99th step. Unlike what he thought, there were no chests on the third platform. It was empty, except for a stone stand in the middle of the platform. He could not make out its use. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Ming's had a burning curiosity for the third platform, and the others that followed. However, there was nothing he could do as he was unable to ascend. Lu Ming shook his head and returned to the second platform, where he started circulating the True War Dragon technique. It was time for him to step into Warrior Realm. Essential Qi was circulating in all 12 meridians. His 108 acupuncture points lit up as the surging Essential Qi finally gathered in his dantian. Whoosh whoosh. A cyclone suddenly formed in his dantian, spinning at a rapid speed. The Essential Qi in his meridians gravitated towards the cyclone. The cycle started out big, but hazy like a mist. As time passed, the Qi cyclone shrunk in size as it became more dense. In the end, it was like a solid object that was clear and visible. Woo! A sound akin to dragons rang out. Inside Lu Ming's body, his Essential Qi were like small miniature dragons that swam in the vortex in his meridians. Lu Ming's aura had strengthened considerably. He had stepped into Warrior Realm. Lu Ming had finally entered Warrior Realm. The True War Dragon technique had been naturally cultivated to the first stage. Whoosh! Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The breath was like a pillar of gas, shooting out for meters before it dispersed. Lu Ming suddenly stood up. He struck the air with his fists, which suddenly exploded like a bomb, ringing non-stop. Such a strong power. How strong am I right now? The second grade Warrior Realm. Or is it the third grade? Lu Ming had already surpassed human limits after he opened up the 3 divine meridians, but his Qi was twice as viscous compared to normal Qi after cultivating the first stage of the True War Dragon technique. Lu Ming had no idea how strong his explosive power now was. Lu Ming then cast his gaze towards the Spirit Soul Pill. At the moment, my rate of cultivation has been too fast and needs consolidation, so it isn't suitable for me to consume the Spirit Soul Pill. There's still 18 days before the house meeting. It should be enough. I'll wait until the house meeting is right around the corner before I take the Spirit Soul Pill. I'll have a better chance at the house meeting that way. Lu Ming clenched his fists. He was brimming with confidence as he felt the immense power within his body. In the days that came, Lu Ming consolidated his cultivation as he cultivated several martial skills, especially the lustrous sword technique. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed by. There were only 3 days left before the house meeting. Within that time period, though Lu Ming's blood meridian had not grown, its rate of absorbing any surrounding spirit energy had increased. Now, it could actually go toe-to-toe with a third-level blood meridian. Along with the True War Dragon technique, if Lu Ming had cultivated normally, his absorption rate could be compared to a 4th-level blood meridian. In the span of half a month, not only had Lu Ming's cultivation solidified, but it was also advancing at a stable pace. He had already reached the top of first-grade Warrior Realm. In terms of martial techniques, the Flame Dragon Fist was still on the 4th stage, the Mastery of Technique stage. The farther one advanced in martial skills, the harder it would be to improve. There were people who were unable to advance to the Mastery of Technique stage 4. Inferior yellow-level martial arts techniques. However, the Dragon Serpent steps had improved, advancing to the 4th stage, the Mastery of Technique stage. The lustrous sword technique, which was of superior yellow level, was even harder to cultivate. In half a month's time, Lu Ming had only cultivated it to the 2nd stage with the help of the chanting. It was a small accomplishment. Lu Ming was seated on a stone stool in the center of the courtyard. He brewed a cup of tea, which he was leisurely sipping. After cultivating for so long, Lu Ming wanted to relax a little before making a final push. Young master. Young master. I bear good news. The moment she finished her sentence, an adorable and pleasant maiden appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. It was Chiao Yu. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Lu Ming's Shock. However, Chiao Yu had changed quite a bit compared to how she looked half a month ago. She had been consuming the health-replenishing pill for the past half-month and was no longer skinny and weak like before. Chiao Yu's face was clear and pretty like a blooming flower, complementing her rosy complexion. She looked absolutely beautiful and charming. She appeared graceful and pleasant and was certainly born to be a beauty. What's the good news? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Young master, you've only been focusing on your cultivation, without ever bothering to check on me. Allow me to tell you that I've opened up 4 meridians. Chiao Yu leaned towards Lu Ming's ear and murmured. A faint fragrance wafted into Lu Ming's nose. It was a pleasant smell. Puffed. However, Lu Ming was not in the right mood to enjoy it. His eyes nearly popped out as he spat a mouthful of tea. He looked at Chiao Yu incredulously and asked, Chiao Yu, what did you say? You've already opened up 4 meridians. Yep. Is it that weird, young master? It didn't take much effort for the meridians to open up, Chiao Yu asked curiously as she blinked her eyes. The corners of Lu Ming's lips started to tremble ever so slightly. He clearly remembered when Chiao Yu was nursing her health around 10 days ago. It was only 3 days before Lu Ming passed the qi condensation art down to Chiao Yu, and taught her how to open her meridians. It had only been 3 days, but Chiao Yu had already opened up 4 meridians. Her blood meridian was not awakened yet, and she was even using the useless qi condensation art. It was truly inconceivable. Moreover, it didn't take much effort, even mean. Was she trying to drive him mad? Was it possible that Chiao Yu was actually a prodigy in cultivating martial arts? Lu Ming's heart started to burn. It was nothing. Can you feel the energy from your blood meridian, Chiao Yu? Lu Ming coughed and asked. The power of my blood meridian, I can't feel it. I wonder why. Chiao Yu was a little confused herself. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Chiao Yu, come to my room, I'll check it out for you, he said. Sure. Chiao Yu nodded. The two of them entered Lu Ming's room and sat on the bed. All right, let's start. Lu Ming smiled as he stretched out his palms and placed it on Chiao Yu's back, then gradually infused essential qi into her spine. He slowly shifted his palm up Chiao Yu's back in order to stimulate her blood meridian and check its condition. It was at this moment that Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a huge resistance in Chiao Yu's spine that was stopping him from circulating his essential qi. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and increased the amount of essential qi being infused. Something strange occurred right at that moment. A blinding flash of blood red suddenly burst from Chiao Yu's spine. A strong force came surging out from her spine, shooting towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was unable to resist this force. With a thunderous boom, he was thrown to the wall by the force. At that instant, the red flash from Chiao Yu's spine disappeared as if nothing had ever happened. Young master. Chiao Yu was startled. She quickly got off the bed and went to lift Lu Ming up. I'm fine. Lu Ming stood up. Except for his bubbling qi and blood, he was fine. Although the force that surged from her spine was strong, it was not fatal. As long as you're fine, young master. You almost scared me to death. Chiao Yu said as she gave herself a pat. However, Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. He was sure that there was a blood meridian present in Chiao Yu, but it was unusual that it would generate a surge of power to blast him away, definitely unheard of. Seeing Lu Ming furrowing his eyebrows, she knew that he was fretting over her blood meridian. Young master, if I'm unable to awaken my blood meridian, so be it. Ah, right, I'll prepare food for you and the lady, Chiao Yu said gently. Chiao Yu opened the door and left after she finished talking. Lu Ming pondered for a while after Chiao Yu left. He had no choice but to push it aside as he could not figure it out. He could only read up on some ancient journals to check if there were similar records when he had the time. He returned to his room after the meal and returned to the Supreme Shrine once again. There were only 2 days left before the house meeting. Lu Ming planned to consume the Spirit Soul Pill to make the final push. The Spirit Soul Pill was a third-level medicine pill. It was impossible for a normal person to completely refine it as all medicine contained poison and impurities. It would take time to refine the toxin within one's body. However, it was not a problem for Lu Ming. He started circulating the True War Dragon technique after consuming the Spirit Soul Pill. A strong gravitation from his spine absorbed the Spirit Soul Pill's effects and refined energy gushed out. The Qi cyclone in his dantian started turning rapidly and absorbed the energy. Lu Ming's cultivation was increasing rapidly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The house meeting had finally come. Lu Yao, first branch elder, I will shock all of you. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He felt the essential qi surging within his body as he sneered ever so slightly. He left the supreme shrine and headed towards the courtyard. Eh? Why aren't Mother and Qiu Yu around? He looked around and realized Li Ping and Qiu Yu were not there. It was impossible. Today was the house meeting. Li Ping and Qiu Yu would definitely have been waiting for him there. Hurry up. Wash quickly. Clean the toilet too after you finished washing all these clothes. At that moment, a sharp sound that sounded like a duck sounded from next door. Lu Ming's current residence was originally for servants. Hence, it was natural that the next room was where servants lived and worked. You guys are stepping over the line. It's one thing for you to make us wash clothes, but for you to ask to clean the toilets. My lady is the spouse of the Lord. This is too much. I'm reporting you guys to the Elder Council. At that moment, a yell rang out. The yell sounded like a thunder crash right next to Lu Ming's ears. His eyes instantly went red as anger shot to the top of his head. As the scream was from Qiu Yu, then the lady that she referred to must have been his mother, Li Ping. These servants dared to make Li Ping and Qiu Yu wash their clothes, and to make it worse, clean the toilet. They deserved to die. Lu Ming twisted his body and rushed towards the next door. Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Raging Fury. At that moment, Li Ping and Qiu Yu were washing clothes at the side of the courtyard next to their residence. There was a huge pile of clothes worn by the Lu family in front of them. A fat middle-aged man who fashioned a mustache on his face had 2 strong and buff men standing behind him. The fat man, Duan San, was the housekeeper to the first branch elder. At that moment, Duan San was in stitches. He fixed his gaze on Qiu Yu and Li Ping. Oh my, you guys are thinking of reporting me to the Elder Council. Such wishful thinking. Spouse of the Lord. Bullsh *T. Once the day is over, Lady Lu Yao will succeed as the Lord. You guys will be nothing then. Let me tell you both, you'll be soon dealing with this kind of work every day, so you'd best practice right now. Don't even think about it. My young master won't let you have your way. Qiu Yu's face was flushed with anger and shouted as she pointed at Duan San. That piece of trash, Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, you're actually still expecting that trash to save both of you. Don't even dream about it. Were it not because I couldn't find him today, he'd be the one cleaning the toilets right now. Duan San let out an unpleasant sharp laugh. His beady eyes flashed lustfully as he scanned Qiu Yu's body. I never thought that you would become so pretty after missing you for some time. How about this, you can come to my room and serve me. If I'm satisfied with your service, I might consider letting you 2 off on cleaning the toilets. Don't even think about it. Qiu Yu's face turned pale, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Duan San's face turned cold. Don't even think about it. But I want to do it. Take this girl and bring her to my room. Roger. The 2 muscular men behind Duan San responded. No, don't. I beg you, housekeeper Duan, let Qiu Yu go. I will do any chore you ask me to, please just let Qiu Yu go. Li Ping stood in front of Qiu Yu to protect her as she looked at Duan San pleadingly. Scram! The 2 muscular men shouted. One of them swung his palm towards Li Ping. Right at that moment, the courtyard's door suddenly burst open, sending wood shrapnel flying everywhere. It happened so suddenly that the 2 muscular men stopped their actions. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the door. A young figure stepped into the courtyard. Lu Ming, it's you. You came at the right time, go clean the toilets now. Duan San let out a breath and sneered the moment he saw Lu Ming. The youth was indeed Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not even glance at Duan San. He walked towards Li Ping in a few steps and asked, "Mother, are you all right?" "Mother is fine, Ming'er, why did you come?" "We can handle this, you should leave quickly," Li Ping said anxiously. Lu Ming shook his head and said, "Mother, I was late, I will never let you experience any unfairness from now on." "Lu Ming. I'm talking to you, trash. Do you hear me?" Duan San sounded behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming slowly turned and glared at Duan San with a gaze that was as cool as ice, as if his eyes were that of a demon from hell. The current situation sparked an incomparable fury inside Lu Ming. It filled his chest and was about to explode at any given time. The burning fury turned into chilling murderous intent. An emotionless sentence parted Lu Ming's lips. "Duan San, you deserve to die." The cold look in Lu Ming's eyes chilled Duan San's heart. However, as soon as he remembered that Lu Ming was merely trash, he picked up his courage and glared fiercely. "Lu Ming, how dare you threaten me? You're courting death. Break his limbs," he shouted. "Roger." That two muscular men glared ferociously and made a move, grabbing Lu Ming by his arms. The two strong men were at the peak of mid-novice realm. "Ming'er." Li Ping was frightened. Duan San could not stop sneering. Snap. Snap. The sound of bones snapping rang out twice, followed by two piercing screams. Duan San froze and it startled Li Ping. This was because the screaming came from the muscular men. All it took was for Lu Ming to hold onto their wrists, and the bones were ground into powder. "Ah! Ah! My hand!" The two muscular men could not stop screaming from the pain. Lu Ming's essential qi spewed out and surged into the bodies of the two muscular men. They mumbled for a moment before being sent flying and crashing onto the ground before they even took their last breaths. Their organs were severely damaged by Lu Ming. Only at that moment did Duan San react to the situation. "Lu Ming, how dare you? They were under the first branch elder, and you dare to kill them. You're courting death. You're the one who'll die." Lu Ming scoffed. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Duan San. The moment he threw the punch, a wild jet of essential qi spurted out and enveloped Duan San. The essential qi was so strong, Duan San felt as if he was plunged into an icy chasm. As he finished his sentence, Lu Ming's fist landed squarely on Duan San's belly. Duan San cried out in pain. His stout body landed heavily on the ground like a carcass of a pig being thrown out, forming a cloud of dust. "Ah, ah. Lu Ming, if you cripple my cultivation, Miss Lu Yao and the first branch elder will never forgive you." Duan San yelped desperately. "Is that so?" Lu Ming walked towards Duan San and violently stomped on his leg. Snap. Duan San's foot instantly snapped from the stomp. He let out a miserable howl akin to the sound of a slaughtered pig. There were tears and snot flowing down his face. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he gazed at Duan San. "You said you wanted my limbs broken a moment ago. Now, I'm going to break yours." The moment he finished talking, he stomped on Duan San's other foot and broke its bones as well. "Ah! Ah! My leg!" "Lu Ming, no, young Master Ming, I beg of you to spare me. The first branch elder and Lu Chuan ordered me to do all of this, how would I dare to disobey them?" Duan San howled miserably. The first branch elder and Lu Chuan. Lu Ming's glare was icy cold. He then consecutively stomped his foot on Duan San's arms and instantly broke them, then turned around and walked towards Li Ping and Qiu Yu. "Ming'er, is that your cultivation?" Right at that moment, Li Ping stared at Lu Ming excitedly as tears welled in her eyes. "Mother, your son has experienced a miracle in this period of time. I'll go into details later, let's head to the training field now," Lu Ming said. Li Ping's expression changed. "Ming'er, the training field? The first branch elder and Lu Yao are over there, you'd best be not too impulsive." Although Lu Ming's cultivation had improved tremendously over this period of time, was he strong enough to go against Lu Yao? Not only did Lu Yao awaken a 5th-level blood meridian, but she also had marital ties with the mystical sword sex Duanmu family. Li Ping heard that during the period, the Duanmu family delivered a slew of valuable pills to her while she concentrated on cultivating behind closed doors. Naturally, she was worried about Lu Ming. A gentle yet confident smile formed on Lu Ming's lips. Fret not, mother. Lu Yao will not take the title of Lu family's lord, nor will anyone else. The title belongs to father. If anyone tries to lay a finger on it, I'll chop that finger off. My lady, don't worry, young master can do it. Chiu Yu agreed. The three of them headed towards the Lu family's training field. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, House Meeting Commences. The Lu family's training field was located on the eastern side of the Lu family residence. It was extremely spacious and had no trouble accommodating 100,000 people. In the middle of the training field, there was an enormous platform that was made from stainless steel rocks that spanned 200 meters in width and length. There were majestic grandstands built on the northern, eastern, and western sides of the training field. The northern grandstand was the main grandstand, reserved for the Lu family. The eastern and western grandstands were for influential families within Fiery Wind City. At that moment, 7 gray-haired elders sat on the very top of the grandstand. These elders were the 7 elders at the core of the Lu family's Elder Council. The core elders in the Lu family's Elder Council were all handpicked by the family themselves as the most qualified and renowned members. They were all working for the sake of the Lu family, which was why they were the most appropriate and would not be biased towards a particular branch, ultimately having the Lu family's best interest at heart. Lu Yunxiong, the Lu family's first branch elder, was seated slightly further down below. At his side, a maiden around the age of 15 was seated as well. Dressed in a snow-white dress, her beauty was simply indescribable. It was Lu Yao. First branch elder Lu, congratulations. I heard your daughter has unparalleled talent, awakening a 5th-level blood meridian. Her future is limitless. The Li family's lord, Li Fu, congratulated the first branch elder with flattery. Thank you, the first branch elder replied simply. All other families and renowned figures in the Fiery Wind City then approached the first branch elder to congratulate him. The first branch elder simply nodded in acknowledgement. Roar! Roar! At that moment, the roars of wild beasts rang from a distant street. The sound pierced the skies as if there were tens of thousands of demons charging in. After a moment, over 10 giant blood-red tigers appeared in front of the audience. They were 2 meters tall and spanned a width over 4 meters. A silhouette donned in a fiery red garb was seated on each giant tiger, and fierce aura along with scorching breath permeated the entire area. Flame tigers. They're from the White Tiger Hall, one of the 5 halls of the mystical sword sect. Could they be from the Duanmu family's lord? There were exclamations coming from the crowd. For the White Tiger Hall to take the initiative in sending someone over, could they be aiming to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple? Someone guessed. The first branch elder stood up with a whoosh and descended the grandstand, his face filled with excitement. For the mystical sword sect's White Tiger Hall to pay a visit, it is my fault for not welcoming you outside the gates. Please forgive me, he clasped his fists. Haha, you're too courteous, first branch elder. I am Duanmu Qing, who works for the mystical sword sect's White Tiger Hall. I am here today to congratulate Lu Yao on the accession as the Lu family's lord, and also to officially recruit Lu Yao as a disciple of the White Tiger Hall, said a middle-aged man in a fiery red garb who was seated on the largest flame tiger. You are too polite, envoy. Please, take a seat, the first branch elder replied with a smile on his face. Duanmu Qing smiled. He and another 2 men dismounted from their flame tigers and arrived at the main grandstand. The other people directed their flame tigers to the side. It seems that Lu Yao does have terrifying talents. There's still another 2 months before the mystical sword sect officially recruits disciples, and people would normally be the ones to approach them. They would have to go through strict tests, and only the ones who passed would be able to join. It's truly a rare sight for the mystical sword sect to personally come and recruit someone. Indeed. They say that Lu Yao has attracted the attention of a genius from the Duanmu family of the mystical sword sect. Her future looks really promising. The Lu family really got themselves an extraordinary genius this time, one that outshines even Lu Yuntian. The people all around were discussing heatedly. Shriek. At that moment, a loud, sharp cry resounded through the sky. Even if it was from a great distance, it could still be heard. The crowd's eyes involuntarily darted in that direction. Then, their eyes widened in awe. There was a gigantic snow-white goshawk with a wingspan of 50 meters. It had talons as pointed as blades, and its eyes were extremely sharp. The crowd shivered and broke into a sweat as the goshawk scanned its eyes across the people. Several figures stood atop the goshawk. A silent snow goshawk. It's a silent snow goshawk from the mystical sword sex Vermilion Bird Hall. Even the Vermilion Bird Hall has arrived. The crowd exclaimed. I am Lu Qian from the mystical sword sex Vermilion Bird Hall. I have come today representing the Vermilion Bird Hall to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple, said a lady around the age of 30, gracefully perched atop the silent snow goshawk. SSTTTT. At that moment, an immense flying snake soared over from a distance. It had a fierce aura that seeped through the entire place. Haha, Duan Lu Qian, your halls are pretty quick to take action. I am Tai Zhong from the mystical sword sex Azure Dragon Hall, representing my hall to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. I am Gao Shi from the Onyx Tortoise Hall, representing my hall to recruit Miss Lu Yao as a disciple. Another voice followed. The Empire Lu Ming was named the Blazing Sun Empire. The Blazing Sun Empire occupied a vast amount of land. Fiery Wind City was but a mere town in comparison to the Empire. The total cities that the Empire governed amounted to at least 10,000. There were 5 sects in the entire Blazing Sun Empire. They were predominant forces that were at the top of the ladder. Conveniently situated at the center of the Blazing Sun Empire, they were the ones governing the Empire. The mystical sword sect occupied a vast amount of territory within the Blazing Sun Empire. Fiery Wind City was situated in the easternmost spot of the Empire, which was within the jurisdiction of the mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect was divided into 5 halls, namely the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Onyx Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin. The Duanmu family was the main family from the White Tiger Hall of the mystical sword sect. Although the 5 halls were from the same sect, there was bound to be an open competition and covert struggles. As such, each hall would naturally want to recruit a genius into their own ranks when one appeared. The successive arrival of 4 halls caused a din. Goodness! Out of the 5 halls of the mystical sword sect, there were 4 that came. All of them are looking to take Miss Lu Yao in as a disciple. Unbelievable. I know, right? The mystical sword sect oversees nearly 2,000 cities. The 5 halls stand high above the masses. It's rare of them to send a representative to recruit a disciple, but there's 4 this time. Amazing, truly amazing. The surrounding crowd was discussing heatedly. It was reasonable for the White Tiger Hall to send a representative to recruit Lu Yao as a disciple, as she had marital ties with the Duanmu family from the White Tiger Hall. However, there were 3 other halls who also sent someone over with the aim of recruiting Lu Yao as their disciple. It was a testament to Lu Yao's impressive talent that had shocked even the other halls. As 4 halls of the mystical sword sect wanted to take Lu Yao as their disciple, the glow around her intensified. The 3 envoys, please take a seat. The first branch elder hurriedly invited the guests from the 3 halls to be seated. He could hardly contain his happiness. He was brimming with happiness and had already predicted the arrival of the White Tiger Hall, but the arrival of 3 other halls was out of his expectations. This increased his reputation. Yaoer, this was all because of you. The first branch elder murmured as he clenched his fists. His emotions were surging. He knew that the reason why 4 of the 5 halls would send someone right to their doorstep was all because of Lu Yao, his own daughter. At that moment, he sighed emotionally. The 3 years of effort was not in vain. It was worth it. Vermilion Bird Hall, Azure Dragon Hall, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall, why are you here? Lu Yao belongs to us, White Tiger Hall. Are you planning to snatch her away from us? Duanmu Qing was looking at the messengers from the other 3 halls. His expression seemed sour. Haha, Duanmu Qing, I know that Lu Yao already has marital ties with White Tiger Hall's Duanmu Lin, but Miss Lu Yao might not want to choose the White Tiger Hall. We all belong to the mystical sword sect. There isn't any difference in choosing another hall, it all depends on adaptability. Azure Dragon Hall's Tai Zhong laughed. From how I see it, your efforts are in vain. Duanmu Qing snorted. The first branch elder, who was seated beside, was even more excited. The Lu family's house meeting had not even started yet, but the 4 halls were already fighting over Lu Yao. His face flushed at the thought of that. At that moment, a scent of fragrance wafted over. A graceful figure approached, instantly attracting the attention of everyone. Hall owner Mu, I did not think you would come. Please, take a seat. The first branch elder quickly welcomed her. She was the hall owner of the Elixir Hall, Mulan. The Elixir Hall was backed by the mystical sword sect. The first branch elder dared not to neglect her. Martial Aunt Mu, you've come as well. The Vermilion Hall's Lu Qian hurriedly stepped forward for a salute, which startled many people as they started speculating. Mulan had quite the position in the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Qian was already over 30 years in age but was still addressing Mulan as her martial aunt. Yes, I came to watch the fun. Why is she here? The expression of the lot from the three other halls changed. At that moment, Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Qiu Yu arrived among the crowd. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Farewell, Lu Yao. At that moment, a scholarly gentleman around the age of 40 ascended the platform in the middle of the training field. He was the leader of the second branch, as well as the Lu family's second branch elder, Lu Yunfeng. In today's house meeting, it is an immense honor for the Lu family to have envoys of the mystical sword sect present. Lu Yunfeng started off with conventional ceremonies, but he followed up with a sharp turn in topic. So, young juniors of the Lu family, you must do your best and give it your all. You might just catch the envoy's attention and get recruited into the mystical sword sect. As Lu Yunfeng finished his sentence, the breathing of the Lu family's youngsters quickened. They were getting worked up, preparing themselves for a fight. In normal circumstances, the mystical sword sect would only be open for recruits in 2 months, but when that happened, it would be a competition amongst nearly 2,000 cities within the Blazing Sun Empire. The chances of winning were too small. However, if they caught the interest of any envoys from the mystical sword sect, they would instantly be recommended into the sect. It would be smooth sailing from then on. The envoys on the main grandstand smiled. Making no retorts meant that they were in silent agreement. The eyes of the Lu family's youngsters shined brightly. Lu Yunfeng saw that he had achieved his goals. A joyful look formed on his face as he announced, "All right, the house meeting officially starts now. This meeting will be divided into 3 sections. A test of resolve in the first, a test of meridians on the second, and a tournament for the last section. As everybody knows, the road of a martial artist is filled with difficulties and challenges. One has to take a single step at a time. Without a strong will, it is impossible to go far on this road. For those who want to participate in the house meeting, step up and ascend the flaming steps." At the end of the speech, young boys and girls of the Lu family approached the platform from the sides. They were all the new youngsters of the Lu family. The genders were mixed, but none of them were above the age of 18. At that moment, Lu Yao's figure rose on the main grandstand. Instantaneously, the entire crowd's gaze focused on her. Lu Yao was in a snow-white dress. She had a slim figure with desirable curves. Along with fair skin that was as smooth as jade and her perfect face, it was as if she was a fairy who walked out from a picture. A gossiper had once said that Lu Yao was the fairest maiden in Fiery Wind City. It was truly not an exaggeration. She walked towards the platform in the middle of the training field with soft, graceful steps. Absolutely stunning. Many people exclaimed in their hearts. Not only did Lu Yao stand out amongst the crowd, but she was also blessed with unparalleled talent. I heard that Lu Yao had already opened up 9 meridians before awakening her blood meridian. The moment she awakened the 5th level meridian, she followed it up with a divine meridian. She should be even better now. There would really be no regrets left in life if anyone could be able to marry such a blessed girl. I heard that Lu Yao has marital ties with the prodigy of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Lin, from the White Tiger Hall. Perhaps only someone on Duanmu Lin's level would be a match for her. I heard that Lu Yao and Lu Ming from the main branch were close. I thought they were a thing. That piece of trash. How could he ever be worthy of her? It would have been sticking a fresh flower on cow dung. Thank God they didn't end up together, or he would have been awfully unfair. Everyone was in discussion. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ming heard the speculations and gently smiled. He would soon shut them up. In a while, Lu Yao stepped onto the stage. Her juniors of the same family that were beside her were eclipsed by Lu Yao's mere presence. The envoys from the main grandstand had their eyes fixed on her. After all, they did come for her. At that moment, There were over 30 youngsters of mixed genders from the Liu family on stage. Is there anyone who has yet to come? The second elder asked loudly. In that instant, a figure walked out from the crowd and slowly approached the stage. Lu Ming. Seeing the figure shocked many people. Isn't that the piece of trash from the main branch, Lu Ming? What? Does he want to participate in the house meetings test? Many people were perplexed. On the grandstand, the first branch elder's eyes dimmed. He never expected that Lu Ming would dare to come. Liu family's 7 core elders who sat atop everyone were also curious and puzzled. Minger. In the crowd, Li Ping and Qiu Yu's hands were tightly linked together. On the stage, Lu Yao furrowed her brows when she saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, why did you come up? You don't belong here, get down. Lu Ming did not respond, he only stared at her. It was the first time that Lu Ming met Lu Yao after his blood meridian was stripped away from him. The figure in front of him that he used to love could no longer give him the slightest sense of warmth. Now, all that was left in his eyes was coldness. Seeing Lu Ming's looks, Lu Yao shook her head. Lu Ming, I know that you're upset over me succeeding in the Lord's position even though you're the descendant of the main branch, but you should be clear about your current condition. The position of the Lord belongs to the capable. There's too great of a distance between you and me, a massive channel that's difficult to cross. The two of us are destined in different worlds. My world has only begun, while yours is fated to be ordinary. It's the end of the line for you. Is that so? You're pretty confident, but you got one thing right. We do belong in different worlds. Lu Ming smiled. He then stood at one side, ignoring Lu Yao. He did not come today to waste words, but rather to let his actions speak for themselves. The first branch elder shouted coolly from the main stage. Lu Ming turned around and looked at the first branch elder. He wanted to hear what the old fogey had to say. Lu Ming, you can't condense essential qi as you were born frail and weak. Seeing how you were the descendant of the main branch of our family, Lu Yao was kind enough to keep you company and motivate you with encouragement. If you were able to awake a blood meridian like your father's, you would be able to succeed in the Lord's position. Nothing can be done if you can't even awaken a blood meridian. Naturally, you won't be able to succeed in the Lord's position. Coincidentally, Yao awakened a 5th-level blood meridian and acquired the favor of the Duanmu family's prodigy, who is asking for her hand. You took it to heart. Not only did you forget how well Yao treated you, but you've also fantasized about her and planned to make a move. You even tried to break the marital ties between Yao and the Duanmu family. Absolutely offensive. However, seeing how you're the descendant of the main branch and the only son of brother Yunqian, I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. Now, get off the stage. The first branch elder's voice echoed dully. What? Lu Ming was so detestable. Miss Lu Yao kept him company for so many years to take care of him, but he was that delirious and would bite the hand that fed him. How detestable. No wonder he's a piece of trash. The moment the crowd heard the first branch elder's speech, they all glared at Lu Ming. Lu Yunxiong, don't blabber nonsense. Amidst the crowd, Lu Ping shouted as she pointed at the first branch elder. Her entire body was shaking. Mother, there is no need to argue with someone like him. Lu Ming told Li Ping. The first branch elder was the lowest of low. It was them who were the despicable ones that planned for 3 years to bring Lu Ming down and snatch his blood meridian away from him, but they were twisting the facts, even accusing him of attempted rape, and accusing him of ruining the marital ties between Lu Yao and the Duanmu family. Lu Yao could not be bothered to talk to someone like him. The truth would soon be revealed. There's actually someone like that. Absolutely abominable. Not only is he someone like that, but he's also a piece of trash that can't even awaken a blood meridian. What's the point of staying on the stage? Hurry up and scram. The White Tiger Hall's envoy, Duanmu Qing, sneered. Who the F***ck are you? This is my family's house meeting, who are you to butt in? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Duanmu Qing, he was not giving him any face. The audacity. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Duanmu Qing stood up in a rage as he bellowed, he was laced with killing intent. Lu Ming, you piece of trash. How dare you offend the envoy of the mystical sword sex White Tiger Hall? The first branch elder pointed at Lu Ming and yelled. I don't care who he is. Also, Lu Yunxiong, today is our family's house meeting. You are planning to deal with the descendant of the main branch with outsiders. Do you think the core elders are just for show? Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Duan Muqing and the first branch elder. His words were clear and concise as it echoed across the entire venue. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too daring, to the point where he would dare to offend the envoy of the mystical sword sect. The first branch elder's face was flushed. All right, Yunxiong, as well as Duan Muqing. Please let this slide under the account of Lu Ming's youthful arrogance. As expected, one of the core elders of the Elder Council spoke up. They would not favor. Aside, choosing to protect the Lu family's best interests and would even protect the rights of the main branch, or they would not have spent the resources to awaken Lu Ming's blood meridian through an altar ritual. That's right, Duan Muqing. Why are you bickering with a junior? Aren't you embarrassed? Mulan said as she glanced at Duan Mulin. Humph. Duan Muqing sneered. However, he seemed to be wary of Mulan. He remained silent as he sat down with a sour expression on his face. The first elder seated himself as well, his face was ghastly pale. Lu Ming, once Yaoer takes control over the family, let's see how you'll fare. The first elder's eyes were dark. All right, the house meeting doesn't have any rules where anyone without an awakened blood meridian can't participate. Lu Ming is eligible to join, let's start now, a core elder announced. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Enveloped in Flames, Yet a Walk in the Park for Me. All right, it's time for the test of resolve, Lu Yunfeng announced. There was a set of stairs made of jade to the left of the platform. It was the Flaming Steps, consisting of 9 steps. It was produced by a master craftsman whom the Lu family spent a fortune to hire. It was a peculiar device, with intricate inscriptions etched onto the surface. The inscriptions on the steps would activate when someone stepped on it. It would begin to emit scorching heat that would surround the challenger who attempted to ascend the stairs. Similar to being enveloped in a blazing fire, the person would have to bear the pain and torture of being enveloped in flames. Although the flames were not real, the sensation was no different from being within an actual fire. Furthermore, the scorching heat grew stronger with each step. For this test, it was a competition between who could stay on top for the longest time, and who could climb to the highest step. Naturally, the longer and higher the step one could stay on indicated stronger willpower. Allow me to go first. A junior of the Lu family around the age of 16 walked towards the flaming steps. Upon his first step onto the stairs, a large ray light instantly erupted from it, emitting a fiery red radiance. The expression on the youth's face changed drastically. He seemed to be in pain, but he immediately grit his teeth and took another step to the second level, which was closely followed by yet another step to the third level. At that point, he stopped and started to struggle against the pain of being enveloped in flames. However, his body started to shake in only 10 breaths. His face was ghastly pale and contorted. It was obvious that he was bearing an intense amount of torture. Yet another 10 breaths passed. No longer able to withstand the heat, he yelped and jumped off the flaming steps. Luli, third step, 20 breaths. Lu Yunfeng announced. Then, the juniors of the Lu family stepped up one by one to take the test. However, most of them lingered around the third and fourth steps and only lasted around 20 to 30 breaths. Allow me to try. Lu Chuan walked up. He glanced at Lu Ming and sneered before he ascended the steps. His pace was rapid as he reached the 5th step without any signs of stopping. Then, he stopped on the 5th step and stood there for as long as 52 breaths. This shocked the crowd. As expected from Lu Yao's elder brother. While the sister has paralleled talent, the brother doesn't pale in comparison either. To actually be able to stay in the 5th step for 52 breaths. Duan Muqing praised. Haha, Envoy Duanmu likes to overpraise, the first branch elder bellowed. Lu Chuan smiled smugly. Then, the test continued. There were quite a few people who possessed a strong will, 2 which did not pale in comparison to Lu Chuan. One stayed on the 5th step for 52 breaths, while another survived for 55 breaths. However, nobody dared to challenge the 6th step. Soon, only Lu Yao and Lu Ming were left on the platform. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Ming and approached the flaming steps. At that moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Lu Yao. There was a huge amount of expectation placed upon Lu Yao. Everyone wanted to see how strong her willpower was. Those with amazing talents may not have a strong will. Lu Yao delicately stepped onto the first step, and quickly ascended to the second step. Step by step, she ascended to the sixth step in one go, without any signs of stopping. Reaching the sixth step meant that she had already surpassed everyone else. Everyone held their breaths and focused on her. However, Lu Yao did not stop. She took another step and ascended to the seventh level. Lu Yao actually ascended to the seventh step. Truly impressive. Let's see how long she can last. The crowd started to make predictions. However, the answer came to them very soon. 86 breaths. Lu Yao lingered on the seventh step for 86 breaths before she hopped off the stairs. Impressive, truly impressive. Not only is Lu Yao gifted with extraordinary talents, but she also has a strong will. She is truly a girl gifted by the gods. Indeed. That was the seventh step, which is incomparable to the steps below. People in the crowd were discussing intensely. Lu Yao was expressionless as she turned and walked away, as if what she had just achieved was insignificant. When she passed by Lu Ming, there was a look of disdain in her eyes. Did you see that? That's the difference between us. Her soft voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Is that so? You'd best remember those words. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer as he walked towards the flaming steps. He's over his own head. The first branch elder sneered on the main grandstand. How many steps do you think that Lu Ming will be able to ascend? Lu Chuan asked the other young people with a smile on the platform. From how I see it, it'll be the second step at most. Less than 10 breaths on the second step, in my opinion. A few other youths laughed. As the words left their mouths, their smiles were frozen in place as their eyes involuntarily widened. At that moment, Lu Ming had already ascended the second step. He walked up to the third step but seemed to have no intention to stop as he ascended yet another step to the fourth step. The fifth step followed, and the sixth step next. Lu Ming did not stop after he reached the seventh step. He lifted his legs and ended up on the eighth step. However, that was not Lu Ming's destination. At that moment, he lifted his foot and took another step. In the crowd, everyone's hearts rose in tandem with Lu Ming's foot. Then, it fell in sync with Lu Ming's foot as he reached the ninth level. What followed was a thunderous uproar. Goodness! Lu Ming ascended to the ninth step. How could this be possible? So what if he could get there? The point is to see how long he can endure. It would be even more embarrassing if he couldn't handle it and left in a single breath. Such overconfidence. It shall be a sight to behold when he turns into an oaf because his mind collapsed from being unable to bear the torture, the first branch elder said coolly. Minger. Li Ping and Qiu Yu's hands were locked in sweat below the platform. Their eyes were filled with worry. However, the din from the crowd slowly lessened. It was because 10 breaths had already passed. Lu Ming had actually lingered on the ninth step for 10 breaths without coming down. Obviously, the 10 breaths were just the beginning. Time was slowly ticking. 20 breaths, 30 breaths. 100 breaths had quickly passed, but Lu Ming still remained on top. His slender figure stood tall on the ninth step, like a sharp blade. The crowd was dead silent. I bet his mind had already collapsed. Could he have died standing? The first branch elder sneered. However, at that moment, Lu Ming smiled. Lu Yao, what you said was correct, this is the difference between you and I. His voice echoed from afar. Not only were his words like a slap across the first branch elder's cheek, but it was also a slap on Lu Yao's cheek as well. Those words were from Lu Yao to Lu Ming. At that point, Lu Ming had reflected it straight back at her with the hard truth. Lu Yao's beautiful eyes were flickering as she gazed at Lu Yao, who was atop the flaming steps. However, she quickly calmed herself. Lu Ming, you've been a piece of trash for your entire life, suffering humiliation from others, that's quite a strong will that you've achieved. However, it is merely a base, what matters most is the talent. I will show you next, the true difference between you and me. The crowd suddenly saw the light after her speech. After thinking about it, it was natural that Lu Ming, a piece of trash, would have a stable mind after suffering through endless humiliation after all these years. So that's how it is. Duan Muqing smiled. Is that so? A vague smile formed on Mulan's face. She was looking forward to Duan Muqing and the first branch elders' reactions after they witnessed Lu Ming's performance later on. Lu Ming's eyes were calm as he smiled feebly on the steps. As if he was taking a stroll through a park, he slowly walked down the steps. All right, the first round has ended. On to the second round, meridian testing. Prepare the meridian testing altar. The second branch elder announced. Around 10 muscular men then hoisted an altar that was around 150 centimeters high onto the platform. There were dense inscriptions etched onto the altar. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, how about this? The meridian test was simple. All they had to do was to place their palm on the altar and circulate some essential qi, and the altar would react to it. The altar would take the martial artist's rate of condensation for essential qi, the rate of condensation of the main acupuncture points, as well as the toughness of the meridians into account. It would predict one's potential, and the corresponding number of stars would light up. The stronger the potential was, the more stars would light up. 9 stars were the highest amount of stars one could get. However, there was a rainbow on top of it. The rainbow would only appear if a divine meridian was opened up. All right, let the testing commence. The second branch elder announced. Then, the juniors approached. Most of them had 4 stars and 5 stars. It was only when Lu Chuan approached that the altar lit up with 7 stars. Potential worth 7 stars. It's quite admirable, he's eligible to join the mystical sword sect. Duan Muqing nodded. Not bad. With that talent, even if it was the mystical sword sect, he would be able to pass the strict tests and become a disciple of our sect, the Azure Dragon Hall's Tai Zhong said. The meridian test continued on. There were other appearances of 7 stars. There was even one who achieved 8 stars, which caused a commotion. When someone had reached the potential of 7 stars, it was not just a simple matter of opening up all 9 meridians. They had already opened up a few main acupuncture points for the first divine meridian. It did not take a long time, nor was it too difficult for many talented individuals to reach the peak of top novice realm. However, they would stay at the peak of top novice realm for a long time after reaching it in order to open up a divine meridian. Many people that were unable to completely open up a divine meridian, but yet able to open up a few main acupuncture points on a divine meridian, could feel their potential rise. For every main acupuncture point that was opened up, one's potential would rise. However, among the Lu family's juniors, there was none who could open up a complete divine meridian. Soon, Lu Yao and Lu Ming were the only ones left yet again. Lu Ming, open your eyes wide and observe the difference in potential between you and me. How wide will it be? Lu Yao dismissively glanced at Lu Ming and approached the altar. All eyes in the area were once again on Lu Yao. The blood meridian that Lu Yao awakened was a 5th-level blood meridian. It was said that she had already opened up a divine meridian and closed herself in cultivation for 2 months. What level would she be in right now? Everyone looked forward to it. As for Lu Ming, he was merely a piece of trash with a strong will. Everyone had already dismissed him. Lu Yao outstretched her jade-like hands and placed them on the altar. The altar was injected with fiery red essential qi. The altar rumbled, and one by one, stars formed in the air. 1 star, 2 stars. Soon, there were 6 stars formed on top of the altar. However, it did not stop there. A 7th star immediately appeared, followed by the 8th star, the 9th star. When the 9 stars formed together, it became a rainbow and shot up into the sky. It was a rainbow. It represented a complete divine meridian. However, it did not end there. A second rainbow followed and shot up high into the air as well. At that instant, numerous dots of light radiated from Lu Yao's figure. They were the acupuncture points that she had opened up. 81 main acupuncture points lit up, then followed by the 82nd star, the 83rd star. In the end, a total of 99 stars were shining brightly. The 99 stars meant that Lu Yao had opened up 99 main acupuncture points, and 2 divine meridians. The surrounding spectators all stood and stared at Lu Yao in shock. This included the 7 core elders, as well as the envoys of the 4 halls from the mystical sword sect. Even Mulan had a stunned look in her eyes. Donned in a snow-white dress, Lu Yao stood in front of the altar. Her body was illuminated by the 99 stars, and there were 2 rainbows above the altar. It was as if an angel had descended to the mortal realm. She was otherworldly, elegant, and saintly. Lu Ming, who was close in proximity, seemed so tiny. Ha ha ha. The first branch elder could not hold in his laughter. A monster, truly a monster. With Lu Yao in the Lu family, they will be sure to prosper. None in Fiery Wind City will be able to compare to the Lu family's power. Indeed. Such a monster, it's no wonder that Duanmu family's prodigy is engaged to Lu Yao. They say that Duanmu Lin has also opened up 2 divine meridians. With the 2 of them working together, it's a perfect combination. Fiery Wind City will have another prosperous tale in the pages of its history that will be sung for centuries. It's no wonder that the 7 core elders would allow Lu Yao to succeed as the lord of the Lu family. It would be a pity not to let such a genius be the lord. If it were up to me, the lord's position would have been given to her a long time ago. Of course. They say that a person with 2 divine meridians opened up has the potential to reach King Realm. Will Fiery Wind City give birth to the next martial king in the future? On all 4 sides, small families and factions of Fiery Wind City started to discuss heatedly. Miss Lu Yao, if you were to join the Onyx Tortoise Hall, we would be willing to provide you with land-level martial arts and techniques for you to cultivate, and immediately promote you to a silver apprentice. The Onyx Tortoise Hall's Gao Shi stood up excitedly as he extended his invitation to gain her favor. Miss Lu Yao, if you join the Azure Dragon Hall, not only will we provide you with land-level martial arts and techniques as well as promote you as a silver apprentice, we will also specially hire a silver-robed elder as your master, who will specifically teach only you in cultivation. The Azure Dragon Hall's Tai Zhong did not lag behind and presented her with even more alluring conditions. What are you guys doing? Miss Lu Yao already has marital ties with the White Tiger Hall, she ought to join us instead. Furthermore, the attractions that the White Tiger provides are definitely more alluring than yours, Duan Muqing said loudly as he glared at Gao Shi and Tai Zhong. With a 5th-level blood meridian and 2 divine meridians opened up, there was the hope of reaching King Realm in the future. Although it was merely a desire, it was already well worth a particular cultivation of such a talent. Naturally, they all wanted to recruit her into their respective halls. Miss Lu Yao. The Vermilion Bird Hall's Lu Qian was about to state her terms but was interrupted by Mulan. Give it a moment, we'll make a decision then. A vague smile hung on Mulan's face. Martial Aunt Mu. Lu Qian was slightly anxious. If she did not speak up and state her offers now, the chances of Lu Yao picking the Vermilion Bird Hall would be slim. She did not understand why Mulan stopped her, but Mulan was not a small influence. Since she had already spoken, Lu Qian had no choice but to look on anxiously. The surrounding crowd took in a huge breath as an envious expression formed on their faces. For 4 halls to fight over 1 person, and issuing such attractive rewards, such an honorable feat. If it were them, even if they were asleep, they would wake from laughter. At that moment, Lu Yao receded her essential qi. The 2 rainbows disappeared along with the dots of light on her body. She daintily walked towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, can you see it now? The difference between us is like heaven and earth. We will never meet. Do you still have the guts to challenge me now? Lu Yao stepped off the stage after she finished her sentence. You just opened up 2 divine meridians, what's so amazing about that? Lu Ming sounded slightly disdainful as his voice rang out. What? Lu Yao suddenly turned around. Lu Ming walked towards the altar with big strides. Haha, Lu Ming, you were born with a weak and frail body, and your meridians were blocked. For you to take the meridian test, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Lu Chuan yelled tauntingly. Haha, Lu Chuan is right. Lu Ming, you should back down. It's enough that you participated in the first test, there's no need for you to join the next tests, or it won't be your own pride you're throwing, but rather the entire Lu family's, the first branch elder bellowed from the main grandstand. Lu Yunxiong, you're the first branch elder, yet you're repeatedly stopping a junior from taking the test. I think you're the one who's throwing the Lu family's pride away, Lu Ming instantly retorted. How dare you, Lu Ming? Speaking to me in this manner is an offense. The first branch elder scolded him angrily, enraged by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming merely turned around without even glancing at him. Then, Lu Ming's hand pressed on the altar as he injected his essential qi into it. The air above the altar simmered as a star lit up. Eh? That piece of trash, Lu Ming, actually managed to condense essential qi. He actually managed to get a star to show up. Lu Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Yao's eyes flashed in surprise as well. That guy could knock me out in one hit. I don't think it's going to be that simple. Lu Bing was standing beside Lu Chuan as he gazed on with a grave look in his eyes. At that moment, there was another flash above the altar. Another star had lit up. However, it was merely the beginning. The stars above the altar continuously lit up in quick succession. 2 of them, 3 of them, 8 of them, 9 of them. 9 stars swiftly appeared above the altar. How is this happening? Wasn't Lu Ming a piece of trash with blocked meridians? How could he actually cultivate essential qi? Goodness, he could really cultivate, and even achieved 9 stars. Getting 9 stars is already shocking. In the Lu family, nobody has the potential of 9 stars except for Lu Yao. Lu Yao squinted her eyes. An inconceivable expression formed on her face as she stood beneath the stage. She had definitely snatched Lu Ming's blood meridian from him. How could he be able to cultivate essential qi, to the point of having 9 stars worth of potential? She could not come up with a reason. You can't think of a reason, can you, Lu Yao? Speaking of which, it was all thanks to you, Lu Ming said to Lu Yao. You only have 9 stars. What does that amount to in front of an actual genius? Lu Yao scorned as she quickly calmed herself. Is that so? What about this? A smile hung on Lu Ming's face. Following a flash of qi from his hand, the altar was continuously injected with boundless essential qi. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, A Prodigy is Born. The 9 stars above the altar linked together and a rainbow shot into the sky. A rainbow. Another rainbow had appeared. Every single person in the area stood up involuntarily. Minger. Minger. Amid the crowd, Li Ping and Qiu Yu held each other's hands tightly. They were shaking uncontrollably, with tears welling in their eyes. Prior to this, Li Ping knew that Lu Ming was able to cultivate essential qi, but she never expected that he would have such great potential. At that moment, she felt that all the hardships and strain she had been through over the years were not in vain. Everything was worth it. Impossible. This is impossible. The first branch elder screamed from the main grandstand. How could this be? Seated beside the first branch elder, Li Fu's eyes were about to pop out. This is already impossible. Then let us continue. Lu Ming smiled. Buzz. Buzz. The altar groaned twice. 2 rainbows shot into the sky consecutively. Dots of light lit up on Lu Ming's body simultaneously. 81 dots, 90 dots, 99 dots. In the end, there were 108 dots of light. Silence. It was dead silent. The crowd was silent, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. It was as if the people had forgotten how to breathe at that moment. Only the gentle wind carried the slightest bit of sound. Everyone was staring at Lu Ming dumbfoundedly. Their eyes were bursting, with their jaws wide enough to fit an egg. There were 3 rainbows, and all 108 main acupuncture points were opened up. That meant that Lu Ming had opened up 3 divine meridians. There was merely a difference of a single divine meridian between 2 and 3 divine meridians. However, the distance between the 2 stages was like heaven and earth. 3 divine meridians represented perfection. In every generation of the Blazing Sun Empire, there were not many people who could open 2 divine meridians, but there was always 1 or 2. However, the number of people who could open up 3 divine meridians was scarce. Sometimes, there would not be a single individual in a generation. At that moment, compared to Lu Ming's 3 divine meridians, Lu Yao's 2 divine meridians paled in comparison. One was perfect, while the other was not. It was incomparable. Yuntian, did you see that? Our Minger is finally accomplished. Tears flowed down Li Ping's face as she gazed at Lu Ming's unflinching figure. The sleeping lion has awakened from its slumber. A prodigy is born, Mulan murmured. On one side, Lu Qian widened her eyes. At that moment, she finally saw the light. She came to see why Mulan stopped her from inviting Lu Yao. It was because of this person, Lu Ming. The 7 core elders were shaking on the main grandstand as they stared at Lu Ming. The young master actually opened up 3 divine meridians. The gods have finally opened their eyes. One of the white-haired core elders even teared up. No, this is impossible. How could he open up 3 divine meridians without a blood meridian? The first branch elder bellowed, unable to accept the situation. It's impossible, Lu Ming, impossible. You're a piece of trash, how could this be possible? Lu Yao was unable to take it anymore. She screamed with a sharp voice. Lu Ming, can you see it now? The difference between us is like heaven and earth. We will never meet. Do you still have the guts to challenge me now? These were her words to Lu Ming just now, but it seemed like such a joke now. It was like 2 ruthless slaps across her face. Nothing is impossible, Lu Yao. Let me tell you that the talent and reliance that you speak of is nothing but a joke in my eyes. Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao. She was a woman he once loved, but he did not feel a shred of emotion toward her at that point. Lu Ming, what are you so proud of? You're merely a piece of trash that couldn't awaken a blood meridian. I don't know what kind of miracle happened to you to enable you to open 3 divine meridians, but it is a fact that can't be changed that you're unable to awaken a blood meridian. Ha ha ha. Lu Yao hysterically shrieked. Lu Yao, you look like a madwoman cursing on the streets right now. I'm officially challenging you to a match right now. If you lose, then you'll be exiled from the Lu family. The dots of light on Lu Ming's body were shining radiantly. His voice echoed across the field as his eyes glimmered with the cold intent of war. Lu Ming had shocked everyone in the tests of willpower and meridians. Now, he wanted to shock them even more with a challenge issued to Lu Yao. Lu Yao, do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he stared at Lu Yao. Very well, Lu Ming, I shall fight with you. I want everyone to understand that you are merely lucky, that you managed to open up 3 meridians through some miraculous wonder. However, a martial artist's arts and techniques require talent and comprehension. I shall unmask your original form and let everyone be the witness of how you are still trash when faced against me. Lu Yao seemed to have calmed down and regained her confidence. So what if he had a strong will? So what if he opened up 3 divine meridians? In the end, a martial artist still relied on combat capabilities. She would thoroughly stomp on Lu Ming's dignity through her combat capabilities, knocking all the stuffing out of him. The crowd around them was deep in thought, their eyes sparkling brightly. This was also the reason why the mystical sword sex halls did not openly invite Lu Ming after his terrific display of talent in the 2 tests. First of all, Lu Ming was unable to awaken his blood meridian. Secondly, he could definitely forcefully open up his meridians, but it would not be able to solve everything. Hence, it was natural for them to prioritize Lu Yao. You blabber too much. Be careful that it doesn't come back to bite you, Lu Ming replied as he stared at Lu Yao. Lu Ming, cease your madness. There's no need for my sister to step up in dealing with you. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Chuan took big strides on the platform and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a sneer and said, "Great timing, Lu Chuan. Even if you didn't come out, I would look for you. Now that I can conveniently deal with you, it makes no difference." Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're riding on a high horse right now, but let me tell you that the tournament is no game. There will be blood, so don't blame me if I accidentally cripple you, or even end your life. Lu Chuan smiled. As he finished his sentence, he shifted his gaze towards Lu Yunfeng, as well as the main grandstand. Chuaner, you are correct. The tournament is no child's play. Since it is a competition, there will naturally be unavoidable casualties. Do not show any mercy. An icy look flashed across the first branch elder's eyes as he bellowed. The 7 core elders glanced at each other and nodded. They did not object. At the sight of that, Lu Yunfeng announced, "Very well, now that the 2nd test has ended, it is time for the 3rd round, the tournament. Fight to the best of your abilities, but do not throw your lives away." Lu Chuan smiled haughtily and stated, "Lu Ming, you can still change your mind if you're regretting it." Lu Ming smiled expressively. "Is that so?" he asked. "Lu Ming, how many moves coming from me do you think you can survive? 1. Or is it 2? Lu Chuan sneered. 1 move. Lu Ming's voice rang plainly. Ha ha ha, at least you're self-conscious enough to know that you can only handle one move. Lu Chuan cackled. No, what I meant was that I'll defeat you in a single move, Lu Ming said plainly. Defeating Lu Chuan in a single move. The crowd was in an uproar. They stared at Lu Ming as if he was a madman. One move. Lu Ming said that he would only use one move to defeat Lu Chuan. Was he insane? He had to understand that not only did Lu Chuan awaken a second-level blood meridian, he had also reached a cultivation of third-grade warrior realm. Even if Lu Ming opened up 3 divine meridians, he was no match for Lu Chuan, let alone defeating him in one move. Defeat me in one move. Lu Ming's face darkened as his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. My name isn't Lu Chuan if I don't cripple you today, Lu Ming, he said. Lu Chuan's aura exploded as dots of light illuminated his body. The unquestionable aura of the third-grade warrior realm was released. Die, Lu Ming. Lu Chuan roared. He made the first move as he struck his fist towards Lu Ming. An explosive gust of wind followed his fist. He wanted to cripple Lu Ming in a single move. This would make Lu Ming understand he was merely a piece of trash, and that fighting with him was so laughable and arrogant. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Are You Worthy? Just as Lu Bing approached Lu Ming took a step forward and the floorboard exploded. A formidable presence burst out from within Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch at the same time, but it was faster than Lu Chuan's. It came later, but it reached its target first. It was as fast as lightning. Lu Ming's fist slammed into Lu Chuan's dantian, exerting tremendous force. Lu Bing flew back about 4 to 5 meters and crashed heavily on the floor. Blood from his mouth splattered everywhere. Ah. Ah. My dantian, my cultivation. Lu Ming, you destroyed my cultivation. Immediately, Lu Chuan let out a shrill scream of despair. Silence. There was pin-drop silence, all eyes were fixed at that moment. Lu Ming destroyed Lu Chuan's cultivation in one move. Unbelievable. First Branch Elder shot up from his seat. Dark, cold murderous intent erupted from him as he stared at Lu Ming with a ferocious face and roared, Lu Ming, you imbecile spawn, what did you do? How dare you destroy Chuaner's cultivation? I'll turn you into dust. With that said, First Branch Elder leaped down from his seat and shot out like a bullet toward Lu Ming. Lu Yunxiong, what do you think you're doing? On the platform, Lu Yunfeng's glare turned cold as he thrust his palm out and struck a move against First Branch Elder. Lu Yunfeng's body quivered from the impact as he took 5 steps back while First Branch Elder only took 3 steps. Lu Yunfeng, you dare stop me? The First Branch Elder roared with rage. Lu Yunxiong, it's house meeting now, what do you think you're doing? Going against house rules. Lu Yunfeng refused to budge. There was never harmony between First Branch Elder and Second Branch Elder. The rivalry between the branches was not something that happened over the span of a day or two, so when he was given a chance to strike against First Branch Elder, Lu Yunfeng would most definitely not let First Branch Elder have his way. Back down, Lu Yunxiong. A core elder barked from his seat. First Branch Elder's face twisted with rage as he faced the core elders and stated, fellow elders, take a look. This brat, Lu Ming, struck so cruelly and he destroyed Chuaner cultivation. He must be severely punished. Severely punished? Lu Yunxiong, are you for real? Lu Ming smiled coldly and said, Lu Chuan was the one who wanted to destroy my cultivation at first, am I not allowed to fight back? You're the one who said that casualties are inevitable in a duel. Are you F*** kidding me? What did you say, you little B** starred? First Branch Elder was so mad his face twitched. What's with the you? Hurry up and remove your trash of a son from the stage, Lu Ming reprimanded. What a savage. Such cockiness. Lu Ming actually had the audacity to reprimand First Branch Elder in front of so many. It was done so on purpose. He was counting on the core elders of the Elder Council to make sure First Branch Elder did not get his foolish way since there were so many outsiders watching the Lu House meeting. Besides that, his current performance would have caught the eyes of the messengers from the mystical sword sect, so even if First Branch Elder wanted to do anything to him, he might not necessarily be allowed to. That was why Lu Ming acted recklessly and cared for nothing. First Branch Elder was so angry he nearly vomited blood, but in the end, he went off stage dejectedly with a ruined Lu Chuan. Little B** starred, when house meeting is over, I'll chop you into 10,000 pieces. You and your mother. First branch elder bellowed in his heart, the intent to kill gleamed unabashedly in his eyes. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Lu Yao. Now, it's your turn, Lu Ming said faintly. Lu Yao frowned, her eyes darkened, but she did not reply. Lu Ming's combat power exceeded her expectations. Suddenly she had a feeling that what was going to happen today would be out of her control. Lu Ming's and Lu Yao's eyes met and a massive war broke out immediately. All around the training field, all eyes were intently fixed on both of them. Lu Yao, with awakened level 5 blood meridian, unlocked 2 divine meridians at the young age of 15, and messengers from all 4 halls of the mystical sword sect came for her. She carried too many halos on her, and it was not wrong to say that she was the first of her kind in Fiery Wind City. On the other hand, Lu Ming, formerly deemed useless and the Lu family's trash, blew minds today. The test of willpower on the flaming stairs was a walk in the park for him. He unlocked 3 divine meridians, and it was safe to say that he was the first in Fiery Wind City history to have done so. Lu Ming also dropped jaws by defeating Lu Chuan in one move. These two were finally engaged in battle. Who would win? Everyone, including the 4 halls messengers and 7 core elders of the Lu Elder Council, watched them intently. First branch elder glowered watchfully at them, the intent to kill flashed constantly in his eyes. Swoosh! On the platform, Lu Yao struck first. As fast as a deer, Lu Yao dashed towards Lu Ming with a fiery red light on her jade-like hands. Her palms immediately pummeled towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming twisted his waist and threw a flame dragon fist. Powerful jets of wind were released as the fist and palm collided. Lu Ming and Lu Yao quivered upon impact and both took 3 steps backward. Their first moves carried the same impact. 4th grade novice realm. Looks like Lu Yao's been getting a lot of resources from the Duanmu family. Upon contact, Lu Ming got a read of Lu Yao's cultivation. Lu Yao's cultivation rose to 4th grade novice realm in a mere 2 months. Other than her gift of a 5th level blood meridian, the Duanmu family certainly did not skimp on the resources. At the same time, Lu Yao was horrified because she found out that Lu Ming's cultivation was at 3rd grade novice realm. In the short span of 2 months, Lu Ming rose from a trash with no ability to cultivate essential qi to 3rd grade novice realm. Unbelievable. No, I've got to keep him under my thumb. Lu Yao cried in her heart. Clang. She unsheathed her sword, its sword light beamed like a dazzling rainbow towards Lu Ming as she attacked. Dazzling Rainbow Sword Technique, Lu family's lower yellow level martial art technique. Lu Yao, you lack practice and cultivation, what a shame, Lu Ming said quietly. Lu Ming took a stride and avoided Lu Yao's sword light. He threw another punch. The punch whistled like the wind as it approached Lu Yao's face. Lu Yao had no choice but to defend herself. Lu Ming punched continuously, the flame dragon fist technique fully utilized. His essential qi was 2 times thicker than ordinary when he cultivated or condensed it, so when Lu Ming used the flame dragon fist, it was an indestructible force. In his first move before that, Lu Ming was only using 50% of his power. At this moment, 100%. For a moment, Lu Yao was forced to retreat. Is that all you've got, Lu Yao? I'm disappointed. Weren't you the one who said that you'll force me to show my true colors? Are you just saying it for fun? Give me the best you've got. You want to be the head of the Lu family with such strength? Are you even worthy? Lu Ming scowled at Lu Yao as his voice rang out coldly. The whole place erupted. Lu Yao, the shining star, the chosen one, was at a total disadvantage. She was repeatedly forced to retreat by Lu Ming. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe. Lu Yao bit her lip as her eyes grew colder and barked. Lu Ming, I'll show you what I'm truly capable of. A bright red light appeared behind Lu Yao. With a cry, a fiery red lark with 5 blood-red meridian focal points began to take form. It was the 5th level blood meridian. Immediately, the lark descended upon Lu Yao and fused with her. Lu Yao's power instantly increased at an alarming rate. The eruption of blood meridians was a way for a martial artist to increase their power. The higher level of the blood meridian, the more the increase in power. 5th-level blood meridians meant a 50% increase in power. Zing! Quick as lightning, Lu Yao advanced towards Lu Ming with her sword aimed to kill. Let's see who wields a better sword technique then. Lu Ming smiled calmly as he drew the black onyx sword from his back. The black onyx sword transformed in streams of light as Lu Ming hacked it at Lu Yao. The lustrous sword technique. The swords collided. Lu Yao's sword's power was broken right away. Swish. Swish. Lu Yao was completely shrouded by Lu Ming's unending sword light. All Lu Yao could do was to counter them with all her might. It was total oppression. Even with a higher cultivation and erupted blood meridians, Lu Yao's strength was still oppressed by Lu Ming. With 3 unlocked divine meridians and the essential chi from the true war dragon technique, Lu Ming completely overpowered Lu Yao. It was 10 or more moves later. Lu Ming's sword light pierced through like lightning and went for Lu Yao's throat. Lu Yao paled, she could not dodge it at all. At that point in time, everyone else had their heart in their throats. Was Lu Yao, the shining star, going to die? Abruptly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, the cold tip of his sword resting on Lu Yao's throat. The coolness of the sword tip and Lu Ming's intense intent to kill caused Lu Yao's eyes to flash with fear. Lu Yao's mind went blank as she realized that she was defeated. Lu Yao lost. A complete win for Lu Ming, incredible. That was totally unexpected. We were deceived by the Lu family. I'll fight anyone who calls Lu Ming trash from now on. Chaos erupted everywhere. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, The Truth is Out. The entire place erupted with disbelief. No one expected Lu Ming, the one Lu family openly labeled useless trash, to defeat the shiny star, Lu Yao, as if it was a piece of cake. Impossible. First Branch Elder bellowed in utter disbelief. He could not take it. He expected Lu Yao to simply just gain victory and take over the Lu family. Never would he have dreamt that the useless trash they robbed 2 months ago would have such strong capabilities to defeat Lu Yao effortlessly. How did that happen? Duan Muqing too found it hard to believe. Duan Muqing, as long as you're a genius, nothing is impossible. This Lu Ming had 3 divine meridians unlocked at such a young age, defeated Lu Yao, a 4th-grade novice realm plus exploded blood meridians, with just a 3rd-grade novice realm cultivation. He's most definitely a rare genius, Gao Shi commented. That's right, Lu Ming outdid Lu Yao in the test of willpower, meridians, and the duel. Since Lu Yao's betrothed to the White Tiger Hall, I won't fight with you for her. The Azure Dragon Hall will take in Lu Ming. Tai Zhong added with gleaming eyes. What are you talking about, Tai Zhong? What do you mean by Azure Dragon Hall taking in Lu Ming? Lu Ming is coming with me to Onyx Tortoise Hall. Gao Shi glowered at Tai Zhong, turned to Lu Ming, and offered, Lu Ming, we at Onyx Tortoise Hall sincerely welcome you with open arms. I promise, if you join us, we'll offer you 2 land-level martial arts techniques of your choice, and our upper management will personally take you in and train you as an apprentice. Lu Ming, we at Azure Dragon Hall welcome you too. If you join us, you'd not only just have access to our land-level martial arts techniques, you can also cultivate at our top-secret cultivation spots. Tai Zhong dropped a bombshell. The words of these 2 hall messengers spread across the field, which caused an uproar yet again. It was obvious that these 2 hall's messengers valued Lu Ming. Even though it was said that Lu Ming could not awaken his blood meridian in the Lu family, it did not mean that he could not awaken it in Mystical Sword Sect. Mystical Sword Sect had been around for ages with numerous classified techniques, which included classified techniques to once again awaken one's meridians. Lu Ming possessed such talents even before his blood meridians were awakened. How crazily talented would he be once he awakened his blood meridians? Besides that, even though blood meridians were important to a martial artist, it was not the only important thing. There were blood meridian martial artists who made history for their remarkable achievements in the path of martial arts without awakened blood meridians. Even if Lu Ming genuinely failed to awaken his blood meridians, his future achievements would not be too bad too. Desire burned in the hearts of the messengers from Azure Dragon Hall and Onyx Tortoise Hall. Frustration flashed in Duan Muqing's eyes. It was unfortunate that the White Tiger Hall had no chance with Lu Ming at all since they were undoubtedly on Lu Yao's side. Instead of replying to the 2 hall messengers, Lu Ming looked at Lu Yao indifferently and said, Lu Yao, I used to think that you and Lu Yunxiong were family, I trusted you. Little did I know, I'm nothing but a valuable piece of junk to you. Not only that, but you also wanted to be lord of the Lu family. You told me 2 months ago that everything hinged on capabilities in this world. You only get a say if you're strong, and the weak will always be trampled on. Now, I shall give these words back to you. You're a loser to me. You're not worthy enough to be my opponent. Lu Ming's clear voice rang across the place. Every word Lu Ming said was like a resounding slap to Lu Yao's face. Haha, Lu Ming, don't be cocky. Did you really think you could be somebody? I have the Duanmu family backing me up, what do you have against me? I may have lost temporarily, but in a year, no, within half a year, I'll overtake you in every way and completely trample you under my feet. Lu Yao yelled hysterically, her face distorted with rage. Defeated, overtook, and looked down by someone she deemed as a useless piece of trash nearly sent her over the edge. Lu Ming, keep your sword away and get the F***ck off the battle stage. First branch elder yelled. Shut up, B***tch, and you, Lu Yunxiong. Who gave you the right to speak? Lu Ming snarled at them with an overwhelming intent to kill. With a flick of his sword, he drew a bloody fine line on Lu Yao's neck. Lu Yao's face paled immediately. How dare you hurt her? Lu Yao is engaged to Duanmu Lin, the genius of White Tiger Hall. Do you have a death wish? Duanmu Qin yelled. Lu Ming did not spare him a glance and instead turned to the 7 core elders. Fellow elders, do you want to know why I can't awaken my blood meridian? Lu Ming asked. Why can't he awake his blood meridian? Many gawked. If one had failed to awaken their blood meridians, what else could it be? Was it not a personal problem? Was there something they did not know about? Speak, Lu Ming. Is there anything we should know? The oldest of the 7 core elders spoke. Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense. First branch elder exclaimed before Lu Ming said anything. Shut up, Lu Yunxiong, the oldest of the core elders ordered. First branch elder stopped talking with a grimace. That's because this shining star and this first branch elder over here pretended to be nice to me, and fed me Yama pollen for 3 years. He fed my blood meridians with my own blood for 3 years, that's why I failed to awaken my blood meridians. Then, they robbed me of my blood meridians and combined it with Lu Yao's. Why did you think you could awaken a 5th level blood meridian, Lu Yao? What enabled you to do so? Lu Ming recounted calmly. Whatever Lu Ming said caused a huge uproar and everyone was shocked beyond words. Many knew that Lu Ming went through a meridians test and was said to have inherited his father's blood meridians, and it could be awakened. It somehow failed to be awakened later on and something was not quite right about it. The truth was out, and it had cleared up a lot of things. ***stards, filthy animals, how could you do this to Minger? Li Ping was the first to react. She shrieked as she stared deadly at First Branch Elder and Lu Yao with her bloodshot eyes, her body trembled in fury. Tears flowed freely from Li Ping's eyes. She had no clue that the injuries on Lu Ming 2 months ago were a result of his blood meridians being stripped off him. How agonizing it must have been for Lu Ming to have his blood meridians forcefully taken from him. Is this for real? Storms were brewing in the eyes of all 7 core elders and their faces darkened. Lu Ming, you liar, you're a piece of useless junk, don't blame us, you imbecile, shameless fool. Fellow elders, Lu Ming's hopeless, his character is unsalvageable, I suggest having him kicked out of the Lu family. First Branch Elder bellowed, his eyes flickered maliciously. That's right, Lu Ming, do you think anyone would believe in your lies? Lu Yao added coldly. Haha, a test would immediately reveal if what I said about feeding blood meridians with my blood for 3 years is true. Lu Yao, do you have the guts to be tested? Lu Ming stared intently at Lu Yao. Lu Yao's face paled, and the First Branch Elder's face looked venomous. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Let's meet again in the Mystical Sword School. At that moment, the gaze of every single person was focused on the First Branch Elder and Lu Yao. Lu Ming was not wrong. It would be a simple task to test whether Lu Yao had really supplied Lu Ming's meridians with blood for 3 years, then stripped it away from him and fused it with her own blood meridians. Lu Ming, who do you think you are? Do you think we'll carry the test out just because you say so? The First Branch Elder quibbled grudgingly. The bystanders were not oblivious fools. Would anyone still be ignorant even after noticing the expressions on Lu Yao and the first branch elders' faces? What Lu Ming said was more or less the truth. At that instant, nearly everyone had a different expression in their eyes as they looked at Lu Yao and the first branch elder. To supply blood to a meridian and strip it off later was a taboo in the martial arts world, as it was considered completely shameless. Lu Yunxiong. At that moment, the 7 core elders were looking at the first branch elder with disappointment in their eyes. The eldest core elder was particularly furious. Lu Yunxiong, as the first branch elder, how dare you do something so shameless? How will you be able to face our ancestors? How can we convince the public if you are to continue to hold the position as the first branch elder? The Elder Council hereby announces that Lu Yunxiong will be stripped of his position as the first branch elder today. The order to name Lu Yao as the Lord of the Lu family will be rescinded as well. What? You want to revoke my position as the first branch elder? You'd actually strip me of my status for someone as insignificant as Lu Ming. You must remember that Lu Yao already has marital ties with the Duanmu family, the first branch elder bellowed as he mentioned the Duanmu family. Duanmu Qing had an unpleasant expression on his face as he looked at the 7 core elders. It'll be wise for you to think this through. Since Lu Yao has marital ties with the Duanmu family, allowing her to take over the Lu family is the greatest honor you could ever bestow upon your own family. Your family might prosper in the future if you do that, but what you're doing right now is nothing short of digging your own grave. Duanmu Qing's words caused a change in the expressions of the 7 core elders, as well as every other member of the Lu family. They could dismiss Lu Yao and the first branch elder, but they had to be mindful of the Duanmu family who was supporting Lu Yao. Since the Duanmu family was so mighty, obliterating the Lu family was as easy as flipping a coin for such a major family in the mystical sword sect. However, in this situation, if they allowed Lu Yao to succeed as the family lord, or even assist Lu Yao in dealing with Lu Ming, the Lu family would definitely be the butt of all jokes in the Fiery Wind City, or even every city miles away. How could they choose? Clap. 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 Mulan suddenly stood up as she applauded. How prestigious, Duanmu Qing. Do you think that you can represent the Duanmu family? Or perhaps that the Duanmu family can represent the mystical sword sect? Stop pretending to be something you aren't. I'll have you know that the Lu family is under my watch. I'd like to see what the Duanmu family is capable of. Mulan, are you sure you want to stick your nose into this? Duanmu Qing's expression changed. I sure am. Mulan shouted powerfully. Senior Duanmu. Before Duanmu Qing could reply, Lu Yao interrupted him. Senior Duanmu, I'm willing to join the White Tiger Hall. There's no use staying in a family like the Lu family, she said. Duanmu Qing's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Not bad. With a family like the Lu's, which is as widespread as a single palm, there's no point in staying. With Miss Lu Yao's talent, you should be aiming for the entire Blazing Sun Empire or an even wider stage than that, he said. Lu Yao nodded and turned to look at Lu Ming, whose voice was icy cold as she said, Lu Yao, if you have the ability to do so, you should kill me today. Otherwise, someday, I'll return the shame you've brought me today by tenfold. 2. The shame that I've brought you. Lu Ming started to chuckle. That's hilarious. Everything that happened is because of your own actions. Would today have happened if you hadn't stripped me of my blood meridians, he said. Lu Yao, I won't finish you off. I want you to witness for yourself what you said, that there's an insurmountable difference between you and me. As for Duanmu Lin, who you call a prodigy, there'll be a day when you'll watch with your own eyes as I stomp him into the dirt. Now, get lost. Lu Ming sheathed his blade after his confident and firm voice echoed across the entire field. Lu Ming, there's still a long time to go, wait for me. Father, you should come to the mystical sword sect with me along with brother. Lu Yao's cold voice rang out. Duanmu Qing had a frosty expression as he looked at Lu Ming with hostility. Just with you, Lu Ming. You can't even compare to a single finger of Duanmu Lin's. I hope that you don't join the mystical sword sect, or you'll understand how foolish and arrogant your words were today. Let's go. The flame tigers howled. Lu Yao, the first branch elder, and Lu Chuan followed Duanmu Qing and his posse as they mounted the flame tigers and left in humiliation without having even packed anything. With the departure of Lu Yao and the others, the events of the day finally ended. Although the youngsters from the Liu family had not started the tournament yet, nobody was really paying attention. Today's incident was full of twists and turns, and things had turned out completely different from everyone's expectations. Most of the people originally thought that the star of the day would be Liu Yao. They thought that as a genius, she would ascend as the lord of the Liu family with more than enough qualifications and bequeath tales of success. However, things took a completely different turn because of a single person, Lu Ming, who was the actual star of the day. "All right, Lu Ming, you're domineering and confident. Why don't you come and join the Vermilion Bird Hall and wipe out the genius they call Duan Mulin in the future?" Mulan suggested as she clapped her hands with unconcealed admiration on her face. She then added, "However, I won't agree to any conditions you make. As a martial artist, you have to count on yourself to earn everything." Everyone was speechless. Nobody invited people like that. Would anyone even accept an invitation like that? However, Lu Ming's response made everyone's jaws drop even further. "Hall Master Mu, I promise to join the Vermilion Bird Hall," he acquiesced with a nod. The main reason that he promised Mulan was to thank her for the help. Moreover, he wanted to join a powerful sect to cultivate, since there would be even more resources in a sect. The Mystical Sword sect was where prodigies from around 2,000 cities in the east of the Blazing Sun Empire gathered. Only by racing against other geniuses to be on the very top of such a wide center stage would Lu Ming be able to advance even further on the path of martial arts. After all, hiding in a corner would never result in great achievements. Excellent. Mulan was ecstatic. Everyone else thought that Lu Ming did not possess a blood meridian, but she had already sensed the power of one within him earlier on. Would the Vermilion Bird Hall experience change if a prodigy like him joined the hall? "Lu Ming, the only thing that I can assure you after you join the Mystical Sword sect is that the elders of the Duanmu family won't dare to deal with you overtly. However, as for the younger generation of the Duanmu family, you will have to rely on yourself." With a wave of her hand, a jade credential flew towards Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, proceed to the Vermilion Bird Hall with this jade credential in 2 months. You'll be able to join the Vermilion Bird Hall immediately." There was a realistic vermilion bird etched in the jade plate. "Thank you, Hall Master Mu." Lu Ming clasped his fists and kept the jade plate. It was enough. As long as the elders of the Duanmu family did not make a move, it was enough. If he could not even go against the younger bunch of the Duanmu family, what was the point of cultivating martial arts? Heh. "I'll be waiting for you in the Mystical Sword sect, Lu Ming." Mulan smiled daintily as she rose from her seat and left the Liu family's training field. "Lu Ming, we welcome you to join the Mystical Sword sect, and we hope that you will be a powerhouse of your generation." Gao Shi and Tai Zhong rose in succession to congratulate Lu Ming. "Thank you, my 2 seniors. I apologize for not choosing the Azure Dragon Hall and the Onyx Tortoise Hall today." Lu Ming saluted. "Haha, it's fine." Gao Shi smiled. Lu Ming's attitude made them feel comfortable. The two of them had the same thought in their minds. Not only does Lu Ming have an exceptional latent ability, but he's also humble and upright. He'll definitely be successful in the future. "See you in the Mystical Sword sect, Lu Ming." Lu Qian smiled. Gao Shi, Tai Zhong, and Lu Qian proceeded to leave the area with their respective groups as they were no longer in the mood to spectate the other youngsters of the Liu family. The Lius had lost their hype with the departure of the hall envoys, so the ending ceremony was conducted hastily as well. However, today's incident was fated to stir up the entire Fiery Wind City. Lu Ming's reputation would also cause an uproar in the Fiery Wind City. However, it would be the reputation of a prodigy. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Change Brought Upon by Power. The house meeting came to an end. The next day, Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Qiu Yu moved back into the Lord's residence once again. As he was standing in front of the residence gates, his mind was filled with thoughts. All of this was thanks to the change brought by the advancement of his power. If he was still the piece of trash whose blood meridians had been stripped from him, he would be unable to save his own life, let alone move back into the Lord's residence. Besides that, Li Ping and Qiu Yu would also be unable to live a smooth life. However, everything changed because of his sudden rise. Not only did he completely disrupt Lu Yunxiong and Lu Yao's plans, but he also snatched back the Lord's residence. Li Ping was also guaranteed a comfortable life from now on. As the descendant of the Lu family's main bloodline, Lu Ming could succeed as the lord whenever he wanted as long as he felt like it. However, it was far from enough, as all this was merely the beginning. Lu Ming knew that there were greater challenges awaiting him in the mystical sword sect. He could not slow down for a single moment. "Ming'er, let's go in. The room has been tidied up." Li Ping smiled as she walked out with a sword in hand. The Elder Council sent 4 young maids over specifically to serve Li Ping and Lu Ming, so the Lord's residence was quickly cleared of Lu Yao and the others' possessions. "Ming'er, now that you have a foothold in martial arts, you should use the spiritual weapon that your father sent back." Li Ping handed the sword in her hands over to Lu Ming. This sword, which had been taken by Lu Chuan, was once again back in their hands. Lu Ming nodded and took the sword as he walked into the residence together with Li Ping. After he returned to his room, he started cultivating. Having consumed the Spirit Soul pill a few days ago, his cultivation spiked from top of 1st grade warrior realm to beginner of 3rd grade warrior realm. After ascending 2 grades in one go, it was inevitable that his foundation would be unsteady, thus he needed to consolidate it. After cultivating the True War Dragon technique for a few hours, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and started to cultivate his martial arts skills. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 8th day, Lu Ming was cultivating in the Supreme Shrine when he sensed a commotion outside, so he proceeded to exit the Supreme Shrine. He heard Chiao Yu's voice coming from outside his room the moment he went out. "Young master, Lu Bing is here to pay his respects." Lu Bing. Startled, Lu Ming opened his door and walked out. Chiao Yu nodded. "Young master, do you wish to see him?" "Sure I do." "Why not?" Lu Ming smiled. When he reached the living room, he saw Lu Bing pacing anxiously. Lu Bing smiled the second he saw Lu Ming. "Master Ming, you've finally come." Lu Ming noticed the change in how Lu Bing addressed him. He smiled feebly as he sat on the main seat absent-mindedly. "Why have you come to me?" Lu Bing suddenly clasped his fist at Lu Ming. "Master Ming, I've come to apologize today. I was blind to your talent before and even offended you before. I hope that you'll be gracious enough not to hold a grudge." "Lu Bing, the 5th branch elder asked you to come, didn't he?" Lu Ming asked. "You're right. My father asked me to come, but it is aligned with my aim as well. Master Ming, there are 5,000 silver notes here which I hope you'll graciously accept." Lu Bing took out a stack of silver notes and handed it over to Lu Ming. "All right. Chiao Yu, help me accept it." Lu Ming smiled. To be frank, he had never once thought about Lu Bing, but since he came to apologize with money in hand, why should he not accept it? Chiao Yu went up to take the silver notes, her small face flushed with excitement. She had never seen so many silver notes before. Although it pained Lu Bing, he forced a smile. "Thank you, Master Ming, I shall take my leave now." Just after Lu Bing had left, another maid walked up to report, "Young master, the lord of the Li family has come to pay his respects." "The lord of the Li family, Li Fu?" Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had a terrible impression of Li Fu. "Have you notified your lady?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, I have," the maid replied. At that moment, Li Ping walked over and said, "Ming'er, since your uncle has arrived, let's just meet him." Lu Ming nodded and ordered the maid to bring Li Fu in. "Haha, Lil, sister, Ming'er, I've come to visit." Li Fu guffawed the moment he came in. His face was plastered with such a wide smile that anyone unaware of the situation would assume that he had a close relationship with Lu Ming and his mother. "Big brother," Li Ping greeted him. However, an icy smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he sat absent-mindedly. "Lord Li, why have you come to the Lu residence today? It can't be because you wanted to meet this piece of trash, right?" Cough. Cough. Li Fu coughed as his elderly face turned red. He chuckled wryly and said, "Ming'er, you're such a genius. How could you be a piece of trash? If anyone says that the next time, I'll definitely break his leg. Ming'er, I believed in those rumors because I'm muddled due to my old age. I hope you won't take it to heart." At that point, Lu Ming realized that yet another person had come to apologize. Lu Ming's outburst this time was definitely startling. Although he had offended the Duanmu family, he had also gained the favor of Mulan from the Elixir Hall. It was hard to tell how successful he would be in the future. Furthermore, it was set in stone that Lu Ming was next in line as the family lord, so anyone who had offended him before, such as Lu Bing and Li Fu, would be in trouble. Therefore, they all stepped up to apologize and reconcile. It was now evidently clear that the strong ruled over the weak in the martial arts world. Rest assured, big brother. I definitely won't take it to heart, Li Ping said as a joyful smile lit up her face. That would be great, Lil, sister. I've prepared 10 qi condensation pills as a token of gratitude. Please accept it. Li Fu said as he produced a jade bottle. The qi condensation pills were inferior second-level pills. One pill was worth 2,000 silver taels, while 10 would amount to 20,000 silver taels. It seemed that Li Fu had gone to the bank for this one. It should be noted that 20,000 silver taels were equal to the Li family's income for half a year. Even the Lu family, the biggest family in the Fiery Wind City, had an annual income of approximately 200,000 silver taels. Thank you then. Lu Ming quickly accepted it. He had originally planned to ignore Li Fu, but Li Ping was from the Li family after all. Lu Ming could tell that she still cared about the Li family's attitude a lot and was obviously pleased when Li Fu came to apologize. That was why Lu Ming had to pretend for Li Ping's sake. There was no harm in accepting the 10 qi condensation pills. Li Fu finally relaxed after seeing Lu Ming accept the pills. Even though he was pained over the 20,000 silver taels, it was an investment. If Lu Ming really rose in power, the Li family would not have a hard time. If he had known that Lu Ming was so talented, he would have avoided offending him at all costs. After some short banter, Li Fu bade his farewell and left. Qiu Yu, how many meridians have you opened? Lu Ming quickly asked Qiu Yu after Li Fu left. Li Ping stared at her with a curious expression as well. Young master, madam, I just opened the 8th meridian yesterday. Qiu Yu answered cheerfully. What? Lu Ming and Li Ping were shocked to their core as they stared at her incredulously. The first few meridians were relatively easy, but it would get progressively harder. Qiu Yu had already opened 8 meridians after 10 or so days. What was important was that she was cultivating with the qi condensation art, which was a basic art. She had not consumed a single pill at all. This kind of talent was shocking. Can Qiu Yu open a divine meridian without the help of a blood meridian? Lu Ming could not help but wonder. Mother, Qiu Yu, don't tell anyone about this for now, Lu Ming told Li Ping and Qiu Yu, who both nodded. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Go Forth with the Dreams of a Young Man. The next day, Lu Ming went to the Lu family library and picked an inferior yellow-level martial arts technique for Qiu Yu. It was the Jade Cloud technique. Lu Ming was not petty enough to be reluctant to share the true War Dragon technique with Qiu Yu. Instead, it was because the technique was more suitable for males, as it was extremely powerful, so it was not fitting for Qiu Yu to cultivate. If the technique was not suitable, it did not matter how superior it was, because it would sometimes even do more bad than good. The Jade Cloud technique was gentle yet firm, so it was very compatible with Qiu Yu. Lu Ming also picked out the graceful light sword technique, which was an inferior yellow-level martial arts technique, for Qiu Yu. Now, nobody dared to utter a single word when he was picking a martial arts technique. After Lu Ming selected the martial arts techniques, he headed towards the elixir hall to purchase a batch of dragon tiger pills to help Qiu Yu's cultivation. While he was purchasing the dragon tiger pills, he learned that Mulan was no longer at the elixir hall. According to the staff from the elixir hall, Mulan had returned to the mystical sword sect. Mulan's position as the hall master of the elixir hall was merely a trial. Now that the trial was over, naturally, she returned to the mystical sword sect. After handing the martial arts techniques and pills to Qiu Yu, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the supreme shrine. He consumed a qi condensating pill and started to cultivate. Just like the other pills, after he swallowed the qi condensating pill, a strong force emanated from his spine and started to absorb the medicinal properties of the pill apart from refining the impurities of the pill. Lu Ming then converted the influx of pure energy into essential qi. The qi condensating pill was an inferior second-level pill, which was more potent than the dragon tiger pill. However, it paled in comparison to the spirit soul pill. Lu Ming's cultivation was advancing without pause. However, his essential qi was twice as dense as normal essential qi. If he wanted to improve it, he would require more energy, to be exact, around 3 times the amount of normal essential qi. It meant that if he wanted to improve his cultivation, he would need to spend 3 times the amount of energy of what a normal person required. There was no way around it. Being strong meant that he had to put in more effort. After all 10 qi condensating pills were refined, Lu Ming's cultivation advanced from beginner of 3rd grade warrior realm to beginner of 4th grade warrior realm. They were worth 20,000 silver taels, but Lu Ming had only advanced by a single grade. It was definitely a luxury, one that other people could not afford. Even an elite disciple of the Lu family could only redeem 2 qi condensating pills in a year. Lu Ming was not satisfied with this rate. After he finished the 10 qi condensating pills, he visited the elixir hall again and purchased 30 qi condensating pills in one go. He received a 10% discount, so the total was 54,000 silver taels. In one go, there were only around 15,000 taels left from 130,000 silvers that he had obtained from the Samophik pirates. Lu Ming continued with his cultivation after purchasing the pills. In the later stages of cultivation, a greater amount of energy was needed. After Lu Ming refined all 30 qi condensating pills, his cultivation advanced to a mere beginner of 6th grade warrior realm. Over a month had passed after he consolidated his foundation. There was only half a month left before the day when the mystical sword sect opened its doors for recruitment. Lu Ming had reaped many benefits over the course of that month and a half. Not only did his cultivation advance at a rapid pace, but his cultivation of martial arts techniques were also progressing swiftly. The Flame Dragon Fist and the Dragon Serpent Steps were cultivated to the 5th stage, which was the perfect divine-like usage stage. The superior yellow level sword technique, the lustrous sword technique, had been cultivated to the 4th stage, which was the mastery of technique stage. Lu Ming's power experienced a substantial rise compared to the house meeting a month and a half ago. However, Qiuyu was the most shocking. With just the Jade Cloud technique and the Tiger Dragon pills, Ku actually managed to open 3 divine meridians over the course of a month and a half. Lu Ming was able to open 3 divine meridians thanks to the help of the divine level martial arts technique, True War Dragon technique and the peculiar incomplete blood meridian. However, Qiuyu's blood meridians had yet to awaken. She was also cultivating an inferior yellow level martial arts technique at a terrifying pace. Despite that, Lu Ming and Li Ping were unquestionably happy for her. On that day, Lu Ming was prepared to make a move and set out for the mystical sword sect. Mother, here's 10,000 silver notes. Keep it for future use. He produced a stack of silver notes in the courtyard and handed it over to Li Ping. Ming'er, what are you doing? You'll be heading to the mystical sword sect where there'll be plenty of places where you need silver to cultivate. Why are you giving it to me? I'll be at the Lu residence where I'm short of nothing. Li Ping quickly pushed the silver notes back to Lu Ming. Mother, I've encountered a miracle. I don't need any money. You should keep it and take the time to spend it in the future. Seeing how confident and firm Lu Ming was, Li Ping did not reject the notes and kept them away. While she gazed at his sharp gaze, Li Ping felt an incomparable sense of comfort and pride. Her son had finally achieved greatness. Ming'er, allow Qiuyu to accompany you to the mystical sword sect this time. Li Ping smiled gently after a moment of pondering. On the side, Qiuyu's expression shifted. Madam. Who will take care of you if I'm gone? Silly girl, don't I have Chun Tao and the 3 girls now? There's no need to worry that nobody will take care of me. Furthermore, you're gifted in martial arts. It would be a waste if you stayed with me, Li Ping said as she patted Qiuyu on the head. Madam. Qiuyu started to sniffle as tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Ming exclaimed in delight because it was true that Qiuyu had a talent for martial arts, so staying with the Lu family was truly a waste of talent. Lu Ming shared the same thought of bringing Qiuyu to the mystical sword sect to see if she could join the school. Perhaps, someone in the mystical sword sect could help her awaken her blood meridian. All right, Ming'er, it isn't early anymore. You should start moving now. Li Ping reminded. Then, we'll take our leave now, mother. Please take care of yourself. Lu Ming felt reluctant to leave. Off you go. Be careful. Li Ping smiled. Madam, please take care of yourself. I'll come back to visit you, Qiuyu said with teary eyes. Off you go. Li Ping nodded encouragingly. Lu Ming responded with a bob of his head. Without saying much, he turned and left along with Chiu Yu. Some things were best done instead of spoken. As she watched Lu Ming's disappearing figure, Li Ping's eyes started to redden. "Minger, I believe that you'll truly be a strong person the next time I see you, just like your father," she murmured to herself. Lu Ming arrived at the Lu family stables with Chiu Yu. Chiu Yu had never learned how to ride a horse, so they just took a green-scaled horse and left the city. Outside the fiery wind city, Lu Ming flicked the reins in his hands. The green-scaled horse galloped like the raging wind, leaving a trail of dust behind. In a vast and boundless land, Chiu Yu was wrapped in Lu Ming's arms. As they galloped into the far distance, he sniffed the faint fragrance coming from her hair. A sudden surge of ambition and pride surged in his heart. To drink and lie upon a beauty's lap, and to travel the world with naught but a sword in hand, to return favors and grudges, and be accompanied by a loved one, these were the dreams of a young man. A young man's dreams would forever be distant. He would grip a bottle of unfiltered wine and write a song about lost love, living life to the fullest. He would be a hero that traveled the land with naught but a sword in hand, with his pride as strong as his blood, spreading through the lands. Since Lu Ming had acquired the supreme shrine in this life and risen from the ashes, he was not going to live a normal life. The fiery wind city was merely the start, and the mystical sword sect was not going to be the end. His life was fated to be filled with action. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Mystical Sword City, Wei Ziming. Just like its name, the green-scaled horse was covered in green scales. It had the blood meridian of a demonic beast and was undoubtedly strong, as it was able to travel 1,500 kilometers in a single day. More than 10 days later, the weary Lu Ming and Chiu Yu arrived at the Mystical Sword City, which was only 25 kilometers away from the Mystical Sword Sect. It was the nearest city to the school and was unbelievably bustling with activity. Both its population and size were over 10 times larger than that of the fiery wind city. With merchant groups coming and going from various places in the Blazing Sun Empire, it was a busy area. The main streets were wide enough to fit 10 beast carriages in a row, while the side of the streets was lined with shops. Indeed, it was a lively scene. It was Lu Ming's and Chiu Yu's first time in such a large city. They were scanning all around them with burning curiosity, like two villagers who had just entered the city. After strolling around for half a day, their stomachs started to rumble. The duo found themselves a restaurant and entered the building. The restaurant was 3 stories tall with an elegantly decorated interior. They proceeded to the 3rd floor, where almost half of the tables were already occupied. Everyone's eyes sparkled the moment Lu Ming and Chiu Yu arrived. Lu Ming had a slender build with distinct features. He donned a fitting garb that accentuated his heroic figure. On the other hand, Chiu Yu had a graceful body and a youthful face. They seemed like a perfect couple when walking together. 2 young men were seated at one of the tables. Out of the 2, one of them wore a brocade garb with a jade belt hanging at his waist. He looked like he was around 18 years old, and he carried the air of a young prince. The other person was around the same age, but he was skinny and was dressed like a servant. The moment the youth in the brocade garb laid his eyes on Lu Ming and Chiu Yu, his eyes lit up. To be more precise, he was staring at Chiu Yu with shining eyes. However, his eyes flashed with murderous intent when his eyes shifted to Lu Ming. "A fresh flower on a heap of sh*t, the young man murmured. Naturally, Lu Ming and Chiu Yu did not pay any attention to the gazes of the people around them. After they found themselves a table beside a window, they ordered a few dishes as well as a jar of wine and started to chow down. "Young master, the Mystical Sword City sure is crowded," said Chiu Yu as she looked at Lu Ming's misty eyes. Her cheeks were pink as she lifted her cup and took a sip from it. Lu Ming raised his drink and downed it too. "That's right. There are only 2 days left before the Mystical Sword Sect's annual recruitment day. Every young talent in almost 2,000 cities from the eastern side of the Blazing Sun City has come." At that moment, the young man in the brocade garb lifted his cup and approached them with the thin youth behind him. "Young lady, my name is Wei Ziming. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I hope that you'll grant me the privilege of drinking with me," he said, raising his cup. However, he did not bother to conceal his gleaming eyes that were scanning every inch of Chiu Yu's body while completely ignoring Lu Ming. Chiu Yu instantly felt slightly uncomfortable with the way Wei Ziming was staring at her. She felt a tinge of disgust as she said, "I'm sorry. I just drank a moment ago, so I don't feel like it now." Rejected by Chiu Yu right off the bat, Wei Ziming's face immediately darkened. Wretched girl, what do you mean? My young lord asked you to drink with him because he thinks highly of you. Don't throw away the privilege that's been given to you, the thin youth beside Wei Ziming shouted before he snapped his head towards Lu Ming. Why are you still sitting there, kid? You'd best scram now. My young master wants that seat. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The two men were really on their high horses. He had not even uttered a word, yet they already wanted him gone. Where did these yapping mutts come from? Lu Ming said in an icy tone as he lifted his cup and took another sip. How dare you speak to me like that, brat? You're courting death, the thin youth yelled with a nasty expression on his face. He lunged towards Lu Ming's throat with his fingers curled like an eagle's claw. His incomparably sharp fingers whistled through the air as he went for a killer move instantly. If he managed to grab Lu Ming's throat, it would definitely be crushed. He was overbearingly high-handed. Despite being merely a servant, he wanted someone dead just because of a single disagreement. You're merely a second-grade warrior realm. Scram! Lu Ming shouted with a simple lash of his palm. The palm advanced later than the claws, but it was the first move to connect. It landed squarely on the thin youth's face, and he yelped in pain as he was blasted away. Soon, he landed heavily on the floor. Startled, the other people in the restaurant started to whisper to themselves. Who's this kid? He has the guts to hit Wei Ziming's henchman. How daring! Wei Ziming is the eldest son of the superior city, the Guardian Flame City's lord. This kid is done for. I bet that the kid doesn't even know where Wei Ziming comes from, or he wouldn't have dared to hit Wei Ziming's servant. After all, you have to check it before you wreck it. The discussion around Lu Ming drifted into his ears. He suddenly came to see the light. The duo was from the Guardian Flame City. It was no wonder that they were so arrogant. There were over 10,000 cities in the Blazing Sun Empire that had different levels based on their respective levels of power. The levels were mainly categorized as inferior, mediocre, and superior. The Fiery Wind City was considered as an inferior city, one which most people had probably never heard of. However, the Guardian Fire City was a superior city with massive power whose name was famous across all of the Blazing Sun Empire. Ah! How dare you hit me, brat? You're dead, the thin youth started to yell in a frenzy. Wei Ziming's face turned another shade darker as his eyes glimmered with the cold intent of murder. Brat, do you know I'm the young master of the main family in the Guardian Flame City, he boasted as he glared at Lu Ming. I just found out. Lu Ming calmly replied. Oh. So, you just found out, but I suppose it's not too late. Now, kneel and apologize to me. After that, slap yourself 30 times, leave this lady behind, and scram. Then, I'll consider letting you off, Wei Ziming said confidently. He believed that Lu Ming would definitely agree to do this after learning who he was. However, he was stunned at the very next moment because Lu Ming merely glanced at him and said dully, I thought your mutt was the only dumb one. Turns out you're even duller than he is. Get out of my sight this instant, or I'll send you flying too. Everyone else in the eatery was dead silent. Wei Ziming was a wild one, but who would have thought that Lu Ming was even worse? Brat. You're courting death for challenging me. Furious, Wei Ziming stretched his palm out to slap Lu Ming's face. His palm contained an immense amount of essential qi, unquestionably bearing the cultivation of 5th-grade warrior realm. However, Lu Ming caught him by the wrist even before his palm could connect. The sound of bones cracking could then be heard, followed by Wei Ziming letting out a blood-curdling scream in pain. Ah! My hand. Release my hand, you good for nothing. I'll make sure you have a tombless death. Wei Ziming howled in fury. Slap. At that second, Lu Ming slapped him square in the face, halting Wei Ziming mid-howl. Wei Ziming stared at him incredulously with wide eyes as though he had been slapped silly. He never expected that Lu Ming would actually dare to slap him. I said, if you don't scram now, I'll send you flying too. Lu Ming's calm voice repeated, then. Slap. Another slap rang out, landing on the other side of Wei Ziming's face. By then, his face was bloated like a pig's. Lu Ming released a surge of essential qi and threw Wei Ziming towards the stairs. Get lost or I'll break your limbs, he threatened. Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Assassination, Shadow Dragon Pavilion. Psst. The entire place started to ring with the sound of deep breaths being sucked in. Everyone on the third floor was staring at Lu Ming with shocked expressions. They guessed that Lu Ming had dared to send the thin youth flying because he did not know who Wei Ziming was. If he had known about Wei Ziming's identity, Lu Ming would never have dared to make a move. However, they never expected Lu Ming to take even harsher action after finding out who Wei Ziming was. He was simply domineering. "Brat. You've got guts. Tell me your name." Wei Ziming rose shakily. He was reining his temper in as he glared at Lu Ming resentfully. "I'm Lu Ming." Lu Ming smiled feebly as he calmly announced his name. He was not even afraid of the Duanmu family, so why should he be scared of the Wei family? "All right, we shall see." Wei Ziming hissed through gritted teeth. He then limped down the stairs with the thin youth. The way I see it, Wei Ziming will definitely never let it slide. He'll get his vengeance. That's for certain. The Guardian Fire City has always been run under tyranny. Given that Wei Ziming was disgraced in such a manner, there's no way they'll let it slide. Wei Zio, Wei Ziming's little brother, is a rare prodigy in the Wei family. He came to join the Mystical Sword Sect's recruitment drive and is considered among the strongest 100 in this batch of newbies. He'll probably look into it now that his elder brother has taken such a humiliating beating. The restaurant was in heated discussion after Wei Ziming left. Meanwhile, Lu Ming merely smiled and continued to enjoy his meal with Qiu Yu. Outside the restaurant, a dark, resentful expression hung on Wei Ziming's face. "Young master, should we look for second young master and let him deal with that rascal?" the thin youth asked. "Of course, we have to tell my little brother, but there's no need to make a move now. The Mystical Sword Sect recruitment drive will start in another 2 days. After the recruitment drive, the new disciples from all 4 halls of the school will go through a trial, except for Qilin Hall. Little brother will kill Lu Ming then. I want him to experience the despair of dying right after joining the Mystical Sword Sect," Wei Ziming said ruthlessly. After Lu Ming and Qiu Yu finished their meal, they spent a little while longer strolling the streets of the Mystical Sword City. They then found themselves an inn and booked 2 rooms. Lu Ming sat on his haunches after entering his room. He let out a joyful expression as he felt the faint itch emanating from his spine. After nearly 4 months, he could finally feel that his blood meridian was about to be completely grown. There was just one more step left. Lu Ming could feel that it would take around 3 days to half a month before the blood meridian would complete its growth. His blood meridian had already showcased miraculous effects before it could even finish growing. Lu Ming was excited to see what abilities it would have after completing its growth and what level it would be. After feeling it for a while, Lu Ming started to cultivate by reciting the True War Dragon technique. Spiritual energy from all around started to gather towards him. Soon, night arrived. The inn was enveloped in a veil of silence. Shift. Lu Ming suddenly snapped his eyes wide open when he heard something breaking the silence outside his room. Although it was only a slight rustle, it did not escape Lu Ming's ears. There were 5 figures outside his room. 2 of them were outside the door while the other 3 were next to the window. Suddenly, the door and window opened simultaneously. The 5 figures darted in like a flash of lightning as the glint of 5 sharp black blades flickered towards Lu Ming with the intent to kill. Their movements were quick, concise, and ruthless. It was clearly the actions of trained assassins. Clink. Lu Ming took action the moment the 5 figures darted into the room. His figure flashed as the onyx blade sword turned into a trail of light and sliced through flesh in one go. Blood splashed everywhere as Lu Ming immediately sliced one of the assassin's throat. Clink. Clink. Another glint from the blade followed closely. Like thunder flashing in the dark, Lu Ming spun around and another 2 assassins fell by his hand. The 3 assassins instantly went down not because they were weak. In fact, they were far from weak. The trio that Lu Ming had slain had reached 6th grade warrior realm whereas the remaining 2 had cultivated up to 7th grade warrior realm. With an ambush by such a lineup, even an ace on 8th grade warrior realm would be slain. Lu Ming was alive simply because he was even stronger and had already noticed them. Dang it. The intel about the target's power was inaccurate. Retreat. One of the assassins yelped in surprise and frantically backed away. Since you've already come, you might as well stay. The moment Lu Ming finished his sentence in an icy tone, he used the dragon serpent steps. After he appeared behind the assassin in a single step, he lashed out with his blade and a dismembered head landed on the floor. He then took a few more steps and caught up with the next person. After he realized that he could not escape, the remaining assassin yelled as he plunged towards Lu Ming without a care for his own life. Die. The flame dragon fist erupted and 2 consecutive hits landed on the assassin's body. Blasted back by the blows, the assassin crashed into the wall and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Speak. Who are you? Who sent you here? Lu Ming demanded in an icy tone. Hee, so what if I told you? We're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Someone paid to end your life, but as for who it is, you'll never find out. Be prepared for the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's relentless hunt, Lu Ming. After the assassin said that, black blood spewed from his mouth. He had actually committed suicide by poison. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He had heard of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion before. It was one of the 4 largest assassin groups in the Blazing Sun Empire. They had a large circle of influence and specifically dealt in paid assassinations. However, they were extremely secretive as nobody knew where the headquarters of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion was. Hence, the 4 assassin groups were loathed by many, but there was no way to remove them by the roots. Some even said that these 4 assassin groups were backed and cultivated by the 5 main sects as tools to deal with the rising prodigies. Still, it was nothing but a rumor since nobody knew what the truth was. Who would hire assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion to bring me down? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The first thing that came to his mind was Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, and the Duanmu family. These people were the most susceptible bunch as well as Wei Ziming. However, the odds of it being Wei Ziming were not high since he already had a gist of how powerful Lu Ming was. The assassin just now had exclaimed that Lu Ming's strength did not add up to the intel they received. If that was the case, it was most likely Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, and the Duanmu family. It seems like there are shadows on the prowl in the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming sneered as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Young master, are you all right? Qiu Yu walked out of her room and was shocked when she saw the bodies lying on the ground. The commotion just now had startled the other guests staying at the inn. Qiu Yu, let's go. We're changing inns. Lu Ming grabbed Qiu Yu as he jumped out of the window and sprinted forward. The duo traversed in the dark and stopped at a different inn after half an hour. In the next 2 days, neither of them took a step out of their rooms. Except for food, they spent their time cultivating behind closed doors. 2 days soon passed in the blink of an eye. The Mystical Sword Sect's annual recruitment drive officially started. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Vermilion Bird Hall. The Mystical Sword Sect was divided into 5 halls, and each hall occupied a majestic mountain. The Qilin Peak was in the middle, the Azure Dragon Peak was on the east, the White Tiger Peak on the west, the Vermilion Bird Peak on the south, and the Onyx Tortoise Peak on the north. The new apprentice enrollment test was held at the mountain before the 5 halls, and that was the main gate of the Mystical Sword Sect. When Lu Ming and Qiu Yu arrived at the gate, the entire area was filled with people hustling and bustling about. There were about tens of thousands of generally young people below their 20s. At the foot of the mountain, 2 broad pathways led towards the center of the Mystical Sword Sect. Those with jade credentials, head towards your right. Those without jade credentials, head towards your left for the enrollment tests, a dashing young man yelled with a sword on his back. Lu Ming was told that those with jade credentials were exempted from the enrollment tests and were allowed to join the Mystical Sword Sect right away. Possessing a 1 in a million jade credential signified that the person had already been tested and was deemed exceptional by an expert from the Mystical Sword Sect. Lu Ming had received the jade credential from Mulan, so he was naturally exempted from the enrollment tests. Qiu Yu, go ahead and take the tests. Lu Ming said to Qiu Yu. Oh, all right, young lord. She nodded. You can do it. He smiled encouragingly at her. The enrollment tests included many sections like a willpower test, meridians check, meridians testing, and many more. There were professional meridian inspectors there to evaluate the blood meridian levels, so it did not matter if one's blood meridians were not awakened yet. This was a good chance for Qiu Yu to find out what kind of blood meridians she had, so she nodded vigorously and made a beeline toward the left. There was a long line of people on the left mountain path. Meanwhile, Lu Ming waited outside patiently for Qiu Yu's results. Sigh, why such high standards? I don't think I'll stand a chance to be accepted into the mystical sword sect. Time after time, Lu Ming saw people walk out dejectedly. Some were even sobbing. Those were the people who had obviously failed the enrollment test. Slowly, Qiu Yu disappeared into the mountains as the queue progressed. All of a sudden, 3 rainbows shot up from deep within the left side of the mountain. The rainbows pierced through the clouds and rose above the heavens, shining as brightly as the sun. 3 rainbows signified 3 unlocked divine meridians. Is that Qiu Yu? Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. At the sight of the 3 rainbows, chaos erupted at the main gate of the mystical sword sect. 3 rainbows. This means that someone has unlocked 3 divine meridians. There's actually such a genius in this generation. I've only unlocked 6 acupuncture points from the first divine meridian after stalling at the peak of top novice realm for 2 years. It's impossible to compare one human to another. If that person's willing, he or she could totally enter Qilin Hall. All eyes were fixated at the direction of the rainbows as chatter broke out. Squawk. A gigantic white crane flew out from deep within the mystical sword sect and headed towards the rainbows. A master from the mystical sword sect has appeared. This genius should be heading towards the sky soon, some people exclaimed with envy in their eyes. It looks like Qiu Yu's been accepted into mystical sword sect without a doubt. Lu Ming smiled as he made his way to the mountain path on the right. There were also mystical sword sect's apprentices on guard at the entrance on the right mountain path. Since there were only very few people, Lu Ming entered with ease after flashing his jade credentials. It was a steep incline up, though not for long. Soon, there were rainbows on the left side of the mountain once again. This time, there were 2 rainbows. Right after that, there were another 2 rainbows. It looks like a gathering of geniuses in this batch of new enrollments. Even Lu Ming was shocked to see 2 consecutive geniuses with 2 unlocked divine meridians. Not forgetting those with jade credentials that were exempted from the tests, like him. How many geniuses in this group of people? It was a genius galore. How interesting. Fighting spirit flashed before Lu Ming's eyes. He continued on his journey to the end of the mountain path, and there it was before him, a vast plaza. At that moment, there were thousands of people on that plaza. The plaza led to 4 different pathways, and along each pathway was a 10-meter slab of stone in height with one of the 4 great beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and onyx tortoise, carved on them. The only pathway missing was the one that led to Qilin Hall. Onyx Tortoise Hall, this way to the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Join us, dear juniors, we guarantee loads of benefits. A few youths hollered at the top of their lungs at Onyx Tortoise Hall's entrance. White Tiger Hall, joining us at the White Tiger Hall will be the best choice you'll ever make. We're the strongest hall, secondary only to the Qilin Hall. Come, join the Azure Dragon Hall. We're the oldest of them all. Vermilion Bird Hall. We have many beautiful girls here at the Vermilion Bird Hall. One after another, voices rang out as the 4 halls tried their best to attract newcomers. Newcomers represented new blood, and they spoke for the future of the hall, so it was extremely vital, especially given the fierce competition between the 4 halls. Newly enrolled apprentices were given free will to enter into any of the 4 halls. People with jade credentials like Lu Ming were the exception. They belonged to the hall that had issued them their jade pieces. Only Qilin Hall operated differently. Qilin Hall was extremely mysterious and was the most powerful hall among the 5. Qilin Hall apprentices were carefully handpicked and they were all the cream of the crop. No one knew how many new apprentices Qilin Hall would accept in a year. Furthermore, it was only normal for it to have the least amount of people. Suddenly, something captured Lu Ming's attention from the corner of his eye. Near the entrance of the White Tiger Hall, dressed in a white dress, Lu Yao was the center of attention. That's Lu Yao. I heard she's awakened a 5th-level blood meridian with 2 unlocked divine meridians. She's also engaged to Duanmu family's super genius, Duanmu Lin. What a Cinderella story. I know. I'm so jealous. If it were me, I'd wake up smiling every day. You. Why would Duanmu Lin ever consider you? A few young women whispered enviously near Lu Ming. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the area even as she charmed the crowd around her. When her gaze landed on Lu Ming, her face darkened as anger flashed in her eyes. Then, she looked at the crowd surrounding her and glanced back at Lu Ming with disdain in her eyes. Lu Ming merely smiled. Suddenly, a bird song erupted from above them, and right after that, an enormous white crane descended. It was far bigger than a normal white crane. When extended, the length of its wings was a terrifying 20 meters. There were two people on the white crane. One of them was a middle-aged lady with a golden threaded robe while the other was a beautiful young maiden. Qiuyu. Lu Ming's heart was filled with glee upon seeing the young maiden. Gold-robed elder. That's a gold-robed elder. It's really a gold-robed elder. Who's that young lady? How did she manage to catch the gold-robed elder's attention? She's a super genius, I reckon. Who are they here for? The young people around clamored in reverence toward the middle-aged lady. Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Making Things Hard on Purpose. Elders were divided into ordinary elders, silver-robed elders, and gold-robed elders in the mystical sword sect. Silver-robed elders were the upper management of the mystical sword sect. They were the strong backbone that held the school together. Gold-robed elders were the mystical sword sect's doyens. They existed as the anchors against the other sections. There were only a few of them, and since they were so powerful, they would make an appearance if something important caught their attention. Otherwise, they would be in closed-door meditation and practice of the martial arts. Standing right in front of everyone's eyes was a gold-robed elder. Everyone at the plaza had their eyes on the two people on the white crane. Who were they here for? On the white crane, Qiuyu searched the crowd with her eyes, and her gaze finally found Lu Ming. Young lord. She beamed in delight as the white crane descended near Lu Ming. Then, she leaped off it excitedly and ran to his side. All eyes were on Lu Ming at that instant. Not too far away, Lu Yao clearly recognized Qiuyu and her face darkened. Why would that filthy maidservant be with a gold-robed elder? Lu Yao's eyes flashed with annoyance and confusion. Qiuyu. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he asked, Qiuyu, did you pass the assessment test? I did. This senior here wants me to join her in Qilin Hall, but I don't want to be at Qilin Hall. I want to be with you in the Vermilion Bird Hall, young lord. Qiuyu chirped. Qiuyu's actually been invited to join Qilin Hall. Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy, but he hardened his features on purpose and said, silly girl, some people can't even join Qilin Hall even if they wanted to, and you're just gonna turn it down. Listen to your young lord and go to Qilin Hall. But young lord, I hate to part with you. Qiuyu sniffed while her eyes grew teary. Silly girl, we're both at the mystical sword sect. It's not like we won't be able to see each other ever again. Besides, if you train hard enough in Qilin Hall, there'll be chances for us to meet. Also, Qiuyu, what's up with your blood meridians? Did they manage to test it? Lu Ming asked as he comforted her. They did, but this senior said that I might have unique blood meridians and told me not to tell anyone else. But, young lord, you aren't just anybody else, Qiuyu whispered into Lu Ming's ears as she leaned toward him. Unique blood meridians. Her revelation shocked Lu Ming to the core, but he felt intense joy for Qiuyu right after the initial shock. Human blood meridians were divided into several kinds, although most of the blood meridians took the form of a living being, be it beasts or plants. Humans had been in cohabitation with all the other beings since the beginning of time, so it was only natural for the blood meridians humans awakened to carry these other beings' forms since human blood was influenced by genetic traits of these other beings. However, some people would awaken blood meridians with peculiar forms such as a sword-shaped blood meridian, a knife-shaped blood meridian, and many more blood meridians shaped like weapons. There were also some others with element-influenced blood meridians like wind, fire, thunder, water, and many more. These were known as the unique blood meridians. Unique blood meridians were extremely rare, and also very, marvelously, unimaginably powerful. For example, those with sword-shaped blood meridians had an innate affinity towards sword-related martial arts and were able to grasp sword-related martial arts teachings a few times faster than ordinary people. Some even inherited an extremely powerful sword art technique through their sword-shaped blood meridians and were unbeatable. All in all, those with unique blood meridians were usually phenomenal geniuses. It all made sense now. No wonder Chiao Yu's blood meridians were so difficult to awaken. She possessed unique blood meridians. Chiao Yu, don't tell anyone else about it from now onwards. Train hard and study well in Qilin Hall, okay? Lu Ming advised as he gently patted her head. Young lord. Chiao Yu's eyes watered. Go on, train well. I'm gonna spot check you in the future. Lu Ming chuckled. Got it, young lord, don't worry. I'll work hard. Chiao Yu answered, nodding firmly. Let's go, Chiao Yu. The middle-aged lady on the white crane waved. A gush of formless energy flowed out, suspending Chiao Yu's body mid-air, then gently landing her on the white crane. The white crane let out a shriek as it ascended, disappearing in the skyline. I should head to Vermilion Bird Hall now. Lu Ming smiled as he made his way to Vermilion Bird Hall. His good mood was apparent after learning that Chiao Yu had been enrolled in Qilin Hall. Welcome to Vermilion Bird Hall, Junior. Please register your details right here. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the young men at Vermilion Bird Hall exclaimed in delight. Lu Ming nodded and wrote down his name, age, and place of origin. Then, he walked down the pathway that led in. After climbing several hills, a majestic mountain came into his sight. It was the Vermilion Bird Peak. At the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak, there was a spacious training field, and all the new Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices had gathered there to wait for instructions. Stop where you are. No illegal entry permitted, a young man obstructed Lu Ming just as he was about to enter the training field. This haughty young man was about 20 years old. He wore a blue robe and was clearly an older apprentice. Senior, I'm one of the new apprentices, Lu Ming cupped his hands respectfully as he answered. The blue-robed young man scoffed as he barked, How dare you lie to me? The impersonation of a mystical sword apprentice is a grave sin. Lu Ming frowned. This man is behaving weirdly. Why would he assume that Lu Ming was an impersonator without any prior encounters? If Lu Ming really was an impersonator, how could he have made it thus far? This blue-robed young man was making things difficult on purpose, but this was the first time Lu Ming was meeting him, so what did he have against Lu Ming? I'm really a Vermilion Bird Hall apprentice. Here's my jade credential. Lu Ming said as he revealed his jade piece. Without taking a look at the jade piece, the blue-robed apprentice sneered, So what if you have a jade credential? Does that prove that you're not an impersonator? One of the prerequisites to be a mystical sword sect apprentice is to be a blood meridian martial artist. Are you even one? Do you even have blood meridians? If you don't have blood meridians, I don't care who recommended you. Piss off. After he was done explaining, the blue-robed apprentice jeered at Lu Ming. The Duanmu family sent you, didn't they? Lu Ming asked out of the blue as something flashed in his eyes. With a slight change in his expression, the blue-robed apprentice snarled. What are you talking about? F***ck off immediately. Lu Ming sneered. This blue-robed apprentice had some relationship with the Duanmu family. He was sure of it. Only Lu Yao, Lu Yunxiong, and the likes of them knew that Lu Ming's blood meridians had been stripped away from him. This blue-robed apprentice must have known about Lu Ming since he was so sure that he did not have blood meridians and stopped him in his tracks upon the mere sight of him. The new apprentices on the training field were roused as they gathered around Lu Ming curiously. You want me to piss off? You're the one that should piss off. Lu Ming smiled coldly. How dare you speak to me like that? I think you're tired of living, aren't you? The blue-robed apprentice spat venomously. Lu Ming said with a faint smile, Don't you think so? Is this how you, as an older apprentice, should be treating the new apprentices? You accuse them without proof and shoo them away. Who gave you such authority? If everyone in the Vermilion Bird Hall is like you, I'd rather not stay then. Every word Lu Ming said rang out clearly. In response, the new apprentices on the training field started to gesture and look pointedly at the blue-robed apprentice. The blue-robed apprentice's face darkened further with a tinge of anxiety. He certainly had not been authorized as such. If the elders were to know that he chased new apprentices away, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Lu Ming, I've asked you to piss off because you're the one without blood meridians. Don't spew your bullshit tea all around to accuse me, the blue-robed apprentice yelled defiantly. Spewing bullshit tea to accuse you? Look carefully with your beady eyes, dog. Lu Ming let out a cry, and immediately, red lights flashed from behind his back as he made his blood meridians explode. A glimpse of a worm-like silhouette flashed before the red light disappeared. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Newbie's Test. Blood meridians. How do you have blood meridians? The blue-robed apprentice cried out in disbelief. According to the news he had gotten, Lu Ming had no blood meridians. Of course, I have blood meridians. How else would I have passed the tests by the Vermilion Bird Hall seniors and get a recommendation? This is something even a pig would understand, but you've made things difficult for me on purpose. Tell me, what's your intention? Are you intentionally oppressing the new apprentices, or are you dumber than a pig? Lu Ming articulated each word with such clarity while his gaze bore into the blue-robed apprentice like a drill. The new apprentices around Lu Ming glowered gingerly at the blue-robed apprentice after hearing what Lu Ming said. These two questions were impossible to answer. The blue-robed apprentice raged. If he admitted that he made things difficult for Lu Ming on purpose, it meant that he was also oppressing the new apprentices on purpose. Then, if the Vermilion Bird Hall saw a drastic dip in the number of new apprentices because of what had happened, he would be in huge trouble. However, if he did not admit it, he would be deemed dumber than a pig. Lu Ming, you flushed, the blue-robed apprentice was at a loss for words. *CK off, you're in the way. Lu Ming reprimanded. The blue-robed apprentice gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Ming. Just you wait, Lu Ming. I, Ning Feng, won't be so easily fooled. He stormed away after he was done. Lu Ming snickered and entered the training field. There were about 200 people on the wide and spacious training field. Lu Ming walked to the side of the training hall and sat down as he waited quietly. People were still entering the training field. The sky began to darken as a few hours passed. There were almost 1,000 people in the training field by the time people stopped trickling in. Lu Ming could not help but lament about the high prerequisites to become a mystical sword sect apprentice. There were about 50,000 people at the front gate waiting to be assessed, but only about 1,000 of them were in the Vermilion Bird Hall. For the other halls, even if there were more people in the crowd, it would not make that much of a difference. Lu Ming estimated that there would only be around 5,000 new apprentices amongst the 4 halls combined, and that was the better case scenario, which meant that only 1 out of 10 applicants were accepted into the mystical sword sect. A full-bearded, burly man entered the training field. He let out a huge lion-like roar that left everyone else's ears ringing. Gather round. About 1,000 people scurried to assemble around the full-bearded, burly man. With an expressionless face, the burly man introduced himself loudly. I'm Xie Kuang, an coaching and guidance elder. First of all, welcome to the Vermilion Bird Hall. You should already know that you're just a general apprentice for now. With clenched fists, indeed, all of them knew that when they were first accepted into the mystical sword sect, they would start by just being a general apprentice. However, being associated with the word general did not feel very good. Upon seeing the new apprentice's facial expressions, a satisfied smile appeared on Xie Kuang's face as he continued, but you'll have a chance to get rid of the word general before your apprentice ranking. 3 days from now, there'll be a test for you together with the new apprentices from the White Tiger Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall. If you pass, you'll be upgraded to become a bronze apprentice, which gives you better treatment, and you'll be able to cultivate at the Vermilion Bird Peak. If you fail, you'll continue to be a general apprentice and suffer in the general living area. Do you have faith in yourselves? Yes. All the new apprentices let out a resounding roar and were filled to the brim with fighting spirit and self-confidence. They were all at most 18 years old, and to be accepted into the mystical sword sect from different cities all over Blazing Sun Empire signified that they were all geniuses. Therefore, they were confident that they were one of a kind. Good, now we'll assign your dorms to you. Rest up, Xie Kuang said in a loud voice. Surely, where they stayed then was a place for general apprentices at the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak. They were assigned to a small room each. As soon as Lu Ming entered his room, he went to the Supreme Shrine and started his cultivation. For better treatment and for more time to cultivate, it was crucial for him to be upgraded to the bronze rank in the test 3 days from now. No matter which hall in the mystical sword sect they were, apprentices were divided into a few rankings, which were the general, bronze, and silver. General apprentices were at the lowest tier, and they were tasked with generic and miscellaneous tasks. They were only allowed to cultivate after they had finished the tasks set by the management of the sect. They also had the worst treatment amongst the rest. Bronze apprentices were considered as an official apprentice of the mystical sword sect, and the treatment they were given would be undoubtedly better. Silver apprentices were the elite-level apprentices. They were the cream of the crop, strong, powerful, and recognized. It was said that there was another ranking above silver, which were the gold apprentices. However, gold apprentices were another entity of their own, and they were not part of any hall. Each of them was extraordinary geniuses, and they were all allowed to cultivate at the top secret core area of the entire sect. They were so respected that they were comparable to the hall chiefs. As powerful as they may be, there were only a very scarce number of gold apprentices in the entire mystical sword sect. The gold ranking was very far for Lu Ming at the moment, so he did not put much thought into it. It was imperative for him to first upgrade to become a bronze apprentice. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the morning of the 4th day, more than 1,000 of them gathered once more at the training field. Xie Kuang was right up front as he roared with blazing eyes, "Right, 3 days have passed, so the test is officially starting, and it'll be held in the Midnight Hills 100 kilometers away from here. Let me warn you. The Midnight Hills are filled with demonic beasts and they're highly dangerous. It's common to die there, so if you want to opt out, stand up now and I'll proceed with the sec leaving application right away." There was pin-drop silence on the training field as no one stood up. The road of martial arts was not a bed of roses but was one filled with thorns, trials, and danger. Everyone had come mentally prepared the second they embarked on this journey. Furthermore, to opt out meant to leave the mystical sword sect as well. How could they leave after working so hard to be accepted into the mystical sword sect? If they opted out now, it would make them the laughing stock for the rest of their lives. Xie Kuang's eyes swept over the entire place, and a smile of approval appeared on his face. He said, "All right, since no one's opting out, now follow me. We'll gather with the other halls and head out to the Midnight Hills." When he was done, Xie Kuang turned around and started running out with all the new apprentices following suit. In a courtyard in the Vermilion Bird Peak, 2 shadows sat facing each other. One of them was Ning Feng, and the other was a smiling young man. "Have you arranged the necessaries, Ning Feng?" the smiley youth asked. A chill flashed across Ning Feng's face as he answered, "Don't worry, brother Duanmu. Lu Ming won't walk out of the test alive." "That's good. Most of the Duanmu family apprentices taking part in this test have seen his portrait, so when they meet him in the hills, they will kill him. Ning Feng, young Lord Lin pays a lot of attention to Lu Ming, so if you've done your part well, there will be benefits coming your way," the youth from the Duanmu family grinned as he said. Ning Feng was ecstatic. He cupped his hands and replied, "I'll still need a favor from brother Duanmu to compliment me a little in front of young Lord Lin." "Haha, sure thing." Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Attractive Rewards. Lu Ming followed the rest as they made their way out of the sect and headed towards the Midnight Hills. With 1,000 apprentices running on the road at the same time, it caused a constant rumble of dust and dirt along the journey. There was a whopping 100 kilometers between the mystical sword sect and the Midnight Hills. Even though most of them were Blood Meridian's martial artists with a fairly high cultivation level, the 100-kilometer run still got them sweating buckets and panting like dogs. Nevertheless, Lu Ming was still doing okay. Although he was panting a little, he had not reached his limit yet. When the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices arrived at the Midnight Hills, the people from the White Tiger Hall were already there, and there were 1,500 of them, about 500 more than those from the Vermilion Bird Hall. The White Tiger Hall had grown stronger over the years, and they were unabashedly the strongest of the 4 halls, so they also had the most apprentices who chose to enter the White Tiger Hall. "All right, take a break, everyone," Xie Kuang hollered. The Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices took their places, sat down, and began their mediation to recover their breath. The earth rumbled as the Azure Dragon Hall and the Onyx Turtle Hall arrived soon after. According to Lu Ming's observation, the Azure Dragon Hall had 1,300 people. The Onyx Tortoise Hall had 1,200 people, which left the Vermilion Bird Hall with the least at only 1,000 people. There were 5,000 people combined. Swoosh! Swoosh! Air-piercing whistles came from the silhouette of a few people flying towards them at an alarming speed. Yes, they were flying without mounting any flying beasts. "Those are Leader Realm powerhouses," a cry of surprise rang out, and everyone looked enviously towards the sky. Lu Ming also looked at the skies enviously with a tinge of yearning. Who would not yearn to soar like eagles, looking down on mountains and valleys? I'm gonna reach that place one day. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. 3 white-haired elderly men in silver robes swooped in at groundbreaking speed, and it only took them 3 breaths to reach above everyone's heads where they remained floating in the air just like that. They were the mystical sword. Sect's silver-robed elders. Upon his arrival, the silver-robed elder in the middle spoke in a loud voice, "Now, I'll announce the rules of the test. This time, we've placed metal pieces on some demonic beasts in the Midnight Hills. These metal pieces will have 1, 2, 5, and 10 points carved on them. There are 5,000 1-point pieces distributed amongst 1st grade 1st level to 6th grade 1st level beasts. 2,000 2-point pieces on 7th grade 1st level to 9th grade beasts. 400 5-point pieces and 200 10-point pieces on the 1st grade 2nd level to 3rd level beasts. You'll need 10 points to pass the test and be upgraded to be a bronze apprentice. You have 20 days before we return to this place to harvest your results. 10 points to pass." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 10 points might not seem like a lot, but it was extremely difficult to accumulate since demonic beasts had a different strength scale than ordinary beasts. A 1st-level demonic beast was likened to a warrior realm martial artist, while a 2nd-level demonic beast would be likened to the master realm martial artists. Each level was divided into 9 grades and was no different from the martial artist's realm. 5 and 10-point pieces were available from 2nd-level beasts, far beyond the reach of an ordinary newbie. Those with cultivation below the master realm could only get the 1-point and 2-point metal pieces. According to the numbers the silver-robed elder gave, they were all snapped up. In total, 5,000 1-point pieces, 2,000 2-point pieces, and including the 5-point and 10-point pieces only added up to 13,000 points. When 13,000 points were divided by 10, that meant, on average, only at most 1,300 apprentices could pass the test. On average, only 1,300 out of 5,000 on average. The competition was undoubtedly fierce. Also, there's gonna be a handsome reward. The 1st place will get 5,000 sect contribution points and a spirit condensing fruit. The 2nd place will get 4,000 sect contribution points. The 3rd place will get 3,000 sect contribution points. 4th to 10th place will get 1,000 sect contribution points. 11th to 100th place will be rewarded accordingly. Lastly, I might as well tell you that there's actually a 500-point metal piece on some demonic beast that's for you to find. Right then, that's all for the rules. Take a breather and be on your way. Chaos erupted right after the silver-robed elder finished his announcement. The chatter was mostly about how attractive the rewards were. The mystical sword sect contribution points were used to exchange anything from pills, spiritual weapons, and martial arts techniques to gems, treasures, and many more. 1 sect contribution point was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. The reward for 1st place was 5,000 sect contribution points, which was equivalent to 500,000 taels of silver. Who would not want that? Spirit condensing fruit. The fruit was as attractive to Lu Ming as the sect contribution points. To an ordinary martial artist, the normal use of a spirit condensing fruit was to condense essential chi to raise their cultivation. However, it meant more than that to Lu Ming. To cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique to achieve essential chi condensation that was twice as thick, a few rare and precious ingredients were needed. One of the most precious ones was the spirit condensing fruit. I must get that spirit condensing fruit. Lu Ming's eyes shone like the sun. Apart from him, some of the stronger talents amongst the 5,000 also displayed the same burning desire. "You're Lu Ming, aren't you?" A clear, crisp voice rang out. There was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. She looked dashing with her sword on her back, and she wore a body-hugging fencing uniform that showed off her curves in all the right places. "Who are you?" Lu Ming frowned at the sight of the girl. He did not know her, although she recognized him. Had she also been sent by the Duanmu family? The young lady smiled as if she sensed his hesitation. "Lu Ming, my name is Feng Wu. Big sis Mulan sent me to look for you." "Mulan?" Lu Ming's eyes gleamed. He lowered his guard and asked, "How may I help you, Miss Feng Wu?" "Big sis Mulan sent me to team up with you in case the Duanmu family tries anything funny in the test. What do you say? Shall we work together?" Feng Wu replied. Lu Ming gave it some thought and nodded. All right. He had complete trust in Mulan. Besides, he was new to the mystical sword sect, so he was not familiar with the things that were happening. Therefore, Lu Ming thought that as he teamed up with someone else, he could find out more. That's great. There are 3 others in our team. I'll introduce you. Feng Wu smiled. She turned around and walked as Lu Ming followed behind her. 3 young men were leaning on a huge rock. Everyone, let me introduce you to our newest member, Lu Ming. Feng Wu pointed at Lu Ming and introduced him to the 3 young men. She then pointed at the 2 lankier ones and said, Lu Ming, this is Zhou Hao and Zhou Su. Both Zhou Hao and Zhou Su nodded nonchalantly as a form of greeting. Lu Ming, this is Yuan Chong. Feng Wu pointed to a rather handsome young man and presented him to Lu Ming. Feng Wu, why did you include just anybody in our team? We don't need a laggard, Yuan Chong jeered as soon as Feng Wu finished. Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Feng Wu. Yuan Chong glared at Lu Ming and taunted him. Feng Wu's face darkened as she remarked, Yuan Chong, what's with the attitude? Lu Ming is my friend. Friend? Haha, we have a lot of friends, and not everyone can fit into our team. I'd just like to know what level is his cultivation on. Yuan Chong said coldly. 6th grade warrior realm, Lu Ming replied with a sardonic smile. Ha ha ha, 6th grade warrior realm. Junior Feng Wu, you'd include a 6th grade warrior realm trash into our group. Even our weakest is a 9th grade warrior realm. That piece of grade 6 trash will definitely hold us back. Yuan Chong laughed scornfully as he mocked Lu Ming. Disdain flashed across the other 2 young men's eyes, but they remained silent. Miss Feng, it looks like I'm not welcomed here. I'll make a move then. Lu Ming cupped his fists towards Feng Wu and walked away. Wait up, Lu Ming. Feng Wu cried as she grasped his hand hurriedly. She glowered at Yuan Chong, her eyes filled with fury as she growled, Yuan Chong, that's too much. I warn you, if you ever say something like that again, we'll go our separate ways. Feng Wu, you. Yuan Chong's face dripped with malice. He did not expect Feng Wu to speak to him like this because of Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming with resentment in his eyes, but he did not say anything else. Right after, Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming pleadingly and whispered, Lu Ming, I promised Big Sis Mulan to bring you along. If you leave, how am I gonna face Big Sis Mulan? Speechless, Lu Ming looked at Miss Pretty Girl Feng Wu who wanted him to stay because she was afraid of Mulan. Let's follow them for the time being, gather some news and we'll look for opportunities to leave. Lu Ming thought about it, and nodded, okay then, we'll team up. That's great. Happiness was evident on Feng Wu's face. Yuan Chong's face darkened further as he saw Feng Wu and Lu Ming whispering amongst themselves. There were already people who went into the Midnight Hills. Some formed groups of 3s, while some were in groups of 5s. There were also some solo rangers who disappeared into the Midnight Hills. Let's go too, then. Feng Wu announced. She was clearly the pack leader. The 5 of them hurried into the Midnight Hills. The Midnight Hills had a perimeter range of thousands of kilometers. It was a forest filled with sky-high trees and demonic beasts as beastly roars could be heard regularly. The outer 15 kilometers of the Midnight Hills are filled with ordinary beasts instead of demonic beasts. If we want points, we've gotta go in beyond the 15-kilometer range, Feng Wu said to them. Everyone nodded and made their way fleetingly into the deeper parts of the Midnight Hills. Yuan Chong sprinted at full speed with a taunting smile on his face as he thought, let's see how you catch up with me, you trash. His smirk was wiped off his expression right away as soon as he saw Lu Ming cover a 0.6-meter distance in a single step. Lu Ming ran beside Zhou Hao and Zhou Su without breaking a sweat. This trash has pretty good techniques. Yuan Chong thought to himself foully. In their pack, Yuan Chong and Feng Wu both were in 1st grade Master Realm while Zhou Hao and Zhou Su were in 9th grade Warrior Realm. Yuan Chong could have gone faster, but Zhou Hao and Zhou Su would have been left behind. What he did not know was that Lu Ming was only at 50% of his speed. At the 5th stage of comprehension and practice, perfect divine-like usage of dragon serpent steps meant that each step Lu Ming took could cover a distance of 1.5 meters. After an hour, the 5 of them were 15 kilometers deep into the midnight hills, and they slowed down to watch out for the appearance of demonic beasts. A ferocious black panther leaped towards Zhou Hao from within the bushes with its claws gleamingly sharp like knives, ready to kill. Wrong target. Zhou Hao bellowed as he threw a punch that collided with the black panther's claws. Boom. The black panther flew backward and slammed heavily on the ground. It rolled for several rounds before it ran away as fast as it could. Metal Black Panther, a mere 6th grade first-level demonic beast. Let it go, Zhou Hao. It has no metal pieces on it, Feng Wu cried. Zhou Hao wanted to go for it but stopped after he heard what Feng Wu said. Our mission is to earn points, so we'll avoid those without metal pieces to save time and energy, Feng Wu continued. The rest nodded and continued on their journey, only to stop after a short while. Feng Wu frowned as her gaze swept the area and commented, "Someone's following us." "I've realized that too," said Yuan Chong. Lu Ming frowned because he felt a looming intent to kill him from the beginning. "Who is it? Come out now," Feng Wu ordered. "Haha, junior sister Feng, you have such sharp senses." A humorless laugh rang from the left as 2 young men appeared. Wei Ziming. Recognition flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he recognized Wei Ziming, the person he had slapped at the restaurant in the mystical Sword City. Wei Ziming stared venomously at Lu Ming, and beside him was someone that looked like Wei Ziming but younger. "Was it you, Wei Zio? Why were you following us?" Feng Wu snapped. He was Wei Zio, Wei Ziming's younger brother. It was common for the more famous geniuses to know each other. "Junior sister Feng, senior brother Yuan Chong, this is none of your business. I'm only here for him, Lu Ming." Wei Zio smiled and pointed. Feng Wu's face darkened. "What do you want with Lu Ming?" "Nothing much. He just slapped my brother twice a few days ago, so I'm just here to destroy both his hands." "You'd better not get yourself involved, Junior Feng," Wei Zio replied. "But I will get myself involved because Lu Ming's my teammate now," Feng Wu insisted. "Feng Wu, I'd say, you'd better mind your own business." At that moment, a voice rang from the right side, and another 2 young men appeared. They did not hide their cultivation level as they both released the energy from the 9th grade warrior realm. Even if it was just the 9th grade warrior realm, it caused a drastic change in Feng Wu's expression. "You're from the Duanmu clan. What are you guys doing here?" she shrieked. It was easy to recognize people from the Duanmu clan since all of them had a tree symbol sewn on their sleeves. "We're here for Lu Ming, of course. His life is ours now," one of the Duanmus replied with a faint smile. "Are you going to kill Lu Ming?" Feng Wu's complexion paled. How many people had Lu Ming offended? It was no wonder that Mulan wanted her to protect Lu Ming. At the side, Yuan Chong smiled gleefully. Lu Ming really had a death wish when he offended the Duanmu clan. "Duanmu clan, Wei Zio, you both came like the rushing wind indeed." Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings, looking for a place to break out. He refused to sit around and wait for them to kill him. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Ambush. "Haha, it seems there's no need for me to make a move, Lu Ming." Wei Zio snorted. "That won't do. Nobody will be taking Lu Ming away today," Feng Wu said resolutely. Her announcement shocked everyone around her. The faces of the 2 youths from the Duanmu family darkened. "Feng Wu, do you really want to go against the Duanmu family? Our rage isn't something that you can handle. Junior sister Feng Wu, it isn't sensible to cross the Duanmu family and the Wei brothers just for the mere Lu Ming. I think we should keep our hands to ourselves." Yuan Chong quickly chimed in from the side. "Silence. Anyone who wants to go for Lu Ming will have to go through my blade first." A swathe of razor-sharp sword chi shot out from Feng Wu's sword as she unsheathed her blade. Immediately, a boulder that was around the size of a man was sliced in half. She emanated the aura of Master Realm. The faces of Wei Ziming, Wei Zio, and the 2 youths from the Duanmu family, as well as Yuan Chong, darkened. Yuan Chong, in particular, was greatly affected. He was gritting his teeth together. The eyes of Wei Zio and the 2 Duanmu family members lit up. While Lu Ming was an easy target for them, it would be difficult to deal with Feng Wu. Although Wei Ziyou had cultivated to the first-grade master realm, the two youths from the Duanmu family were only on the ninth-grade warrior realm, so the two youths from the Duanmu family ultimately decided to step down. Feng Wu, do you really think that you'll be able to keep Lu Ming safe? Let's see how you handle yourself when my family sends even stronger people over. Humph. Wei Ziyou sneered. With a twist of his body, he retreated together with Wei Ziming. Rest assured, Lu Ming. The Midnight Hills stretches on for over 500 kilometers. The Duanmu family won't be able to find us as long as we're careful, Feng Wu said as she walked up beside Lu Ming. Thank you very much. Lu Ming smiled feebly. To be honest, Lu Ming was confident that he would be able to wriggle out of the crisis even without Feng Wu. He was able to travel over 3 meters in a single step using the Dragon Serpent steps. He believed that even an ace in first-grade Master Realm would not be able to catch up. However, Lu Ming was still thankful that Feng Wu stood firmly on his side despite the current situation. There's no need to be courteous with me. Let's continue the journey, Feng Wu said as she turned around. She shot a glare at Yuan Chong and walked forwards with large strides. Wu Feng then proceeded to take the lead. She changed directions after a certain distance to stop the Duanmu family and Wei Ziming from catching up. They had traveled over 50 kilometers in the woods by the evening. During their journey, they encountered a few demonic beasts that had several metal plates with points on them, and they successfully obtained a few pieces of metal tablets. The metal tablets were light and thin. 2 of the tables were etched with the number 1 on top, while the other had the number 2 etched on it. They had 2 plates worth a point, and another worth 2. The night quickly arrived. They started a fire and caught a demonic beast to cook as food. The Midnight Hills was even more precarious during the night. The demonic beasts that appeared were even more ferocious, so they decided to rest for the night and continue the search for metal tablets during the day. After they finished their meals and extinguished the fire, they found a secluded corner and meditated while resting respectively. The night passed without a single word being uttered. On the second day, they continued their search for demonic beasts with metal tablets on them. However, within the Midnight Hills territory which spanned over 500 kilometers, there were countless demonic beasts while there were only around 7,000 demonic beasts that held metal tablets. It was hard to find them within the vast confines of the forest. 3 days soon passed just like that. In those 3 days, the 5 of them had managed to find 6 tablets worth 1 point and 3 tablets worth 2 points. The points totaled to 12, which was only enough for one person to pass. As the sky was nearly plunged into darkness on the 3rd day, they found a silent shadow wolf. A metal tablet with the number 10 hung on the neck of the wolf. It's a tablet worth 10 points. Get it? Wu Feng joyfully gave pursuit in a flash. The silent shadow wolf was a first-grade second-level demonic beast. A normal demonic beast that was in first-grade second level would usually hold 5 points, while 10 points were reserved for demonic beasts on the 2nd grade, or even the 3rd grade, of the 2nd level. It was a rare sight for a metal tablet worth 10 points to be on a demonic beast of 1st grade 2nd level, so they definitely would not make light of the opportunity. Let's chase after it together. Feng Wu yelled behind her. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su, who were behind her, also rapidly darted to the front. However, the silent shadow wolf boasted great speed, thus Wu Feng was unable to catch up in a short time. In the mere span of a few breaths, Wu Feng and the silent shadow wolf were nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming started to use his technique to catch up, but a figure flitted across and blocked his path. It was Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong, are you planning to make a move on me? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Hee, Lu Ming, you piece of trash. Wu Feng is truly a dumb B***tch for taking you under her wing, but I, Yuan Chong, have no intention of being involved with you. A strong surge of qi enveloped Lu Ming as Yuan Chong pointed his sword at him. Yuan Chong, you should be 17 this year, aren't you? Lu Ming suddenly asked. That's right. So what? Yuan Chong replied. You're still in the 1st grade master realm at the age of 17, so I guess that makes you worse than trash. I'll be able to surpass you in 2 months. Lu Ming said. That's hilarious. Do you think you'll be able to beat me in 2 months, a mere piece of trash in 6th grade warrior realm like you? You're making me laugh. But too bad you won't get the chance. Yuan Chong flashed a chilling smile. At that moment, the silence in the woods around them was interrupted as two figures appeared. They were the two youths from the Duanmu family before. I guess you're still smart, Yuan Chong. Thanks for your cooperation. You can go now, one of the youths from the Duanmu family said. Haha, Lu Ming. Just accept that this is your fate. Yuan Chong burst into laughter. He flitted towards the direction of Wu Feng and the silent shadow wolf in a flash. Lu Ming, would you like to send yourself to the afterlife, or do you need our help? One of the youths from the Duanmu family mocked as they stared at Lu Ming after Yuan Chong left. They looked as if they already had him cornered. With just the two of you. The Duanmu family really does look down on me. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground before charging towards the two youths from the Duanmu family like a flash of lightning. Swish. In the midst of charging, a blade of light flashed towards one of the youths with the intent to maim. Offense was the best defense. Now that they were archenemies, Lu Ming would no longer be gentle. The two youths from the Duanmu family were startled. They never expected Lu Ming to be so daring. As someone in 6th grade warrior realm, he was facing two people in the 9th grade warrior realm, and had actually made the first move. Furthermore, his strike was sharp, ruthless, and concise. Retreat. The duo hastily stepped back. Poof. Despite their efforts, Lu Ming's blade still sliced across one of their chests. The slash went as deep as the bone, causing blood to immediately flow out. That's a pity. Just a little more and I would have been able to slice apart his heart. 9th grade warrior realm is certainly strong. Lu Ming sighed as he consoled himself. He had no problems massacring a martial artist in 8th grade warrior realm with his current combat power. On the other hand, while he had no problems with battling against someone in the 9th grade warrior realm, it was hard for him to kill one. You dare to hurt me, Lu Ming. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces, the youth that was injured by Li Ming roared at the top of his voice. He was sweating from the fear of what just transpired. Meanwhile, the other youth was darting towards Lu Ming at a rapid pace. Then, let's duke it out. Lu Ming charged ahead as well. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Completed Blood Meridian. In an instant, the three of them clashed against each other. Ding! Ding! The blades glimmered in the air as they crossed against each other. Sparks were flying everywhere amidst the intense sounds. Both of the youths from the Duanmu family cultivated inferior yellow-level sword techniques. They had only cultivated to the outstanding dexterity stage and were far below Lu Ming's proficiency in sword arts. However, their individual cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's by a whole 3 grades. They had the upper hand for a moment as they teamed up together. I'll end the injured one first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed like lightning, and an endless stream of the lustrous sword technique swarmed the injured youth. How can he be so strong? He boasts such combat power even though he's merely on the 6th grade warrior realm. Such a person cannot live. He must be killed. The two youths from the Duanmu family were astonished as Lu Ming's power exceeded their expectations. The roars of two beasts rang out. A bloody red glow emanated from the backs of the Duanmu family's two youths as two black panthers appeared. There were 3 red-colored meridian focal points on the bodies of the black panthers. It was evident that the youth's blood meridians were 3rd-level blood meridians. The 2 black panthers then pounced on the respective youths' bodies. In that instant, black glows drifted out from their body as their chi increased dramatically. It was an eruption of the blood meridian. The eruption of their blood meridians increased the 2 youths' speed by 30%. Blood meridians always had an affinity towards a certain attribute. Some blood meridians would have a higher affinity to defense while others would have a higher affinity to offend, as well as increase speed. The attribute that had the affinity would get a boost when a blood meridian erupted. Normally, a first-level blood meridian's eruption would boost an attribute by 1/10. A second-level blood meridian's eruption would boost an attribute by 2/10. With that logic, an attribute would increase by 90% when a 9th-level blood meridian erupted, which was nearly twofold. The blood meridians of the Duanmu family's youth were partial to speed, which increased by 3/10 after their blood meridians erupted. No matter which attribute was boosted, it also implied the increase in combat power. Naturally, some higher grade Blood meridians would have an affinity for several attributes, which would also mean that those attributes would be boosted in tandem with each other. Several attributes being boosted at one time would signify an even more terrifying increase in combat power. After their blood meridians erupted, the combat power of the Duanmu family's use increased significantly as they started to crush Lu Ming. That's a pity. I can't make my blood meridian erupt because it hasn't completely grown yet. I guess that's my weakness. Lu Ming pondered as he battled against the duo with all his might. In that instant, someone arrived with a swooshing sound once again. Haha, time to die, Lu Ming. It was Wei Ziming and Wei Ziyou. Wei Ziyou swung his sword before he even arrived. A flash of green sword chi burst out from his blade. It was a remote manifestation of sword chi which was unbelievably sharp as it was aimed at Lu Ming with the intention to maim. Danger. In that instant, Lu Ming was enveloped with an urgent sense of danger as every strand of hair on him stood on their ends. The sword chi of a master realm was not something that he could withstand right now. He wanted to dodge it but was firmly stopped by the Duanmu family's youths. At that moment, a sharp sound sounded from the opposite direction. There was another slash of sword chi flying towards Lu Ming. There was another Master Realm martial artist who wanted Lu Ming dead. Two Master Realm martial artists were teaming up together, and two youths in 9th grade Warrior Realm were blocking Lu Ming's way. They were driving him into a corner, putting him in a precarious situation. I'll enter the Supreme Shrine. If he was not able to withstand it, he could only take shelter in the Supreme Shrine. Although it may ultimately result in the Supreme Shrine being exposed, it was better than getting killed. However, his expression immediately changed as he realized that he could no longer enter the Supreme Shrine as it did not react to him in his mind. Could it be that I can't enter the Supreme Shrine while in battle? Am I going to die here? No, I can't let myself die. Lu Ming screamed in his mind. In that instant, his mind was hyper-focused as his blood boiled. He wanted to find a silver lining in that hopeless situation. Suddenly, an intense itch spread as a red beam shot up from his spine. At the same time, a peculiar whoosh of energy surged from his spine into his entire body. This is the power of a blood meridian. My blood meridian has finally finished growing. Blood meridian eruption. Without any time to think things through, Lu Ming immediately made his blood meridian erupt. A black glow started to spread across his body. Zing! Zing! It was at that moment that the two sword chi slashed across Lu Ming's body. Two sharp energies penetrated his body the moment the sword chi hit him. An intense round of pain spread all over him as a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The sword chi's power seemed to have diminished by half. Lu Ming could instantly sense that the power of the sword chi that landed on him was halved. If it were in full power, there was no chance that he could have handled it. Could it be because of my blood meridian? He racked his brains for a second, but there was no time for second thoughts. Lu Ming took a step forward and darted towards the wounded youth from the Duanmu family like a gust of wind. The youth from the Duanmu family did not expect Lu Ming to be still alive after being hit by the sword chi from the two Master Realm martial artists. He wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. A sword slid across the youth's throat like a bolt of light as blood squirted everywhere. Lu Ming's figure darted ahead in a flash as he used the dragon serpent steps. Lu Ming, how dare you kill a disciple from the Duanmu family? You're courting death, someone screamed in a frenzy. Lu Ming took a hurried glance and saw who the furious yell came from. It was one of the Master Realm martial artists that had made a move. With rosewood patterns sewn onto the hems of his sleeves, he was evidently a young disciple of the Duanmu family. Duanmu family, I swear that I will eventually raze you to the ground. The murderous impulse within Lu Ming was thick as he flitted onwards while forcefully bracing against his own injuries. Follow him. Behind Lu Ming, Wei Ziyou and the martial master from the Duanmu family were in hot pursuit. However, Lu Ming had cultivated the dragon serpent steps to the 5th stage, so he could traverse over 3 meters in a single step at a speed that outmatched even a first-grade Master Realm. Wei Ziyou and the other person had no chance of catching up with Lu Ming. After half an hour, Lu Ming managed to throw them off his scent. Then, he found a cave and darted into it. Huff! Huff! He gasped for air as he sat in the cave. His body was pulsing with pain. Although he had blocked the sword chi from the two Master Realm martial artists, the injuries that he had sustained were not light. Let's see if I can enter the Supreme Shrine now. At the thought of that, Lu Ming's body disappeared and reappeared in the Supreme Shrine. Could it be that I can't enter the Supreme Shrine when in battle or in danger? Why is that? Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming was rendered speechless. It seemed that it would be impossible to hide from danger in the Supreme Shrine. He needed to rely on himself. Let's focus on nursing my injuries. Lu Ming started to nurse his wounds as he sat on his knees and started to recite the true War Dragon technique. Soon, he recovered from his injuries after 3 days. Lu Ming's mind entered his spine. There was a radiant beam of red with a black worm the size of a finger that manifested within the light. The worm was limbless, but it shone with a brilliant black as if it was made from powdered black jade. Is this my blood meridian? Why isn't there even a single meridian focal point? Lu Ming was speechless. Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Unbelievable Blood Meridian Ability. Blood meridians were categorized into 9 levels, and each level had its own number of meridian focal points. A first-level blood meridian would have a single meridian focal points while a second-level blood meridian would have 2. The amount would increase based on the level. However, there was not even a single meridian focal point on Lu Ming's blood meridian. Could it be a 0-level blood meridian? Nobody had ever heard of such a thing before. Furthermore, Lu Ming had tested it before. His blood meridian's absorption rate of the spirit energy around him was comparable to that of a 4th-level blood meridian. I also shaved off half of the sword chi when my blood meridian erupted. Could my blood meridian have a special skill? Lu Ming pondered as his eyes flashed with excitement. This skill was truly terrifying if it could really block half of someone's attack. Lu Ming could not wait to test it out. At that moment, he exited the Supreme Shrine and entered the woods in search of demonic beasts. It was not long before he found one. The Flame Wolf was a demonic beast on 7th grade 1st level. With the ability to spit fireballs, it boasted great strength. The Flame Wolf opened its gaping mouth and roared when it noticed Lu Ming. A fireball gathered and flew towards Lu Ming. It's time to test the power of my blood meridian when it erupts. At the thought of that, a fountain of power surged from Lu Ming's spine into his body. His body started to shine a brilliant dark hue that emanated a devouring aura. Lu Ming did not dodge but allowed the fireball to land on him instead. In that instant, he could clearly feel the power of the fireball being continuously consumed by the dark shine of his body until only half of its power remained. He took a step back and avoided the remaining half of the fireball. So, apparently, the attack wasn't blocked, but rather, it was devoured. Half of its power was devoured. Shock flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. At that instant, the power from the blood meridian within Lu Ming's body disappeared without a trace. For real. It's only been a single breath. It deactivated too quickly. He was speechless. It was then that the Flame Wolf shot another ball of flame out. However, Lu Ming was unable to make his blood meridian erupt another time despite trying to do so. He understood that it was because the strength of his blood meridian was depleted and needed time to slowly recover. However, wasn't the duration too short? He was aware that the average warrior realm martial artist could hold an erupted blood meridian for approximately 1 minute. The strength of the blood meridian would be depleted after approximately a minute and required time to recover. The power of the blood meridian would increase in Master Realm, allowing it to erupt for approximately 2 minutes. The duration would increase with the growth of cultivation from there on. However, Lu Ming could only erupt his blood meridian for the span of a single breath. An average breath would only take 2 seconds. That was a whopping 30-fold difference compared to others. It seemed that although the ability to block half of an attack's power was seemingly overpowered, it could only be used at a crucial moment. Also, how strong of an attack would it be able to withstand? Everything had its limits, and Lu Ming did not believe that his blood meridian would be able to withstand an attack from someone several leagues above him. He needed to find out about all this. No matter what the outcome was, Lu Ming was still satisfied. This skill would be able to turn the tables in a crucial moment, so it could definitely be used as a trump card. He took a step with the dragon serpent steps and evaded the Flame Wolf's attack before retaliating with one attack himself. A blade pierced the Flame Wolf's heart, and it thrashed around as it took its last breath. I wonder how long it'll take before my blood meridian fully recovers. His black worm-shaped blood meridian manifested as he thought about it, but Lu Ming wanted to observe a little while longer. It was at that moment that something peculiar happened. The black worm-shaped blood meridian suddenly widened its mouth towards the flame wolf's corpse and created a strong suction. 9 droplets of blood essence darted out from the flame wolf's wound and were swallowed by the worm-shaped blood meridian in one go. At the very next moment, an immense power surged from Lu Ming's spine. The power melded together with Lu Ming's essential qi, causing his cultivation to spike erratically. He instantly ascended from beginner of 6th grade warrior realm to peak beginner of 6th grade warrior realm. Buzz. A pale red meridian focal point then appeared on the black worm-shaped blood meridian. It shone ever so brilliantly in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming was stunned. He took a moment before he reacted. My blood meridian can devour the blood essence of demonic beasts and convert it into essential qi. And on top of that, my blood meridian can increase in levels. Lu Ming was murmuring to himself as his eyes shone brilliantly. His heart was wild with joy. It was already unbelievable that blood essence could be devoured and converted into essential qi. However, level advancement was unheard of. Everyone knew that a blood meridian's level was fixed. Bar the exceptions of peculiar cases, a blood meridian was normally unable to advance levels. However, his blood meridian had broken all the rules by being able to advance levels. Lu Ming could distinctly sense that the blood essence he consumed from the flame wolf just now was divided into two. One half was converted into essential qi, while the other half was absorbed by his blood meridian. It was because of that caused an improvement in both essential qi and blood meridian. If he continued on with devouring blood essence from demonic beasts, would the level of his blood meridian continuously advance? Advancement to the 5th level, the 6th level, the 8th level and 9th level, or even surpassing that. It was not impossible. Lu Yao's 5th level blood meridian was nothing. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming broke into a loud guffaw. Time to hunt some demonic beasts. Lu Ming could not wait to hunt for some demonic beasts and begin testing. It was not long before Lu Ming found another demonic beast in the 8th grade 1st level. Furthermore, there was a metal tablet worth 2 points on the demonic beast. Lu Ming defeated the beast and kept the metal tablet. He circulated his blood meridian and once again extracted 9 droplets of blood essence from the demonic beast. Blood essence was the soul's cumulation of a living being and contained a massive amount of energy. Legends told that no matter human or beast, there were only 9 drops of blood essence in a single body. The blood essence was once again divided into 2 after it being consumed by the dark worm-shaped blood meridian. One half was converted to Lu Ming's essential qi. In that instant, Lu Ming made a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached mid-6th grade warrior realm. As for the blood-red meridian focal points on the blood meridian, although it did not level up, its color was a shade deeper. Surely enough, the blood essence of a demonic beast on the 8th grade 1st level had a stronger effect than that of a demonic beast on the 7th grade. Let's call you the spirit-devouring worm. I'm coming after you, Duanmu family. Time to continue. Lu Ming dubbed the dark worm-shaped blood meridian the spirit-devouring worm. Then, he proceeded to hunt down demonic beasts within the Midnight Hills in a frenzy and absorb their blood essence. His cultivation increased at an insane pace. In just over one day, his cultivation ascended to the 7th grade warrior realm, successfully breaking through to the peak top of 8th grade warrior realm after 3 days. Surely enough, the level of his blood meridian had increased during that moment. Another meridian focal point appeared as it turned into a 2nd level blood meridian. After relentlessly hunting demonic beasts for 3 days, Lu Ming finally figured out a part of the countless mysteries his blood meridians held. The first thing was that there was a cap for the blood meridian's skill to absorb half the power of an attack. He discovered that it only worked against demonic beasts that were 5 grades above him, at most. It was ineffective against anything more than 5 grades. For example, if Lu Ming was in 1st grade warrior realm, it would only work against someone below the 6th grade warrior realm. It would be rendered completely useless if he met someone on the 7th grade warrior realm or above. The eruption of the blood meridian initially only lasted for the span of a single breath. It would take 3 hours after erupting before it could be used again. However, there was a change after the blood meridian advanced by a level. For every level that the blood meridian advanced, the duration of its eruption would increase by another breath span. The duration of Lu Ming's blood meridian eruption had increased to 3 breath spans when his blood meridian advanced to the second level. Similarly, the time that was required for the strength of his blood meridian to recover was reduced slightly. All this motivated Lu Ming even more. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Successive Breakthroughs and a Comeback. While Lu Ming was traversing through the woods, there was a sudden change in his expression as he murmured, "It's like we're two bad pennies, but you've come at the right time." At that moment, several sounds pierced the silence around Lu Ming as figures appeared from the sides, his front, back, and left flank. Wei Ziyo and Wei Ziming stood in front of Lu Ming while there were 4 members of the Duanmu family behind him. Apart from the young martial artist of Master Realm, there were another 3 youths. To his left, there was a youth donned in a brocade garb who was emanating a strong aura. He was a Master Realm expert. The moment they spotted Lu Ming, the people from these 3 sides formed a circle with him in the middle. 3 of them were in 1st grade Master Realm while the other 3 were on the 9th grade Warrior Realm. Wei Ziming could be dismissed as a non-factor. "Let's see where you can run to now, Lu Ming," Wei Ziming said as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually glanced at Wei Ziming. "You piece of trash, have a duel with me if you've got what it takes." He laughed. "You're a dead man walking, Lu Ming. I shan't bother to have a dispute with a dead man." Wei Ziming snarled. "Lu Ming, you dare to kill a disciple of my family, the Duanmu family. You're courting death," the young Master Realm martial artist from the Duanmu family insulted. "I'm courting death. Your family wanted me dead first. The way you put it, I guess I can only die without retaliating, huh?" Lu Ming said. "That's right. My Duanmu family wants you dead, so there's nothing you can do except to accept your fate. How could a lowly scum like you compare to the lives of the Duanmu family's disciples?" The Duanmu family's youth scoffed. He was confident, arrogant, and unreasonable. Hee. Lu Ming smiled. He did not bother to squabble with someone like him. "And what about you? I don't think I know you. Are you someone from the Duanmu family as well?" he said as he shifted his gaze towards the youth in the brocade garb. "Haha, Lu Ming, since you're about to meet your end, I'll let you in on this. Senior brother Ning Feng sent me. You're as bold as brass to offend senior brother Ning Feng when you've just joined. Are you tired of living?" The youth in the brocade garb smiled. "All right, stop spouting nonsense with him. Let's kill him now. I don't have the time to squabble with him." He was Duanmu Fei. As he finished speaking in an icy tone, he charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. A green sword chi pierced through the air with a sharp whistle. Wei Ziyo and the youth in the brocade garb did not make a move, as they thought that one person was enough to deal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming stomped his feet on the group as Duanmu Fei's sword chi was about to land on him. He used the dragon serpent steps and dodged the sword chi before darting away like a bolt of lightning. His target was the youth of the Duanmu family who was in 9th grade Warrior Realm. His blade whistled as a beam of sword chi was sent flying. With Lu Ming's cultivation at top 8th grade Warrior Realm, the youth from the Duanmu family was unable to avoid Lu Ming's sword chi even if he was on full alert. The blade directly pierced the youth's heart. It was a kill in a single blow. Devour. With a single thought from Lu Ming's mind, a strong pull gravitated from his palms, pulling out 9 droplets of blood essence from his opponent's wound. It traveled across Lu Ming's arm and was devoured by the spirit-devouring worm. This was the method of using the spirit-devouring worm that Lu Ming had figured out over these few days. He could apply the devouring aura on his hands and silently absorb the blood essence of others. "Ah! Lu Ming, you're looking for death!" Duanmu Fei bellowed furiously as he charged towards Lu Ming. An icy smile formed on Lu Ming's lips. He did not go head-on against Duanmu Fei, and he used the dragon serpent steps to charge towards another youth who was in 9th grade Warrior Realm. With the spirit-devouring worm continuously refining the blood essence at the same time, a surge of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. The energy contained within the blood essence of someone in 9th grade Warrior Realm was immense, allowing Lu Ming to increase his cultivation at a mind-boggling speed. His cultivation was already at top 8th grade Warrior Realm, but it constantly closed the distance to 9th grade Warrior Realm. Although the youth from the Duanmu family tried his best to avoid it, his speed was incomparable to Lu Ming's. He was instantly killed with a flash of the blade. Lu Ming absorbed his blood essence at the same time. Crash! With the surging essential chi from the blood essence of the two ninth-grade warrior realm experts, Lu Ming finally broke free from his shackles and made another breakthrough. His cultivation reached the ninth-grade warrior realm instantly. Damn it! What are you two waiting for? Start making a move together and destroy Lu Ming. Duan Mufei howled. Within these few days, a total of 3 people on the ninth-grade warrior realm from the Duanmu family had fallen to the hands of Lu Ming. Youngsters who were in the ninth-grade warrior realm below the age of 18 were considered elites, even in the Duanmu family. After the 3 of them died in one go, he had no idea how to explain it to the seniors of the Duanmu family when he returned. That was why he loathed Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Kill him. End him. Wei Ziyou and the youth in brocade screamed as they charged towards Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming killed 2 experts on the ninth-grade warrior realm in one go, his prowess had exceeded their expectations. Their dignity was the last thing on their minds as they formed an alliance. Duan Mufei and Wei Ziyou sent a flash of sword chi flying while youth in the brocade garb unleashed a golden palm. A sharp whistling sound could be heard as they teamed up and charged towards Lu Ming. Haha, a brilliant move. Let's see how strong Master Realm is. Lu Ming chuckled. His confidence skyrocketed as his cultivation broke through to the ninth-grade warrior realm. Lu Ming darted towards Duan Mufei with a twist of his body without caring about the attacks from Wei Ziyou and the youth in the brocade garb coming from behind him. Die. The trio's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Blood Meridian Eruption. At that moment, Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted as a layer of dark light glistened brilliantly. It was also the same moment that the attacks from Wei Ziyou and the others landed on Lu Ming's body. However, they were bewildered when they did not see Lu Ming die. His body merely swayed for a moment, but the sword in his hand did not stop. It darted out like a surge of lightning and pierced through Duan Mufei's heart. Not even in his wildest dreams did Duan Mufei expect Lu Ming to survive attacks from 3 people and even manage to make a counterattack. He was unable to dodge in time even if he wanted to. Lu Ming pierced his heart in a poof. His sight turned black as he fell heavily onto the floor. Duan Mufei died. There's still 2 breaths left. Lu Ming's mind was spinning as he sliced his sword towards the youth in the brocade garb. Ah! Die! The youth in the brocade garb almost lost his nerves when he witnessed Duan Mufei's death. He then unleashed 2 consecutive strikes from his palm. However, Lu Ming recklessly allowed the strikes to land on his body. Without even pausing for a moment, the blade in his hand sliced through the throat of the youth in the brocade garb. Blood went spurting everywhere from the clean slice across the youth's throat. His hands grasped at his neck as his eyes were wide with mixed emotions, including dissatisfaction, pleading, and hate. Retreat. Hurry. Wei Ziyou howled in terror from the side. When Lu Ming successively killed 2 experts in Master Realm, Wei Ziyou lost his courage and fled in horror. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? An icy smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he pursued Wei Ziyou with a twist of his body. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Ascension to 3rd Level Blood Meridian. As Lu Ming traversed over 16 meters in a single step using the Dragon Serpent Steps, Wei Ziyou had no chance of escaping. Hardly had over 10 breaths passed before Lu Ming was right behind Wei Ziyou. I'm going all out. Wei Ziyou yelled. His blood meridian erupted as he turned around and charged towards Lu Ming. He understood that begging for his life or even throwing threats was useless. He could tell that Lu Ming's moves were cruel, firm, and concise from the way he made a move just now. Even a talented disciple from the Duanmu family had been killed just like that. He was unbelievably bold and would definitely not fear the Wei family. Clang! Clang! Their blades clashed against each other as they faced each other in a magnificent battle. The eruption of Lu Ming's blood meridian had ended well before that moment. However, with the help of the True War Dragon technique and the 4th stage of the Lustre Sword art, he towered over Wei Ziyou. Wei Ziyou's sword technique was merely an inferior yellow-level sword technique that was in the 4th stage. Their blades clashed as they waged war for over tens of moves. Lu Ming's sword technique grew in speed until he finally pierced Wei Ziyou's heart with a stab. Wei Ziyou lost in a head-on battle and losing spelled his death. Lu Ming then looked somewhere else with a sneer and went in pursuit of that direction. Fleeing for his life, Wei Ziming wanted nothing more than to grow another pair of legs at that moment. How can he be so strong? How? He even butchered Master Realm martial artists. Little brother is no match for him even if he was stronger. I must flee and ask father to send powerhouses to kill Lu Ming, Wei Ziming growled as he was making a run for it. Are you still thinking about killing me at a time like this? Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Wei Ziming. Ah! Wei Ziming screamed in fright. He turned his head around to see Lu Ming leering at him, and he felt chilled to the bone. Wei Ziming dared not continue his escape. He stopped in his tracks and kneeled in a heartbeat as he began to plead, Lu Ming, spare me. I'm begging you. This gave Lu Ming a slight surprise. It turned out that Wei Ziming was weak-willed, a completely different person from Wei Ziyou. I've already killed Wei Ziyou. Do you think I'll let you off? Lu Ming smiled feebly. Lu Ming, no, brother Ming, don't worry. I won't utter a word about what happened today. Also, you've killed Wei Ziyou, so that's great. He was more talented than I am. I lived in his shadow and always wanted him dead. Now that he's gone, nobody will contest my position as the Lord of the Guardian Fire City, Wei Ziming begged pleadingly as tears and snot slid down his face. However, his mind was a howling fury. If he lived to tell the tale, he would definitely return Lu Ming the favor back by 10-fold or even 100-fold. If I don't kill you, aren't I just waiting for your revenge? Do you think I'm that stupid? Lu Ming smiled. No, Wei Ziming yelped. He tried to get up and take off, but his head flew into the distance at the flash of a blade. One of them got away. What a pity. Lu Ming murmured. There was still a youth from the Duanmu family who was in the 9th grade warrior realm. He turned around with all his might and was so quick that it was impossible to catch up with him. PFFF. Lu Ming's body swayed as a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spurted out from his mouth. The attacks of martial realm are really strong. He sighed. He had erupted his blood meridian and blocked the attacks of Duanmu Fei and others just now. Although he was protected from half the power of those attacks, and another portion with the protection from the 9th grade warrior realm, he was still injured. However, it was worth the injury in exchange for the lives of 3 Master Realm experts. From the perspective of combat power, Lu Ming might not have been able to handle 3 of them, even if he had the Spirit-Devouring Worm. Lu Ming had used the peculiar skill of the Spirit-Devouring Worm to surprise them just now and defeat them in one go, so Duanmu Fei and the youth in the brocade garb did not even get the chance to erupt their blood meridians. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and returned to the battlefield. He consumed the blood essence of Wei Ziyou, Duanmu Fei, and the youth in the brocade garb. After that, he left the area and found himself a secluded spot to begin refining the blood essence. The blood essences of the 3 Master Realm experts held immeasurable energy. Even if only half of it was converted into essential qi, it would significantly accelerate Lu Ming's journey in his cultivation. At the same time, the injuries that he sustained were rapidly recovering. After the blood essences of the 3 Master Realm martial artists were fully refined, another pale red meridian focal point appeared beside the 2 red meridian focal points on the Spirit-Devouring Worm. It was a 3rd-level blood meridian. Lu Ming's blood meridian had ascended to another level, reaching the 3rd level. At the same time, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak top of 9th grade warrior realm. He was just shy of breaking into Master Realm. However, it was that small gap that was blocking Lu Ming's journey. I've been improving too rapidly in this period of time. My essential qi is too impure and my foundation isn't solid enough. It's no wonder I can't make the breakthrough. With the increased amount of blood essence devoured came the drawbacks. After all, the improvement did not come from his own cultivation, so his foundation was not solid and his essential qi was impure. Were it not for that, he would have been able to step into Master Realm with the blood essence from the 3 Master Realm experts. I'll have to stop devouring blood essences and spend some time consolidating my foundation. Lu Ming believed that his essential qi would once again be pure and viscous after spending some time consolidating his foundation, which would naturally lead to him breaking through the Master Realm. Lu Ming then found another spot to move to. He did not continue to hunt for demonic beasts but concentrated on cultivating the true war dragon technique and other martial arts skills instead. He spent a total of 9 days cultivating. After 9 days of grueling cultivation, Lu Ming's essential qi was no longer impure. It had returned to being pure and viscous while his foundation was solid. Naturally, it led to Lu Ming's cultivation breaking through into the master realm. A black sword chi shot out when Lu Ming slashed his sword, chopping a tree that was as thick as a human waist. Essential chi was able to physically manifest in the master realm. It was unbelievably strong and was able to form sword chi and chi strikes. My essential chi is several times thicker now. If I were to battle against master realm martial artists like Wei Ziyou and Duan Mufei, I'd be able to end them in one move. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered brightly. Let's try out the dragon serpent steps. Over that period of time, his other martial arts skills did not improve. However, the dragon serpent steps made another breakthrough, reaching the 6th stage called the One with Martial Arts stage. It was the highest stage of a martial arts skill. In an explosion of essential chi and the vibrations of his muscles, Lu Ming's figure darted around like the wind. The leaves that had fallen onto the ground were dancing in the air while his figure was already 23 meters away. Make no mistake, it was 23 meters. The supposed distance traversed in the One with Martial Arts stage was a little over 12 meters. However, his breakthrough to the master realm allowed him to achieve his current distance. A higher level of cultivation would naturally lead to a greater effect when using the same martial arts skill. There are still 4 days left from the end of the trial. I'll have to do my best to find those point-worthy metal pieces. Lu Ming darted away and disappeared into the woods. Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Saving the Damsel in Distress. Lu Ming had killed at least 10 6th-grade first-level demonic beasts before this, and there were point-worthy metal pieces on some of them. He had 5 2-point metal pieces and 3 1-point metal pieces, totaling up to 13 points. He has also gotten a total of 12 points from Wei Ziyou and the rest. Lu Ming now had 25 points, which were enough for him to be upgraded to be a bronze apprentice. With a 100-to-1 shot of getting first place, merely being upgraded was not enough for him. The first place winner would be rewarded with a spirit condensing fruit. He would fight for it with all his might even if he was currently far behind in terms of points. Lu Ming put his dragon serpent steps to full use and zipped through the woods. He went straight for demonic beasts with point-worthy metal pieces on them, skipping all the ordinary demonic beasts. By nightfall, he had gotten another 1-point metal piece and a 2-point metal piece, which brought him to a total of 28 points. Clang! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard fighting sounds near where he was. Someone's there. Lu Ming could vaguely see firelight flickering up ahead through the canopy of trees from where the sound came from. Let's take a look. He moved towards the bonfire up ahead and saw 4 people by the bonfire: Feng Wu, Yuan Chong, Zhou Hao, and Zhou Su. However, things were not as he would have expected. Zhou Hao and Zhou Su lay limply on the ground, their faces a sickly pale color. Feng Wu had her sword drawn, but her body was shaking. Her face held the same shade of white while her eyes filled with rage as she glowered at Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong, why did you poison the meat? She snarled. With his sword drawn and a warped expression, Yuan Chong snickered, why? Feng Wu, you be *tch, I've pursued you endlessly for the past 2 years. Why didn't you accept me? You even yelled at me because of that **starred Lu Ming before this. I've had enough. You've now been poisoned by my unscented tissue paralyzing drug. Let's see how you'll fight it. I'll make you my woman today, haha. Feng Wu's face was distorted with rage as she yelled, how dare you, Yuan Chong. Big sis Mulan will make you pay for this when the test is over. Mulan. Heh. That **tch will become the Duanmu family's play toy sooner or later. Also, did you think you were gonna leave this place alive? Yuan Chong jeered. Are you gonna kill us? Feng Wu sputtered. She could barely stand upright as she struggled to maintain her balance. Heh, Feng Wu, I'll take care of you personally after I take care of you, so you'll only belong to me, Yuan Chong taunted. You pervert. Feng Wu's face was as pale as death. With a shiver, she collapsed onto the ground. Senior brother Yuan, don't kill me. Have your way. Take your time with Feng Wu. I promise not to breathe a word of whatever happened today. Zhou Hao cried. Me too, senior brother Yuan. I swear I'll die a painful death if I say anything at all. Zhou Su added. Unfortunately, I believe that dead people are the best secret keepers. Yuan Chong walked towards Zhou Hao and Zhou Su with a sinister smile on his face. No, no, have mercy on me, the two of them cried out in extreme terror. Slash. Slash. Yuan Chong's sword gleamed as it slit open Zhou Hao and Zhou Su's throats. Now, it's just you and I. He then turned and sauntered towards Feng Wu. You know. Feng Wu's face was deathly pale as she fearfully tried to scuttle backward. Unfortunately, she could barely move a limb after being poisoned by the unscented tissue-paralyzing drug. Glee filled Yuan Chong's heart upon the sight of a paralyzed Feng Wu. He walked to her side and grabbed her by the arm. Ryup. Debris of cloth flew everywhere. Die a horrific death, you filthy animal. Feng Wu cried out in despair. At that moment, she gave up all hope. She treated Yuan Chong like a friend, so she certainly did not expect him to be such a monster. She was supposed to enjoy life, especially her youth, but she was going to die here. In addition to that, she would be defiled before she died. Feng Wu wanted to end it there and then. This place is so secluded. Did you think that someone would rescue you? Yuan Chong mocked Feng Wu as he leaped towards her. Just then, a voice rang out, "Excuse me, my apologies." Alarmed, Yuan Chong turned upon hearing that voice. Feng Wu was ecstatic as hope glimmered in her eyes. Both looked pointedly to where the voice came from. It's you. Yuan Chong and Feng Wu exclaimed at the same time. With his arms folded, Lu Ming strode towards them with a faint smile on his face and said to Yuan Chong, "What? Disappointed to see me alive? I'm a little disappointed indeed. You survived the Duanmu family and Wei Ziyo. Too bad you're a foolish one. Since you ran away, you should have found yourself a corner and hid like a dog till the test is over. Instead, you're right here. Why? Are you gonna play hero and save the damsel in distress, you piece of trash? Ha ha ha." Yuan Chong chuckled scornfully as killing intent flashed through his eyes. "Lu Ming, why are you here? Hurry, go now. You're no match for Yuan Chong." Feng Wu had hope when she saw that someone found them, but that hope turned to despair when she realized that it was Lu Ming. "Senior sister Feng Wu, I'm distinctly firm with my gratitude and grudges. I'll repay them accordingly. You've helped me with Wei Ziyo once, so I'll repay the kindness now by saving your life." Lu Ming smiled. "Save her? Lu Ming, you piece of trash, how are you gonna save her?" Yuan Chong laughed. "With my fist, of course." Lu Ming's face hardened as he swung his fist towards Yuan Chong. "Do you want to die?" Yuan Chong thrust his palm and attacked Lu Ming. He was going to increase Feng Wu's despair by destroying Lu Ming's cultivation. Only that would elevate his joy. Unfortunately, ideals were not reality. When his palm collided with Lu Ming's fist, he felt a gush of immense essential qi from the latter that dissolved his essential qi immediately. A bone-breaking pain erupted in his arm. Yuan Chong yelped as he was forced backward. "Master Realm. Impossible. How are you already in Master Realm, Lu Ming?" he cried out in disbelief. "Master Realm." Feng Wu's eyes shone with hope upon witnessing what had happened. "Yuan Chong, I told you I'd defeat you in 2 months. Well, it looks like I only needed half a month." Lu Ming smirked coldly. "Want to defeat me? Don't even think about it. Go to hell." Yuan Chong bellowed furiously as immense intent to kill gleamed in his eyes. He took his sword up and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Feng Wu had to die. If not, when the test was over, his journey in the mystical sword sect would end too. Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Killing Yuan Chong. Slash. Lu Ming swung his sword nonchalantly and his sword light shot out like lightning. Buffed. The sword light pierced through Yuan Chong's wrist, completely severing his tendons. Ah! Yuan Chong howled in pain as he retreated in a frenzy. How did it end up like this? It's only been about 10 days. How did Lu Ming become so strong? How? No, I refuse to accept it. I can't die. I must run away and report this to the Duanmu family and their experts, so they can kill Lu Ming once and for all. Then, I'll get my hands on Feng Wu. I still have hope. Various thoughts spewed out within Yuan Chong's mind. You've run out of chances, Lu Ming stated as the light from his sword pierced through Yuan Chang's heart. That was all it took to put an end to Yuan Chang's thoughts for good. Curse you, Lu Ming! Yuan Chang roared with regret. Lu Ming was so firm that he did not give him any chance at all. Almost immediately, Yuan Chang's life flowed out of him and Lu Ming soundlessly devoured his essence. From the side, Feng Wu gawked at Lu Ming. She was blown away. When Lu Ming disappeared about 10 days ago, she thought that something bad had happened to him. She looked for him for a few days but to no avail. Lu Ming shockingly appeared out of thin air just moments before and displayed such an overpowering advantage over Yuan Chang and killed him in the process. This was all too bewildering for her. Had Lu Ming been suppressing his abilities before this? It was possible. Are you okay, senior sister Feng Wu? Lu Ming walked towards Feng Wu, grabbed her, and ran as fast as he could. The wind roared in their ears as the night breeze slapped their faces continuously. Feng Wu peeled her eyes open and found Lu Ming speeding through the woods with her in his arms. He glanced at her and smiled. It was a genuine, pure, platonic smile with no ulterior motives. The smell of blood would have attracted beasts. We need to move. Lu Ming dashed through the woods. In no time, they found a quiet cave 5 kilometers away. Lu Ming placed Feng Wu down and draped his coat over her. Then, he sat in lotus position, closed his eyes, and meditated. Feng Wu glanced at him deeply and proceeded to forcefully expel the drug from her system. At the break of dawn, she managed to expel all the drugs from her system and recovered from the paralysis. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Why'd you disappear, Lu Ming? She asked without warning. Yuan Chang. There and then, Lu Ming told Feng Wu everything that happened the past 10 days since Yuan Chang blocked his way. However, he kept mum about his blood meridians, of course. That Yuan Chang is really a monster. How could he also gang up with the Duanmu family? Feng Wu gritted her teeth. All right, now that you have all the poison expelled, I'll be on my way, he said. Why don't we work together, Lu Ming? Experts from different halls have started to band up. From what I know, there's a super genius in the Duanmu family by the name of Duanmu Ju. He's the strongest newbie in the White Tiger Hall. He's teamed up with many experts from Duanmu family and the White Tiger Hall to scavenge for point-worthy metal pieces everywhere because he's aiming to get first place. If you bump into them alone, it's gonna be really dangerous, so I think it's best that we both team up. At least, we can watch each other's backs, she explained as she held him back. The Duanmu family? Do you know where they are? Lu Ming's eyes shone as he asked. I do know where they are, but what are you planning? To grab their point-worthy metal pieces, of course. A cold smile was etched on Lu Ming's face as he added in his heart, I'll take it as a small part of their interest repayment. You want to rob the Duanmu family? It's too dangerous. Feng Wu paled. I'm not gonna face them head-on, so what's there to fear, he answered. All right, we'll go together then. She swung her fists in the air, her ponytail swish-swashing as a glint of excitement grew in her eyes. Feng Wu was a mischievous one too. Haha, let's team up then. Lu Ming laughed. Wait. Feng Wu yelped and scurried towards the bushes. In a short moment, when she walked out, she had changed into a different set of clothes. Storage rings. Lu Ming was slightly moved. Storage rings were rings made by powerful inscribers that gave its bearer space to store things. It was extremely expensive and scarce. Even families as huge as the Lu family could not afford one. There was more than what met the eyes when it came to Feng Wu. Thanks for your coat. She tossed the coat back to Lu Ming and led the way as the pair made their way toward the deeper parts of the Midnight Hills. Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Collecting Interest. Lu Ming and Feng Wu hid in a humongous tree beyond 25 kilometers. 2 young men were eating roasted meat near that tree. Let's quickly finish up and proceed so we don't get in the way of what the Duanmu family's planned. Got it, it's a big thing to help the Duanmu family capture a lightning leopard cub. Of course, the cub was to be presented to young Lord Duanmu Lin. The 2 newbies of the White Tiger Hall ate as they spoke. A lightning leopard cub. Lu Ming and Feng Wu were shocked. The lightning leopard was one of the few exquisite demonic beasts that carried lightning in its blood and was as fast as the wind. A full-grown lightning leopard was at least a 4th-level demonic beast, which was equivalent to a leader realm martial artist. Lu Ming was especially intrigued as his eyes glowed with excitement. The lightning leopard's blood was one of the 3 important ingredients to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique. One of them was the spirit-condensing fruit, and the other 2 were the lightning leopard's blood and the blood mist rocks. Lu Ming definitely needed to obtain the lightning leopard's blood. Soon, the 2 White Tiger Hall apprentices got up and journeyed ahead after they were done eating. "Let's follow them," Lu Ming said to Feng Wu, who nodded and snuck behind the 2 White Tiger Hall's apprentices with him. A few kilometers into the journey, the 2 White Tiger Hall apprentices lit a handful of dry grass, and billows of white smoke spread into the woods. At the same time, the same white smoke appeared from a few other directions. Only the north side was clear from the white smoke. Not long after that, a silvery white shadow darted out from the woods and dashed northwards. "It really is a lightning leopard," Lu Ming thought. Clearly, the lightning leopard was afraid of the white smoke, so it ran towards the area that was clear of smoke. "The lightning leopard is out. Let's corner it towards the canyon over there." A loud voice rang out as silhouettes headed towards the leopard's direction. The 2 White Tiger Hall's apprentices followed suit with Lu Ming and Feng Wu close on their tail. After a while, a canyon was in sight. 4 people were guarding the entrance of the canyon while the lightning leopard and the rest of the people were nowhere to be seen. They might have entered the canyon earlier on. "Let's check it out." Lu Ming grinned and made his way towards the canyon. "Stop. The Duanmu family has business here. Get the F***ck out of here," one of the 4 Duanmu disciples ordered as Lu Ming and Feng Wu came near. "Last I recall, the Midnight Hills don't belong to the Duanmu family. Who are you to tell me where I should go?" A cold smile hung on Lu Ming's face as he took long strides towards the canyon. "How dare you, you brat! Are you looking for trouble?" the same Duanmu disciple roared. He looked carefully at Lu Ming as recognition flashed through his eyes and he cried out, "I remember. You're Lu Ming. Haha, of all the places you choose to go, you had to come here. Now then, leave your head here." He unsheathed his sword and attacked Lu Ming right away. In a flash, Lu Ming's sword was faster as it went through the Duanmu disciple's chest in a poof. That Duanmu disciple was only in 9th grade warrior realm and was no match for him at all. You killed a Duanmu disciple. That's it. You're finished." The other 3 guarding the canyon paled and cried out in disbelief. They were not disciples of the Duanmu family. They were one of White Tiger Hall's new apprentices with much lower cultivation levels at only the 7th and 8th grade warrior realm. Swoosh swoosh. Another beam of sword light shone and sliced through their throats. It was Feng Wu. The 3 White Tiger Hall's disciples fell to the ground, their eyes bulging without any breath left in their bodies. Lu Ming looked at Feng Wu in surprise as he did not expect her to also kill without hesitation. "Let's see if they have point-worthy metal pieces on them." Carefully devouring their essence in concealment, Lu Ming searched all 4 bodies. However, essence from a warrior realm martial artist was of little use to him. Alas, Lu Ming and Feng Wu found a total of 26 points on them, so they divvied them up to 13 points each. They continued to make way towards the canyon. The canyon was at least 1,000 meters tall with smooth, marble-like rock linings on both sides. No wonder the Duanmu disciples had chased the lightning leopard here. In this canyon, no matter how fast the lightning leopard was, it could not escape. At the end of the 1,000-meter canyon, smooth marble-like rock linings surrounded the space too. 5 people were surrounding a white fur ball in the middle. The white fur ball was a lightning leopard cub which was as small as a dog. Its fur was as white as snow with strands of lightning buzzing through its body. Blood soaked the leopard cub's fur. It laid on the ground wounded while it observed its surroundings with sad, helpless eyes. "Be careful. We need it alive. Just injuring it will do. This lightning leopard's meant to be given to young Master Lin as a pet so he can extract the leopard's blood for cultivation every month," a young man instructed. Judging by his clothing, he was undoubtedly a Duanmu disciple, and he was the only one out of the 5. "Don't worry, brother Duanmu. What matters to young Master Lin is of my topmost priority." "That's right." The other 4 chimed in agreement. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching, and when they turned around and found Lu Ming and Feng Wu, their expressions changed. Lu Ming. What are you doing here? The Duanmu disciple cried out in bewilderment. Why can't I be here? Lu Ming answered with a faint smile. The people at the canyon's entrance, what did you do to them? The Duanmu disciple questioned sternly. Killed them, of course. Lu Ming answered nonchalantly. What? You killed them? You be *****. Everyone, he's wrong, the Duanmu family. Let's kill him, the Duanmu disciple bellowed. I'll slaughter him. A gray-robed young man flew out as he pummeled his fist towards Lu Ming's head, intending to make Lu Ming's head explode with a punch. The wind whistled as the gray-robed young man's fist cut through the air, accompanied by the explosion of his first-grade Master Realm's essential chi. With one foot stomping heavily on the ground, Lu Ming shot out like an arrow. His sword flashed as quickly as a shooting star. PFFF. The gray-robed young man had a deep laceration across his chest as Lu Ming's sword punctured his heart, slicing it into half. That was all the young man could utter before he collapsed and died. Lu Ming killed a first-grade Master Realm expert in just one move. The other four of them could not believe their eyes. Guys, let's slaughter him altogether, the Duanmu disciple exploded. All four of them made their blood meridians explode. The Duanmu disciple had a 4th-level blood meridian while the other 3 had 3rd-level blood meridians. They were all in 1st-grade Master Realm. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Lightning Leopard's Blood. The Duanmu family was indeed powerful to have gathered so many experts together, since there were only 100 people amongst the new apprentices to have cultivated to the level of Master Realm. All 4 of the White Tiger Hall apprentices attacked Lu Ming and Feng Wu with all of their might. Chirp. A chirp was heard as Feng Wu unleashed her blood meridians. Her 5th-level blood meridians were in the form of an ice soul bird. 5th-level blood meridians were considered one of the top meridians amongst the new apprentices. Slay. Feng Wu cried out as she attacked. Lu Ming moved in quickly as he started his assault. A symphony of weapons clashing and essential chi exploding could be heard as they fought. There was only one person from the opposing party fighting Feng Wu. The other 3 were going against Lu Ming. Nevertheless, Lu Ming fought swiftly, and his essential chi and swordsmanship were undefeatable. Lu Ming cut one of his 3 opponents into half after a few mere moves. Blood was spilled yet again as Lu Ming's sword stabbed another opponent in the heart. The 3 Master Realm martial artists were as fragile as babies in front of Lu Ming. They did not even stand a chance. Finally, only the Duanmu disciple remained. How is Lu Ming so strong? Didn't that old geyser Lu Yunxiong say that he's only a low-level martial artist? He lied to us, the Duanmu disciple roared in his heart. He could not care less about the lightning leopard anymore as he tried to run for his life. From behind, Lu Ming pierced his heart with his sword immediately. It was impossible to run away from him. Ah! At the same time, a desperate cry was heard on the other side of the battlefield as Feng Wu killed the other White Tiger Hall apprentice. A 5th-level blood meridian carried more destruction than a 3rd-level blood meridian. Her eyes flickered as she gaped at Lu Ming. The 3 martial artists that were on the same level as he was were no match against him at all, and all that happened even before he unleashed his blood meridians. That's crazy. No wonder Big Sis Mulan had such high hopes of him. Feng Wu pondered. Lu Ming walked towards the lightning leopard. Hoo-hoo, whimpered the lightning leopard. It lay on the ground with severe injuries on its body as it looked at Lu Ming with eyes filled with despair. Lu Ming's heart went out for it as he was reminded about the time when Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong had stripped him of his blood meridians. If this lightning leopard ended up in the Duanmu family's hands, it would not end well. What are you gonna do with this lightning leopard cub, Lu Ming? I think you should carry it out because a lightning leopard cub's really precious out there. Feng Wu suggested. Lu Ming asked with a laugh, do you have an empty jade bottle and some healing medicine with you, Senior Feng Wu? Yep. Feng Wu nodded as she conjured 2 jade bottles out of thin air. One of them was empty while the other one contained a healing medicine to aid muscle repair and stop bleeding. Thanks, Senior Feng. Lu Ming thanked Feng Wu as he approached the lightning leopard with the jade bottles in his hands. The lightning leopard growled and bared its fangs as Lu Ming went near it. Don't worry, lil fella. I won't kill you. I won't take you away. I just need a little bit of your blood, then I'll help you heal. Lu Ming smiled as he promptly seized the cub by its neck. Since the cub was already hurt and there was blood oozing out of its wounds, Lu Ming filled the empty jade bottle with about half a bottle of its blood, kept it, and poured the muscle-repairing bleed-stopping medicine onto the lightning leopard's wounds. The muscle-repairing bleed-stopping medicine was a top-notch medicine. Within seconds, the cub's wounds stopped bleeding. Go on. Find a place to heal yourself, lil fella. Don't get captured again now, Lu Ming said as he patted the cub's head. Hoo-hoo. The lightning leopard cub whimpered as it stared at Lu Ming with puppy eyes, surprised about why Lu Ming would let it go. On the side, Feng Wu was caught by surprise too. Are you really letting it go, Lu Ming? Lightning leopard cubs fetch a hefty price out there, you know. We're gonna take more point-worthy metal pieces from the Duanmu family in a while. I sure won't have the time to babysit it. Lu Ming laughed. Hoo-hoo. The lightning leopard cub ran to Lu Ming and rubbed its head against his leg. Then, it ran to Feng Wu's leg and did the same. What a clever little fella. It's so cute. Feng Wu praised as her eyes sparkled. Hoo-hoo. The lightning leopard whimpered as it looked deeply at Lu Ming, then it turned and ran out of the canyon at lightning speed. Lu Ming chuckled before searching for point-worthy metal pieces on the corpses, conveniently devouring their blood essence. The blood essence of 5 first-grade Master Realm martial artists was beneficial to Lu Ming. They are indeed Master Realm geniuses. They have 30 points each. The point-worthy metal pieces made Lu Ming and Feng Wu thrilled. There were a total of 153 points from the 5 of them combined. Feng Wu only took 50 points and gave the rest to Lu Ming since if it was not for him, she would not have won against the 5 other first-grade Master Realm. Lu Ming's goal was to be the first, so he unabashedly kept the rest of the 83 points. He now had 124 points now. Give me a moment please, senior sister Feng. Lu Ming sat down in lotus position and started to cultivate the blood essence he devoured. The blood essence of the 5 first-grade Master Realm martial artists was very condensed, and as it continued to be converted to essential qi, Lu Ming's cultivation rose at an alarming rate. A short while later, Lu Ming shuddered. 2nd-grade Master Realm. His eyes glinted. Yuan Chong, 6 first-grade Master Realm martial artists, and a few Warrior Realm martial artists' essence contributed to Lu Ming's breakthrough in cultivation. However, his blood meridians were still on the 3rd level. Let's go, senior sister Feng. Lu Ming got up and said to Feng Wu. She looked at Lu Ming curiously. His breakthrough was so subtle that she did not even notice it. She was just intrigued about why Lu Ming had sat down to cultivate, then got up after a short time. Feng Wu did not pry into his reasons. After all, everyone had their secrets, didn't they? Both of them exited the canyon and continued their journey towards the inner parts of the Midnight Hills. Most of the Duanmu family's teams were deeper in the woods. An hour later, Lu Ming and Feng Wu noticed a pattern carved on a tree, so they stopped. It was the carving of a very lifelike vermilion bird on the tree bark. What does this mean? Lu Ming asked. That was the 3rd time they were seeing a similar carving on the trees in the past hour. This is a sign specific to the Vermilion Bird Hall. Someone's calling out for the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. You see, the bird's head points in that direction. That's where the gathering's at. Oh, I see. Lu Ming was new to the Vermilion Bird Hall, so he knew nothing about that. He was not like the other geniuses in the bigger cities who had done their research about the mystical sword school before enrolling. They normally wouldn't gather apprentices like this. What could have happened? Let's take a look, shall we? Feng Wu suggested, slightly confused. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Then, he and Feng Wu walked towards the direction that the vermilion bird pointed in. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, The Vermilion Bird Hall's #1 Expert. Night fell as Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed the trail of the vermilion bird pattern for another 10 kilometers. They were greeted with a huge bunch of bonfires as the flames leaped and danced in the night. A few shadows appeared out of nowhere and stopped them from going further. Who are you? This is a Vermilion Bird Hall gathering. Are you the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices? One of the shadows asked. That's right. We're the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. My name's Feng Wu, Feng Wu replied. Haha, oh, it's you, junior sister Feng. This way. A burst of laughter rang out near the bonfire area as a young man walked toward Feng Wu. This young man was tall and lean. His arms were lanky and his eyes glinted, emitting a dangerous aura. "In Kai, it's you." Feng Wu was stunned as she laid eyes on the young man. "So, this is In Kai." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Before the test started, Lu Ming had gathered some information from Feng Wu. The famous In Kai was known as the #1 expert among all of Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices. Legends had it that he had only been 17 when he awakened a 5th-level blood meridian, and achieved a cultivation of 4th-grade Master Realm. In Kai's gaze swept past Lu Ming without lingering and landed on Feng Wu as he invited her, "Junior sister Feng Wu, let's talk over there." In Kai led them to one of the bonfires. There were about 5 bonfires where nearly 50 Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices were gathered. The bonfire they were led to had 8 people seated around it. All 8 of them had great presence and were Master Realm experts. A few of them had such an abnormally strong presence that they seemed like they were far beyond being in 1st-grade Master Realm. They nodded when they saw Feng Wu. Since no one knew Lu Ming or had heard his name before, he was automatically disregarded. "Senior brother In Kai, did you guys carve all those Vermilion bird patterns?" Feng Wu asked. "That's right. I ordered someone else to do it." "Junior sister Feng Wu, I suppose you guys followed the carvings here, am I right?" In Kai replied with a faint smile. "Yep, we're here only because of the Vermilion bird carvings and we wanted to know what's up." "Senior brother In, why have you gathered the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices with the Vermilion bird carvings?" "Junior sister Feng, I'm sure you already knew that there was a 500-point metal piece this time around." In Kai's eyes sparkled as he replied. "A 500-point metal piece? Did you guys find out where it was?" Feng Wu was shocked. Lu Ming was also caught by surprise. The 500-point metal piece. Everyone wanted to get their hands on it because it signified that its owner could get the first place. It was essential. "That's right." In Kai nodded and continued, "Apart from us at the Vermilion Bird Hall, the White Tiger Hall, the Azure Dragon Hall, and the Onyx Tortoise Hall found it too. That's why I'm gathering people, because this 500-point metal piece mustn't fall into the hands of the other 3 halls. We haven't won since 8 years ago. You want to get your hands on this 500-point metal piece so that you'll be the apprentice champion, Senior In." Feng Wu's eyes flashed. "Of course." From the side, a stony-faced young man said, "Other than Senior In Kai, who else in the Vermilion Bird Hall is worthy of being the apprentice champion?" Feng Wu pursed her lips and refused to respond to the stony-faced young man's statement and asked, "Do you have any idea what kind of demonic beast has the 500-point metal piece?" "It's on a mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. This black-scaled monitor lizard is a 9th-grade 2nd-level demonic beast. If we were to combat it head-on, no one in all the 4 halls could take this metal piece away. So, we've come to an agreement. Since the black-scaled monitor lizard loves to eat silver-eyed rabbits, as long as we manage to capture and spike these rabbits, the lizard will fall into a deep sleep. By then, all 4 halls will fight for that 500-point metal piece. What do you think, Junior Feng? Stay back and help me, won't you?" In Kai coaxed. "What do we get after helping you?" Lu Ming asked unexpectedly. "What will you get?" "What do you mean?" In Kai frowned. "The reward for helping you out, of course. Let's make a deal. We'll help you get the 500-point metal piece so that you'll be the apprentice champion, but you'll give us the spirit condensing fruit when you've claimed your first-place reward. What do you say?" Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming aimed to get the spirit condensing fruit. As long as he could get it, what harm was therein? Giving In Kai a boost. "You want the spirit condensing fruit?" In Kai's face darkened. "You brat, you really don't know any better. Assisting senior brother In so he becomes the apprentice champion is a corporate glory for all Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. As long as you're in the Vermilion Bird Hall, you should just help out unconditionally. Yet, you still want a reward for helping out." Delusional, the stony-faced young man uttered darkly. His name was Yuan Lang, a well-known genius in the current batch of new Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. He was a 3rd-grade Master Realm. Her. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. he finally understood. Yin Kai carved the vermilion bird pattern, gathered the vermilion bird hall apprentices, and expected them to help him grab the apprentice champion title for nothing. Lu Ming did not have the habit of blindly helping someone out. Besides that, he was not even close to them in the first place. Corporate glory for all the vermilion bird hall apprentices. What a pompous-sounding phrase. Lu Ming looked at Yuan Lang mockingly and taunted, "Since it's for the glory of the vermilion bird hall, sure thing. When we get the 500-point medal piece, give it to me so that I'll be the apprentice champion for the vermilion bird hall's glory." Upon hearing that, Yin Kai, Yuan Lang, and his followers' faces darkened like an impending thunderstorm. "Who the heck do you think you are? You, the apprentice champion?" Yuan Lang barked. "Oh." Lu Ming's voice dripped with sarcasm. He turned and looked at Feng Wu with such disdain as he asked, "Senior brother Feng, are you gonna stay? I'm done entertaining them." "Nope, not interested." "Let's go then." Feng Wu replied and was about to leave with him. "You too. Stand right there." Yuan Lang bellowed. His body moved quickly as he prevented Lu Ming and Feng Wu from leaving. "What does this mean, Yin Kai?" Feng Wu turned and questioned Yin Kai in rage. Yin Kai answered with a malicious smile, "This time, I must be the champion, so take out all the metal pieces you have right now." "Yin Kai, you..." Feng Wu was so mad. She did not expect Yin Kai to be so despicable. "It's okay if you don't want to fight with us. Just leave your point-worthy metal pieces with me." Yuan Lang looked at Lu Ming scornfully. "Who are you to block my way? *CK off like the dog that you are." Lu Ming raised his voice. "What an arrogant brat. Well, to be this arrogant, you've gotta have what it takes. Let's see what you've got." Yuan Lang mocked, forming his hands in the shape of an eagle's claws, and assaulting Lu Ming. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Fighting a Third-Grade Master. "Lu Ming, be careful." Feng Wu's expression shifted as she cried out. Yuan Lang's cultivation had reached the third-grade master realm and was not something a first-grade master could compare against. She was afraid that Lu Ming was no match for him. Flame Dragon Fist. Neither did Lu Ming dodge nor back down. He delivered a punch instead. As Lu Ming's fist and Yuan Lang's clawed hand collided, energy surged in all directions. Both of their figures glowed and they fell back 3 steps. In that exchange of blows, they were evenly matched. A third-grade master is powerful indeed. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as he thought to himself. With a massive gap between each level, the master realm was difficult to surmount. It was not something the warrior realm could rival. For instance, back when Lu Ming was on the 6th-grade warrior realm, boosted by 3 divine meridians, his true war dragon chi was twice as condensed as ordinary essential chi. In addition to his refined martial arts, he could rise above 3 levels and battle against 9th-grade warriors. However, in the master realm, this was not possible. The additional power of the 3 divine meridians was still rather obvious on the warrior realm. Nonetheless, in the master realm, this power did not appear to be as useful. The main function of a divine meridian was exhibited through one's talent and potential instead of one's direct physical strength. Therefore, now that Lu Ming's cultivation was at 2nd-grade master realm, based on his own essential chi, he could rise above 1 level at most to battle against a 3rd-grade master. With his refined martial arts, suppressing or even killing a 3rd-grade master was not a problem. However, he would be in trouble if he encountered a 4th-grade master. Of course, this was assuming that Lu Ming's blood meridian had not exploded. When both of them drew back, the people around them were startled. Feng Wu was delighted. She never thought that Lu Ming could actually exchange equal blows with Yuan Lang. Just how strong is Lu Ming really? He must have been hiding his strength, yet Big Sis Mulan asked me to protect him. It's more like he should protect me. Feng Wu thought to herself, somewhat flabbergasted. By one side, Yin Kai and the rest were gripped by surprise. They had never heard of Lu Ming before. Where did he come from? He had such a formidable cultivation level. Yuan Lang's expression darkened, twisted by a murderous desire. He roared, "Lu Ming, take this, 18 hawk claws." Zing zing. Yuan Lang's hands drew something out from his waist. In an instant, he was wearing metal gloves. His clawed hands struck out rapidly and in succession, hitting 9 times in a flash. The 9 claw attacks targeted the 9 vital points of Lu Ming's body. Driven by essential qi, the sharp metal gloves sliced through the air, whistling piercingly as they did so. That's a superior yellow-level martial arts technique. Too bad his cultivation is lackluster. He's barely broken through to the 3rd stage. A cold smile tugged at Lu Ming's lips, then he unsheathed his long sword and wielded the lustrous sword technique. The blades of sword light whipped through the air as Lu Ming slashed 12 times in an instant. Clink! Clink! The long sword and the metal gloves collided time and again as the two figures crossed each other midair. At last, the sound suddenly stopped as they separated. Suddenly, Yuan Lang's body shuddered and he spat a mouthful of blood out. Defeated, a wound had appeared over his chest, deep enough to reveal his bone. If Lu Ming had not restrained his own strength at that crucial moment, Yuan Lang would have been dead. You can scram now. Lu Ming cast an indifferent look at Yuan Lang, then started to walk forward. Clang! Clang! Weapons were unsheathed successively. Following that, a girl dressed in white cried out, "Lu Ming, there are so many of us here with senior brother Yin Kai. Did you think that you can leave? Yin Kai, what are you doing? All of you are really going to stop us?" Feng Wu said with an unhappy look. Yin Kai stared at Lu Ming gloomily without speaking. "You may try and see if you can stop me, but I guarantee that the subsequent losses aren't something you can endure." Lu Ming lifted the long sword with a placid gaze which contained an unflinching will. His icy voice caused them to shiver involuntarily deep in their hearts. Yin Kai stared at Lu Ming for a long while. His eyes flashed brightly and he suddenly laughed. "Haha, this is all a misunderstanding. Junior brother Lu Ming, you are impressive indeed. I've learned so much from this. I hope that we can be friends in the future. Senior sister Feng, let's go." Lu Ming did not even glance at Yin Kai as he turned to leave. "Lu Ming, I was careless this time. Next time, you'll pay for my disgrace today many times over." Yuan Lang's cold voice rang out from behind them. "Next time? You'd better wish that there's no next time," Lu Ming said casually. After that, he and Feng Wu vanished into the mountain woods. After both of them left, the white-clothed girl asked Yin Kai, "Senior brother Yin, are we letting them go just like that? Lu Ming possesses great fighting powers. Moreover, our main target now is to compete against 3 other halls for the 500-point medal piece. We mustn't lose any manpower. After this test is over, I'll have a plan to deal with him. I'll make him sorry." As Yin Kai glared at the direction in which Lu Ming and Feng Wu had left, his eyes glittered dangerously. 1,000 meters away. "Junior brother Lu Ming, Yin Kai is a petty person. After you've insulted him like that, he won't forgive you so easily," Feng Wu expressed somewhat worriedly. "He'd better not come looking for trouble with me." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was not fazed about someone like Yin Kai. Feng Wu's pretty eyes shimmered. Although she had known Lu Ming for quite some time, she realized that she could not figure him out completely. From her point of view, he seemed unfathomable. "Lu Ming, what will you do next?" she asked. "What should I do next? I don't wish to miss out on the 500-point medal piece." A smirk flitted over Lu Ming's lips. Feng Wu widened her eyes as she exclaimed, "Are you thinking of snatching it from the jaws of danger?" "Why not?" With a grin, Lu Ming then climbed up a tree that was over 20 meters tall. From this distance, he watched Yin Kai and the rest. He was going to track Yin Kai's group and snatch the 500-point medal piece from them. This guy sure is interesting. Feng Wu looked at him, then climbed the tree and sat on the branch as well. The darkness dissipated, and the light of dawn emerged over the horizon. Far away, Yin Kai and the rest had extinguished their bonfire and were heading into the depths of the Midnight Hills. Lu Ming and Feng Wu followed them from a distance. They traveled for more than 10 kilometers. After that, Yin Kai's group stopped below a large mountain. Beneath this peak was a gigantic cave. It was terrifyingly pitch black inside. A crowd of over 100 people had already gathered before the cave. "Those from the White Tiger Hall and the Azure Dragon Hall have arrived," Feng Wu said softly to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. "Lu Ming, if you fight later, there are a few people you must be wary of." Feng Wu pointed to a youth who was wearing white robes with green embroidered sleeves and a purple jade belt. That guy is Duanmu Ju. He's the strongest amongst the new batch in the White Tiger Hall. After that, she pointed at another youth in green robes. That one's called Huang Yu. He's the foremost expert amongst the Azure Dragon's new apprentices. Lu Ming made a soft, affirmative sound again. Feng Wu rolled her eyes. Surely he was being too calm. These were all top geniuses who were strong contenders for this year's Apprentice Champion. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, The Mutated Black-Scaled Monitor Lizard. In an absent-minded manner, Feng Wu started snorting softly as she pouted slightly. Without warning, Lu Ming was whispering by her ear, "You've so much to say. Do you care for me that much?" Feng Wu was caught off guard and started in fright, nearly crying out loud. Her small face blushed furiously as she shot Lu Ming a vicious glare. What nonsense is that? Who cares for you? If it weren't for Bis Mulan's order, if it weren't for you rescuing me, I wouldn't have given 2sh*ts about you. Oh. So, that's how it is. Lu Ming clicked his tongue and looked away. Phew. Feng Wu let out a gentle sigh. Even so, for some reason, her heart would not stop racing. In a short while, another group arrived. These were the apprentices of the Onyx Tortoise Hall. The 4 halls were all here. Lu Ming and Feng Wu held their breaths as they stared ahead. After a moment, the apprentices of the 4 halls placed one silver-eyed rabbit after another at the cave's entrance. Then, they all scattered and took up hiding spots nearby. There were over 50 silver-eyed rabbits at east. The silver-eyed rabbits were all filled up with drowsy powder. The smell of the rabbits charged the air. Rustle. In a while, a monitor lizard, which was half a meter tall and 4 meters long, came clambering out. It was covered in black scales. This was a black-scaled monitor lizard. Nevertheless, it was evidently just an ordinary black-scaled monitor lizard, which was equivalent to a second-grade second-level demonic beast. It was not a mutated black-scaled monitor lizard that was on the 9th-grade second level. The black-scaled monitor lizard spotted the silver-eyed rabbits the moment it crawled out. It hurriedly scampered forwards and swallowed a silver-eyed rabbit in a single gulp with great relish. At this point, another black-scaled monitor lizard came out as well. It was not a mutated black-scaled monitor lizard either. Soon, a few black-scaled monitor lizards clambered out one after another. In a few moments, they had swallowed 10 or so silver-eyed rabbits. The apprentices of the 4 halls were rather anxious. They had spent several days just to capture these silver-eyed rabbits. If these ordinary black-scaled monitor lizards ate them all, the apprentices would not have a second chance. Currently, there were only 2 days left until the end of the test. They had no time to capture that many silver-eyed rabbits again. Furthermore, they did not have enough drowsy powder with them. Just then, a thunderous cry echoed from the cave. Following that, there was continuous thumping as a colossal creature emerged. This was a black-scaled monitor lizard as well, but its size was 10 times that of the others. Moreover, its eyes were red. A metal piece that hung around this black-scaled monitor lizard's neck proclaimed 2 words, 500. The 500-point metal piece. Everyone's gazes shone fervently. Upon noticing the silver-eyed rabbits, the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard unleashed a loud howl. The other black-scaled monitor lizards seemed frightened and they all retreated. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard forged ahead by itself and opened its grisly jaws. In one gulp, it devoured 5 or 6 silver-eyed rabbits. After a few minutes, almost 40 silver-eyed rabbits were swallowed by the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. It roared once more, then turned around, slowly slinking back into the cave. At this point, the regular black-scaled monitor lizards, which had eaten the silver-eyed rabbits first, swayed slightly before falling to the ground and snoring in deep slumber. The drowsy powder in the silver-eyed rabbits within their stomachs was taking effect. The apprentices of the 4 halls did not rush into the cave as they waited for the medicine to work. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard would not be knocked out as easily as the ordinary black-scaled monitor lizards. Only after 10 minutes had passed did the apprentices all race into the cave. After a few more minutes, Feng Wu asked Lu Ming, "Are we going in too?" "I'm going in. Wait here for me." Lu Ming nodded before explaining further, things might get messy in there. If I'm alone, it'll be easier to escape. She bit her lip, aware that he was right. All right. You must be careful then, she said. Lu Ming nodded, then his figure darted off as he went into the cave. Outside the cave, there were still apprentices from the 4 halls whose cultivation levels were not that high. Even so, no one dared to stop Lu Ming. Since the other apprentices were inside as well, who would bother stopping him? Lu Ming made his way into the cave without any trouble. It was pitch dark in the cave. Although Lu Ming was a master realm martial artist, with much better eyesight than ordinary people, the cave was dim and gloomy to him as well. Lu Ming held his breath and cautiously made his way forward. However, after 100 meters, there were a few forks in the path. He even noticed a black-scaled monitor lizard's body there. This was merely a first-level black-scaled monitor lizard, so Lu Ming had no interest in absorbing its blood essence. Thus, he simply chose a path and continued onward. In this lair of the black-scaled monitor lizards, the paths weaved in all directions, intersecting in complicated ways. Lu Ming traveled a few hundred meters before encountering another crossroads. Once again, he picked a path at random and went in deeper. On the way, he saw quite a few black-scaled monitor lizard bodies. There were 2 first-grade and 1 second-grade second-level black-scaled monitor lizards. Lu Ming did not pass them up and devoured all of their blood essences. As he walked, he cultivated the blood essence. His cultivation was rapidly improving. It was clear that apprentices of the 4 halls had numbers on their side. Throughout his journey, he did not see any corpses of the apprentices. In this manner, Lu Ming went forth for around 20 minutes, devouring 3 first-grade and 1 second-grade second-level black-scaled monitor lizards on his way. His cultivation successfully reached mid-second-grade master realm. Just then, Lu Ming noticed a faint source of light up ahead. He trotted lightly as he headed towards the light. Upon approaching it, he discovered it was another cave entrance that was lower than an average person's height. He walked forward and looked out of the entrance, and was taken aback. Outside this entrance, there was an enormous underground cavern. It was over 100 meters wide and dozens of meters tall. Everywhere on the stone walls of the cavern were rocks that glowed with a faint light. These were the luminous stone ores. If one extracted the glowing components of these ores, it could be used to manufacture luminous stones which could be used for illumination. With the light of the luminous stone ores, Lu Ming saw many entrances throughout the cavern as well. Through the entrances, he could vaguely make out human figures. Quite a few men from the 4 halls were lying in wait outside these entrances. As for the entrance that Lu Ming was next to, it was more than 10 meters above the cavern's ground surface. In the center of the cavern, a colossal creature lay sprawled. It was that mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. At present, the black-scaled monitor lizard had not fallen into a deep sleep yet. It growled softly and opened its bloody mouth from time to time. No wonder the apprentices of the 4 halls had not made their move. They were waiting for the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard to sink into slumber. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard was a 9th-grade second-level demonic beast which was equivalent to a 9th-grade Master Realm powerhouse. Any martial artist below the 4th-grade Master Realm would definitely die if they were struck by it even once. Time trickled by slowly. After 10 or so minutes, the eyelids of the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard grew heavier. It was dropping off but was not fully asleep yet. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard's resistance was fearsome. Even after eating so many silver-eyed rabbits, it could still hold on until now. Just then, a figure bolted out from one of the cave entrances like lightning, lunging towards the black-scaled monitor lizard's neck. In Kai. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. That figure was actually In Kai. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Making His Move. Swoosh. In Kai was very swift. His blood meridian was a 5th-level blood meridian, also known as the green-winged nighthawk, which excelled in speed. He had made his blood meridian explode and was quick as lightning. No wonder he dared to make a move even before the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard had fully fallen asleep. In Kai's figure flashed a few times, and he was already beneath the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard's neck. He reached out, seized the point-worthy metal piece, and tugged at it forcefully. The metal chain that bound the metal piece soon broke. The jerking motion seemed to aggravate the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. It growled and swiped a massive claw towards Yin Kai. Yin Kai's body glowed suddenly and he evaded its attack. After its blow missed its target, the black-scaled monitor lizard seemed dizzy. With a low snarl, it did not give chase. Haha, the 500 points are mine. This year, I'll definitely be the apprentice champion. Seeing that the black-scaled monitor lizard did not pursue him, Yin Kai was filled with glee. He was on the verge of bursting out in joyful laughter. Yin Kai, let go of the metal piece. At this moment, from the entrances around the cavern, one figure after another lunged forward. They were the experts of the 4 halls. Amongst them were the number 1 experts of the other 3 halls, Duanmuju, Huang Yu, and Xie Hong. Now that I've gotten it, you guys plan to snatch it from me. Dream on. Yin Kai laughed coldly. As he waved his arms, there was a vague impression of green wings flashing by. Whoosh! A fierce gale was stirred up. Yin Kai rose over 10 meters into the air and flew towards an entrance that was high above him. Yin Kai had planned it all out. With the advantage of his blood meridian, he would snatch the point-worthy metal piece, lure out the experts from the 3 other halls, then leap up into an entrance 10 meters above their heads to escape. Those tunnels were tangled and complicated. If he fled into one of them, the others could forget about tracking him down. His plan was good. Nonetheless, Lu Ming just so happened to be waiting in that direction. Therefore, without a second thought, Lu Ming leaped down and slashed his sword towards Yin Kai. At Lu Ming's sudden appearance, Yin Kai yelped in shock and quickly drew his sword up. Lu Ming. Scram. The 2 swords clashed, sending out a burst of energy. Yin Kai's cultivation was on the 4th grade master realm, so he had significant strength. Lu Ming was swept upwards by a large impact, but since he was attacking from the high ground and was not that weak either, Yin Kai immediately dropped down from the attack. At this point, Duanmuju, Huang Yu, and the rest hurried over. Yin Kai, hand over the metal piece, or you won't get out alive. Duanmuju coldly huffed, his eyes burning lethally. Formidable attacks instantly rained down upon Yin Kai. Lu Ming, I won't rest until you're dead. Yin Kai bellowed in fury. Save your own skin first. Lu Ming landed by one side and smiled breezily. Hand over the 500-point metal piece. Duanmuju, Huang Yu, Xie Hong were all 4th grade masters. There were also other experts at 3rd grade master realm. Yin Kai could not hold on to the metal piece at all. All of the attacks were directed at the 500-point metal piece he was holding. If he did not let go, his hand would be crushed. Helplessly he released his grip. The metal piece is mine. Get away. Huang Yu, you dare to act against the Duanmu family. Duanmuju yelled a few times. Duanmuju, you can stop using the Duanmu family to scare me. Other people might be afraid, but I'm not. Huang Yu grinned coldly. The place was instantly caught up in a chaotic battle. Everyone wanted the metal piece and was struggling for it with their full strength. Essential chi erupted, and the metal piece bounced and danced amongst the midst of all this. For a moment, no one could seem to grab it. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly perceived a subtle slicing sound behind him. A mighty blow was directed towards his back. Someone was attacking him in stealth. Swoosh. At the crucial moment, Lu Ming twisted his body to one side, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. Lu Ming whipped his head around, and his eyes glinted coldly. Yuan Lang, you're begging to die. The one who had sneaked up on him was Yuan Lang. The dead one will be you. Yesterday, I didn't explode my blood meridian. Let's see if you're still a match for me this time. Yuan Lang's murderous aura surged out as he spoke. Following that, there was a bloody flash as his blood meridian exploded. He barreled towards Lu Ming mercilessly. Slash slash. The icy metal claws stirred up a vigorous gale as he swiped at Lu Ming. His power was even greater than yesterday. Lu Ming did not waste time with words and wielded the lustrous sword technique. Instantly, he had created more than 10 arcs of sword light. The exchange of blows rang out in succession. As soon as they fought, Yuan Lang's expression changed, because he found out that the strength of Lu Ming's strikes was greater than yesterday. Could it be that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through in less than a day? That was impossible. Yuan Lang dismissed that thought. Lu Ming must have hidden his capabilities yesterday. He started to consider giving up. However, the light trembled on Lu Ming's blade. One of Yuan Lang's arms turned numb and he took 2 steps back. There was a burst of sword light, more dazzling than usual, piercing straight into Yuan Lang's abdomen. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Yuan Lang shrieked in alarm. I told you yesterday that there won't be a second chance. Lu Ming spoke coldly. Then, he cut Yuan Lang's throat in one move and threw him backward. The direction where Yuan Lang fell was the battlefield where Duanmuju and the rest were fighting for the 500-point medal piece. With blades flashing all over the place, one was sure to end up as a severed corpse after being thrown out like that. Arg! Yuan Lang screamed in terror. After Lu Ming stabbed his abdomen, he still had not died. To survive, he had to unleash his full strength. His body burst out in blinding red light as his hands kept on clawing the air. Duanmuju and the rest yelled angrily, delivering their attacks without hesitation. Pfff hiss. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Lang was sliced apart. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Even in his struggle against death, he blocked all of them for an instant. This was the instant that Lu Ming was waiting for. Without any hesitation, he dashed out. His dragon serpent steps unleashed his greatest might. In one step, he covered 20 meters. Lu Ming was like a streak of lightning as he leaped over the fight between Yin Kai and the rest. In one smooth grab, he captured the 500-point medal piece. Lu Ming, it's you. Hand over the medal piece to me and I'll spare your life. Yin Kai snarled in rage. Lu Ming, I know you. You dared to kill an apprentice from the Duanmu family. Give me the medal piece, and I'll plead with the adults on your behalf to reduce your punishment, Duanmuju hollered as well. All at once, the attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. With so many experts, he could not possibly resist them stubbornly. He took another step and raced forward by another 20 meters. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard was lying in that direction. Presently, Lu Ming was only about 30 meters away from it. Behind him, Duanmuju, Yin Kai, and the rest joined forces and closed in around Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you can't run. Someone like you wants to seize the point-worthy medal piece. How hilarious. You'll die today. Yin Kai's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty expression. If it were not for Lu Ming, he would have obtained the point-worthy medal piece and left this place, essentially becoming this year's apprentice champion. However, all his dreams had turned to dust, thanks to Lu Ming. His hatred towards Lu Ming ran deep in his bones. Lu Ming, hand the medal piece to me. I can safeguard your life. Huan Yu cried out. At the same time, they kept on cornering Lu Ming while he withdrew further backward. Soon, he was only a few meters away from the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Acquiring the Medal Piece. Currently, the eyes of the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard were narrowed into slits. It was almost asleep. Otherwise, it would not just have sat there indifferently throughout their intense battle. Moreover, there was no entrance on the wall next to the black-scaled monitor lizard. There was nowhere to run. Lu Ming, you have no escape route. Duanmuju and the rest closed in slowly. If they were not being apprehensive of the black-scaled monitor lizard, they would have already attacked him. Is that so? Are you guys that confident? At this stage, Lu Ming actually beamed. How could he still smile? However, soon enough, Duanmuju, Yin Kai, and the rest understood why. Lu Ming turned around abruptly and dashed towards the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. The sword light whistled through the air, ruthlessly piercing towards the black-scaled monitor lizard. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Stop. Stop right now. You're asking for it. Duanmuju and the rest changed their tones quickly, each of them yelling in fury. Even so, Lu Ming's sword light did not stop. The long sword viciously stabbed the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard's body. As the long sword penetrated its body, the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard gave an incensed howl and its eyes flew open. One more slash. Lu Ming pulled out the long sword, drawing a gush of blood. Then he stabbed once more. This time, the black-scaled monitor lizard was fully awake. It roared in rage and swiped its massive claw at him. Lu Ming used the dragon serpent steps to dodge the black-scaled monitor lizard's attack. After that, he ran towards Duanmuju, Inkai, and the rest. The mutated black-scaled monitor lizard bellowed deafeningly as it scampered madly towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Duanmuju, Inkai, and the rest all cried out in anger, but they could only turn around and flee helplessly. The strongest of them was only on the 4th grade master realm. Even with all their strength combined, it was not enough to kill the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard. Why are you guys running? Weren't you about to kill me? Lu Ming's taunting voice rang out. Duanmuju and the rest nearly coughed up blood in rage. They silently vowed to never forgive Lu Ming. Like birds startled by an arrow, they dared not linger in this cavern. Each of them rushed towards a cave entrance. Ha ha ha, bye-bye. Lu Ming stepped off the ground firmly and sprang into the air. He immediately landed at an entrance 10 meters above the ground and hurriedly raced away. After running helter-skelter, he covered over a kilometer of the tunnel in a single sprint. Only then did Lu Ming sit down to rest. He thought of something and took out the point-worthy metal piece. This metal piece was made of a different material compared to the other point-worthy metal pieces. It was dark golden and very solid. On its surface were 2 large golden words, 500. With these 500 points, in addition to his previous 124 points, Lu Ming had 624 points in total. 624 points, is that enough or not? Lu Ming started to ponder silently. It was hard to say. For instance, Duanmuju, Inkai, and the rest had gathered so many people. Some of them had only kept 10 points and gave the remaining point-worthy metal pieces to Duanmuju and the rest. In that case, it was hard to estimate how many points they had, so collecting 500 or 600 points was a possibility. There are still 2 more days. Perhaps I can rustle up some points from the Duanmu family or Inkai's group. A smirk tugged at Lu Ming's lips. Just then, frenzied footsteps sounded behind him. They were very agile. In the blink of an eye, a few figures appeared before Lu Ming. Duanmuju. Lu Ming sized them up. The center one amongst the trio was Duanmuju. The other 2 beside him were genius apprentices of the White Tiger Hall with their cultivation levels at the 3rd grade master realm. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Duanmuju did not seem surprised as he broke out into a humorless smile. Lu Ming, you're here indeed. How are you going to run now? How did you find me? Lu Ming asked in astonishment. Hee, I might as well tell you. My blood meridian is the keen spirit hound. With me around, you can't escape, a short youth beside Duanmuju spoke up. So, you've got a dog's nose. Lu Ming realized the truth. Lu Ming, I didn't hunt you down, yet you dared to seize my point-worthy metal piece. You've got some guts. Now, hand over the metal piece and I'll go easy on you, Duanmuju said. Lu Ming smirked. Does everyone from the Duanmu family have such blind confidence? I truly wonder how you guys became the #1 family in the White Tiger Hall. Are you saying you won't hand it over? I'll show you how my Duanmu family became the #1 family. Flying Tiger Sword. Kill. With that, Duanmuju pounced at Lu Ming. Sword chi surged out, and there was a faint tiger's roar. Lu Ming drew his sword to return the strike. Both their long swords clashed furiously. The space in the cave tunnel was narrow, so there was not much room for fighting poses. They could only fight directly face to face with brute force. Their swords collided a few times. Lu Ming felt his arm getting tired, and he involuntarily took 3 steps back. Meanwhile, Duanmuju's body was only heaving slightly. A 4th grade master has such powerful strength. My current strength can't match his at all. Lu Ming thought to himself. Your sword technique isn't bad, but it's a shame you're too weak. Die then. Flying Tiger Pounce. Duanmuju grinned coldly and sent his blade slicing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had the impression that a ferocious tiger was lunging at him. The Flying Tiger Sword technique was a superior yellow-level technique. Duanmuju had already cultivated it to the 3rd stage, and his moves were quick and ruthless. Since I'm no match in terms of strength, I'll use speed then. Lu Ming focused his concentration, fully immersed in the lustrous sword technique. One sword light after another lashed out, striking towards Duanmuju's vital points. Its speed was definitely much faster than Duanmuju's. Duan Wuju could only give up attacking and use his strength to block Lu Ming's sword light. So what if your sword technique is fast? If force won't work, I'll attack until you can't hold your sword. Duan Wuju weaved his long sword in an impenetrable pattern, clashing incessantly against Lu Ming's long sword. Waves of powerful essential qi kept flowing out, battering against Lu Ming. Is that so? What if I speed up? Now, a faint smirk appeared on Lu Ming's mouth. His blade flashed and his technique became even swifter. Like the flow of a river, the sword light cascaded unendingly towards Duan Wuju. His lustrous sword technique had just broken through. Before this, his lustrous sword technique had been stuck at the 4th stage and he had been unable to break through. Nevertheless, in this fight against Duan Wuju, the lustrous sword technique broke through to the 5th stage to achieve perfect divine-like usage in one move. Duan Wuju's expression changed. Just now, he could barely maintain his defense. Currently, he discovered that he could not withstand this barrage of assaults at all. Lu Ming's glinting sword light instantly penetrated his defense, slashing towards his chest. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Duan Wuju was startled and withdrew frantically. Even so, he was a little too late. Slash. Lu Ming's sword light immediately left a deep bloody gash across his chest. Duan Wuju was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not retreated quickly enough, he would have been dead already. Attack. Attack together and kill him. Duan Wuju roared in anger. Kill. As the other two youths and Duan Wuju charged at Lu Ming together, their 3 spiritual weapons erupted with formidable sword qi. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Slaying Duan Wuju. Come on then. Facing the joint attack from those 3, Lu Ming grinned and did not back down. Instead, he rushed forward like the wind. You're asking for it. The 3 of them huffed maliciously, each wielding their best technique. Their long swords surged with sword qi, carving through the air and emitting an ear-splitting whistle. The sword qi converged upon Lu Ming. Just then, Lu Ming's body glimmered bloodily and his blood meridian exploded. Immediately, he twisted his body to evade the sharp tips of their swords, ignoring their sword qi. Die then. Duan Wuju and the other 2 had icy, murderous expressions in their eyes. Duan Wuju, in particular, broke out into a satisfied smirk, as if the 500-point metal piece was already in his hands. Still, in the next moment, his expression transformed because he sensed that when his sword qi landed on Lu Ming's body, it was like cutting through a bottomless abyss. Instantly, his hair stood on end. And a frosty, savage aura enveloped him. Retreat, retreat now, he howled in his heart. However, it was too late. A beam of sword light appeared like a celestial angel, impaling his throat. A fountain of blood spurted out while Duan Wuju choked out an animalistic howl with both hands grasping at his throat as he fell back. Nonetheless, after a few steps backward, he collapsed to the ground. In one slash, Lu Ming pierced through Duan Wuju. He drew out his sword smoothly and cut the throat of the other youth. Swiftly, Lu Ming had exploited the uniqueness of his blood meridian to quickly slay 2 experts. There was only one person left. The final youth felt stifled in a cloud of death. He was scared witless and recoiled in wild panic. Still, how could he be as fast as Lu Ming? Lu Ming caught up with him in a few steps. After a few moves, the guy was biting Duan Wuju's dust. Lu Ming slayed Duan Wuju's group of 3. This time, I'm really unscathed. That's much better than the last time, Lu Ming checked himself all over and thought to himself. His blood meridian had devoured 50% of the sword qi from Duan Wuju and the rest. The remaining half was mostly blocked by his protective essential qi, so Lu Ming was not harmed much. Of course, this was also thanks to the cultivation level of Duan Wuju and the other 2. Duan Wuju's cultivation was on the 4th grade master realm, only 2 stages above Lu Ming. If he was 3 stages, 4 or even 5 stages above Lu Ming, the end result would be different. Although Lu Ming could also devour 50% of the attack impact, the remaining 50% would be enough to grievously injure or even kill him. Let me see how many point-worthy metal pieces Duan Wuju has gathered. Lu Ming frisked Duan Wuju's body but did not even find a single metal piece. How could this be? How could Duan Wuju not even have a single point-worthy metal piece? No, he must have a storage ring. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he examined Duan Wuju's fingers. As expected, he spotted a ring. After he took the ring off, Lu Ming sent his consciousness into the ring. In the next moment, a space popped up in his mind. It was not large, with a volume of around 1 cubic meter. It was lacking by leaps and bounds compared to the Supreme Shrine. This was the space within the storage ring. In this space, there was a pile of point-worthy metal pieces, a stack of silver notes, and some clothes. Lu Ming did not take inventory. After that, he gathered a pile of point-worthy metal pieces from the other 2 bodies. Along with the storage ring, these were all kept within the Supreme Shrine. Following that, he devoured their blood essences before his figure darted off and left. In a short while, he could see the first entrance of the cave. There was still a large crowd standing guard, but Yin Kai, Wang Yu, and the rest had not come out yet. Lu Ming promptly charged out and scaled a large tree nearby. He did not look for Feng Wu at once. Instead, he decided to cultivate the blood essence of Duanmu Ju's group first and take stock of his harvest before joining her. Lu Ming sat cross-legged between the branches of the tree and began to cultivate. The vital energy contained within the blood essence of a 4th grade and 2 3rd-grade masters was refined and abundant. This was something 1st grade or 2nd grade masters could not compare to. Lu Ming's cultivation swiftly advanced. From peak mid-2nd grade master realm to top 2nd grade master realm until finally, after processing all of their blood essences, Lu Ming broke through in one step, reaching the 3rd grade master realm. Even so, the level of his blood meridian still did not progress. Upon the spirit-devouring worm blood meridian, the 3 blood-red meridian focal points were incomparably deep. Evidently, they were reaching their limit, but they just had not leveled up. To become a 4th level blood meridian. Can my blood meridian only reach the 3rd level at most? Lu Ming thought, frowning. Forget it. I'll just continue to consume blood essence. I don't believe it can't advance any further. Following that, Lu Ming took out Duanmu Ju's storage ring and started to take stock. The combined points from the 2 3rd-grade Master Realm youths were 130 points. Still, Duanmu Ju had the most with an incredible 520 points. Indeed, he had assembled so many people by his side, so his points were impressive, exceeding 500 points. Right then, Lu Ming had collected an awesome 1,224 points. With points like these, surely first place was in the bag. Lu Ming did not believe anyone else could surpass his score. Moreover, there were over 80,000 silver notes in Duanmu Ju's storage ring. That was an unexpected loot. Duanmu Ju was truly a prodigy from the Duanmu family. His background was astounding. Putting the rest aside, even the storage ring itself would cost at least 100,000 taels of silver. Even then, its demand exceeded its supply, and that was a conservative estimate. After taking inventory, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he arrived at the meeting place that he and Feng Wu had agreed upon. When Feng Wu saw him, she asked hurriedly, "Lu Ming, you're already out. How's the situation?" "Splendid." Lu Ming smiled gently. Feng Wu's pretty eyes shone. "Lu Ming, is the 500-point metal piece in your possession?" "Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't I have wasted a trip?" He grinned, brimming with confidence. "Oh, you devil. You've actually obtained the 500-point metal piece. It looks like you've made a fool of Yin Kai, Duanmu Ju, and the rest." Feng Wu exclaimed and stared at him, her eyes wide with matchless surprise. "Let's go." Both of them turned to leave, disappearing in the woods. Soon enough, 2 days passed. The 20 days of the test were up. A lot of people had gathered outside the Midnight Hills, including Xie Kuang and the other guidance elders of the 4 halls, as well as a few silver-robed elders. In addition to that, there were attendants from various halls who were tasked with tallying the points. Other than these people, there were also many youths who were the senior apprentices of the 4 halls. Every year, the new apprentices who just joined would receive extra attention because new blood represented the future as well as endless possibilities. The guidance elders of the 4 halls stood in front. At the moment, the elder from the White Tiger Hall was asking the other 3, "In your opinion, how many will qualify this year?" The guidance elder from the White Tiger Hall was a short, stout middle-aged man named Duanmu Jin. He was from the Duanmu family. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Who's the Apprentice Champion? There are a total of 13,000 points. Technically, 1,300 people should pass, but in reality, it's impossible to have so many people passing. The Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder added, I'm sure that some point-worthy metal pieces will remain unfound, and while some people get higher points, some might not even have 10 points. So, I'll consider 500 passes a decent amount. I estimate around 500 people passing too. Xie Kuang nodded. It's always been around this number according to my experience. I'm curious though. Who'll be the apprentice champion this year? The Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder asked. Heh. Duanmu Ju, our Duanmu genius, of course. Duanmu Jin replied smugly. You're in over your head, Duanmu Jin. Our Huang Yu's exceptionally talented with an awakened 5th level Blood Meridian and 4th grade Master Realm cultivation level. He's just as good as Duanmu Ju, so I think he's gonna be the apprentice champion, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder rebutted. Our Xie Hong may be a girl, but she's on par with your geniuses in terms of Blood Meridians and cultivation too, so she just might win this, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder boasted. That might not be the case since our Inkai's one of the very best too. The Vermilion Bird Hall will emerge as champion this year. Xie Kuang chirped. Duanmu Jin patted his pot belly as he scorned, Huang Yu and the rest of them might be kinda good, but Duanmu Ju's still better. Besides, Xie Kuang, the Vermilion Bird Hall hasn't won the past 8 years, so this year is just as impossible for you. Stop daydreaming. Xie Kuang's face sank as he barked, what's the meaning of this, fatty Duanmu? Are you looking down on us Vermilion Bird Hall? Yes, so what if I'm looking down on you? You actually expect your bunch of trash to be the apprentice champion? Impossible. If you remain unconvinced, let's bet on it. Duanmu Jin scoffed. Damn it, I'm not afraid of you. Let's bet on it, fatty Duanmu. Name your wager, Xie Kuang replied. Duanmu Jin's eyes flashed with excitement as he stated, I bet 30 spiritual crystals on the White Tiger Hall winning. How's that for a bet? What? 30 spiritual crystals? Xie Kuang yelled in surprise. Spiritual crystals were formed by the condensation of highly concentrated spiritual energy. It was extremely precious and only martial artists beyond the Grandmaster realm could use it to cultivate. The market price for a single spiritual crystal was 10,000 taels of silver, so 30 spiritual crystals were equivalent to 300,000 taels of silver. It was an extremely expensive bet. What's wrong, Xie Kuang? Chickened out. Too expensive for you. Duanmu Jin jeered. Damn it. Xie Kuang gritted his teeth and snapped, bet's on, Duanmu Jin. Don't act dumb and forget about our bet later. I should be more afraid of you bailing out on me. Duanmu Jin smiled coldly. The apprentices are coming out now, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder interrupted. A few youths exited the Midnight Hills. They're from the Vermilion Bird Hall. They came out so quickly, huh? I wonder how many points they have, Duanmu Jin mocked. Xie Kuang's face darkened as he asked the apprentices, how many points do you have? Bring them all out and have them counted. And not much. Flustered, a young man took out 2 one-point metal pieces while the others had none. That was all they had. Ha ha ha, only 2 points for the entire bunch. What a huge harvest. Duanmu Jin guffawed. The other 2 guidance elders had mocking smiles on their faces. The competition was fierce among the 4 halls, so the worse the other hall was, the better it was for them. Xie Kuang's face darkened venomously. More apprentices exited the Midnight Hills, but the passing rate was at a low of 10 to 1. Those that failed hung their head in disappointment while those who passed skipped with delight. Naturally, the White Tiger Hall had the most number of passes out of the 4 halls for now. The Azure Dragon Hall came in second whereas the Onyx Tortoise Hall came in third. The Vermilion Bird Hall came in last like how it had been for the past years. While Duanmu Jin beamed, Xie Kuang fumed. A voice rang out clearly. Xie Hong's out. Xie Hong, the Onyx Tortoise Hall's #1 expert exited the Midnight Hills with a gloomy expression. Heh, looks like Xie Hong's results aren't as good as expected, huh? Duanmu Jin gloated as the face of the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder darkened by a shade. Xie Hong accumulated up to 509 points. It's not too bad, but without the 500-point metal piece, it's hard to win with this amount, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder commented. Well, If the 500-point metal piece remains untouched, Honger could win with 509 points, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder added forcefully. Someone has taken the 500-point metal piece, Xie Hong said abruptly. What? Who has it? All 4 guidance elders blurted out. Whoever had the 500-point metal piece could win, hence their concern. Xie Hong shook her head quietly. Initially, Lu Ming had it, but Duan Muju, Yin Kai, Wang Yu, and the rest of them hunted and chased after him. A few days had passed and Xie Hong really had no idea who held the 500-point metal piece now. The eyes of all 4 guidance elders flickered as they debated on who the possible apprentice champion was. Yin Kai's out. Huang Yu too. Xie Kuang's heart skipped a beat as he hurried towards the apprentices. Both Yin Kai and Huang Yu exited Midnight Hills with their troops. Go ahead, Yin Kai, have your points counted first, Huang Yu said to Yin Kai. Yin Kai waved his hands with a stormy expression as a pile of point-worthy metal pieces appeared out of thin air. As expensive as storage rings were, geniuses like the likes of him could still afford them. 496 points. Yin Kai had a total of 496 points, which was lesser than Xie Hong. Haha, it looks like I'll be 30 spiritual crystals richer now, Xie Kuang. Yin Kai has less points than Xie Hong, so it's impossible for him to get first place now. Duanmu Jin chuckled. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, Duanmu Jin. Even if Yin Kai has lost, Duanmu Ju still might not win, Xie Kuang refuted. Oh really? It doesn't matter anyway since I'm still unbeatable as of now. Even if Duanmu Ju doesn't win, I'm not the one losing, Duanmu Jin jeered. At the same time, Yin Kai's face twisted in rage as he roared in his heart, Lu Ming, I hope Duanmu Ju took the 500-point metal piece away from you. He would rather lose to Duanmu Ju than have Lu Ming win first prize. At that moment, Lu Ming and Feng Wu exited the Midnight Hills. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, Counting Points. When Lu Ming and Feng Wu walked out, no one paid them any attention. All they got was a glance from the guidance elders and senior apprentices. 3 out of 4 number 1 geniuses were out from the Midnight Hills, and everyone else was mostly waiting for Duanmu Ju. Only a small number of people kept their attention locked on Lu Ming, and they were those who participated in the 500-point metal piece fight. Yin Kai's eyes blazed. You survived, Lu Ming. How did you manage to evade Duanmu Ju? Yin Kai's eyes bore into Lu Ming as he asked. Huh. What Yin Kai said caught everyone by surprise. According to his tone, was Lu Ming actually somebody? Why? Are you disappointed that I'm still alive? Lu Ming sneered. From the side, Wang Yu asked with a stern voice, since you evaded Duanmu Ju, does it mean that the 500-point metal piece is still with you? What? Wang Yu's words dropped like a bombshell. All eyes were on Lu Ming and they were filled with questions and confusion, especially the 4 guidance elders. Who's this Lu Ming? I've never heard that name before. How did the 500-point metal piece end up with him? How's this possible? Many of them were in disbelief. Of course, didn't you see it the last time? With a faint smile, Lu Ming waved his hand and a violet gold metal piece appeared in his hand. That was precisely the 500-point metal piece, and it was the only thing everyone was focused on at that instant. Is that really the 500-point metal piece? Who exactly is this Lu Ming? He actually has the 500-point metal piece. Is he the new apprentice champion? Chaos erupted as shock set in. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Good one, Lu Ming. Xie Kuang howled in laughter as he recovered from the shock. He was ecstatic. When Yin Kai came back with only 400 points, Xie Kuang thought that the Vermilion Bird Hall was about to wave the apprentice champion title goodbye yet again. Besides losing 30 spiritual crystals to Duanmu Jin, he would also have to endure the latter's relentless taunting. Now that Lu Ming had the 500-point metal piece, it reignited hope within Xie Kuang. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming again. Could none of our Duanmu experts kill this Lu Ming? Duanmu Jin was shocked to the core as he stared incredulously at Lu Ming. When he finally came back to his senses, he scoffed, What are you so gleeful about, Xie Kuang? Maybe Lu Ming's just lucky enough to get the 500-point metal piece by chance. That's probably all he has. Do you think he could win with just the 500 point? Metal piece alone. We'll find out after we count his points, Xie Kuang replied. Did you think you could beat me with a mere 500-point metal piece? Look carefully, Huang Yu said coldly as a pile of point-worthy metal pieces appeared on the counter with a wave. That much. Everyone's gazes froze when they realized that Huang Yu's pile was a lot bigger than Xie Hong's. 706 points. Huang Yu had a whopping 706 points. Gasp. Sharp inhales spread across the area. Huang Yu's gotten 706 points. That's crazy. He managed to get points like that even without the 500-point metal piece. Who's to say he won't be the apprentice champion? Not bad. No one has heard of this Lu Ming previously, so I don't think he's from an aristocratic family. With no one to collect points for him, it's impossible for him to get more than 200 points. Everyone was talking about it. Great. The guidance elder of the Azure Dragon Hall laughed gleefully. Heh. Duanmu Jin snickered and said, Xie Kuang, so what if Lu Ming's gotten the 500-point metal piece? I told you celebrated too early. If a piece of trash was fortunate enough to get only the 500-point metal piece, he still can't win anyway. Huff, let's see then. Xie Kuang huffed coldly, but deep down, he was very uncertain. Xie Kuang knew about most of Vermilion Bird Hall's new apprentices, but he has never heard of Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming casually looked at all that was happening with a faint smile on his face. He was oddly calm as he made his way to the counter. Lu Ming looked at Huang Yu and said nonchalantly, observe carefully then, if that's what you want to do. In a wave, a big pile of point-worthy metal pieces came tumbling down onto the counter. From the looks of the pile, it seemed a lot bigger than Huang Yu's pile. So much. Eyes popped out of their sockets and some people nearly bit their tongues as they gawked at the pile of point-worthy metal pieces on the counter. Feng Wu, who was with Lu Ming most of the time, gaped soundlessly. She certainly did not expect Lu Ming to have that many point-worthy metal pieces. When did that happen? Martial uncle, could you help me out with the counting please? Lu Ming prompted the person in charge of the point counting since he was still in shock. The person in charge came back to his senses and started to count. With 724 points, in addition to the 500-point metal piece, Lu Ming had 1,224 points in total. Lu Ming had not scavenged for more point-worthy metal pieces in the last 2 days. Instead, he spent most of his time cultivating so that his cultivation had a firmer base. His jaw-dropping 1,224 points stunned everyone with their mouths agape. This was mind-blowing. Even without the 500-point metal piece, Lu Ming still had more points than Huang Yu. With points like this, Lu Ming was undoubtedly the apprentice champion. How's that possible? How can it be? I had the whole Azure Dragon Hall collecting points for me, and I spent quite a fortune getting points from some others as well. How did Lu Ming get so many points? Huang Yu roared in anguish in his head. Damn it. Yin Kai clenched his fists tightly in frustration. Ha ha ha, I told you to wait for the official count, Duanmu Jin. It's crystal clear now, isn't it? Xie Kuang was on cloud 9 as he guffawed and his hand stroked his beard continuously. As he fixed his gaze on Lu Ming, he suddenly felt that the latter was such an adorable person. Xie Kuang, Lu Ming. Duanmu Jin clenched his jaws so tightly that his teeth started grinding against each other noisily. Oh, also, 30 spiritual crystals please, Duanmu Jin. Xie Kuang added. Hold your horses. Not everyone's out yet. Our Duanmu Ju's still making his way out. How sure are you that Lu Ming's won? Duanmu Jin selfishly hoped for Duanmu Ju to create a miracle. Elder Jin, something bad's happened. A loud voice rang out from within the midnight woods as a dozen figures rushed out. They were the young experts of the Duanmu family. What's going on? What's the rush? As a member of the Duanmu family and the mystical sword sect, you've got to keep calm no matter what happened, understand? Duanmu Jin's face darkened as he reprimanded the young Duanmu experts. Where's Duanmu Ju? Why didn't he come out with you? Chapter 48. Chapter 48, The Desperate Duanmu Family. Something's happened, Elder Jin. Duanmu Ju is dead, one of the Duanmu youths reported fearfully. What? Duanmu Jin froze. His eyes widened as he let out a small cry. How could he have remained calm? Everyone who heard the news was startled. The other three guidance elders had a slight change in expression. A look of joy flitted across Xie Kuang's face. Duanmuju was actually dead. How did he die? Yin Kai, Wang Yu, and some others could not help but look pointedly at Lu Ming. Where did Lu Ming's points come from? Judging by the amount, it was impossible for him to have killed all those demonic beasts alone. Could it be from Duanmuju? Speak. How did Duanmuju die? Duanmujin ordered maliciously. A slit across the throat with a sword, said a young man. A slit across the throat with a sword. Who did it? Cold killing intent erupted from Duanmujin. We don't know. When we found Duanmujin's trail and followed it, he was already dead. We also found 2 other bodies with him. They were the White Tiger Hall's 3rd-grade Master Realm apprentices. What? Don't you know who did it? Killing intent flickered in Duanmujin's eyes. He abruptly turned to face Lu Ming as he barked, "Speak, Lu Ming. Did you kill Duanmuju?" Before Lu Ming could answer, Xie Kuang retorted with a roar, "Duanmujin. What's the meaning of this? Elder Duanmu, did you even see me kill Duanmuju? Also, you heard him. There were 2 other 3rd-grade Master Realm experts with him. Did you really think I could kill him?" Lu Ming answered with a faint smile. Many pondered upon Lu Ming's words. That's true. Does Lu Ming even have the skills to kill Duanmuju and the 2 other 3rd-grade Master Realm experts? Impossible. Duanmujin scoffed, "How do you explain the amount of point-worthy metal pieces in your possession? You must have killed Duanmuju with some kind of despicable trick. I'll destroy you right now, you shameless, filthy prick." As he took a stride, a formidable aura erupted from Duanmujin, pressing against Lu Ming like a lofty mountain. The crushing weight was too strong for Lu Ming to handle. He felt like a mountain had slammed into him and his body shook as he was forced backward. Blood threatened to spew out from his mouth. "What are you doing, Duanmujin?" Xie Kuang raged as he hid Lu Ming behind him. An equally formidable aura exploded from him, shielding Lu Ming from Duanmujin's aura. "Piss off, Xie Kuang." Duanmujin bellowed. "Fatty Duanmu, do you have fats for king brain? In the mystical sword sect, winners have always taken it all. Which rule calls for an explanation of the source of the point-worthy metal pieces? Did you live all these king years as a dog?" Fury rose from within Lu Ming as he berated. He refused to be bullied. What dash? It was once again a jaw-dropping moment for everyone present. How reckless of Lu Ming to dare yell at Duanmujin in public like that. Sure enough, Duanmujin was so mad that he shook uncontrollably. He raised his arm and pointed at Lu Ming. "You little B*****, what did you just say? Great, you're deaf too. Guess you really did live king dog life." Lu Ming pursed his lips. "I'll kill you, you little B*****. Duanmujin's eyes glowed a frenzy red as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. "Stay where you are." Xie Kuang's fist collided with Duanmujin's. Both Xie Kuang and Duanmujin staggered backward from the blast. "Piss off, Xie Kuang, or I'll kill you as well." Duanmujin yelled. "I was afraid that you can't." Xie Kuang refused to budge. Just then, immense pressure came from the skies. The pressure was so great that it felt as if it had unfathomable depths like the ocean, paralyzing both Xie Kuang and Duanmujin. "Silver-robed elder." Both of them gasped. In the skies, a displeased elderly man hovered over them and rebuked, "Absurd, both of you. Shamelessly fighting to the death in front of all the apprentices as guidance elders. For what? To be ridiculed by the younger generation. Elder Wang, Lu Ming used despicable methods to kill Duanmuju and the rest. He cannot go unpunished. I suggest stripping him of his apprentice champion title." Duanmujin cupped his fists towards the silver-robed elder as he spoke. "Hee, I'm gonna say the same to you, Duanmujin. Did you see me kill Duanmuju and the rest in despicable ways? And you tell me that you haven't king lived as a dog?" Since Lu Ming was already an arch-nemesis with the Duanmu family, he said whatever he wanted and insulted Duanmujin without any restraint. He was sure that Xie Kuang and the silver-robed elder would not let anything happen to him. How dare you, insolent fool! You have no respect for the elders. Duanmu Jin howled, his prosperous body trembling with unconstrained fury. He was outraged. All he wanted was to pound Lu Ming into a meatloaf. You and your yelling, Duanmu Jin. Just spit it out. You're weaseling out. All it took was 30 spiritual crystals for you to accuse and trample over a new genius apprentice. That's certainly a first for me. Xie Kuang took the chance to mock him. You, furious and flustered, Duanmu Jin nearly vomited blood as his chest rose up and down rapidly. Everyone else stared with their mouths wide open nearby. Geniuses like Huang Yu and Xie Hong saw Lu Ming in a different light. While they had remarkable backgrounds, even they had no courage to yell at a Duanmu elder in public like that. Lu Ming was flaunting such lawlessness. Duanmu Jin took a few deep breaths in an attempt to calm down as he cupped his fist towards the silver-robed elder once more and said, Elder Wang, I'm sure Lu Ming used despicable methods to gather such an amount of point-worthy metal pieces. If he's allowed to win the first prize like that, I'm afraid it'll be hard to convince the other new apprentices. I suggest that we test his abilities. If he passes, I'll acknowledge him as the apprentice champion. No way, Elder Wang. The new apprentice test has always used points to determine placings, and there have never been any restrictions on how the points are obtained, Xie Kuang objected hurriedly. Duanmu Jin scoffed, don't you forget, Xie Kuang. All the previous apprentice champions were publicly recognized for their abilities. Even those who were fortunate were proven to be capable. But this Lu Ming, where is he from? What's he capable of? His words were laced thick with disdain. Oh. How would you like to test him, Duanmu Jin? The silver-robed elder pondered. Very simple. Come on out, Duanmu Tao, Duanmu Jin ordered with a wave. Immediately, a young man stepped out from where the old apprentices were. Duanmu Jin pointed at that young man and said, this time, the strongest cultivation level among the new apprentices is the 4th grade Master Realm, which is exactly Duanmu Tao's cultivation level. If Lu Ming beats Duanmu Tao, I'll acknowledge his apprentice champion title. If not, I suggest that Lu Ming be stripped of his first placing. Xie Kuang's expression changed. I object. Duanmu Tao is a 3rd-year apprentice. Even if his cultivation's on the 4th grade Master Realm, it's not fair for a new apprentice to fight someone who's trained for 3 years. If you don't have what it takes, just say it out loud. The apprentice champion title isn't as attainable as you think it is, Duanmu Jin replied coldly. All right, I'll do it, Lu Ming agreed all of a sudden. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, watch out or you're gonna get hurt. Lu Ming stepped out with a faint smile on his face. Xie Kuang's expression changed again as he urged, don't be rash, Lu Ming. The Vermilion Bird Hall finally won the apprentice champion this year round, so Xie Kuang was expecting a tremendous boost in popularity and better allocation of resources from the mystical sword sex management. He simply could not allow Lu Ming to throw the first place away so rashly. Lu Ming smiled and told Xie Kuang, don't worry, Elder Xie, just a mere Duanmu disciple with slightly longer cultivation time, that's all. So what? He then turned to Duanmu Jin and confirmed, I accept the challenge, Duanmu Jin. Good. Duanmu Jin was flooded with euphoria when he saw how Lu Ming accepted his challenge. He cupped his fists towards the silver-robed elder once more and said, Elder Wang, Lu Ming himself said he'll do it. Please allow it. Elder Wang nodded and replied, all right, it'll be done according to your request then. Thank you, Elder Wang. Duanmu Jin could barely contain his delight. He turned to Duanmu Tao and stated, listen carefully now, Duanmu Tao. Lu Ming's the apprentice champion nominee. He's highly talented, so you've gotta just try your best later, understand? Got it. Don't worry, Elder Jin. A sinister smile hung on Duanmu Tao's face as he turned to Lu Ming. You still have time to just surrender now, Lu Ming. Otherwise, when the match starts, watch out, or you're gonna get hurt later. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. Duanmu Jin retreated for a good 10 meters and told Duanmu Tao, don't hold back. The mystical sword sex apprentice champion should be capable and know his stuff well. He shouldn't be a piece of trash that only relies on luck. Your time is up. With a menacing smile on his face, Duanmu Tao moved unexpectedly. He unsheathed his sword and hacked it towards Lu Ming. In a flick, 9 beams of sword light that resembled plum blossoms bloomed from the body of his sword, engulfing Lu Ming completely. This is the Heavenly Plum Blossom Sword Technique, a superior yellow-level martial arts technique. After years of painstaking training and cultivation, Duan Mutao's finally reached the 4th stage, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder commented with a sparkle in his eyes. Not bad, even though Duan Mutao's cultivation is merely average, he has pretty good perception towards martial arts technique. He's considerably talented to be able to cultivate a superior yellow-level martial arts technique to the stage he's at in just a few years. What a clever plan it is for Duan Mujin to send Duan Mutao out to fight Lu Ming. I'm afraid no one in this batch of new apprentices is a match for Duan Mutao, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder added. Wretch! Xie Kuang clamped his fists tightly as worry shone in his eyes. Heh. Duan Mujin smirked. At the same time, a similar smirk was seen hanging on Lu Ming's face as well. He held his ground. A sword light as fast as lightning burst forth. It all happened too fast. In an instant, the lightning-like sword light reached its target first even though it was released later. As the cold sword tip neared Duan Mutao's face, a feeling of dread crept up from deep within his heart. Retreat. Without hesitation, Duan Mutao retreated in a frenzy. Whatever patterned sword light he had going disappeared immediately without a trace. The smile froze on Duan Mujin's face. What a swift sword. This is also a superior yellow-level sword technique, the Azure Dragon Hall Guidance Elder blurted out as his expression changed. That's right. This is the lustrous sword technique, a superior yellow-level sword technique. Lu Ming's at least at the 4th or 5th stage, I reckon, the Onyx Tortoise Hall Guidance Elder said as an odd gleam flitted through his eyes. Xie Kuang was ecstatic. He did not expect Lu Ming to have such amazing martial arts attainment since he was just a new apprentice. Is this the martial arts technique you've trained painstakingly for a few years, Duan Mutao? Is this all you've got? What a disgrace. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Damn it. Here's one more move. Duan Mutao roared. His figure dazzled into several phantom images that attacked Lu Ming simultaneously while a tempest of sword chi exploded from his body of his sword. Duan Mutao continuously slashed about 7 or 8 sword chis out, all of it aimed at Lu Ming. So what if your sword's swift? He would suppress Lu Ming with formidable essential chi. I'm done playing games with you, Lu Ming muttered. His long sword then slashed abruptly. A beam of sword chi swept across the area. It was a lot sharper than Duan Mutao's sword chi. After Lu Ming broke through to the 3rd grade master realm, the mass of his essential chi was already above Duan Mutao's. Duan Mutao's sword chi was severed in several puffs. Immediately after that, Lu Ming threw a punch out with his left hand. The Flame Dragon Fist. The blow landed right on Duan Mutao's dantian. Duan Mutao cried out in pain as his body flew backward from impact and landed heavily on the ground. His face paled as he vomited copious amounts of blood. Silence. Pin-drop silence swept across the entire area. 2 moves. All Lu Ming took to defeat Duan Mutao were 2 moves. It was a complete victory. Was this even a new apprentice's fighting ability? My chi cyclone, my cultivation. Lu Ming, did you just destroy my cultivation? Duan Mutao let out a shrill cry. The punch that Lu Ming delivered was so powerful that it completely destroyed the chi cyclone in Duan Mutao's dantian. Lu Ming. The cold, murderous intent that exploded from Duan Mujin was directed straight at Lu Ming. In a stride, Xie Kuang stepped in and blocked Duan Mujin in his path. Piss off, Xie Kuang. I'll destroy that little b*****. How could he land such a heavy blow in a friendly match? He has such a bad character and should be killed. Duan Mujin yelled. Duan Mujin, Duan Mutao's words were, when the match starts, watch out, or you're gonna get hurt later. I thought I did pretty well by restraining myself and sparing his life, but rather than thanking me, you accuse me of having a bad character. Instead of me, I think the person with a bad character is you. Lu Ming said in a loud voice. Go to hell, little b*****. Duan Mujin had enough. His face was a bright red as he failed to stifle his rage. That's enough. The silver-robed elder waved and a gust of energy poured out, forcing Xie Kuang and Duanmu Jin to stagger backward. "You've got to give Duanmu Tao justice, please, Elder Wang." Duanmu Jin shrieked. Elder Wang frowned. "Enough, Duanmu Jin. Nothing is guaranteed when a duel happens. Injuries are inevitable. Stop making a big fuss." To ensure fairness, the silver-robed elders had been sent directly by the sect leader to oversee the test. They did not belong to any hall, so they would not take sides. Elder Wang was joyful when he witnessed Lu Ming's capabilities and potential. After all, it meant that there was another genius in the mystical sword sect. He was also annoyed at Duanmu Jin for trying to kill Lu Ming for his personal agenda. The match has proven Lu Ming's capabilities, and since most people are out from the Midnight Hills, I declare that first place belongs to Lu Ming. Elder Wang wasted no time as he announced. Damn it. Duanmu Jin was boiling with rage. He knew he could not make Lu Ming pay that day. "I'll see how cocky you can continue to be, Lu Ming. People who go against the Duanmu family never end up in a good place," he cursed in his heart. Not very far away, Xie Hong, Wang Yu, and the rest looked at Lu Ming, perplexed. Lu Ming's capabilities were beyond their expectation. They were so sure that Duanmu Ju had died by his hand. They were secretly glad that they did not go after Lu Ming in the Midnight Hills, or else, they would have been dead. 30 spiritual crystals. Pay up, Duanmu Jin, Xie Kuang snickered coldly as he marched towards Duanmu Jin. Clack, clack, clack. Duanmu Jin gritted his teeth so tightly that they rubbed against each other noisily. He could not weasel out, not with everyone watching, so he painfully passed 30 spiritual crystals to Xie Kuang. Xie Kuang laughed in satisfaction. The time was up for Elder Wang to announce the placings. Huang Yu is in second place, and Xie Hong in third. The names and placings were announced individually. With 131 points, Feng Wu was placed in 22nd place. Once the announcement was done, Elder Wang continued with a wave. "Now, this marks the end of the new apprentice test. Once you get back to the sect, those with rewards can claim them when you get your identity jade pieces done. You are dismissed." Chapter 50. Chapter 50, Awarding Rewards. In the Vermilion Bird Hall, all newly accepted apprentices gathered on the training field. Other than Xie Kuang, the guidance elder, there were a few other Vermilion Bird Hall elders and a silver-robed elder on stage. Huge smiles were etched on each elder's face. "We won't award you with your identity jade pieces. Your personal information and your sect contribution points will be in your identity jade pieces. You can use the jade pieces for your transactions should you need to use your sect contribution points." There was a jade piece in the silver-robed elder's hand. He continued, "Even though our overall results weren't great, Lu Ming managed to emerge as the apprentice champion for the first time after 8 long years. He brought glory to the Vermilion Bird Hall, so this time around, we at the Vermilion Bird Hall will award him with another 2,000 sect contribution points in addition to his original rewards of 5,000 sect contribution points and a spirit-condensing fruit. Come claim your prize, Lu Ming." As soon as the elder was done, all eyes were on Lu Ming. Some gazes were envious, some were jealous, some full of admiration. Amongst them, Yin Kai's eyes dripped with malice. Only he knew what he was up to as his eyes continuously looked around. Lu Ming walked up to accept his identity jade piece and another jade box. As his consciousness sank into the jade piece, a row of words appeared before him. Lu Ming, 15, citizen of the Fiery Wind City. Bronze apprentice of the Vermilion Bird Hall, the Mystical Sword Sect. Residence, Room 1, Courtyard 29. Sect contribution points, 7,000. The information was extremely comprehensive with their residence clearly marked out for them. Inside the jade box was the spirit-condensing fruit. "Thank you, Elder." Lu Ming cupped his fists as he saluted, then he walked down from the stage. The other apprentices collected their identity jade pieces. Once everyone was done, they parted ways and Lu Ming made his way to the Vermilion Bird Peak. The majestic Vermilion Bird Peak stood tall beyond the clouds. Forests and jungles covered the peak. With all the beautiful flora and fauna found in these woods, it was like heaven on earth. Mid-peak, there was a space filled with countless exquisite courtyards. These were dorms for the Vermilion Bird Hall apprentices. The spiritual energy here is so rich and dense. It's at least a few times thicker than the general apprentices area. No wonder everyone was fighting to become a bronze apprentice. I heard that silver apprentices, some elders and hall masters live closer to the tip of the mountain and that the spiritual energy there's even thicker than what it's like now. Lu Ming pondered as he made his way to his residence. The courtyards were numbered on the door, so he found courtyard 29 very quickly. It had quite a huge yard with a patio for cultivating martial arts in the middle. There were also 3 rooms. The middle one was numbered 1 while the other rooms were rooms 2 and 3 respectively. Lu Ming made his way to room 1 where the sight of a simple bed and a table greeted him. It was an extremely modest setup. There was a booklet on the table explaining the basic guidelines and happenings of the mystical sword sect and the Blazing Sun Empire. After flipping through it, Lu Ming kept the booklet aside. He walked out of the door as he heard footsteps approaching. A beefy young man of about 15 to 16 years old walked in. He had big eyes and bushy eyebrows and he carried a sword wider than a palm on his back. He gawked at Lu Ming and was quickly overjoyed. "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're assigned to courtyard 29 too. Haha, that's great. We'll be housemates now." The beefy young man chuckled. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "You're too kind, brother. How do I address you?" "My name's Pang Shi. I'm a hunter from Seafront City," the beefy youth introduced himself enthusiastically. From his brief introduction, Lu Ming understood that Pang Shi was the son of a hunter's family in Seafront City and that he was supernaturally strong. Since he awakened his blood meridians when he was 14, his family sent him to the mystical sword sect to be tested and enrolled. Pang Shi was successfully accepted, and he had passed the test to become a bronze apprentice. Looking at this hunter's lad, Lu Ming thought that Pang Shi was more than what met the eye since it was not as easy for a normal hunter's lad to be enrolled and pass the new apprentice test in one go. "I'm a little dumb, so please show me around, senior brother Lu Ming," Pang Shi said as he scratched the back of his head. "Are you asking him to show you around? I think it's better if you mingle with me." A green-robed, handsome-looking youth walked in from the patio. This lanky young man was fair-skinned with long and narrow eyes. He had an air of untamed wildness that surrounded him. The green-robed youth walked in and scoffed at Lu Ming without warning. "Remember this, Lu Ming. My name's Hua Qi. You being the apprentice champion doesn't mean anything here. Since we're both new to the mystical sword sect, I'll surpass you in a year." "Starry-eyed fool. What an odd name," Pang Shi replied in surprise, conveniently ignoring everything else Hua Qi said. The green-robed youth stiffened. "What are you talking about, you big dumb buffoon? My name's Hua Qi, Hua Qi. Not a starry-eyed fool." "It's still starry-eyed fool, isn't it, senior brother Lu Ming?" Puzzled, Pang Shi scratched the back of his head in confusion. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. "You're right, Pang Shi. I heard a starry-eyed fool too. You hillbillies. Just you wait and see. My name, Hua Qi, will shake the entire mystical sword sect and even the entire Blazing Sun Empire in no time." Confidence shone in Hua Qi's eyes as he walked into room 2 with a huff, ignoring Lu Ming and Pang Shi. Lu Ming smiled and excused himself from Pang Shi to go back to his room as well. Since reaching the Master Realm, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen as he devoured essences constantly. However, that caused his foundation to be a little shaky and his essential qi was tainted and unrefined. He had to stop and spend time to set his base and cultivate his essential qi. A shaky foundation was a huge problem that would affect his cultivation progress in the future. It would hinder Lu Ming from breaking through to the next level, and his cultivation journey would cease. Even having a spirit-devouring word blood meridian to devour more essence would have been in vain. Lu Ming exercised the true war dragon technique and the qi cyclone in his dantian spun steadily, creating little streams of dragon-shaped essential qi, which flowed through his meridians, repeatedly refining the impurities in his essential qi. After 6 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. "My cultivation will be firmer and more consolidated in 10 days if this continues. Then, I'll move on to the second stage of the true war dragon technique. My advantage in the Master Realm is decreasing. I can only obtain higher combat power if I reach the second stage in my true war dragon technique cultivation. Other than blood mist rocks, I've got 2 out of 3 essential ingredients required in the second stage true war dragon technique. I'll go to the contribution hall in 2 days and see if they have any blood mist rocks," Lu Ming reflected. He pondered upon what had happened in the test. Then, he came to a conclusion about what he lacked and determined the direction of his cultivation going forward. Chapter 51. Chapter 51, Ning Feng pays a visit. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. While Lu Ming was cultivating, a loud yell suddenly boomed from outside, "Lu Ming, get your butt out here." Ning Feng. Lu Ming remembered the voice very well. It was that senior apprentice who had caused him trouble back when he had just joined the sect. "Ning Feng, you sent someone to kill me during the test. Before I could hunt you down, you've come here yourself." There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes as he got up, opened the door, and walked out. After exiting his room, he saw that Pang Shi and Hua Qi had gone out as well. Evidently, they were startled as well. "Senior brother Lu, what's going on?" Pang Shi wore a worried expression. "Everything's fine." Lu Ming grinned. "Lu Ming, you'd better hurry up and show yourself." Ning Feng's voice rose again, rumbling across a vast distance. Creak. Lu Ming opened the gates of the courtyard and walked out. Standing outside the courtyard were 7 or 8 youths. Ning Feng was heading the group with Yin Kai actually beside him. As for the others, they had overbearing auras as well. Clearly, they were senior apprentices of the Vermilion Bird Hall. "Lu Ming, you're finally out. I thought you were cowering like a tortoise in its shell." Ning Feng glared at Lu Ming icily as he spoke. In the depths of his gaze, there was a flash of deadly intent. Lu Ming had far surpassed his expectations. During the newbie's test, along with the Duanmu family's cooperation, Ning Feng had sent a Master Realm expert to kill Lu Ming. Despite all that, he did not manage to kill him. To their outrage, Lu Ming had even become the apprentice champion. The moment Ning Feng heard about this, he had practically leaped up in shock. Lu Ming's talent exceeded his imagination. He must kill Lu Ming before the latter grew even stronger. Cower like a tortoise. "Ning Feng, why would I do that just because of someone like you?" Lu Ming said breezily as he stared at Ning Feng. Heh. "Lu Ming, don't think that you can act so impudently just because you've achieved the hollow title as the apprentice champion. In my eyes, you're nothing. Furthermore, your apprentice champion position was merely seized through underhanded methods. Lu Ming, do you know that you've committed a great crime? You should be kneeling down in confession." Ning Feng bellowed. By this point, the whole area had been disturbed. People started popping out of their courtyards. It was not just the new apprentices. Most of them were senior apprentices. All of them observed the situation, discussing animatedly. Why is Ning Feng looking for Lu Ming? Is there bad blood between them? I don't know. Still, Ning Feng's father is the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Thanks to his father's authority, he's always been arrogant and tyrannical, and he's used to pushing others around. To think that Lu Ming is the target this time. I heard that on the day Lu Ming joined the sect, he disrespected Ning Feng, causing Ning Feng to be publicly humiliated. No wonder. Ning Feng's energy was aggressive, but Lu Ming was not afraid in the slightest. "Ning Feng, there's no need for malicious slander. What have I done wrong?" "What wrong? Let me ask you." During the test, junior brother Yin Kai obtained that 500-point medal piece initially. However, out of your own selfish desires, you colluded with the apprentices of other halls to intercept him, causing him to lose the 500-point medal piece. The position of apprentice champion originally belonged to junior brother Yin Kai. Not only that, in order to snatch the 500-point medal piece, you brutally murdered the genius apprentice of my Vermilion Bird Hall, Yuan Lang. Such behavior makes one's blood boil. You should die 10,000 deaths for your sins. Now, shouldn't you be kneeling down to accept your punishment? Ning Feng roared furiously with a domineering aura. Not far away, some of the senior apprentices were conversing. Ning Feng really knows how to pin the blame on someone. Isn't that so? In the mystical sword sect, there were rules, and one of them included the fact that those from the same sect must not kill one another. However, at certain times and in certain places, there were exceptions such as in a life-or-death fight or during the newbie's test. The newbie's test was a long tradition in the mystical sword sect. In truth, everyone was well aware that the test would verify one's full capabilities. During the test, any method was fair game, including killing. Nonetheless, this was an unspoken rule that must not be proclaimed aloud. Otherwise, it was indeed a crime to kill someone from the same sect. However, which year's apprentice champion did not kill anyone during the test? It was impossible. This was clearly a trumped-up charge. Ning Feng, did you come here to say this? With this idiotic excuse? I don't have time to entertain your nonsense. With that, Lu Ming turned around to go in. He could not be bothered with Ning Feng's bullsh*, damn you. Lu Ming's attitude set Ning Feng's teeth on edge before he howled, Brazen Lu Ming, do you even respect the sex rules? Kneel down at once. Ning Feng's palm slammed toward Lu Ming. The force from his palm created a whistle in the air. If this strike hit its target, Lu Ming would be gravely injured, if not killed. Senior brother Lu Ming, be careful. Pang Shi warned. At the crucial point, Lu Ming promptly twisted around and struck with the flame dragon fist. Lu Ming's fist and Ning Feng's palm collided. There was a deafening rumble. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Ming took 5 steps back. He shuddered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. You're the so-called apprentice champion. Humph, you're more like a piece of trash. Today, I'll cripple you, then take my time interrogating you. Ning Feng's expression was cruel as he spoke disdainfully. Following that, he stepped out and slammed his palm down on Lu Ming. Trying to cripple me? I'll make you pay a painful price too. Lu Ming gripped his sword hilt as his eyes blazed viciously. He decided to explode his blood meridian. Even if he had to suffer Ning Feng's palm strike, he would make him pay. Stop right there. However, just then, a delicate voice rang out as a figure dashed over like lightning. A burst of powerful palm force shot toward Ning Feng. The palm force was fierce and intense and was no weaker than Ning Feng's. Ning Feng had no choice but to turn back and counter the blow. Bam! 2 palms clashed, and Ning Feng's figure trembled slightly. Yuan Hui, it's you. Why did you stop me? When Ning Feng saw who it was, his expression shifted. Lu Ming was flabbergasted as well. The one who had attacked was a young lady who was around 18 years old and was extremely pretty. Still, Lu Ming did not know her. Why would she step in to help him? However, he understood in the next instant. Another figure came flying over. It was Feng Wu. Lu Ming, are you all right? Don't worry. Senior Sister Yuan is with Big Sis Mulan. She won't let Ning Feng do as he pleases. Feng Wu looked at Lu Ming with a glimmer of concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Lu Ming beamed. Yuan Hui said, Ning Feng, I might as well tell you that Lu Ming got in through a recommendation from Elder Mulan. Surely now you know why I stopped you. What? Elder Mulan. When Ning Feng heard Mulan's name, he turned solemn all of a sudden. On the side, Yin Kai's face had sunk as well. How could Lu Ming be so lucky? Damn it. Yin Kai clenched his jaw. Initially, he had rejoiced inwardly when he saw Lu Ming being injured by Ning Feng. However, Yuan Hui had popped up unexpectedly. Now that you know this, you'd better leave at once. Yuan Hui glared at Ning Feng. Ning Feng's eyes gleamed, then flared up with resentment. Yuan Hui, so what if Lu Ming was recommended by Elder Mulan? He killed someone from the same sect. Such a despicable act must be severely punished. Otherwise, everyone will disregard the rules in the future. Won't that cause utter chaos? Chapter 52. Chapter 52, A Fight After a Month. Ning Feng, do you have to come up with such crude excuses just to target me? Why don't we go to the magistrate elder and determine whether I'm guilty? Lu Ming cast a scornful glance at Ning Feng. Why do we have to go to the magistrate elder for such a small matter? Ning Feng laughed coldly. At this point, Pang Shi came forward, scratching his head with a guileless expression. Senior brother Ning, this is where you're wrong. I'm a new apprentice who has just participated in the test as well. During the test, killing each other is very common. I saw a senior brother being murdered by someone from the Duanmu family. Senior brother Ning, why didn't you lead your crew to capture that apprentice from the Duanmu family? That's right, Ning Feng. If you're so devoted to being righteous, go and seize that guy from the Duanmu family. All you can do is whine and complain here. Aren't you embarrassed? Feng Wu stood beside Lu Ming and scoffed with her pretty face. Ning Feng's face darkened all at once. He had just been asked to seize an apprentice from the Duanmu family. How could he possibly do that? Instantly, he shot an unfriendly look at Pang Shi and berated, "And who are you again? How dare you speak in this manner to me? F***ck off." After that, he looked towards Yuan Hui and shouted, "Yuan Hui, step aside at once. Ning Feng, defeat me if you can. Otherwise, you can forget about harming a single hair on Lu Ming's head." Yuan Hui was unyielding. Seeing that Yuan Hui was being so steadfast, Ning Feng's gaze flitted around uncertainly before landing on Lu Ming once more. "Lu Ming, what kind of apprentice champion are you? Is hiding behind women all you can do? Ning Feng, you've been enrolled for 4-5 years, haven't you? And you have the nerve to say that. How about this? You and Lu Ming shall fight after a year. How does that sound?" Yuan Hui suggested. "Senior sister Yuan, why wait for a year? A month is enough." Lu Ming stepped out and faced Ning Feng directly. "Ning Feng, I hereby challenge you. After 1 month, we shall meet on the Vermilion Bird stage for a battle to the death. Are you brave enough?" His clear voice carried over a long distance, arousing a loud clamor. What? Is Lu Ming challenging Ning Feng? And the fight will be in a month. Does he have a death wish? Ning Feng has already reached the top of the 6th grade master realm. Apparently, he's only a step away from the 7th grade master realm. Moreover, he's been working hard to hone a superior yellow-level martial arts technique for nearly 5 years. He's already reached the 5th stage, which is perfect divine-like usage. Yet, Lu Ming dares to challenge him within a month. That's right. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at 4th grade master realm at most. It's impossible for him to defeat Ning Feng in a month. He's too arrogant. I think that after he became the apprentice champion, he's acquired this blind confidence. He doesn't know his own strength. Those who were commenting were mostly senior apprentices who all felt that Lu Ming was being too arrogant. Ning Feng's eyes flashed with a gleeful light. Lu Ming, are you challenging me in a month's time? That's right. Do you have the guts? Lu Ming said. Ha ha ha, what's there to be afraid of? I accept your challenge. Ning Feng guffawed. Based on Lu Ming's talent, surpassing Ning Feng in a year might not be a problem, but doing so a month from now was impossible. Lu Ming was asking for it. Since Yuan Hui stopped Ning Feng today, he might as well accept the challenge. He would slay Lu Ming in front of everyone in a month. At the thought of killing an apprentice champion, he was endlessly invigorated. Lu Ming, I hope that in a month, you won't be cowering like a tortoise in its shell, Ning Feng taunted. I was just about to say that to you, Lu Ming retorted. Humph. Big talk doesn't mean anything. Let's go. Ning Feng waved his hand and swaggered off with the other senior apprentices. After Ning Feng and the rest had left, Feng Wu spoke rather anxiously, Lu Ming, you're too rash. How can you challenge Ning Feng, and within 1 month at that? That's right. You could have promised to fight him in a year or even 6 months. With me around, Ning Feng can't do anything against you, Yuan Hui frowned as she chimed in. She felt that Lu Ming was too cocky and she did not quite like this sort of pride. One would suffer sooner or later. Lu Ming smiled. It's fine. Still, I must thank you for your help today, senior sister Yuan. There's no need for that. I did so in consideration of Elder Mulan. I hope that you'll do well for yourself. After saying that, Yuan Hui turned to leave. Lu Ming, train diligently during this time. If you need help with anything, feel free to look for me, Feng Wu said. Lu Ming nodded. For sure. I'll be leaving then. She shot him a look, then went off as well. Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe that you'll certainly win, Pang Shi came over and assured her. How could it be that easy to beat Ning Feng? Let me tell you. Ning Feng's cultivation has apparently reached the top of the 6th grade master realm. Plus, his father is a chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Hua Qi said coldly from the side. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Although Hua Qi appeared aloof, he was actually concerned, hence he was warning Lu Ming. I believe in senior brother Lu Ming, the apprentice champion. Pang Shi cracked a wide grin. Ha, how naive. Hua Qi shook his head and returned to the courtyard. The top of the 6th grade master realm, is that it? Lu Ming muttered with a determined look. After exchanging a few words with Pang Shi, he went down from Vermilion Bird Peak and headed towards the Mystical Sword Sect's Contribution Hall. The Mystical Sword Sect's Contribution Hall was near the center of the 4 halls and was the busiest place in the Mystical Sword Sect. As the center of the 4 halls, Qilin Hall was in this area, along with the Contribution Hall, the Mission Hall, and so on. Lu Ming decided to go to the Contribution Hall and see if there were any blood mist rocks he could exchange. After half an hour, he arrived at the Contribution Hall, which spanned dozens of hectares. It was very spacious with throngs of crowds that livened up the place. Small rooms were built in the 4 corners of the hall. Lu Ming noticed that a person would come out before someone else could go in. Each time someone entered, a sign saying "Occupied" would be hung on the door of the small room. This was to safeguard the privacy of the apprentices in the halls. After all, some apprentices might be exchanging precious items. If those with ill intentions learned of this, it might be detrimental to those apprentices. Lu Ming looked around and noticed a room from which someone was coming out. He then hurriedly entered that room. The space inside was not very large. There was a table, along with some chairs. At one side was the counter, by which sat an old man with silvery hair. When the old man saw Lu Ming, he beamed and asked, "Young one, are you exchanging items for contribution points? Or contribution points for items?" "Senior, I want to ask if there are blood mist rocks here that I can exchange for?" Lu Ming asked and stared at the old man expectantly. "Blood mist rocks? You want to exchange items for blood mist rocks?" The old man raised an eyebrow and asked in astonishment. "Were they unavailable?" Lu Ming's heart leaped as he asked, "Senior, are there no blood mist rocks here?" "There are, of course, but the price of blood mist rocks isn't low. 1 caddy of blood mist rocks costs 3,000 sect contribution points," the old man said. Despite being mentally prepared, this price still made Lu Ming gasp in shock. What? 3,000 sect contribution points. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Spending Money Like Water. 3,000 sect contribution points were equivalent to 300,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, Lu Ming needed 1.5 caddies of blood mist rock, which meant that he needed 4,500 contribution points. He only had 7,000 contribution points. In one go, 2/3 would be gone. "Young buddy, are you still going to make the exchange?" the old man asked with a smile. "I'll do it, of course. I'll exchange for it," Lu Ming said through gritted teeth. No matter how many contribution points it required, he would make the exchange. Regardless of how many contribution points he had, their true value would only manifest if he converted them into power. If he simply hoarded them, they were just a bunch of numbers. The old man was slightly taken aback. He noticed that Lu Ming was not very old, so he thought he could not afford it. He was surprised to think that Lu Ming could actually hand over so many contribution points. Lu Ming took out his identity jade piece and passed it to the old man. "Senior, here's my identity jade piece." The old man took Lu Ming's identity jade piece and placed it on a disc-like metal platform. The metal platform flickered brightly. Then, a row of words appeared. This was Lu Ming's personal information. When the old man read his personal information, he was slightly startled before breaking out into a grin. "So, you're this year's apprentice champion, Lu Ming. Haha, honored to meet you. You're too kind, senior. Apprentice champion is merely an empty title." Lu Ming shook his head. The old man nodded. Despite obtaining the apprentice champion position, Lu Ming was still modest. His impression of Lu Ming improved tremendously. Following that, he swiped a few times across the metal platform. Lu Ming noticed that the words were changing. His 7,000 contribution points became 2,500 in an instant. After the contribution points were deducted, the old man returned the identity jade piece to Lu Ming. Following that, he turned and disappeared into a door behind him. After a while, he returned with a metal box in his hand. The blood mist rock is inside. There's precisely 1.5 caddies. Have a look, the old man said with a smile. Lu Ming took it and opened the metal box in anticipation. A fist-sized blood-red rock was inside, cut into a neat square. The strange thing was that above the rock, there was a floating layer of pale red mist. The blood mist rock. I've finally gathered the 3 most important treasures. I can cultivate the true war dragon technique to the 2nd stage now. Lu Ming was filled with delight. After keeping the blood mist rock away, he added, "Senior, I need a few other things." Following that, Lu Ming listed out the other materials needed to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique. These other materials were much cheaper. In total, they cost only 200 contribution points. After some thought, Lu Ming asked, "Senior, do you have demonic beast blood essence?" Demonic beast blood essence. That's a material needed by alchemists in refining pills and equipment. Are you actually an alchemist? The old man asked, stunned. Lu Ming shook his head. No, I have other uses for it. The old man nodded and did not question further. He merely said, "What level of demonic beast blood essence do you need?" 4th and 5th grade 2nd level, Lu Ming replied. The old man said, "A portion of 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence costs 50 contribution points while a portion of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence costs 100 contribution points," the old man responded. "It's that expensive?" Lu Ming gasped in shock once again. 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence cost 50 contribution points per portion, which was equivalent to 5,000 taels of silver. One should know that a single superior 1st level spiritual weapon was less than 5,000 taels of silver. This was truly outrageously overpriced. The old man smiled and explained, "Young buddy, it's actually not that expensive. You should know that once a demonic beast dies, the vitality of its blood essence will dissipate after an hour and lose its effect." "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. He was well aware of this. When his spirit-devouring worm blood meridian consumed the blood essence of demonic beasts or humans, it must be done within an hour of their death. Otherwise, the blood chi would evaporate and it would have no effect. Therefore, in order to preserve the demonic beast blood essence, a spirit sealing crystal must be used. This crystal is a single-use item. Moreover, the higher the level of the demonic beast blood essence, the higher the quality of the spirit sealing crystal must be. Thus, the price of the demonic beast's blood essence is so expensive, the old man continued his explanation. Lu Ming nodded. He knew that this was the reason. "Senior, give me 10 portions each of 4th and 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence," Lu Ming said with a clenched jaw. In order to rapidly improve his cultivation in 1 month, he could only devour demonic beast blood essence. As for going out into the wild to hunt down demonic beasts, it was too inefficient. Previously, in their test venue, other than the mutated black-scaled monitor lizard, the highest level of the demonic beasts was only at 4th grade 2nd level. To hunt demonic beasts above 4th grade 2nd level, he would have to head into further, more dangerous territory. Even putting aside the level of risk, looking for a suitable demonic beast might take a long time and was not worth it at all. Purchasing demonic beast blood essence directly was the most convenient method. "All right, I'll prepare your demonic beast blood essence," the old man said. After a moment, he came back with the demonic beast blood essence, and 1,500 contribution points were deducted from Lu Ming's account. All at once, he was left only with 700 contribution points. His rate of spending was terribly fast, and Lu Ming felt a pang in his heart. Still, being able to convert all this into more strength was worth it. Only by increasing his capability could he obtain more treasures and contribution points. After putting the demonic beast blood essence and the blood mist rock away, Lu Ming left the contribution hall and returned to his residence. Upon his return, he did not immediately tackle the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique because his cultivation was not fully fortified. His essential chi was not pure enough. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to cultivate the 2nd stage of the true war dragon technique successfully. If he cultivated it recklessly, he might waste the precious materials that he had obtained through immense effort. Therefore, if he cultivated it, he must ensure success within a single attempt. Lu Ming continued to hone his true war dragon technique diligently. After 8 days, Lu Ming's cultivation was fully stable at last. Even so, he spent 2 more days assimilating the essential chi in his body until it was incomparably refined. Only then was he prepared to begin tackling the second stage of the true war dragon technique. Now I must prepare the materials. Lu Ming took out the spirit-condensing fruit, the blood of the lightning leopard, the blood mist rock, and other materials. He measured them out and mixed these according to the steps listed out in the true war dragon technique. Although he was not an alchemist, this was not a process of refining pills. It was a simple mixture that he could achieve easily. After these materials were mixed together, they formed a blood-red liquid that gave off a wisp of fragrance. Begin. After the materials were prepared, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his head, then swallowed the resulting blood-red liquid all in one gulp. After swallowing it, this blood-red liquid seemed to erupt like a volcano, flaring up with waves of scorching energy that surged towards his meridian. Once it entered his meridian, it combined with his essential qi, and finally entered the qi cyclone in his dantian. Buzz buzz. This burst of energy was crackling with intense lightning as it started to refine Lu Ming's essential qi. Lu Ming mobilized the true war dragon technique at full force, working with this energy to charge towards the second stage of the true war dragon technique. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Elder Mulan. After half a day, a rumble rose within Lu Ming's body like the faint roar of a dragon. The qi cyclone in his dantian started to revolve furiously as the spiritual energy of the world converged wildly upon his body. Lu Ming's body was like a bottomless pit that frantically consumed spiritual energy. Even Hua Qi and Pang Shi in the other two rooms were startled. This is Lu Ming's cultivation level. Has he broken through? Why is there such a massive reaction? The speed at which spiritual energy is being devoured is even scarier than a 5th level blood meridian. Did Lu Ming's blood meridian actually surpass the 5th level? Hua Qi's eyes widened in awe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The commotion only died after a while. In the room, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The second stage of the true war dragon technique is finally cultivated. What rich and condensed essential qi! Lu Ming examined the surging compact essential qi in his body with an expression of ecstasy. Currently, his essential qi was 3 times that of most people. Of course, most people, in this context, meant those who cultivated the yellow level techniques. This was because the higher the level of a cultivated technique was, the more sorts of mystical abilities one would have. Then, the resulting essential qi cultivated from certain high-level techniques would be richer and denser. Of course, that could not possibly reach an extent as fearsome as the true war dragon technique. After that, Lu Ming got up and exited the room. Having cultivated for 10 days or so, he wanted to take a stroll outside and relax. The moment he was out of his room, he saw that Hua Qi and Pang Shi were walking out too. When Pang Shi noticed Lu Ming, he smiled and asked, "Senior brother Lu, are you going for the lecture as well?" Lecture? Lu Ming appeared blank. Yup, today an elder from the Vermilion Bird Hall is giving us a lecture, covering some information on cultivation as well as things to take note of. Senior brother Lu, didn't you know? Pang Shi patted his own head. Cough cough. Lu Ming gave a few awkward coughs. He truly did not know. These days, he had been busy cultivating and practically did not step out at all. Then, let's go together. Lu Ming said with a grin. He had just finished his period of seclusion, so he could go and listen. Lu Ming had only begun properly cultivating for a few months. During this time, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. On the other hand, he had neglected certain basics, so attending the lecture would surely benefit him. Lu Ming and Pang Shi walked side by side while Hua Qi trailed behind with a stony expression. The elder's lecture was on the other side of Vermilion Bird Peak. There was a gigantic square in which cattail hassocks were arranged. At that moment, there were already a few hundred people sitting on the hassocks in the square. They were all newly enrolled apprentices. Look, Lu Ming is here. I've heard that after Lu Ming challenged senior brother Ning Feng, he went into seclusion. Now, he's finally shown up. When the apprentices saw Lu Ming, they could not refrain from exchanging whispers. Lu Ming could not be bothered about them and found a hassock to sit down on. As time passed, the audience grew. In the end, there were around 500 people. Initially, the Vermilion Bird Hall had 1,000 newly enrolled apprentices or so. However, during the test, about 200 of them were killed, leaving only 800 behind. There were also some who were in seclusion or otherwise occupied. This was common enough. Just then, a figure came flitting elegantly over the square. When Lu Ming noticed this figure, his eyes widened. Mulan. The figure was Mulan, whom he had not seen for a few months. She was wearing a tight, black dress in a unique style. So beautiful. As expected, there was a male apprentice beside Lu Ming who stared at Mulan with his mouth agape. He was practically drooling. He was not the only one. The other male apprentices in the square acted similarly. They wore dazed, lewd expressions as they stared at Mulan above them. Most of these apprentices were 15 to 16-year-old youths, bursting with hormones. How could they resist Mulan's charm? You're all depraved. Perverts. All the female apprentices were annoyed as they snorted coldly. All right, please be seated. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mulan, the elder who will be giving you a lecture today. Mulan's gaze circled around and paused upon Lu Ming. By Lu Ming's side, Pang Shi was astounded. What? She's the elder. How could she be so young? Don't you know anything? Let me tell you. Elder Mulan has outstanding talent and unparalleled beauty. She's only 20 years old, yet her cultivation is immeasurably profound. She's very likely to become the next gold-robed apprentice. Behind them, Hua Qi curled his lips. Still, his eyes fixed upon Mulan in an incomparably fervent manner. Is she that incredible? Then, how did she become an elder? Pang Shi asked curiously. In the mystical sword sect, true prodigies would not become elders. The roles of elders and attendants usually fell upon those who were older, or in other words, those whose potential had been exhausted. Mulan's current age was the prime of her cultivation. Furthermore, she had such exceptional talent. It was rare for someone like her to become an elder. I don't know either. There aren't many who would know why Elder Mulan suddenly chose to become an elder. Elder Mulan is my goddess. My goal is to become a preeminent expert and succeed wooing her. Hua Qi wore the expression of a love-struck fool. Above them, Mulan sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock and said, All right, let's begin the lecture. First of all, let's talk about the novice realm. She started to discuss some details regarding the novice realm, explaining the aspects to pay attention to, as well as the purpose of this realm. Her lecture was very detailed and covered all areas. After she finished speaking about the novice realm, she moved on to the warrior realm, then the master realm. Lu Ming listened very closely. There were actually many things he had not noticed before, or simply had not understood. After the lecture, he felt that he had learned a lot. Moreover, he was secretly stunned by the depths of Mulan's learning and the keenness of her understanding. The lecture lasted for 2 hours before Mulan stopped. All right, that's all for today. You may leave. She waved her hand, then directed her gaze at Lu Ming and called out, Lu Ming, stay behind. Very well. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback and quickly nodded. Even so, Mulan's words had caused another stir of whispers. Why did Elder Mulan ask Lu Ming to stay? Do they know each other? Surely Elder Mulan hasn't taken a fancy to Lu Ming. Bah, how's that possible? Elder Mulan is my goddess, so it's definitely impossible. Oh, how I envy Lu Ming. He gets to be alone with Elder Mulan. Ah, Elder Mulan is really drop-dead gorgeous. If I can marry her, I'll be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Stop daydreaming. The apprentices all around stared at Lu Ming with envy, admiration, and resentment. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Mulan's charm was truly too powerful. How could this be? Why would Elder Mulan ask Lu Ming alone to stay back? Lu Ming, you'd better behave honorably. Otherwise, I'll have to deal with you. Hua Qi glowered at Lu Ming in anguish, wishing desperately that it was he who got to stay behind. Lu Ming scratched his nose somewhat speechlessly and went towards Mulan. After a moment, everyone dispersed from the square, leaving only Mulan and Lu Ming behind. Both of them sat facing each other. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, 4th Grade Master Realm. Lu Ming, after a few months apart, you haven't disappointed me indeed. Mulan wore a pondering smile, her large eyes shining as she gazed at Lu Ming. There was none of the solemnity from her lecture just now. Lu Ming's heart was pounding erratically from being at such a close distance to her. Elder Mulan, why did you ask me to stay behind? Mulan grinned. There's no need to be so formal. Treat me as your senior sister. Senior sister Mu. Lu Ming performed a fist salute. Lu Ming, you've caused quite an uproar indeed. You've become the apprentice champion just after enrolling. To be honest, it's beyond my expectations. Mulan scrutinized him carefully for a moment, then asked in a curious manner, during the test, you're the one who killed Duanmuju, weren't you? Lu Ming did not hide the truth. In fact, something like this would be easily surmised, so there was no need to cover it up. I knew it. Still, you must be careful. Duanmuju was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. They won't let you get away with it so easily. Plus, you've challenged Ning Feng. Are you sure about victory? Mulan asked rather worriedly. I'm about 70% sure. Lu Ming declared. 60 to 70%. Looks like you're very confident. Mulan stared at Lu Ming, flabbergasted. He just smiled faintly. You should know a little about Ning Feng's strength, but did you know that his father is the chief elder of the Vermilion Bird Hall? Mulan asked. I do. Lu Ming nodded. He had learned about this from Hua Qi. The elders of Mystical Sword sect were divided into ordinary elders, silver-robed elders, and gold-robed elders. Silver-robed elders and gold-robed elders had substantial authority as their position held great weight. As for ordinary elders, most of them held hollow titles and they did not have much power. Even so, amongst the ordinary elders, there was a type of elder who had immense authority, and that was the chief elder. The chief elder was the highest rank among the ordinary elders, second only to silver-robed elders. Of course, his cultivation was formidable as well. Lu Ming had once heard Feng Wu mention that Mulan was a chief elder in the Vermilion Bird Hall. However, there's one thing you're definitely unaware of. Ning Feng's father has pledged allegiance to the Duanmu family. Therefore, this time around, the Duanmu family will surely support Ning Feng with all they have. Ning Feng is already a top 6th grade master in the first place. What I'm most afraid of is that he'll achieve a breakthrough in this period. Mulan's expression was serious. Humph, the Duanmu family again. Lu Ming's eyes flashed icily. Therefore, Lu Ming, if you need any help from me, please ask, Mulan said. Really? In that case, senior sister Mulan, can you lend me 3,000 contribution points? Lu Ming stared at Mulan anxiously. He only had 700 contribution points now. It was hardly empowering, so it would be better to borrow some as a reserve. 3,000 contribution points. Why do you need so many contribution points? Your newbie's test awarded you with 7,000 contribution points, didn't it? I've used them up. Used up. Mulan was rather speechless. He used 7,000 contribution points up in such a short time. Did Lu Ming eat his contribution points or something? That's right, they're used up. Senior sister. Mulan, could you lend me some? He pouted at Mulan pitifully. All right, give me your identity jade piece, she said. Lu Ming took out his identity jade piece and handed it to her. After she took it and then took out her own identity jade piece. She placed the two identity jade pieces together, then channeled her essential qi. The light of the jade pieces started to twinkle. Mulan's soft, smooth finger swiped over her identity jade piece a few times, following which the glow of the identity jade pieces slowly dimmed. When Lu Ming took back his identity jade piece and looked, he had an additional 3,000 contribution points. Lu Ming, when you've earned some contribution points, you must pay me back. You know very well that women have huge expenses. Mulan fixed Lu Ming with her unwavering stare with distress plain on her face. How petty of you when you were just proudly announcing that I should ask you if I need any help. Lu Ming muttered to himself darkly. What did you say? Mulan gave him a sudden glare that pinned him down viciously. Nothing, I didn't say anything. Senior sister Mulan, I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Ming tore off in a hurry. As she stared into the direction where Lu Ming had left, Mulan's face broke into a smile again, and she said softly, how interesting. Lu Ming, I hope you don't disappoint me. Although it's still a long way from now, one day you just might have a chance to enter that place. With that, she got up and left as well. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Ming went into the Supreme Shrine, then sat down cross-legged. He took out a jade box and opened it. 10 crystal pieces were nestled inside. Each of these crystals was sealed in 9 blood-red drops of blood essence. These 10 crystals contained 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming picked up a piece and pinched it forcefully. Inscriptions flickered upon the surface of the spirit sealing crystal. Following that, the spirit sealing crystal shattered into a pile of fragments. 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence floated up. Devour. Lu Ming immediately controlled his blood meridian to create a powerful suction, consuming the 9 drops of blood essence. In a short while, they were transformed into energy that surged throughout his body. Lu Ming activated the True War Dragon technique, starting to absorb and cultivate this energy. His cultivation level swiftly advanced. Soon enough, the blood essence of a single demonic beast was fully processed. The vital energy contained within the blood essence is less potent than that from a fresh kill. Lu Ming was carefully evaluating the situation. This was to be expected. Although the spirit sealing crystal could seal off energy loss, it was not 100% effective. Some of it would still be lost regardless. Let's go on. Lu Ming shattered a second spirit sealing crystal and began cultivating. In a flash, a whole day passed. The 10 portions of 4th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence had been completely cultivated. Even so, Lu Ming's cultivation did not progress to the 4th grade master realm. He was still at the top of the 3rd grade master realm. As expected, after honing the second stage of the True War Dragon technique, it takes up even more energy. Lu Ming pondered hopelessly. Before this, at the first stage of the True War Dragon technique, the density of his essential chi was 2 times greater than ordinary essential chi. At that time, the energy required to advance his cultivation was 3 times more than other essential chi. Now that the density of his essential chi was 3 times greater than usual, the required energy was 9 times more than other essential chi. It was a terrifying 9-fold increase. Another aspect was that his blood meridian still had not leveled up. It was still a 3rd level blood meridian. He had consumed the blood essence of 10 4th grade 2nd level demonic beasts, yet he still had not leveled up. Logically, his blood meridian should have increased in level. Was a 3rd level blood meridian really his limit? Lu Ming would not accept that. I don't care. You reap what you sow, after all. I'll go on cultivating. He took out another jade box. This one contained 10 portions of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. Following that, he began to devour and refine the 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence. As expected of a 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, the vital energy it contained was many times more than that of a 4th grade 2nd level. After Lu Ming had processed the blood essence of 6 5th grade 2nd level demonic beasts, his cultivation finally experienced a breakthrough, reaching the 4th grade master realm. Chapter 56. Chapter 56, Evolved Blood Meridian. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a radiant gleam flashed in his eyes. 4th grade master realm. The devouring speed of the blood essence is terrifying indeed. It only took a day for me to go from the beginner stage of the 3rd grade master realm to the 4th grade master realm. However, this isn't enough. Ning Feng's a top 6th grade master, and no one knows if he'll break through this time. I've gotta improve further. Lu Ming made his way to the contribution hall once again. This time, he exchanged the 80,000 taels of silver he got from Duanmuju into sect contribution points. 80,000 taels of silver were equivalent to 800 sect contribution points. With his own 700 points, and the 3,000 points Lu Ming borrowed from Mulan, he had a total of 4,500 points, and he exchanged everything with demonic beast's blood essence. Lu Ming got 15 portions of 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essence, 100 sect contribution points each, and another 15 portions of 6th grade 2nd level demonic beast's blood essence, 200 sect contribution points each. In the blink of an eye, he finished all his sect contribution points. Poor, I'm simply too poor. Lu Ming sighed. He continued with his cultivation when he got back to his room. 2 days later, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 19 5th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, including the 4 portions he previously purchased. His cultivation reached the top of the 4th grade Master Realm, so he was just a sliver more to the peak of the top of the 4th grade Master Realm. After the 5th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences, Lu Ming continued devouring 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences. With merely 3 portions, Lu Ming's cultivation reached peak top 4th grade Master Realm. As he continued devouring 3 more 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essence, there were no signs of improvement in his cultivation, which meant that he had no hope of reaching the 5th grade Master Realm anytime soon. My cultivation was raised too quickly. My essential chi's tainted and my foundations shaky. I've gotta stop to consolidate and reinforce my cultivation. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. Lu Ming focused fully on reinforcing his cultivation, temporarily putting devouring blood essence aside. He also practiced his martial arts techniques in his spare time. 10 days had passed, and it was barely 2 days away from the agreement with Ning Feng a month ago. In the span of these 10 days, Lu Ming's Flame Dragon Fist had reached the 6th stage, one with the martial arts. However, no matter how much Lu Ming practiced, his lustrous sword technique remained stagnant at the 5th stage. Besides that, he was almost done reinforcing his cultivation. I'll start breaking through now. Lu Ming started attempting cultivation breakthroughs after devouring more 6th grade 2nd level Demonic Beast's blood essences. The Demonic Beast's blood essence transformed into streams of dragon-like essential chi that grew larger as they soared in Lu Ming's meridians. Eventually, all the dragon-like essential chi gathered at the chi cyclone in the dantian. Whoosh, whoosh. After 1.5 days, Lu Ming's chi cyclone spun quickly, and with a shudder, it expanded to 2 times its original size. I've finally broken through to 5th grade Master Realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Happily. He felt a numbing sensation on his spine, and in a burst of red light, a finger-sized spirit-devouring worm appeared, tumbling about in the air. The spirit-devouring worm began to lengthen and thicken. In 2 hours, it became like a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and about 50 centimeters long. Yes, it did look like a little black, scaly snake hovering in the air. There were 4 bright red meridian focal points on that little snake. In terms of advancement, Lu Ming's blood meridians had finally advanced, but they needed more blood essence than expected. This advancement also came with a change in appearance for Lu Ming's blood meridian. I don't think I can call this a worm anymore, right? Should I change its name to snake? Lu Ming was confused. This was unheard of, a blood meridian that could advance in levels and evolve. I'm not sure if it'll continue evolving in the future. You know what? I'll just call it the Spirit Devourer then. Lu Ming thought enthusiastically. In one of the more spacious courtyards in the Vermilion Bird Hall stood 2 figures. It was Ning Feng, and the other one was Ning Kong, his father. Fenger, how confident are you in defeating Lu Ming? Ning Kong asked. Don't worry, Dad, I'll surely kill Lu Ming on the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng replied confidently. Don't undervalue your enemy, Fenger. This Lu Ming's the apprentice champion, and he initiated the challenge, so he must have something up his sleeve. Don't underestimate him, Ning Kong advised. Ning Feng laughed and said, I wouldn't be so sure before this, Dad, but my cultivation broke through to another level yesterday. You broke through. Fenger, did you just say you broke through? Ning Kong was overjoyed. Yes, Dad. Ning Feng chuckled, an aura stronger than a top 6th grade master radiated from within him. Ha ha ha, good, I'm more at ease now. The Duanmu family has placed a lot of emphasis on this matter, so as long as you kill Lu Ming, our position in the Duanmu family will rise to greater heights. The Duanmu family is gradually growing in power and influence, which means we'll be in a better place if we continue serving them faithfully. Ning Kong laughed as he passed a jade bottle to Ning Feng. Fenger, here's a spirit-exploding pill I've requested from the Duanmu family. It was meant for you to kill Lu Ming, but since you have broken through in your cultivation, you probably won't need it. Still, bring it with you, just in case. Thanks, Dad. Ning Feng took the jade bottle. Alright, time's almost up. Let's head over to the Vermilion Bird stage, said Ning Kong. On the other side, Lu Ming packed up and walked out of his room only to see Hua Qi and Pang Shi waiting for him. Senior brother Lu, will go with you, Pang Shi said. Don't you dare lose, Lu Ming. You can only lose to me, apprentice champion, Hua Qi said coldly. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled and walked out of the doorway. The Vermilion Bird stage was located on the east side of the foot of the Vermilion Bird Peak. It was very spacious since it was specially designed for hall apprentices to duel against each other. At that moment, there were already thousands of people crowding around the Vermilion Bird Hall. Some were new apprentices, but there were mostly senior apprentices and elders were present. It was unheard of to have the newly emerged apprentice champion challenging a senior apprentice who was 4 to 5 years older to a duel. Many were there because they were intrigued. Where did Lu Ming get that confidence and courage from? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chief Elder Ning Kong's here. Ning Feng's here too. Ning Feng and Ning Kong walked in together with a troop of people by their side. The same bunch walked toward the upper area and headed towards one of the viewing platforms. Elder Mulan's here too. Really? Where? An even larger commotion erupted. Mulan walked in daintily with her group, which included Feng Wu and Yuan. Hui. They too made their way to the viewing platform in the upper area. Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Fighting Ning Feng. Mulan, I heard you're the one who recommended Lu Ming to the mystical sword sect. Looks like your foresight isn't any good. Lu Ming may have some potential, but he will die prematurely due to his arrogance, Ning Kong mocked. Mulan pursed her lips and said icily, your son's the one that will die a premature death. Really? I hope you'll still be able to say the same later. Ning Kong waved his hand exasperatedly and sat down. Ning Feng leaped down from the viewing platform, his figure as swift as a swallow. In a few strides, he had covered at least 50 meters, appearing on the Vermilion Bird stage in no time. What a handsome technique. All the years Ning Feng has spent practicing martial arts truly cannot be overlooked. He's reached the 5th stage with this inferior yellow-level technique, the Swallow's 3 dips. It's only normal for Ning Feng to reach such a level since his father's guided him every step of the way all these years, but Lu Ming's just a newly enrolled apprentice. At the very least, his martial arts technique is definitely no match for Ning Feng. You're right. Apprentices around discussed fervently. Lu Ming's here, one of the apprentices yelled. From a mountain path, Lu Ming walked out with Pang Shi and Hua Qi by his side. I never thought Lu Ming would still dare to show up. He's here to die. I reckon he won't even survive 10 hits from senior brother Ning. 10 hits? I'd say even 3 hits are a miracle. Apprentices who sat by Ning Kong mocked as the crowd naturally parted ways for Lu Ming's entourage. Lu Ming then walked up calmly onto the Vermilion Bird stage until he stood face to face with Ning Feng. Haha, Lu Ming, you're actually here. I thought you'd hide away in your dorm like a scaredy cat. Ning Feng taunted. Did you think you're that powerful, Ning Feng? Lu Ming smiled nonchalantly. You'll soon find out. It's a fight to the death up here on the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming. Hee, it's too late for you to have regrets now. Ning Feng smirked. Cut the bullsh *T and get on with it. I just hope that you don't disappoint me, Lu Ming said. Haha, disappoint you. Ning Feng roared in laughter as if he had just heard an extremely funny joke. He had been enrolled as a Vermilion Bird Hall apprentice for 5 years now. Although his talents were not exceptionally mind-blowing, he was not a weakling. Now, a month-old newbie was telling him straight to his face not to be a disappointment. What a joke, an absolute joke. Right then, Ning Feng's face darkened as he said, since you can't wait to die, I'll grant your death wish. Today, I'll be the one to trample on your confidence and destroy your dignity. He chuckled humorlessly as he moved quickly, striking his palm at Lu Ming. A black light shrouded his palms as Ning Feng's essential chi burst forth, cutting through the air with a shrill sound. It was the Black Lava Palm, inferior yellow-level martial arts technique. That's all. Was that meant to crush me? Lu Ming threw a punch with a faint smile on his face. The Flame Dragon Fist. Scalding hot gas filled the air as Lu Ming's fist flew out, and a faint dragon's cry slowly followed after. The punch was mighty and its force was unstoppable as it collided heavily with Ning Feng's palm. A resounding boom was heard as Lu Ming's fist and Ning Feng's palm slammed against each other. Gusts of hot air spewed outwards, spreading everywhere. Both Lu Ming and Ning Feng parted as soon as they collided. One figure staggered backward with 3 consecutive thumps. It was Ning Feng. Everyone was shocked. Was Ning Feng defeated with just one move? How was that possible? From the aura Ning Feng exerted, it was clear that he had a top 6th grade master realm cultivation. It was unbelievable for a top 6th grade master to be defeated by Lu Ming with just one punch. How was Lu Ming so strong? Ning Feng was stunned. He did not expect Lu Ming to really be this strong. In the crowd, Pang Shi cheered enthusiastically, "Wow, nice one. All hail senior brother Lu Ming." At the viewing platform, Mulan's eyes flashed. A smile appeared on her face as she turned to Ning Kong and said, "It looks like Lu Ming's better." "Humph, it's too early to tell." Ming Kong scoffed. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng roared in his heart, "This Lu Ming's crazy talented. Destroy him. I must kill him today, or else there'll no longer be a place for me in the Vermilion Bird Hall." His sword was unsheathed. Demonic wind sword technique tumbling clouds in the wind. At that same moment, Ning Feng unleashed his powers and sword chi exploded. He swung his sword and attacked Lu Ming with all his might, intending to kill. Lu Ming smirked coldly and unsheathed his own sword. His sword chi beamed like shooting stars, slicing the air with ear-piercing whistles. This was not the onyx blade sword, but the celestial star sword, the sword his father had left behind. The onyx blade sword was only a superior first-level spiritual weapon and was not strong enough for the duel with Ning Feng. On the other hand, the sword that Lu Ming's father left him was a superior second-level spiritual weapon. That was sufficient enough to exhibit his strength at full power. Both swords collided with a roaring clang. Both Lu Ming and Ning Feng shuddered. They continued fighting. As the swords collided, sword chi spewed everywhere. The two fighting figures were visually drowned by the constant beams of sword light. Strong, so strong. Lu Ming can actually duel with Ning Feng. Even with the demonic wind sword technique, Ning Feng's 5th stage superior yellow level sword technique, Lu Ming seems to be of equal fighting strength with his sword technique. Unbelievable. This duel's definitely worth watching. Senior apprentices could barely remain calm as they witnessed what was happening on stage. Demonic wind sword technique world execution through wind. Demonic wind sword technique mad hurricane wipeout. Ning Feng fought constantly with powerful moves from the demonic wind sword technique. In a flash, 50 moves were exchanged between both of them. Lu Ming and Ning Feng separated abruptly after a loud clang. "I'll admit that you have pretty good skills to be able to duel with me like this, Lu Ming. But today, you shall die. Now, let me show you what I'm capable of." There was a sudden blast that came from within Ning Feng, and his aura increased at an alarming speed as a mountain-like aura erupted from him. 7th grade master realm. Ning Feng's a 7th grade master. Lu Ming is done for. A 7th grade master realm is incomparable with a 6th grade master. Lu Ming's gonna die now that Ning Feng's broken through. What a waste of a super genius. So what if he's a genius? There are plenty of geniuses under the sun, and only God knows how many geniuses have died every year. Geniuses who don't live long are worth nothing. As soon as Ning Feng displayed his 7th grade master realm cultivation, almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was done for. On the viewing platform, Mulan, Feng Wu, and the rest looked shocked and worried. "Ha ha." Ning Kong roared with laughter and said, "You didn't expect it, didn't you, Mulan? This time, Lu Ming must die." There was a glint in Mulan's eyes, but she did not respond. Deep down, she was unsure too. Could Lu Ming withstand Ning Feng's blows? "I'll show you my full strength now, Lu Ming. The only price you have to pay for witnessing this is death." Ning Feng boasted proudly as a blood-red light flashed above him. Blood Meridian explosion. He had a 4th level Blood Meridian, so he had a 40% increase in power after his Blood Meridian explosion. Ning Feng's sword hacked towards Lu Ming accompanied by a howling gale that turned into beams of sword light. Although it was the same move, it was much stronger when compared to the one before that. That's more like it. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming squinted and stomped heavily on stage. His body shot out like lightning. At the same time, his aura drastically increased as he shot out. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, Spirit Exploding Pill. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from within Lu Ming. His essential qi flowed freely around him as his hair fluttered. At that moment, Lu Ming's aura did not seem weaker than Ning Feng's. In the duel with Ning Feng just now, Lu Ming had only exerted 50% of his power. Now, he was giving it 100%. As Lu Ming and Ning Feng's swords violently collided, sparks flew everywhere. Beams of razor-sharp sword qi pierced through the air and shot everywhere. Both Lu Ming and Ning Feng stumbled a few steps backward after a hit. Damn it! Die! Ning Feng roared as he attacked Lu Ming once more. Fight! Lu Ming's gaze hardened. His hair was blowing frantically in the wind as a strong fighting intent erupted from his body. He stomped hard and charged towards Ning Feng. As Lu Ming and Ning Feng's attacks continued to collide, there was formidable sword qi everywhere as a result of that show. It was a few dozen moves in just the blink of an eye. There was no clear winner at that point. How could this be? Impossible. How is Lu Ming so strong? Ning Feng was shocked beyond words. He was a 7th grade master realm, and with his 5th stage superior yellow-level sword technique that emphasized speed, he could say that his sword was as fast as lightning and as swift as the wind. Lu Ming could not only counter his attacks with a similar speed since his essential qi was no weaker than Ning Feng's. Little did he know that Lu Ming had cultivated a divine-level martial arts technique, so his essential qi was 3 times the viscosity of normal essential qi. At the first stage of the True War Dragon technique, Lu Ming could already kill an opponent a grade higher than he was. Now that Lu Ming was on the 2nd stage of the True War Dragon technique, even if Ning Feng was 2 grades higher than Lu Ming, he would have still lost to Lu Ming. Besides Ning Feng, all the people watching the duel were stupefied. Lu Ming could actually come to a tie with a 7th grade master realm Ning Feng. It was unimaginable. Everyone held their breath as they watched the stage intently so as not to disturb the duo fighting on stage. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng and Lu Ming continued to fight. 7th grade master realm isn't weak indeed. I can beat him as soon as I explode my blood meridians, but it's not the time for that yet. Besides, the blood meridian explosion time limit for the master realm is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Ning Feng will be no match for me, Lu Ming thought to himself. The two figures on stage intertwined constantly with sword qi shooting in all directions. They had exchanged about 100 attacks by that time. Suddenly, the blood-red light on Ning Feng dissipated rapidly. The time limit for his blood meridian explosion was up. Oh no! On the viewing platform, Ning Kong's expression changed. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming and Ning Feng collided once more. This time, Ning Feng flew back upon impact. His face paled as blood trickled down the side of his mouth. Ning Feng's injured. The crowd rose to a clamor as they gawked at the stage. Ning Feng's blood meridian explosion time is up. It looks like he's gonna lose. Unexpectedly, Ning Feng isn't a match for Lu Ming. How incredible. Did you realize that Lu Ming's blood meridian has still not exploded? What? I didn't realize this. It seems like it's true. How shocking. Genius. Absolute genius. How is Lu Ming arrogant and conceited? He's clear and proud of his abilities. All around the Vermilion Bird stage, fellow elders, seniors, and new apprentices alike were all discussing what had happened chaotically. You can do it, senior brother Lu Ming. You're the best. Pang Shi waved his arms in the air excitedly while his face was bright red. Mighty senior brother Lu Ming. Shortly after, other apprentices started shouting at the top of their lungs. These were newly enrolled apprentices. They could not help but feel proud when they saw how strong Lu Ming, their fellow new apprentice, was. So what if you're a senior apprentice? We, the new apprentices, can still defeat you. Instantly, Lu Ming gained many fans. This fella, Hua Qi muttered as a sliver of respect crept deep within his eyes. He was usually proud, so when he first met Lu Ming, he had vowed to defeat him. However, he realized at that moment that Lu Ming's talents and potential were not what he could fathom. On the viewing platform, Yuan Hui and Feng Wu gaped and gawked. Yuan Hui was especially astonished. She had not been pleased when Lu Ming challenged Ning Feng to a duel a month ago. She thought he was being too vain. She understood now that Lu Ming was not arrogant. He was confident and clearly had boasting privileges. Ho ho, Ning Kong, it looks like your precious son's gonna lose. Mulan had a full grin on her face while she giggled. Are you sure? Who's to determine the outcome of the battle now? Ning Kong said coldly as he clenched his fists tightly as the intent to kill flashed through his eyes. What? A bad feeling rose in Mulan's heart. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Lu Ming spoke calmly as he looked at Ning Feng. Ning Feng, your blood meridian explosion time is up. Now, to send you on your way. Ha ha ha, you want to defeat me. Dream on, Lu Ming. You force me to do this. Ning Feng let out a sinister laugh and popped a pill into his mouth. A powerful, brutal wave of aura exploded out of Ning Feng as he swallowed the pill. He was 2 times more formidable than before. Go to hell, Lu Ming. Ning Feng roared, his eyes turning bloodshot. He stomped so hard that the stage vibrated. Then, he transformed into a gale and attacked Lu Ming. I shouldn't tackle him head-on. Seriousness glinted in Lu Ming's eyes as he moved out of the way with dragon serpent steps. Unfortunately, he was still too late as Ning Feng's sword chi sliced towards him. Lu Ming blocked him forcefully with his sword as a gust of brutally sharp force threatened to overwhelm him, causing him to slide backward for 10 meters. On the viewing platform, Mulan shot up from her seat and bellowed furiously, "Spirit exploding pill. You're despicable, Ning Kong. How could you use spirit exploding pills? This duel is no longer just. It ends right now. What do you think you're doing, Mulan? It's a battle to the death upon the Vermilion Bird stage. No one said anything about not allowing pills." Ning Kong stood up as well, smiling coldly. What battle to the death? It's no longer fair game if pills are involved, Mulan barked as she attempted to rush onto the Vermilion Bird stage. A great aura erupted from Ning Kong and locked onto Mulan. He snickered, Mulan, duels on the Vermilion Bird stage are battles to the death with no external interruption allowed. Are you gonna go against the sect rules? Damn it. Despicable. Mulan gritted her teeth while her eyes bulged out. Her movements were locked down by Ning Kong's aura. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng attacked crazily. Die, Lu Ming. Demonic Wind Sword Technique World Execution through Wind. Violent winds of sword chi tore through all obstacles and pierced through the air, aiming to hack Lu Ming's head off. He's twice as strong now, so all I can do is just to avoid its cutting edge and look for opportunities to kill him. Lu Ming moved quickly with dragon serpent steps as he blocked the sword chi attack aimed at him. Lu Ming could not stop taking steps backward after Ning Feng's 7 to 8 moves. Totally oppressed by Ning Feng, blood trickled down his mouth. Chapter 59. Chapter 59, Killing Ning Feng. Ning Feng actually took the spirit exploding pill. How despicable. Looks like Lu Ming's gonna lose. Amongst those who were watching, some shook their heads and sighed while some smirked icily. Lu Ming was forced to a corner after a few moves. It was getting more and more dangerous for him. At the viewing platform, Mulan barked as she threw a punch at Ning Kong. Scram, Ning Kong. Mulan, are you gonna break the sect rules as a chief elder? Ning Kong matched Mulan's palm technique as he snapped. Fortunately, both Mulan and Ning Kong were extremely careful with their strength. If not, the viewing platform would have crumbled to pieces. Disgusting. Feng Wu, Yuan Hui, and their group shrieked, but they were blocked by the troop that Ning Kong brought with him. On the Vermilion Bird stage, Ning Feng's attacks swept through like a tornado. They were vicious and brutal. Lu Ming retreated as he fought, but his gleaming eyes were clear as day as he stared intently at Ning Feng. He was looking for an opportunity. Die. Haha, die. Ning Feng cackled. He was oppressing Lu Ming, and he had never felt better. How dare you go against me, you filthy imbecile? How dare you embarrass me by challenging me to a duel? Now, tremble before me and regret, he laughed hysterically. Now. Lu Ming's eyes shone like the sun. He stopped retreating and leaped towards Ning Feng. As he leaped, a blood-red light flashed on Lu Ming as he exploded his blood meridians. This would be his strongest moment. Now that his blood meridians had risen to the 4th level, he could shield him from the attacks he received and increase his strength by 40%. Lu Ming's actions shocked everyone to the edge of their seats. What was Lu Ming doing? Was he that eager to die? Ning Feng was slightly taken aback. He laughed nastily and said, "No matter what you're planning, you're dead meat." Screeching sword chi merged to form a sword chi storm that quickly approached Lu Ming. However, when the sword chi landed on Lu Ming, he all but shuddered slightly, and continued to bulldoze towards Ning Feng. Lu Ming raised his right hand and blocked Ning Feng's long sword with his battle sword. Meanwhile, his left hand threw a heavy punch. It all happened so quickly that Ning Feng had no time to react. As Lu Ming's punch landed sturdily on Ning Feng's dantian, the force of the punch violently tore through Ning Feng's dantian. Instantly, Ning Feng's chi cyclone vibrated vigorously and was on the verge of exploding. Ning Feng's aura dropped drastically like a punctured balloon and returned to the 7th grade master realm in a heartbeat. It did not stop there as it continued dropping to stop at the top of 6th grade master realm. Ning Feng's cultivation was far from stable since he had just broken through to the 7th grade master realm. Lu Ming's punch severely destroyed the berserk essential chi from his consumption of the spirit exploding pill and he returned to his 6th grade master realm cultivation level. If it were not for the berserk essential chi from consuming the spirit exploding pill, Lu Ming's punch would have destroyed Ning Feng's cultivation. Ah! Ning Feng flew backward upon impact as he cried out in despair, landing heavily 10 meters away. Blood spewed out from his mouth. Mulan, Feng Wu, Yuan Hui, and Ning Kong were flabbergasted. Everyone present was confounded. What just happened? All they saw was Lu Ming advancing towards Ning Feng instead of retreating. They were just thinking to themselves if Lu Ming had a strong death wish when they saw Ning Feng flying backward with a cry of despair and was now vomiting blood on stage. Fenger. Ning Kong was first to react as he bellowed. Astonished, Ning Feng struggled to pick himself up as he yelled, how are you still alive?" He knew his attacks had landed on Lu Ming, but the latter seemed fine like nothing had happened to him. "Now, it's my turn." Lu Ming stepped out. His eyes were steely cold as his sword swung toward Ning Feng. Ning Feng was paralyzed with fear as he robotically raised his sword in the attempt to shield himself from the attack. He was injured, and he only had a 6th grade master realm cultivation, thus he was no match for Lu Ming at all. All it took was one attack for Ning Feng to retreat quickly and fearfully while vomiting blood. "All you had was a few more years of cultivation, Ning Feng, and you thought that was enough to make me regret my decision and shake me to the core. You are so far off. Now, let's send you on your way." While Lu Ming slowly sauntered towards Ning Feng, a cold smile hung on his lips as ice-cold killing intent shimmered in his eyes. On the viewing platform, Ning Kong bellowed, "How dare you? Stop right there, Lu Ming. Stop." Lu Ming threw a glance at Ning Kong as he replied unemotionally, "When Ning Feng had the upper hand, why didn't you ask him to stop? What's wrong with your brain for you to be ordering me to stop now?" When Lu Ming was done, he hacked his sword towards Ning Feng again, ignoring Ning Kong in the process. Ning Feng could hardly block Lu Ming's attacks. When his body gave way, he violently shuddered as his sword fell out of his hands. Dad! Save me!" Ning Feng shrieked as he scrambled to save himself from the impending doom. "Lu Ming, how dare you continue attacking? Die!" Ning Kong roared with rage as he swooped in like an eagle, making his way to the vermilion bird stage. Mulan moved and followed closely behind him. She threw a palm attack towards Ning Kong. However, Ning Kong turned behind and retaliated with a thrust-out palm. Both palms collided while they fought in the air. A resounding boom followed by a strong gust of force that came from both Mulan and Ning Kong's attacks broke out. Both of them landed on the ground in a swing. Right after landing, Mulan stood in Ning Kong's way. "Piss off, Mulan!" Ning Kong roared. Mulan smiled coyly and said, "Ning Kong, duels on the vermilion bird stage are battles to the death with no external interruption allowed. Are you gonna go against sect rules?" Ning Kong's face twisted and contorted with rage. He was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. That was exactly what he told Mulan a while ago, and she just dished it all back to him word for word. "I don't care." "Piss off," yelled Ning Kong. "What thick skin you have on this old, wrinkly face of yours, Ning Kong. Do you want to go there?" "No way." Mulan's aura locked him firmly in place. Mulan was so pleased when she saw how contorted Ning Kong's face was. Ning Feng let out an anguished cry yet again on the vermilion bird stage. Lu Ming punched him squarely on his stomach and broke a few ribs. Ning Feng lay limply on the ground, heaving blood. With one foot firmly on Ning Feng's torso, Lu Ming leered coldly at Ning Feng. "Don't kill me, Lu Ming. I beg you. Don't kill me, please." Ning Feng cowered in fear as he begged loudly for his life. "Lu Ming, if you dare kill my son, I will destroy you." Ning Kong burned with anger. He wanted so badly to rush up to the stage, but Mulan would not leave him alone. "I'm waiting, old man." Lu Ming smiled mirthlessly and swung his sword without hesitation. "No." Ning Feng and Ning Kong shouted in unison. Blood spattered all over the vermilion bird stage. Ning Feng held his severed neck tightly with regret, fear, and anger in his eyes, and plopped on stage with the life draining out of him. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Silver-Robed Elder's Appearance. Silence. There was pin-drop silence. Everyone stared in shock as they struggled to comprehend what they had just seen. Lu Ming had killed Ning Feng. In front of Ning Kong, totally disregarding Ning Feng's threats. He was extremely reckless and insufferably arrogant. Many senior apprentices gazed at Lu Ming, and fear trickled down their spines. What a savage. Lu Ming was brutally savage towards his enemies and was equally savage toward himself. "Fenger. Little B****, I'll chop you into 1,000 million pieces." Ning Kong was red with rage as he thrashed around like a ferocious, angered beast. As he continued to fight Mulan, waves of pressure lapped everywhere. The booming sounds were so loud that they threatened to deafen the ears. Those with lower cultivation levels staggered backward. Their faces paled as the resounding booms injured them. "He wanted to kill me, so he should have been prepared to be killed," Lu Ming spoke quietly. "You little B****, how could you compare to Fenger? If Fenger wanted to kill you, you should have let him. How dare you retaliate? How dare you fight back? How dare you kill Fenger? I'll skin you alive and break all your bones." Ning Kong was blind with rage as he continued to fight. "Ning Kong, how dare you disregard the sect rules?" Mulan seethed. "What sect rules? What bloody sect rules? Can it compare to my Fenger?" Rage flowed through Ning Kong's veins like lava as it completely consumed him. Lu Ming shook his head. He had nothing to say to people like this. He then looked up into the skies and muttered, "It's time to step in now, don't you think?" As soon as Lu Ming was done, a voice bellowed from above, "Are you crazy, Ning Feng? Stop this at once." A silver-robed elder appeared in the skies, pressed his hand down mid-air, and a tremendous pressure suppressed Ning Feng immediately. Ning Feng was helpless under that tremendous pressure. He was immediately pressed down flat on the ground, and no matter how he struggled, he could not move an inch. "It's a silver-robed elder." A silver-robed elder was watching all along. All other apprentices yelped in surprise when they saw the elderly man. "Elder Lu, you've got to give me justice. This little B****, Lu Ming killed Fenger." Ning Kong raged. Battles on the vermilion bird stage are battles to the death. Since it's a battle to the death, how is Lu Ming wrong? You, on the other hand, Ning Kong, how dare you openly disregard sect rules? The longer you live, the more unreasonable you become. Follow me back now, face a wall, and think of how wrong you are. If you can't think of any faults, don't come out. With a wave, a formidable force was emitted from the silver-robed elder and it swept Ning Kong off his feet. Both of them transformed into a shooting star, disappearing from sight. After the silver-robed elder took Ning Kong with him, Lu Ming smiled. He had not exactly killed Ning Feng in front of Ning Kong recklessly and without thought. Firstly, Ning Feng kept finding fault with him and sent people to kill him, so Ning Feng deserved to die. If Lu Ming were to spare his life, more trouble would come his way. Secondly, Lu Ming knew that there would be silver-robed elders watching nearby. He exhibited his talents, potential, and worth through this battle. As a month-old new apprentice, Lu Ming was capable of killing a 7th-grade Master Realm senior apprentice. The higher management of the Vermilion Bird Hall would definitely appreciate such talents. So, how would they have allowed Ning Kong to kill him? Even without Mulan, Ning Kong would have still failed to kill Lu Ming. Things were as Lu Ming predicted. "Thank you for helping Lu Ming, Elder Mulan." Lu Ming cupped his fist to thank Mulan. "You're not bad." Mulan smiled. "I'll make a move now then." Lu Ming nodded as he got down from the Vermilion Bird Hall and disappeared into the crowd. News about Ning Feng and Lu Ming's duel spread like wings in the Vermilion Bird Hall and across the other halls. Lu Ming could not care less. He went back to his dorm right away and sat in a lotus position. Waves of pain came from his body as he smiled bitterly. He had been badly injured in the duel. When Ning Feng's fighting abilities increased drastically after he ate the spirit-exploding pill, Lu Ming was injured when he tried his best to block Ning Feng's attacks. Later, Lu Ming tackled Ning Feng head-on after he exploded his blood meridian. Even after devouring 50% of the attack, the remainder injured Lu Ming even more. "I guess I'll have to buy a defensive spiritual weapon like soft armor or something. I'll also have to cultivate some defensive martial arts technique, or I'll keep getting hurt like that," Lu Ming uttered sourly. Even if his exploded blood meridian was extremely powerful, he could still be injured by forcefully taking on attacks head-on. His body was too weak. Other than the protective essential qi, Lu Ming had no other way of protecting his body. "I'll treat my injuries first." Lu Ming shook his head and started cultivating the True War Dragon technique to activate his blood meridian so that he could treat his injuries. Whoosh whoosh. Spiritual energy gathered into a vortex shape and gushed towards him at an alarming speed. Lu Ming's spiritual energy absorption rate was at least 2 times faster since his blood meridian had advanced to the 4th level. It was far beyond the speed of the 5th level blood meridian. It was about the speed of a 7th level blood meridian, Lu Ming reckoned. This was an astonishing speed indeed. However, Lu Ming needed 9 times more ordinary essential qi to cultivate the second stage of the True War Dragon technique, so by absorbing spiritual energy alone, his cultivation speed still could not compare to 5th level blood meridian geniuses. Spiritual energy continued to gather and transformed into pure essential qi, trickling into Lu Ming's muscles, bones, and intestines, nourishing and repairing him and healing his injuries. After 5 hours of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He felt a lot better and would be completely healed in 2 days. Smells good. A delicious roast meat aroma wafted in from outside. Who's roasting meat outside? Lu Ming opened the door curiously and made his way outside. In the yard, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were roasting meat. Pang Shi was overjoyed when he saw Lu Ming and said, "Senior brother Lu Ming, you're done cultivating. Come now, let's eat. This is blood antelope meat. It's delicious and good for injured people since it helps replenish qi and blood." Lu Ming was touched. "Did you guys prepare this for me, Pang Shi? Blood antelope meat isn't cheap." "I could never afford it." Pang Shi scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, "Mr. Starry-Eyed bought all these just for you. I used to hunt, so I'm good at roasting meat. Therefore, my task is to roast meat." Hua Qi commented stoically, "Don't you misunderstand, Lu Ming. I didn't do this just to help you heal because I'll definitely defeat you. If you had any repercussions from your current injuries, what fun would it be for me?" "What a sharp tongue." Pang Shi pursed his lips. "Hey, Big Stone, don't call me starry-eyed. I'm warning you," Hua Qi barked. "But that's your name. How else should I address you?" Pang Shi was confused. "You," Hua Qi stuttered. "Ha ha." Lu Ming chuckled and bit into a gleaming golden brown piece of roast meat. It was tender and fragrant, absolutely top-notch, and very mouth-watering. After he swallowed it, a wave of calming warmness flooded the entire body. The blood antelope, which was a 5th-grade 2nd-level demonic beast, was tender, juicy, and replenished one's health, so it was extremely beneficial for the injured. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, Accepting the Mission. Lu Ming's mouth was full of oil and he finished a piece of roasted meat in a few moments. "Big Rock, your roasting skills are pretty good," Lu Ming praised. "Haha, I've been hunting since I was a child and I also like to eat meat. I figured it out by myself." Pang Shi laughed heartily. Then, he took out a jar of wine and said, "Come on, Lu Ming. This is a medicinal wine bought by a love-struck fool. It's not harmful to injuries, but you can't have meat without wine. Come, then let's drink to our heart's content. Lu Ming said with a smile. The three of them each had a jar of wine, eating meat in big mouthfuls and drinking wine in big bowls. A few hours later, the three of them finished off the blood antelope. The three of them had also finished a few jars of wine. Pang Shi and Hua Qi were both drunk. Hua Qi's sour face also disappeared after he got drunk. He put his arm around Pang Shi's shoulder and shouted, "You bunch of bastards, I will definitely return in the future. I will kill all of you bastards. Senior brother Lu, you're amazing." Pang Shi cried out. "I knew you would win. I want to become someone as amazing as senior brother Lu. That way, my parents will be proud of me." As the two of them talked, they fell asleep in the courtyard. Lu Ming smiled and walked unsteadily into the room. He then started to circulate the true war dragon technique. After a while, the effect of the alcohol completely disappeared. Lu Ming continued to channel his energy to heal himself. The medicinal effects of the blood antelope meat and the medicinal wine circulated throughout his body, and Lu Ming's injuries recovered even faster. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed and Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. After his injuries were healed, Lu Ming did not slack off and continued to cultivate. This was because he knew that the dangers and difficulties he would face in the future would only get bigger and bigger. Ning Kong and the Duanmu family were mortal enemies. They would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. 10 days later. This way of cultivation is too slow. With my rich and condensed true qi, it'll take me at least a year to reach the 6th grade master realm. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Resources, I'm lacking resources. Lu Ming sighed. Right now, he was penniless. All he had on him was the storage ring that he had obtained from Duanmu Ju. Moreover, he still owed Mulan 3,000 contribution points. I have the Supreme Shrine, so the storage ring is useless to me. I'll exchange this storage ring first, then take on some missions and earn some contribution points. Lu Ming made up his mind and headed to the contribution hall. This storage ring was only the lowest grade and was worth 150,000 taels of silver. However, in the contribution hall, it was only worth 130,000 silver. After all, the mystical sword sect had so many disciples that it would require a large amount of resources to operate. Therefore, the price of materials and items collected by the contribution palace was lower than the market price. This way, he could earn a difference in price. 130,000 taels of silver, all exchanged for contribution points, a total of 1,300 points. Senior, I would like to ask, how many contribution points do I need to view a yellow rank upper level defensive martial arts technique? Lu Ming asked. Martial arts. Martial skills can be found in the book collection hall, but let me tell you, martial skills can only be rented. For a yellow rank upper class defensive martial skill, it would cost at least 5,000 contribution points to rent it once. What? 5,000 contribution points? Isn't that too expensive? Lu Ming almost jumped up. Defensive martial skills are much rarer and more precious than offensive martial skills and movement martial skills, so of course they are expensive. If you were to buy them outside, you would need at least a few million taels of silver. The old man from the contribution hall said. Lu Ming was secretly speechless. However, on second thought, it made sense. The Lu clan was such a large clan, but they only had one yellow grade upper level martial arts technique, which was regarded as the clan's treasure. One could only imagine how precious a yellow grade upper level martial arts technique was. It seemed like he'd better put defensive martial techniques on hold for now. Senior, are there any defensive soft armors to exchange for? Lu Ming asked again. Of course we have soft armors. However, defensive armors aren't cheap. What grade do you want to exchange for? The old man asked. How many contribution points do I need to pay for lower LV2 and medium LV2 respectively? An ordinary lower LV2 soft armor costs 800 contribution points, and a medium LV2 one costs at least 2,000 contribution points. Then I'll exchange for a lower LV2 item. Lu Ming had no choice but to exchange for a lower second-level soft armor. However, you get what you pay for. The 800 contribution points were not wasted. The red Kylan snake armor was made of the skin of a Class 9 LV2 demonic beast. It was light, soft, and tough. It didn't feel like it was inside the clothes. After Lu Ming kept the red Kylan snake armor, he walked out of the contribution hall and headed to the Hall of Missions. He found a place with no one around and changed into a black cloak, covering everyone. If he wanted to take on a mission, he had to be on guard against the Duanmu family. If he went out on a mission and the Duanmu family sent a few great martial master experts to kill him, he would not be able to fight back. There was no harm in being careful. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Hall of Missions. The Hall of Missions was the place where the mystical sword sect issued and accepted missions. The Hall of missions were roughly divided into two types. The first type was missions issued by the mystical sword sect's disciples and elders, and each mission would give a corresponding reward. The other type were missions that were specially collected from outside the mystical sword sect. For example, the mystical sword sect would collect all the missions that the Lu family had issued. The Hall of Missions would collect a fee for the completion of the mission. The Hall of Mission was very wide, and it took up even more space than the contribution hall. After walking in, they found themselves in a huge hall. On one side of the hall, there were counters where missions were handed over. On the other side, there were a few huge metal walls. These metal walls were made by inscription masters. On the metal wall, there were missions that were constantly rolling. The details, time limits, rewards, and so on were clearly written on these missions. Lu Ming stood under the screen and watched. To collect blood Reiki flowers. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a mission that he was rather interested in. It was a mission issued by an inscription master of the mystical sword sect. He only needed to collect the blood Reiki flowers within 3 months. The reward was 100 contribution points per blood Reiki flower, the more the better. The blood flower was located in the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire and could only be found in the Dark Blood Mountain. Moreover, the price of the blood flower itself was not even 100 contribution points. It seemed that the inscriber was in urgent need of it, which was why he offered such a high price. Most importantly, there was a type of dark blood stone on the Dark Blood Mountain. It was one of the main materials for cultivating the 3rd stage of the True War Dragon technique. It was even needed for the 4th stage. This was the reason why Lu Ming was interested. Going to the Dark Blood Mountain would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's see if there are any other missions. Lu Ming continued to read. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Chapter 62 Monsters. Escort Mission. The reward has actually reached 100,000 taels of silver, and he is also heading to the Dark Blood Mountain. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up again. He saw an escort mission issued by the Zhu family of the city of Crossing Sky. The reward for escorting one person to the Dark Blood Mountain was 100,000 silver taels. This one. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming decided to accept this mission. Because it happened to be on the way. After that, Lu Ming walked to a counter and registered the 2 missions that he was going to take. This is the mission token issued by the Zhu family. Please keep it well. At the counter was a young lady with a sweet smile. She handed Lu Ming an iron plate with the word, Zhu written on it. Thank you, he said. Lu Ming took the metal piece and smiled. He then turned around and left. 2 hours later, on the main road of the mystical sword sect's mountain gate, Lu Ming rode his green scale horse and left. 5 days later, travel-worn Lu Ming arrived at the Skycrossing City. The Skycrossing City was a large and majestic city, several times larger than Fiery Wind City. The streets were bustling with people. The Zhu family was known as the #1 family in the Skycrossing City. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to go to the Zhu family's residence as the time was set for tomorrow. There was still 1 day left. There was no hurry. Lu Ming found an inn and cleaned himself up. Then, he took a tour around the city and got a taste of its local customs. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the Zhu family. The Zhu family's courtyard walls were high and many times more majestic than the Lu family's. Stop right there. This is the Zhu family's residence. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. There were 4 strong men guarding the Zhu family's gate. They blocked Lu Ming's way. Each of the 4 men had the cultivation of a 9th grade warrior realm. I'm here to complete a mission. Lu Ming smiled and took out the mission card issued by the Zhu family. As expected, the brawny men in the lead took a look and cast a surprised look at Lu Ming. He seemed to be surprised that Lu Ming was so young. Come with me. The brawny men in the lead returned the mission card to Lu Ming and led the way inside. Lu Ming followed. After going around here and there, he arrived at a large hall. Walking into the main hall, he found that there were already some people sitting on both sides of the main hall. There were a total of 7 people. These 7 people were all different. On the right side of the hall, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They were all around 50 years old. All 3 of them were wearing black robes with skulls on them, and they exuded a gloomy aura. On the left, a red-haired brawny man in his 40s or 50s was sitting at the head of the table. Beside the brawny men were a man and a woman. The man was an old man with white hair and the woman was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. At the very bottom was a young man in his 20s. This man was hugging a long sword, looking like a noble son. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the 7 people in the hall looked at him in unison. When they saw Lu Ming's age, they looked at him with disdain. Young hero, they are the people who accepted the mission this time. You can wait here. My master will be here in a moment. The burly man said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and walked in. He sat down next to the 3 people in skeletal robes. A little brat who hasn't even grown his hair has actually come. He must have gone crazy thinking about money. He actually came to accept this mission. At this moment, a low sneer came from the red-haired brawny man. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He looked at the red-haired brawny man, then smiled faintly. And ignored him. You're really gutless. The red-haired man sneered. Seeing that Lu Ming did not even dare to talk back, the rest of the people looked at him with disdain. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. A burly man in his 40s walked in and cupped his fists. I've made everyone wait for a long time. I'm the 2nd elder of the Zhu family, Zhu Chuan. It's my pleasure to meet you. You're too polite, 2nd elder. These people responded with cupped fists. Zhu Chuan walked up to the top of the hall and said, all right. The Zhu family has issued a total of 8 mission tokens this time. Now that everyone is here, I'll briefly explain the contents of this mission. I won't hide it from you all. The main reason I'm here is because the ancestor of my Zhu family was seriously injured in the Dark Blood Mountain. I need the blood of the direct descendants of the Zhu family to save my life. I also need a vitality supplement pill. Therefore, I'm here to escort the eldest miss of the Zhu family and the vitality supplement pill in her hands to the Dark Blood Mountain. Because there are many powerful bandits and mounted gangsters on the way to the Dark Blood Mountain, I need everyone to escort them. As long as you send the people and the pills to the ancestor of my Zhu family, it will be enough. The reward is 100,000 silver taels per person. Do you have any other questions? Zhu Chuan's gaze swept across the 8 people in the arena. There's a problem, of course there's a problem. The red-haired man stood up and said, 2nd elder, I would like to ask if you've tested the strength of these 8 people. Zhu Chuan was taken aback. No, but you're Wu Mo the Bloody Hand, and these 3 are the famous 3 ghosts of Mount Yin. They're famous in more than 10 big cities. Everyone knows them. I'm naturally aware of the strength of the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin. I'm just afraid that one of them is just here to make up for the numbers. If he doesn't have much strength and can just freeload off to earn 100,000 taels of silver, why don't we do this? The 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain and I will be in charge of this mission. The rest of you, get lost and split the silver with the 4 of us. That's even better. Wu Mo said with a cold smile. Bang. As soon as Wu Mo finished speaking, the noble young master slammed the table and said with a cold face, Wu Mo, who are you asking to get lost? Hee hee. Wu Mo sneered and said, I'm calling you. Can't you tell? Damn it, you 2 still wet behind the ears want to borrow my strength to earn 100,000 taels of silver. No way. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Ming and said disdainfully. The noble young master's face turned completely cold. He said coldly, Blood Hand Wu Mo, I think you don't want your hands anymore. Buzz. Wu Mo suddenly stood up and looked at the noble young master coldly. I'm going to cripple you today just because of what you said. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Mo struck his palm at the young master. His palm quickly turned red as he did so, and the smell of blood permeated the air. What a powerful bloody handprint. Wu Mo's bloody handprint has reached a higher level. The white-haired old man's face changed. 6th grade Master Realm Early Phase Cultivation, Yellow grade Low-level Martial Arts Technique, but only cultivated to the 3rd level, Mastery through Comprehensive Study. Lu Ming cast a glance at Wu Mo. He could see the details of Wu Mo's cultivation level at a glance. You're looking for death. Swish. Die. The noble young master shouted coldly. He unsheathed his sword and stabbed it toward Wu Mo like a bolt of lightning. The speed of the sword shocked Wu Mo. He hurriedly retreated to avoid the sword. However, the next moment, rays of sword radiance shot toward Wu Mo. The sword light was as smooth as flowing water. Middle 6th grade Master Realm Cultivation, 4th stage of Yellow level Lower class Sword Technique. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. He didn't expect this noble young master's cultivation to be so strong. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, A Soft Persimmon. Flying Cloud Sword Technique. You are a disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. Stop. Bloodhand Wu Mo cried out in alarm. You think I'll stop just because you say so? The noble young master sneered. His sword light did not stop, forcing Wu Mo to retreat. Puchi. In the end, the noble son's sword light left a long wound on Wu Mo's arm, and blood flowed out. At this moment, the noble young master sheathed his sword and stood up. He said proudly, "This time, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Next time, you'll die. Remember, I'm the core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect, Su Feiyun." What bloody hand. You're just trash in the eyes of the Flying Cloud sect. So he's a core disciple of the Flying Cloud sect. No wonder he's so strong. This Wu Mo is just asking for it. Lu Ming came to a realization. He shook his head and smiled. In the eastern part of the Blazing Sun Empire, the mystical sword sect was naturally the supreme overlord. However, there were a few other sects besides the mystical sword sect. These sects were naturally much weaker than the mystical sword sect, but they were much stronger than some itinerant cultivators or small clans. The Flying Cloud sect was such a sect. Wu Mo's face turned pale after being berated by a young man in his 20s. However, he didn't dare to lose his temper at Su Feiyun. He suddenly looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, "Kid, why did you shake your head and laugh just now? Are you laughing at me? A little bastard like you dares to laugh at me. I'm going to kill you." Then, he struck his palm at Lu Ming. Since he had lost face in front of Su Feiyun, he would get it back from Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. A sneer hung at the corners of his lips. He looked at Wu Mo's palm and did not move. Die. Wu Mo's lips curled into a cold smile. This kid is scared silly. One of the 3 Een Mountain ghosts shook his head. At this moment, a sword light burst out. The snow-white sword light cut through the air. It was faster and colder than Su Feiyun's sword light. A flash of blood appeared, followed by Wu Mo's shrill scream. "Ah, my hand." Wu Mo screamed as he retreated. One of his hands had already disappeared. His palm was, of course, cut off by Lu Ming's sword. Such a fast sword, such a ruthless method. The hearts of the people in the hall trembled. They all looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. He looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was able to cut off Wu Mo's palm with a single strike. What a terrifying strength. "Ah, who are you? Who the hell are you?" Wu Mo cried out mournfully. "Mystical Sword Sect, Lu Ming. If you want to take revenge, you can find me at the Mystical Sword Sect. Now, get lost." Lu Ming shouted. What? The Mystical Sword Sect? The others were all shocked, and then they came to a realization. So he was a disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect. No wonder he was so powerful. Even Su Feiyun, who had a proud expression, became honest at this time. A disciple of the Mystical Sword Sect. Haha, I admit defeat. Wu Mo laughed bitterly. To him, the Mystical Sword Sect was a giant. If he did not want to die, he would not be able to seek revenge from Lu Ming in this lifetime. Wu Mo picked up his broken hand and rushed out of the hall, disappearing from sight. The mystical sword sect. Above the hall, the second elder's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Haha, so it's the young hero of the mystical sword sect. I've been disrespectful. The white-haired old man cupped his hands and said courteously. After that, the others also stood up and cupped their fists. Lu Ming smiled faintly, returned the greeting, and sat down. Haha, I didn't think that there would be a hero from the mystical sword sect this time. I didn't even know that the mystical sword sect had collected the Zhu family's mission token. But this is even better. We're even more confident this time. All right, let's go. Zhu Chuan laughed. The crowd nodded and followed Zhu Chuan out of the Zhu family's residence. Outside, the Zhu family was ready. A carriage, dozens of Zhu family guards, and more than 10 green scale horses. The one in this carriage is our Zhu family's eldest miss. Zhu Chuan said. Everyone nodded their heads and mounted their green scale horses. With Zhu Chuan's command, the dozens of green scale horses let out a rumble and the group headed towards Dark Blood Mountain. Zhu Chuan was with them. It was more than 10 days' journey from the skycrossing city to the Dark Blood Mountain. Everyone hurried during the day and rested at night. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. These 3 days were very peaceful, because being close to the Dark Blood Mountain was the most dangerous. Because it was close to the Dark Blood Mountain and the terrain was desolate, there were all kinds of bandits and horse thieves in hiding. On the 4th day, late at night, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a temporary tent, meditating and cultivating. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard. In the quiet night, it was particularly abrupt. Lu Ming opened his eyes instantly and dashed out like a gust of wind. Buzz. Whoosh. It was obvious that he was not the only one. The others were alarmed as well, and they all rushed towards the source of the sound. It was a huge tent, and the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss was parked here. Lu Ming, the Yin Mountain's 3 ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the rest had reached it almost at the same time. Outside the tent, a figure was lying on the ground. It was the white-haired old man. However, his heart had been pierced by a short spear, and he was no longer breathing. Everyone frowned. These days, everyone had gotten to know each other. This old man was called Chen Xin, and he used a short spear. And now, this old man's heart had been pierced by his own short spear. What's going on? Zhu Chuan rushed over and his expression changed when he saw this. Uncle Fu, what's going on? Zhu Chuan shouted. An old man with a hunched back walked out of the tent. He was trembling as he said, "Second elder, I don't know what's going on. Just now, I suddenly heard a scream and was so scared that I didn't dare to come out to check. Then, you came. There are almost no traces of a fight here. Although Chen Xin's cultivation isn't very high, he is at the peak of the 5th grade master realm. Who could make Chen Xin so defenseless that he could kill him with his own short spear?" The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts said with a grave expression. The others were also frowning and thinking. Could it be the Zhou family? Zhu Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Zhou family? What Zhou family? Su Feiyun asked. This I won't hide it from you all. Our Zhu family has an archenemy, the Zhou family. The Zhou family and the Zhu family have been fighting openly and secretly for decades. Both of them want to destroy each other. This time, if the Zhou family knows that the ancestor of our Zhu family is seriously injured, they might send someone to stop us from escorting the pills. Zhu Chuan explained. There's such a thing. Second Elder Zhu, your Zhu family didn't mention this when you issued the mission, and now you've added a week. Out of nowhere. No, I think this mission still needs to be discussed. The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts said with a changed expression. Not bad. Su Feiyun also nodded. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, Fierce Battle with the Bandits. You guys can't change your mind halfway. Zhu Chuan said with an ugly expression. How about this? Since Wu Mo has quit and Chen Xin is dead, we'll continue with this mission as long as the Zhu family increases the pay and doubles the reward. The eldest of the 3 mountain ghosts rolled his eyes and said, "Double the price." Zhu Chuan looked troubled. With the price doubled, 6 people would cost 1.2 million taels of silver. Even if the Zhu family was wealthy, it would still be a huge expense. If you don't, then forget it. The 3 ghost masters of Mount Yin said. Wait, I'll give it to you. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth. I think we should pay half of the deposit first. Su Feiyun added. Half of the deposit? Zhu Chuan looked hesitant. Second elder, why don't you pay first? The young Mrs. Safety is more important, said Uncle Fu. This Uncle Fu was the coachman of the Zhu family's eldest miss. Okay, then I'll pay half first. Zhu Chuan gritted his teeth and returned to the tent. He took out a stack of silver notes, each of which was 10,000 taels. He gave Lu Ming and the others 100,000 taels each. Naturally, Lu Ming kept it without any hesitation. Haha, in that case, I think we should take turns to be on guard. This is to prevent the Zhou family from ambushing us. The Yin Mountain 3 ghosts all smiled after receiving the silver. Zhu Chuan immediately ordered the guards of the Zhu family to be on full alert. Naturally, someone would deal with Chen Xin's corpse. Lu Ming looked at the tent of the Lu family's eldest young lady, a strange look in his eyes. He had always felt that this matter was very strange. Moreover, they had not even seen the Zhu family's eldest miss for a few days. He had been hiding in the carriage all day, acting all mysterious. Zhu Chuan said that the eldest daughter of the Zhu family was not in good health recently and was afraid of catching a cold. Lu Ming pondered for a while. He discussed with the 3 ghosts of the Yin Mountain and the rest on how to arrange for them to take turns to be on guard. Then, he returned to the tent. In the second half of the night, Lu Ming went out to be on guard. There was no movement throughout the night. The next day, they continued their journey. The next few days were peaceful. On the 8th day, everyone was already close to the Dark Blood Mountain. The terrain gradually became desolate. At this point, everyone was on full alert and on full alert. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they passed by a mountain path, sharp air-piercing sounds suddenly came from both sides. A dense wave of arrows was shot at them. Not good, enemy attack, full defense. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the rest had already soared into the sky. Sword radiance flashed and the arrows were cut into 2 in the air. Then, they released their true chi and swept up the broken arrows. The arrows were reflected back at a speed faster than when they were shot. Ah! Ah! Then, a scream was heard. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from ahead, stirring up a cloud of dust. A group of more than 100 people were riding their war horses and rumbling over. A group of people appeared in front of them. They were all strong and burly men, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. They revealed that their cultivation was not weak, and ordinary people could not compare to them. Hand over all your treasures and women, and you can get lost. The leader of the group, a burly man with a full beard, shouted. As expected, they had encountered bandits. I think you're the ones who should get lost. Su Feiyun shouted loudly, and his figure pounced out like lightning. His movement technique was very fast. Then, a sword light cut through the air and struck at the leading bandit. So powerful. The expression of the leader of the bandits changed drastically. He drew out his large saber and barely managed to block a few moves before he was killed by Su Feiyun's sword. The 9th leader has been killed. Retreat. The other bandits were shocked and retreated like a swarm of bees, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Aren't these bandits too weak? Su Feiyun walked back and pouted. Young hero Su, it's not that the bandits are weak. It's just that the stronger ones haven't come out yet. The boss of the 3 Yin Mountain ghosts. They had been in the martial world for many years and knew that these bandits were not as simple as they seemed. Next, be on full alert. Don't be careless. Zhu Chuan ordered. Yes. The guards of the Zhu family responded one after another. Then, everyone continued to move forward. Sure enough, not long after, the deafening sound of horse hooves rang out again. They're here. Everyone knew that the Real challenge was coming. These bandits are truly endless. This time, let me kill them all. Su Feiyun's expression turned stern. As the dust filled the air, a few hundred people appeared in front of them. So many people. Everyone's heart trembled. A few hundred people, densely packed, stopped in front of them. Who is it that dared to kill my ninth brother? Come out and face your death. The leader of the bandits was 7 feet tall and muscular. He carried a huge machete on his back, and his voice was like a great bell. His aura was oppressive. Great Master, it was that pretty boy who killed him. One of the lackeys pointed at Su Feiyun and shouted. So it's you, pretty boy. Come out and face your death. The Great Master roared. I think you're the one who's going to die. Su Feiyun was proud and arrogant, and yet he was actually looked down upon by a bandit at this moment. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he leaped off his green-scaled horse. He unsheathed his long sword and charged towards the Great Master. Kill! Kill! The Great Master shouted, and his tall figure also jumped from his war horse. The large blade in his hand slashed out a pale blade light. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. Su Feiyun's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. How can he be so strong? Su Feiyun's expression changed drastically. Trash, kill, kill, kill. The leader shouted and slashed out dozens of times. The astral blade howled and enveloped Su Feiyun's entire body. Flying Cloud Sword Technique. Su Feiyun tried his best to use the Flying Cloud Sword Technique, but he still couldn't block the Great Master. In just 10 moves, Su Feiyun was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The cultivation of the first master had actually reached the peak of the 6th grade master realm. I'll deal with him. The leader of the 3 mountain ghosts moved and rushed out. He used an iron rod and ruthlessly smashed it at the bandit boss. As the iron rod smashed down, it made a hoo-hoo sound as if the air was about to be shattered. The leader of the 3 mountain ghosts was also a peak 6th grade master realm. It could be said that his cultivation was the highest among them. The saber and the iron rod collided, and both of them took 3 steps back. I can't believe there's an expert like you. But do you think you can do anything by yourself? Kill them all. The leader of the bandits waved his hand, and hundreds of bandits immediately rushed over. Protect the young miss. Zhu Chuan shouted. Dozens of guards from the Zhu family surrounded the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he rushed out. Whoosh! He performed the lustrous sword technique as fast as lightning. With each strike, several bandits had their throats cut off. Wherever his body passed, blood would flow. Chapter 65. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, all of you have been deceived. A burly man with a huge axe in his hand came slashing at Lu Ming. This burly man had a cultivation of 5th grade master realm. Among the bandits, he was definitely at the leader level. However, a 5th grade master realm was nothing in Lu Ming's eyes. With a slight shake of his body, he dodged the axe. Then, with a flash of sword light, the burly man's throat was cut off. Chi. The sword chi was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had died at Lu Ming's hands. The other 2 of the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin and Su Feiyun were in a similar situation. Apart from the chief, the strongest of the other bandits was only at the peak of the 5th grade master realm. They weren't a match for the 3 ghosts. Even if there were many people, it was useless. In just a short moment, hundreds of people were killed. Not good, the enemy is too strong. Retreat. The Great Master roared. He had exchanged over 100 moves with the 3 mountain ghosts, yet neither of them had won. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today, so he prepared to retreat. Right at this moment, a figure leaped out like a bolt of lightning from among the bandits and pounced towards the carriage of the Zhu clan's eldest young miss. This figure's speed was unbelievably fast. With a wave of his hand, his true energy burst forth. He was actually even more powerful than the first master. 7th grade master realm. The second brother of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts shouted. Buffed. Buffed. The strongest of the Zhu family's guards was only in the 1st grade master realm, and it was impossible for them to contend against such an expert. More than 10 of them were killed by the powerful true chi. The figure was about to pounce onto the carriage of the Zhu family's eldest miss. At this moment, the coachman, Uncle Fu, let out a long howl. Zhou Linshan, I knew you would come. Following that, Uncle Fu also leaped into the air, erupting with a powerful aura as he exchanged a few palm strikes with the figure from before. Boom. Boom. With a few consecutive booms, the two of them took a few steps back after landing. This coachman is also a 7th grade master realm. Lu Ming, Su Feiyun, and the rest were all shocked. At this time, everyone could clearly see that the figure who launched the sneak attack was an old man in his 60s. Zhu Bing, hand over the vitality supplement pill and Luan, Zhou Linshan shouted. Hand it over, then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. The coachman said coldly. At this time, his body was no longer hunched. He stood straight and his aura was threatening. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of horse hooves rang out continuously. Following that, a large group of people appeared on the mountain path. There were also silhouettes of people flickering in the surrounding forest. There were a few hundred people in total. They're all experts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could tell that the people who appeared behind them were not bandits. They were all elites, well-trained, and had strong cultivation. The bandits' faces were extremely ugly. The chief shouted, Everyone, your business has nothing to do with us. Can you let us leave? He even wanted to cry. He was simply baffled. Wasn't it just a robbery? Not only did he encounter a bunch of experts, but now there was even a group of them. Zhou Linshan waved his hand and said, Let them go. Immediately, those people opened up a path for the bandits to escape in panic. After the bandits fled, 7 old men walked up to Zhou Shanlin and saluted, Master. The clan leader of the Zhou clan. Lu Ming and the rest moved their eyes and retreated to the side of the carriage. Zhou Linshan, it seems like the Zhou family has turned out in full force this time. The coachman laughed without a trace of fear. Zhu Bing, as the Zhou clan's old ancestor, you actually played such a trick. Truly despicable and shameless. Zhou Linshan said with a gloomy face. What? The Zhou family's ancestor? This coachman is actually the ancestor of the Zhou family. 3 Yin ghosts, Su Feiyun, and the others were shocked. They looked at the coachman, Zhu Bing, who was also the ancestor of the Zhou family, with a puzzled look. But wasn't the Zhou family's ancestor severely injured and waiting for rescue at the Dark Blood Mountain? Could it be that everything the Zhou family had said was false? There was a glimmer of light in Lu Ming's eyes. Indeed, something was not right. He had been feeling strange about it all along. Zhu Chuan, what's going on? The leader of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts looked at Zhu Chuan gloomily. However, Zhu Chuan sneered and stood behind Zhu Bing. Everyone, it seems that you've been deceived by the Zhu family. Let me tell you the truth. The person in the carriage is my granddaughter, Zhou Tong. Her father was injured and needed a vitality supplement pill to treat him. She went to buy it, but she was caught by the Zhu family when she bought the vitality supplement pill. Everyone, this matter is a grudge between the Zhou family and the Zhu family. It has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't interfere. No matter how much the Zhu family has given you, I'm willing to compensate you double. Zhou Linshan cupped his fists and said. What? Su Feiyun and the others were a little stunned. The truth was actually the complete opposite of what the Zhu family had said. Zhu Bing, Zhu Chuan, how dare you lie to us? We, the 3 ghosts of Yin Mountain, are not that easy to fool. The leader of the 3 Yin Mountain ghosts said coldly, his expression extremely unsightly. It was the same for the others. Hee, if I don't do this, how can I lure out the Zhou family and make them come out in full force? Zhu Bing sneered. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the surrounding forest. Then, a group of people appeared and surrounded the Zhou family. Zhu Bing, you indeed have an ambush in the dark. However, your Zhu clan and my Zhou clan are on par in strength. Do you think you can destroy my Zhou clan just like that? Zhou Linshan said. Zhu Bing laughed and said, Of course, my Zhu family alone can't destroy your Zhou family. However, with the addition of the few of them, as long as they die together with your Zhou family's elders, will your Zhou family still be my match? Ha ha ha. What? Zhu Bing, you actually want us to die together with the Zhou clan's elder? I think you're crazy. Now, give us the rest of the reward, and we'll turn around and leave. I don't want to get involved in the mess between your two families. The leader of the 3 mountain ghosts looked at Zhu Bing as if he was a lunatic. That's right, give me the rest of the silver and I can let bygones be bygones. Su Feiyun's expression was also extremely ugly. He had actually been fooled by the Zhu family. He secretly decided that when he returned, he would definitely lead the Flying Cloud sect to teach the Zhu family a lesson. Lu Ming did not say anything. He felt that things were not that simple. You want to leave after giving me silver? How can I exterminate the Zhou family if you leave? Old Zhu, are you King dreaming? Fine, you don't want to give me the silver, right? I'll leave now, but I'm afraid you can't bear the anger of my Flying Cloud sect. Su Feiyun was furious. He turned around and wanted to leave. Leave, can you leave? Now that you're poisoned, you're dreaming if you think you can escape. Su Yunfei's body suddenly trembled. He turned around and looked at Zhu Bing in disbelief. You guys, you actually dare to poison me. As for the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin, including the middle-aged woman, their expressions were extremely unsightly. Only Lu Ming remained calm. There was even an inexplicable smile on his lips. Chapter 66. Chapter 66, The Zhu Family's Patriarch's Trap. That's impossible. I've checked every meal we ate. There's no poison at all. The second brother of the Yin Mountain 3 ghosts called out. Second brother Yin, I know you're an expert in using poison. Moreover, you 3 ghosts of Mount Yin have roamed the martial world for many years, so you're extremely vigilant. You're not as gullible as these young boys. Soul-devouring banner, I wonder if you've heard of it. Zhu Bing smiled faintly. What? Goo poison, could it be the southern wasteland goo poison? Second brother Yin cried out in alarm. Haha, that's right. I've paid a huge price for this soul-devouring banner. The soul-devouring banner is just an extremely tiny worm. It's impossible to distinguish it from food. Moreover, the usual poison testing methods are ineffective. Zhu Bing smiled proudly. Damn it, old man. Hand over the antidote, or I'll exterminate your entire Zhu family. Su Feiyun roared in anger. It's a pity that there's no cure for the soul-devouring banner, Zhu Bing said lightly. What? There's no cure. The faces of the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin, Su Feiyun, and the woman were as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. Old man, I'm going to kill you. Su Feiyun revealed a look of despair as he roared and pounced towards Zhu Bing. Squeak. At this moment, Zhu Bing suddenly let out a strange sound. As soon as this sound came out, Su Feiyun's body suddenly froze. Then, he held his head with both hands and let out a shrill scream. Arg. Ah. It hurts. Su Feiyun roared loudly. His long sword danced wildly as he slashed. He kept letting out shrill screams. In just a few breaths, when Zhu Bing's voice stopped, Su Feiyun also stopped. However, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his soul, and he stood there in a daze. Haha, now that you've been poisoned by the soul-devouring banner, you're my puppet. You still want to resist? No, no. The 3 Yin Mountain ghosts could not believe their eyes. Zhu Bing, there are disciples of the mystical sword sect here, yet you dare to lay your hands on them. If this gets out, your entire Zhu family will be exterminated. Big Boss Yin called out unwillingly. So what if it's the mystical sword sect? As long as he was dead, who would know that the Zhou family was destroyed? Alright, now you guys can go together. Zhu Bing said, and then made a squeaking sound. The Yin Mountain 3 ghosts and the others let out shrill screams. Attack! Zhou Linshan shouted. He wanted to rush over and stop them, but the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin had all gone mad. They were incomparably terrifying. They exchanged a few blows with the Zhou clan's people, and the Zhou clan's people were forced back. After being poisoned by the goo, he was not afraid of death, and even his battle strength had increased by a level. However, at this moment, Zhu Bing let out a cry of disbelief. Lu Ming, why are you fine? At this moment, Lu Ming stood there with an indifferent expression, watching everything. What's up? Why am I in trouble? I'm not poisoned. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're not poisoned. It's impossible. I've checked every time, and you've eaten every single meal. How can you not be poisoned? Zhu Bing cried out in disbelief. Lu Ming and the rest had their own tents. Every meal was delivered by Zhu Bing's men. He would check it every time to ensure that nothing would go wrong. He clearly remembered that Lu Ming would eat it all up. Every time. Don't tell me you've forgotten that there are things like storage rings in this world. A storage ring. No wonder, no wonder. The mystical sword sect's disciples are indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, you even have a treasure like a storage ring. It seems like your status in the mystical sword sect is not ordinary. Zhu Bing came to a realization. Despite all his calculations, he had missed out on the storage ring. Storage rings were not common goods. On the contrary, they were extremely rare and were basically monopolized by the major forces. Even if one had money, one could not buy one. For people like the three ghosts of Mount Een, they could still take out a few 100,000 taels of silver, but they did not have a storage ring, because there was no place to buy it. There was a price but no market. But why are you so careful? Even if you have a storage ring, you can't possibly not eat it, right? Zhu Bing asked curiously. Because you guys have a problem. Lu Ming smiled faintly. From the first day we set off, I already felt that something was wrong. The dignified lady of the Zhu family actually did not dare to let others meet her. Although you said that it was because she was not feeling well, I had no choice. I am a very careful person, so I could only eat the rations that I brought. After that, Chen Xin was killed, which made him even more suspicious. I observed on the way that Chen Xin kept looking at the carriage. I guess that this old man is a lecher and has seen the Zhu family's eldest daughter before. So that night, Chen Xin probably couldn't control his lust and wanted to touch the Zhu family's eldest daughter. He must have found out that the Zhu family's young miss was a fake, so he was killed to silence her. How could an ordinary person kill him so easily? Now that I think about it, the one who killed him was you. Also, as far as I know, your Zhu family is not weak, but you only sent a few guards to escort me, and they are also weak. This is even more suspicious. With so many suspicious points, how would I dare to eat the food you send? Lu Ming's analysis was clear and logical. Sigh, it's not easy to earn some money these days. In the end, Lu Ming let out a long sigh. Haha, I didn't think that you would be so meticulous at such a young age. But so what if you weren't poisoned? Today, you'll still die. Zhu Bing's eyes were filled with killing intent. With a move of his hand, a long spear appeared in Zhu Bing's hand. Do it. Under Zhu Bing's command, the experts of the Zhu clan took action one after another, fighting with the people of the Zhou clan. At the same time, he made a squeaking sound. The three ghosts of Mount Een roared like wild beasts and pounced on Zhou Linshan and the 7 elders of the Zhou family. A chaotic battle began. The moment they made a move, the Zhou family was at a complete disadvantage. The three ghosts of Mount Een were not afraid of death. They exploded with terrifying combat strength and entangled Zhou Linshan and the Zhou family elder. However, the Zhu clan elder was able to free up his hands and kill the other Zhou clan experts as easily as taking something from his pocket. Lu Ming, I'll personally send you on your way. Bang. Zhu Bing stomped his feet and dashed towards Lu Ming like a cannonball. The long spear in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Lu Ming's throat. Whoosh! The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light burst out, clashing with the spear. With a clang, Lu Ming did not move, but Zhu Bing took 3 steps back. Zhu Bing's eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he roared, "How is that possible? How can a mere 5th grade master realm cultivator be this strong?" He was at the early phase of the 7th grade master realm, 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. It was simply unbelievable that he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming in one move. Even a disciple of the mystical sword sect couldn't possibly be this powerful, right? Compared to Ning Feng, I'm still a little lacking. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Although Zhu Bing's cultivation was the same as Ning Feng's, his combat strength was definitely not on par with Ning Feng's. The disciples of the mystical sword sect were naturally not something that these small families could compare to. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Chapter 67 Killing Zhu Bing. Kill him. He must be killed. Lu Ming is definitely the top genius of the mystical sword sect. If he escapes, the Zhu family will be annihilated. Zhu Bing roared in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. Boom. A powerful aura burst forth as Zhu Bing unleashed the power of his bloodline. Zhu Bing's bloodline was a red snake, which was a third-level bloodline. After it was activated, it would increase his combat power by 30%. Die. Fire gun technique fire dance. Zhu Bing charged at Lu Ming. With a swing of the spear in his hand, flowers of flames appeared and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Ultimate flowing light. Lu Ming cast the fastest move of the lustrous sword technique and slashed out sword beams at the flame flowers. Clang. Clang. A concentrated sound of collision was heard. Sparks flew in all directions and Lu Ming's figure retreated several steps. What a powerful spear technique. The power of this spear technique has already surpassed my current moonbeam sword technique. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He had already cultivated the lustrous sword technique to the 5th level. Could it be that Zhu Bing had also cultivated a yellow-level upper-class martial arts technique and had already cultivated it to the 6th level? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Fire gun art lightning chase. Zhu Bing's body swayed slightly and he thrust his spear at Lu Ming again. The speed of the spear was unbelievably fast, like a red lightning. The long spear pierced through the air, making an ear-piercing sharp sound. Lu Ming took a step forward and used the dragon serpent steps to avoid the sharp edge. Fire gun art moon pulling. As his spear missed, Zhu Bing's spear momentum changed and swept out. The long spear swept out like a crescent moon. Lu Ming blocked the attack with his long sword. At the same time, he retreated rapidly, using the force to dissipate the force. This Zhu Bing's actual combat strength is not as strong as Ning Feng's. However, with the spear art, his strength is slightly above Ning Feng's. This won't do. I have to end this quickly. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At this moment, the Zhou family was already at a complete disadvantage. They could not wait any longer. Otherwise, when the elders of the Zhu family were free to attack him together, he would have a headache. At the thought of this, Lu Ming dashed towards Zhu Bing with a flash of blood-red light on his body. Bloodline explosion. Die. Fire gun art broken armor. Zhu Bing's spear was aimed at Lu Ming. The tip of the spear had a spinning cutting power. However, Lu Ming did not care. He just had to avoid the real tip of the spear. He swung his long sword and blocked the tip of the spear. Then, Lu Ming glided along the spear and threw a punch. He completely ignored the spinning cutting power that erupted from the long spear. Lu Ming now had a 4th-level blood meridian. When his blood meridian exploded, his combat strength increased by 40%. There was no way to block this punch. Although Zhu Bing struck out with his other hand, he could only use 50% of his essential qi in a hurry. How could he block Lu Ming? With a loud boom, Zhu Bing's body trembled violently and he was forced back a dozen steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Lu Ming used the dragon serpent steps, covering 70 feet with a single step. He appeared in front of Zhu Bing in an instant, and a ray of sword radiance flashed past like a flying immortal. Zhu Bing's head flew far away, and his eyes were wide open in disbelief. The Zhu family's patriarch, Zhu Bing, was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash despite all his efforts. This Zhu family's patriarch actually has a storage ring. I'm lucky. He had clearly seen that the Zhu family's patriarch's spear had appeared out of thin air. However, thinking about it, the Zhu family's patriarch had lived for so many years. It was still possible for him to find a way to get a storage ring. Lu Ming walked to the front of Zhu Bing's corpse and took off a ring on his finger. He kept it in the supreme shrine and a devouring force was produced, devouring Zhu Bing's blood essence. Forefather. The ancestor is dead. The Zhu family's patriarch was killed, and the Zhu family was in chaos. Roar. Without the Zhu clan's patriarch's control, the 3 ghosts of Mount Yin immediately roared and attacked in a disorderly manner. No matter if it was the Zhu family or the Zhou family, they attacked without any pattern, like a few wild beasts that had gone mad. Retreat. At this time, Zhou Linshan and the rest of the Zhou family retreated quickly and then attacked the rest of the Zhu family. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned his surroundings. He sneered, "Zhu family, I, Lu Ming, am not that easy to deceive. If you lie to me, you have to pay the price." Lu Ming's body flickered as he charged at the Zhu family elders. The Zhu family's elders were all at the 6th grade master realm, but they were no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's sword light left a trail of corpses in its wake. Their blood essence had been devoured by Lu Ming. After killing a few Zhu family elders, Lu Ming did not continue to attack. Instead, his body flashed and he focused on devouring the blood essence of those who had already died in battle. As long as they were martial masters or above, he would devour their blood essence. Hoo-hoo. Waves of energy gushed out from his blood and surged into his body. Lu Ming absorbed them and turned them into essential qi. When all the blood essence was refined, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of the middle 5th grade master realm. He was just one step away from the late 5th grade master realm. At this moment, the battle was coming to an end. The Zhu family's patriarch and a few other elders were all killed by Lu Ming. How could the remaining few elders be a match for Zhou Linshan and the rest? They were also killed one by one. When the other Zhu clan disciples saw the situation, their morale completely fell and they fled for their lives. Corpses were left on the mountain path and in the forest. The smell of blood filled the air, making it look like a purgatory on earth. In this battle, the Zhu family left behind more than 200 corpses, and the Zhou family also lost more than 100 people. However, none of the Zhou clan's higher-ups were dead, while almost all of the Zhu clan's higher-ups were dead. One could imagine that after this battle, the Zhu family was bound to be swallowed up by the Zhou family. However, Lu Ming was not concerned about all this. Roar! Roar! The 3 ghosts of Mount Yin, Su Feiyun, and the others were still roaring, but they had obviously exhausted all their strength. They lay limply on the ground and soon stopped breathing. "This young hero, thank you for saving me this time." At this moment, Zhou Linshan walked over and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. He bowed to him and expressed his sincere gratitude. If Lu Ming had not made a move and killed the Zhu family's patriarch and a few elders, the outcome would have been completely reversed. He was sincerely grateful to Lu Ming. "You're welcome, Zhou family head. I was only protecting myself." A faint smile appeared on the person's face as he cupped his hands in greeting. Zhou Linshan smiled faintly. However, when his gaze fell on the long sword in Lu Ming's hand, his expression changed and he cried out, "The Heavenly Star Sword, why is the Heavenly Star Sword in your hands?" As soon as he said that, Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes lit up and he said, "How do you know the name of this sword? Do you know my father?" "Your father? Could it be that your brother Yuntian's son?" Zhou Linshan was pleasantly surprised. "That's right, I'm Lu Yuntian's son." Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Zhou Linshan. "Ha ha ha, I was the one who personally gave this Heavenly Star Sword to your mother. How could I not know what this sword is called?" Zhou Linshan laughed out loud, looking very excited. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, News of Lu Yuntian. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes widened and he said anxiously, "You're saying that you were the one who gave my mother this sword?" Zhou Linshan stroked his beard and nodded. "I remember that there was a bronze pendant besides this sword." Lu Ming had no more doubts. He cupped his fists and said, "Lu Ming greets the Zhou family head." "Haha, it's been so many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be so old and have such a profound cultivation base." Zhou Linshan laughed and said, "Let's go over there and talk." Soon after, the two of them arrived at a hillside. Zhou Linshan told Lu Ming about him and Lu Yuntian. As it turned out, more than 8 years ago, when Zhou Linshan was out traveling, Lu Yuntian was the one who saved him when he was in danger. Later on, the two of them got along well and became close friends. About 7 years ago, Lu Yuntian found Zhou Linshan and handed him 2 items. One of them was the Heavenly Star Sword, and the other was a bronze pendant. He also told Zhou Linshan that if anything happened to him, he should wait for 2 years before giving the 2 items to Li Ping secretly. Lu Ming came to a realization. It was no wonder that Lu Yuntian had sent these 2 items 2 years after he had spread the news that something had happened. Before this, he had found it strange. "Zhou family head, I want to know, how did my father die? Who killed him?" Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since Lu Yuntian had given these 2 items to Zhou Linshan in advance and even said that something would happen to him, it was obvious that Lu Yuntian knew that someone was going to deal with him. That was why he had made such preparations. Who was it that wanted to deal with Lu Yuntian? Perhaps Zhou Linshan knew something. Sure enough, Zhou Linshan frowned and hesitated for a long time before he said, "Lu Ming, your father might not be dead." It was as if thunder had exploded in Lu Ming's heart. "I'm not, he didn't die." Lu Ming's pupils dilated rapidly. Then, his heart was filled with ecstasy. "Zhou, Uncle Zhou, are you saying that my father is not dead? Then where was he? Why didn't you come home for so many years?" Lu Ming's heart was trembling. Even his voice was trembling. "If I'm not wrong, Brother Yuntian should be under someone's control." Zhou Linshan thought for a while and said, "Controlled? Who is it?" Lu Ming clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. His eyes were red as he asked. Zhou Linshan furrowed his brows. After a while, he said, "Nephew, I can tell you, but you have to promise me that you won't act rashly. Otherwise, you'll just die in vain. Otherwise, I'd rather not tell you than let you die in vain." Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Uncle Zhou, don't worry. I won't act rashly before I'm strong enough." Seeing the determination in Lu Ming's eyes, Zhou Linshan heaved a long sigh. "All right, I'll tell you. Brother Yuntian is most likely in the imperial capital, and the person who did this should be someone from the 10-Direction Sword School." The imperial capital. The 10-Direction Sword Sect. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly emitted a shocking glow. Zhou Linshan was shocked. He quickly said, "The Burning Sun Empire's capital is now under the control of the 10-Direction Sword Sect. The 10-Direction Sword Sect is the leader of the 5 great sects of the Burning Sun Empire. You must not act rashly. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. I know what to do." Lu Ming took a deep breath. Among the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire, the 10-Direction Sword Sect was ranked first. They occupied a large area of rich land in the middle of the Blazing Sun Empire. Their strength was so great that even the mystical sword sect was far inferior to them. He naturally wouldn't rashly go to save her. Otherwise, she would probably be killed before even seeing his father. His current strength was many times weaker than the entire 10-Direction Sword School. If father is really just being controlled and hasn't been killed for so many years, then it's obvious that father has something that the 10-Direction Sword School needs. Then, nothing will happen after this. However, no one can guarantee such things. Strength, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. If I'm strong enough now, I can directly kill my way over to the imperial capital and the 10-Direction Sword School. But it won't take long, father. I'll definitely save you." Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with determination and his body was filled with a strong fighting spirit. "That's good. AI, it's all my fault for not being strong enough. All these years, I've missed my younger brother Yuntian, but I was unable to save him. Today, I was even saved by my nephew. I really owe you and your father too much." Zhou Linshan sighed. "Uncle Zhou, how can you be blamed for this? After all, the other party is the 10-Direction Sword School. I'm already very grateful that you can help give us this sword." Lu Ming consoled her. However, Zhou Linshan continued to sigh. After a while, he asked, "Nephew, where do you plan to go next?" "I'm planning to go to the Dark Blood Mountain. There's a mission to do there." Lu Ming did not hide anything. "Dark Blood Mountain. It's not far from here, but there are many demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain, so nephew must be careful. I'm going to send little Ro back now, her father needs the vitality supplement pill. Nephew, come visit the Zhou family when you have time." Zhou Linshan invited. "All right, I'll definitely visit you when I have time." Lu Ming will take his leave now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and saluted. Then, in a flash, he chose a green scale horse on the mountain road and rode on it, continuing to head towards the direction of the Dark Blood Mountain. Looking at Lu Ming's back view, Zhou Linshan's eyes shone with anticipation. He muttered to himself, "Brother Yuntian, nephew Lu Ming has joined the mystical sword sect. He has such a high cultivation base at such a young age. Perhaps he can really save you in the future. The green scale horse galloped madly for more than 100 miles before Lu Ming stopped in a valley. Lu Ming sat on a green rock, in a daze. More than 6 years ago, when he first found out about Lu Yuntian's accident, he did not believe it. He didn't believe that the indomitable men in his eyes would die. However, as time passed, there was still no news of Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming gradually believed that Lu Yuntian had really died. However, today, he suddenly learned that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. He was extremely excited. If Mother knows about this, she'll be so happy. No, I can't. Let Mother know for now. If Mother knows that Father is in the hands of the 10-Direction Sword School, she'll be even more worried. Father, you must wait for me. Ming will definitely save you. People from the 10-Direction Sword sect, I, Lu Ming, swear that no matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted. He recalled the days when Lu Yuntian was still around. Lu Ming did not know how long had passed before he snapped out of his thoughts. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He was currently on the Supreme Shrine's second platform. As for the third platform, he still couldn't get up there. He didn't know what cultivation level he would need to get up there. After that, Lu Ming picked up the storage ring that he had obtained from Zhu Bing. What could be in the storage ring of the Zhu family's elder? Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Chapter 69 Fire Gun Art. His mind sank into the storage ring and a small space was reflected in Lu Ming's mind. The space was about the size of a square, about the same size as the storage ring he had obtained from Duanmuzhu. There were a few boxes scattered inside. With a wave of his hand, these boxes appeared on the Supreme Shrine's platform. First of all, a small and exquisite box came into Lu Ming's sight. Because this box was lined with gold, it looked luxurious and extraordinary. After opening the box, it turned out to be a book. The fire gun art was a martial skill. Lu Ming could not help but think of the spear technique that Zhu Bing had performed previously. Wasn't it called the fire gun technique? He still remembered the power of that spear art. He opened it with some anticipation. At first glance, Lu Ming was shocked. A profound rank martial skill. This spear technique was actually a profound rank martial skill. Black grade low-level martial arts technique, fire gun technique. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a black rank martial arts technique. I'm going to hit the jackpot. Lu Ming was overjoyed. A black grade martial skill was many times more precious than a yellow grade martial skill. Lu Ming could not wait to read it. The more he read, the more shocked he was. What a powerful force. There's no way to compare it with a yellow grade martial skill. The difference is like heaven and earth. That Zhu Bing has probably only cultivated it to the first level and has only just glimpsed the door. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Generally speaking, as long as one could cultivate a black grade low-level martial arts technique to the first level, its power would be comparable to the 6th level of a yellow grade high-level martial arts technique. The first level was already comparable to the 6th level of a yellow grade high-level martial arts technique. One could only imagine how powerful a black grade martial arts technique was. But at the same time, the difficulty of cultivating black-level martial arts techniques was many times more difficult than yellow-level martial arts techniques. It was difficult for a normal Master Realm warrior to successfully cultivate it. Unless he was a top genius. Zhu Bing had trained hard for decades, but he had only managed to cultivate to the first level. I wonder how many contribution points it would cost to exchange for a black rank martial arts technique in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's library. It's a pity that it's a spear technique, and I'm a sword practitioner, so I can't cultivate it. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Wait. Lu Ming's eyes darkened and then lit up. He muttered, "Who said I'm a swordsman? The true war dragon technique that I've been cultivating has produced dragon-shaped true chi, and my spear is like a dragon. Perhaps, I've been going in the wrong direction all this time." Since he was young, Lu Ming had always wanted to use his sword to travel the world. Naturally. He had a special love for swords. Later on, he obtained the lustrous sword technique from the Supreme Shrine and joined the mystical sword sect. Therefore, subconsciously, Lu Ming felt that he should be a swordsman. However, during this period of time, the lustrous sword technique had been stuck at the 5th level, and it was difficult to break through the 6th level, which was the unity of man and martial arts. He had thought that it was just because he was not mature enough. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would definitely be able to break through. But now that he thought about it, this was probably not the reason at all. It was because the sword technique was not compatible with him at all. If they were not compatible, they would have to spend more time and energy than others to cultivate to the highest realm. Some people were born to practice the sword, while others were born to practice the saber or the spear. Of course, this was related to one's personality, cultivation techniques, and even the bloodline one had awakened. As for Lu Ming, he cultivated the true war dragon technique and had awakened his bloodline. Now that he was a little like a snake, wouldn't he be more compatible with the spear? Lu Ming picked up Zhu Bing's long spear and thrust it forward. The long spear pierced through the air and let out a sharp whistling sound. Lu Ming felt that the dragon-shaped vital energy in his body surged out the moment the spear was thrust forward. It burst out along the long spear. Pili-pa-la. A ray of spear light burst out like a dragon, piercing the air with a crackling sound. My Jinqi is even smoother. It's done in one go. As expected, I'm more suited to spear training. It seems like I'll have to properly cultivate my spear technique after I return. However, I'll put it aside for now. I'll see what's in the other boxes first. He put the spear down and looked at the other boxes. There were 2 large boxes, and they were all filled with jewelry, gold, and silver. The other smaller box was filled with gold and silver notes. 1 tael of gold was equivalent to 10 taels of silver. After a rough estimate, these chests added up to at least 2 million taels of silver. This made Lu Ming ecstatic. 2 million taels of silver was equivalent to 20,000 contribution points. How much demonic beast blood essence could it be exchanged for? This wasn't even considered a profound grade martial arts technique, but what about the fire gun technique? This trip was not in vain. However, this time, Lu Ming truly understood the dangers of the world. The competition was intense not only within the mystical sword sect, but in other places. For the sake of survival, for the sake of resources, they would fight and kill without end. Even if you were a disciple of a big sect, if you were a little careless, you would die. Just like this time, Zhu Jiaming knew that he was a disciple of the mystical sword sect, but he still dared to attack. If he was not careful enough, he would have become Zhu Bing's chess piece and died under the poisonous insect. Everyone was fighting hard. If you didn't advance, you would be surpassed by others and become a stepping stone for others. Lu Ming was not willing to be someone else's stepping stone. Therefore, he had to work hard. He wanted others to be his stepping stone. After he was done, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and continued his journey to the Dark Blood Mountain. A day later, a majestic mountain range appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The Dark Blood Mountain was a famous mountain in the eastern part of the Burning Sun Empire. Because the entire Dark Blood Mountain range was dark red in color. The ground was dark red, the rocks were dark red, and even the plants were dark red, as if they had been soaked in blood. That was why it was called Dark Blood Mountain. According to the legends, the Dark Blood Mountain wasn't originally like this. After an unknown period of time, there was once a peerless expert who had a great battle with someone. Fresh blood scattered and seeped into the mountains and rivers, and that was how the Dark Blood Mountain was formed. If this was true, it would be extremely shocking. What kind of existence was this? That's why there was so much blood that dyed the mountains red. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, there were indeed some very strange treasures in the Dark Blood Mountain, which attracted many people to come here to seek for treasures. The blood Reiki flower and the dark bloodstone that Lu Ming needed for the mission were among them. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming dashed into the Dark Blood Mountain. It was indeed very strange. The trees that came into view were all dark red, and the stones under his feet were also dark red. Lu Ming kept moving forward, his eyes searching everywhere to see if he could find the blood Reiki flower. Suddenly, a ray of red light shot toward Lu Ming. The sword was unsheathed, and the red light was cut in half. It was a dark red scorpion. The scorpion was poisonous. Lu Ming slowed down and observed his surroundings carefully. After a few miles, more than 10 giant wolves with dark red fur surrounded Lu Ming. This was the unique dark blood wolf of the Dark Blood Mountain. It was 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long. It was extremely powerful. Every one of them was a Class 1 LV2 demonic beast, and there were even a few Class 2 LV2 demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! More than a dozen dark blood wolves pounced on Lu Ming. Chapter 70. Chapter 70, The Strange Blood-Colored Liquid. The sword light flashed like lightning across the sky, bringing with it streams of blood. When the sword light faded, the dozen dark blood wolves had all been killed. At once, Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian and devoured all the blood essence of the dark-blooded wolves. The blood essence of this dark blood wolf is so rich in life essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up during the refining process. He discovered that the life essence contained in the blood essence of the dark blood wolf was double that of other demonic beasts of the same level. The blood essence of a Class 1 second-level dark-blooded wolf was almost as good as the blood essence of other Class 2 second-level demonic beasts. A dark blood wolf at the second grade of the second level was almost as powerful as a demonic beast at the third grade of the second level. Could it be that all the demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain are like this? The life essence contained in the blood essence is even denser than the demonic beasts outside. Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Then, they continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered many demonic beasts, all of which were killed by Lu Ming. As expected, the demonic beasts here, regardless of their species, contained a much richer essence. However, most of them were Class 1 or Class 2 demonic beasts. A small number of them had only reached the 4th or 5th grade of the second level. The improvement Lu Ming could make was very limited. Just like that, Lu Ming hunted demonic beasts in the Dark Blood Mountain while searching for the Blood Reiki flower. However, 3 days had passed and Lu Ming did not even find a single Blood Reiki flower. The efficiency was really bad. As for the dark blood stone that Lu Ming needed the most, there was no trace of it. Lu Ming had no choice but to continue searching and treat it as cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in the Dark Blood Mountain for 10 days. At this moment, Lu Ming finally found a Blood Reiki flower. On the other hand, his cultivation had already reached the 5th grade Master Realm Advanced stage, and he wasn't far from reaching the pinnacle. Hiss hiss. A dark red python slithered quickly with Lu Ming hot on its heels. This giant python was a demonic beast at the peak of 6th grade second level. It was rare to encounter such a high-level demonic beast in the Dark Blood Mountain, so Lu Ming did not want to let it go. However, the giant python was extremely fast. With a twist of its body, it covered a distance of tens of meters. Lu Ming could not catch up to it in a short time even with his dragon serpent steps. The snake and the human kept running forward. Before he knew it, he had run for dozens of miles and arrived at a dense forest. At this time, the giant python's speed gradually slowed down. Let's see where you can run to now. Lu Ming smiled and the sword gleam slashed at the giant python. CC. The giant python hissed and spat out wisps of poisonous gas at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged it in a flash. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the python. A sword light flashed and left a long wound on the python's body. Fresh blood flowed out. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a burning pain on his skin, as if he was being corroded by something. Lu Ming was shocked. I clearly avoided the python's poisonous gas. How did this happen? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. At this moment, he realized that there was a faint dark red blood aura in the air. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to tell. Could it be that this blood qi is poisonous? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately circulated his essential qi and spread it throughout his body to resist the blood qi. When the blood qi collided with the genuine qi, it actually made a sizzling sound, as if it was corroding the genuine qi. What a powerful poisonous gas. At this moment, the giant python was dragging its injured body and slithering forward. Lu Ming swung his sword and cut off the giant python's head. Then, with a thought, the small snake-like bloodline appeared and opened its mouth. 9 drops of blood essence flew out of the giant python's body and were swallowed by the small snake. However, it was not over yet. The small snake opened its mouth again and sucked in the red blood qi beside Lu Ming. Then, a sizzling sound could be heard as if the blood qi was being refined. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This worked too. However, in this way, There was no blood qi around Lu Ming's body. The feeling of corrosion on his skin had also disappeared. That's good too. I can see what this place is. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. He continued to move forward. The further he went, the thicker the red blood qi became. However, the small snake kept absorbing it. There was always a vacuum around Lu Ming's body that prevented the blood qi from entering. When this blood qi was devoured and refined by the spirit-devouring bloodline, it would also be transformed into wisps of energy. However, this energy was not very strong and was not of much use to the improvement of cultivation. After walking for a few thousand meters, he smelled a faint scent of blood. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. After walking another 100 meters, a pool of water appeared in front of him. The pool wasn't big, about 10 meters in length and width. However, it wasn't water in the pool, but a dark red liquid. The pool was filled with a dark red liquid that looked like blood. The faint smell of blood was obviously coming from the pool. The blood qi in the air was also emitted from this pool. By the side of the pool, there were many small red flowers. Lu Ming was overjoyed at the sight of the flowers. Blood Reiki flowers, these are all blood Reiki flowers. Ha ha ha, I've really worn out my iron shoes and searched high and low for them, but I found them without any effort. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Following that, Lu Ming walked to the side of the pond and picked the fruits carefully. The liquid in the pool was obviously poisonous. Lu Ming did not want to come into contact with it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming had picked all the blood spirit flowers by the pond. There were a total of 54 of them. In addition to the one he had found earlier, there were 55 of them. This was a huge harvest. One herb was 100 contribution points, so 55 of them would be 5,500 contribution points. After picking them, Lu Ming looked at the liquid in the pool. Although the liquid was highly toxic, it obviously contained a powerful energy essence. Otherwise, it would not have been able to produce so many blood Reiki flowers. Can the spirit-devouring bloodline devour and refine this liquid? Lu Ming started to think. Let's try devouring a drop first. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. It was impossible to improve his cultivation quickly and walk the path of a martial arts powerhouse without taking some risks. Lu Ming immediately circulated his essential qi and scooped up a drop of red liquid. He then controlled his blood meridian and swallowed the drop of liquid. Qi qi. Lu Ming seemed to be able to feel a sizzling sound in his blood vessels. Then, a wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. It really works. At once, Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the pool and controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline to devour and refine the liquid. Of course, Lu Ming did not dare to devour too much at once. He would only devour them in small amounts. It was true that the spirit-devouring bloodline devoured and refined this liquid much slower than the blood essence of demonic beasts. However, it was still many times faster than directly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation level began to increase rapidly again. Half a day later, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the 5th grade master realm. 3 days later, Lu Ming broke through in one go and reached the 6th grade master realm. It was not over yet. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He cultivated for more than 20 days. In total, Lu Ming had been cultivating here for a month. In a month's time, all the liquid in the pool had been devoured and refined by Lu Ming, leaving only a pit. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached the early 7th grade master realm. Chapter 71. Chapter 71, Dark Blood Stone. In more than a month, Lu Ming's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels. This speed was already extremely shocking. This liquid might be extremely poisonous to others, but to me, it's a treasure. Unfortunately, it's something that can only be encountered by luck. Lu Ming pondered to himself. Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled gently. A beam of air formed and shot out a few meters away like a sharp sword. A 7th grade master realm is indeed powerful. He's so much stronger than a 5th grade master realm. One move is enough for me to fight Ning Feng again. Feeling the dragon-shaped vital energy surging in his body, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Rustle. At this moment, a rustling sound could be heard. The sound came from the pit, and when he looked closer, he saw a dark red worm crawling in the pit. This worm was thicker than a thumb and more than a foot long. Its entire body was crystal clear like blood jade, and it had a mouth of sharp fangs. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming, he seemed to be shocked. He twisted his body and quickly darted away. This is blood breath bugs. Lu Ming was slightly stunned, then he was overjoyed. According to the ancient records, the blood breath bugs had dark bloodstones as their companions. In other words, the place where the blood breath bugs lived would definitely have dark bloodstones. He had not expected that. There would be a blood breath bug in the pond. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He rushed over and followed closely behind the blood breath bug. When the blood breath bug saw Lu Ming chasing after it, it twisted its body even faster and rushed forward. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Lu Ming smiled and strode forward, following closely behind the blood breath bug. After about 1,000 meters, the blood breath bug suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Not good. The blood breath bugs can dig underground. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over, but the blood breath bugs were nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming leaped onto a big tree and scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, not long after, 100 meters away, the blood breath bug's figure emerged from the ground and rushed forward. I can't chase it too close. This will only disturb it and prevent it from running back to its resting place. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he jumped onto another big tree. He leaped on the trunk, restrained his aura, and followed closely behind the blood breath bugs. They crossed over mountains and ridges, and continued for dozens of miles. At this time, the blood breath bug stopped again. It burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Could this be the place? Lu Ming pondered. He was not in a hurry to rush out. Instead, he began to observe. After a while, there was still no movement. Lu Ming was certain that this should be the blood breath bug's habitat. Lu Ming moved and came to the place where the blood breath bugs disappeared. Looks like it's here. The dark blood stone should be right below. Then, he took out the black edge sword he used before and used it as a shovel to start digging. With Lu Ming's cultivation level and the sharpness of the black edge sword, he was able to dig through the rocky ground at a very fast speed. Soon, a pit several meters deep was dug. At this moment, a red light shot out with a swish. It was the blood breath bug. After the blood breath bug rushed out, it did not stop at all and ran away. Lu Ming ignored him and continued digging. Very quickly, a faint fragrance, like that of sandalwood, wafted out. Lu Ming's spirits were lifted. According to the ancient records, although the dark blood stone was called the dark blood stone, it did not have the slightest smell of blood. Instead, it had the fragrance of sandalwood. Since this smell was coming out, it meant that there was definitely a dark blood stone here. Lu Ming dug even harder. As a piece of rock was dug up, a rich fragrance filled the air. Below him, a stone the size of a fist with blood-red lines all over its body appeared before Lu Ming. This was the dark blood stone. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He took out the dark blood stone and looked at it carefully. This was the true War Dragon technique's third stage, and even the fourth stage required it. He took a look at it and then kept it in the Supreme Shrine. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because the scent of sandalwood was still coming from below. Could there be dark blood stones? Lu Ming was overjoyed and quickly dug with all his might. Sure enough, he didn't dig too deep before he found another dark blood stone. It was still the size of a fist, and it emitted a strong sandalwood fragrance. Ha ha ha, what great luck! Lu Ming was overjoyed and took out the dark blood stone. However, there was still the fragrance of sandalwood coming from below. Still there are more. This time, even Lu Ming was a little stunned. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because he heard the sound of air breaking coming from all around. There's the smell of sandalwood. It's the dark blood stone. Hurry up. There was a commotion, and then 5 or 6 figures appeared. In the forest, 6 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They did not hide their auras at all. They burst out and enveloped Lu Ming. 4 of them were 7th grade Master Realm, and 2 of them were peak 6th grade Master Realm. There were men and women among the 6, but they were all very young, about 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, the 6 of them were looking at the big pit that Lu Ming had dug with burning eyes. There is indeed a dark blood stone. Kid, you can get lost now. The dark blood stone here belongs to us. A young man with an aquiline nose looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. Everyone, I was the first to discover this place. So what if you discovered it first? It's ours now. The hook-nosed young man sneered, his expression full of pride and arrogance. So you want to rob me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly, looking very relaxed. Brat, you're looking for death. The hook-nosed youth shouted coldly, then clawed at Lu Ming. 5 sharp claw gleams were aimed at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming threw a punch. Gotcha. There was a loud bang, followed by a cracking sound. Then, the hook-nosed young man let out a shrill scream and retreated a dozen steps. One of his hands trembled and blood kept flowing out. His 5 fingers had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Brat, how dare you? Do you know who we are? We're disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall of the Mystical Sword Sect. You're dead for hurting me. My hand. The hook-nosed youth screamed and roared. Azure Dragon Hall disciple. No wonder his cultivation is not weak despite his young age. Lu Ming's expression changed. I remember now. You are Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. I saw you from afar when the last trial ended. Suddenly, a female disciple shouted. What? He's Lu Ming. The others couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect that you would still recognize me. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled faintly. Lu Ming, although you're the newcomer king, I still have to give you a piece of advice. Get out of the way and leave. We can pretend that today's incident never happened because this dark bloodstone is something Senior Brother Yao Tianyu needs. We're also looking for it under Senior Brother Yao Tianyu's orders. The woman said one sentence after another, her tone full of confidence. She felt that as long as she mentioned Yao Tianyu's name, Lu Ming could only get lost obediently. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.